At the moment of Krypton's cataclysm, an infant destined to share hope alongside Superman was ensnared within an escape pod, swept into an enigmatic temporal rift. When he finally broke free from his constraints and plummeted to Earth, it was after Superman had already achieved renown. He is Superman's cousin, yet his veins pulse with the pure warrior blood of Saiyan. Kryptonite? It holds no sway over him. The sun? Merely an ordinary star. His power derives from the thrill of battle, from the countless rebirths following the brink of death. Cousin, your fighting style is far too feeble. Confronted by Superman, who seeks to impart wisdom, a grin spreads across his face, and the desire for combat surges within him. Do not bind me with your morals. I have but one purpose on Earth, to seek out stronger opponents and then obliterate them. When a Saiyan, whose very essence is etched with the tenets of battle and strength, descends upon the DC universe, the very fabric of the world begins to skew. Chapter 1. You promised a reunion of kin, yet you only wish to end my life? Boom! A black metal pod, trailing a long tail of fire, violently crashed into Central Park in National City. The earth trembled violently. Soil and grass were upheaved to a height of over 10 meters, and a ferocious shockwave radiated outward, shattering the glass of every apartment building half a mile away. The wail of sirens grew louder, a piercing shriek that shattered the afternoon tranquility. Dozens of beams from powerful flashlights flickered through the dust, all converging upon the pit, emitting thick clouds of white smoke. Maintain your distance. Everyone, keep your distance. The DEO, officially known as the Department of Extranormal Operations, swiftly cordoned off the scene. Dark, menacing firearms were aimed unerringly at the severely distorted escape pod at the bottom of the pit. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Amidst the sharp sound of steam escaping, the hatch slowly creaked open. A young man with black hair and blue eyes, bare-chested, rose from the shadows. He shook his head, the momentary confusion in his gaze swiftly replaced by keen clarity. He cast a glance at the humans outside the pit, wielding strange metallic tubes, appearing as if facing a formidable foe. In Kryptonian, he murmured to himself, "Where am I?" Warning, raise your hands. Now, the lead agent bellowed through a megaphone. The young man, Turo, paid no heed. His senses unfurled, detecting the energy within these life forms, laughably weak. He pushed against the charred ground and stood erect. His tall frame was not sculpted like a classical statue, but rather defined by lean, explosive muscle. He inhaled deeply. The scent of air was unfamiliar, so peaceful enough to render him bored. With a single step, he moved with such speed that the eye could scarcely perceive him. Fire! The lead agent screamed hoarsely. A barrage of bullets formed a lethal web of fire, yet they struck nothing but air. In the blink of an eye, Turo appeared before an agent, one hand gripping the man's throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Just then, stop! A figure clad in red and blue descended with a violent sonic boom. Supergirl, Kara Zor-El, positioned herself in front of him, her golden hair billowing in the wind, her expression more solemn than ever. Turo casually tossed aside the unconscious agent, his flame-imbued blue eyes fixating intently on Kara. A stirring from the depths of his lineage caused his blood to heat with excitement. The golden-haired woman harbored a vast and overwhelming power within her. Finally, there was someone worthy. A wild and combative smile spread uncontrollably across Turo's lips. You are strong. He trembled with exhilaration. Kara gazed at this fellow Kryptonian, attempting to awaken his emotions. I am Kara Zor-El. Our homeland, Krypton, has been destroyed. Turo's smile widened even further, interrupting her words. Destroyed? Isn't that precisely the point? He licked his lips, a fervent gleam in his eyes. A cage that birthed us, yet was so frail it could not protect itself. Its demise is a blessing. Now, I only wish to know. His gaze burned into Kara's. Are you strong enough for me to fight? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than an invisible yet visibly manifest white aura erupted fiercely from his being, shattering the very ground beneath his feet. Boom! The earth beneath him detonated, propelling him directly towards Kara. Kara's pupils constricted sharply as she crossed her arms, bracing herself to withstand this earth-shattering blow. At that critical juncture, a swift sound pierced the air. An even more ferocious black-red sonic boom erupted overhead, as a more imposing red and blue figure sliced into the fray at 10 times the speed of sound, shielding Kara from harm. Bang! Turo's fist was caught by an iron-like hand, yet it merely caught it. The point of impact unleashed a white, circular shockwave that sent everything surrounding them. Dio's armored vehicles, trees, hurtling away. Superman Clark Kent stood protectively before Kara, the ground beneath him fracturing with each moment. The overwhelming force caused him to slide backward for several dozen meters, carving deep furrows into the park's lawn. Clark's expression grew grave as the tumultuous power, transmitted through his arms, sent a shiver of paralysis and dread coursing through him. The might of this adversary was staggering. With Turo's punch intercepted, his eyes blazed with renewed ferocity, as his other hand transformed into a shadowy blur aimed directly at Clark's face. Clark narrowly dodged by tilting his head, the force of the punch grazing his cheek and obliterating a nearby tree into a storm of splinters. Following that, a sweeping kick came at him, prompting Clark to cross his arms in defense. Thud! A thunderous sound reverberated as Clark was once again forced back several meters before stabilizing himself, his defending arms trembling slightly. Turo's smile faded, his brow furrowing as he regarded Clark, who had only defended. Why do you not retaliate? Have you come to this insignificant planet and allowed your spirit to be extinguished? Clark inhaled deeply, suppressing the tremors in his arms, and gazed intently at his fellow Kryptonian, his voice resonating with solemnity. We are the last remnants of Krypton, family, and we should not turn our blades against one another. I am Kal-El, your cousin. Cousin? Family. Turo erupted into uproarious laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd jest. Put away your ridiculous rhetoric, Kal-El. In the cruel laws of the universe, there exists only the strong and the weak. Your power has rusted away under the weight of such trivial emotions. Allow me to sharpen you anew. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Turo's onslaught recommenced. He transformed into a blur of darkness, his fists and feet raining down like a tempest, each strike accompanied by the howling of rending air. Yet Clark remained steadfastly defensive, continuously blocking, deflecting, and evading. Despite this, the aftermath of their clash reduced Central Park to ruins. Turo's irritation mounted. The opponent's tenacious yet passive resistance was a profound affront to his warrior's pride. Enough! Turo leapt back with vigor, creating distance. Are you afraid to fight here, lest you ruin this fragile city? A provocative smile graced his features as he continued. If you refuse to engage me, something else will. Chapter 2. Clark. When did we Kryptonians undergo genetic mutation? Then show your true prowess. Taro roared, engaging Clark in a fierce aerial battle. Fists and feet clashed, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Kara soared up alongside, seeking an opportunity to intervene. Terrell's attacks were swift and ferocious, each blow seemingly intent on delivering a fatal strike. Yet Clark consistently managed to neutralize his onslaught with minimal movement and deft precision. He even redirected Terrell's force elsewhere, ensuring that the aftermath of their conflict did not wreak havoc on the buildings below. The entire rhythm of the battle was firmly under Clark's control. Clark was indeed a combat maniac. Kara watched anxiously from the sidelines. He seemed utterly unconcerned about the potential destruction of the city. I know. Clark shouted to Kara as he deflected Terrell's frenzied strikes. This guy is a stubborn fool. Reasoning with him is futile. We must first calm him down. Kara, engage him directly. Understood. Kara responded to the command, charging forward. Two blazing beams of heat vision shot towards Terrell. Sensing the threat, Terrell abandoned his attack on Clark and pivoted to disperse Kara's heat vision with a punch. You too? He glared at Kara, visibly displeased. Can't you handle it alone? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Clark vanished from sight. The next instant, he appeared behind Terrell. Terrell's combat instincts alerted him to the danger, but he had no time to turn around. Clark extended his right hand, fingers poised together, and tapped Terrell at the nape of his neck. Terrell's muscles tensed involuntarily. The madness and fighting spirit in his fiery eyes rapidly faded. The light within them dimmed as he plummeted straight to the ground. Clark and Kara caught him securely, one on either side. Kara murmured as she looked at the unconscious Terrell. Finally, it's over. Clark sighed as he held this troublesome family member, his face etched with fatigue, not physical strain, but emotional exhaustion. Let us take him back to the DEO. Clark rubbed his throbbing temples. At the DEO's underground headquarters, in the highest-grade medical analysis room, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a graveyard. Terrell lay bare-chested, secured to a specialized alloy bed, with hundreds of wires attached to his muscular form. These instruments represented the pinnacle of human technology, designed specifically to analyze the data of superhumans. Yet now, they were collectively malfunctioning. All screens displayed rows of red error messages and garbled text. "Director, it's no good." A researcher in a white lab coat rushed into the observation room, drenched in sweat and trembling. "We can't analyze his physiological structure. We detected Kryptonian genes, but they are entirely different. His cellular energy is not passively absorbed. Rather, it is actively and frantically self-replicating. Damn it. It's as if his body houses a nuclear reactor that is perpetually on the verge of explosion." Behind the one-way glass, Kara and Clark exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Moreover, the researcher continued, his voice tinged with despair, "When we exposed him to simulated yellow sunlight, there was no change in his data whatsoever. We then tested him with red solar radiation." Clark's heart leapt into his throat. Red sun radiation is the bane of all Kryptonians, capable of rendering them powerless. And the result? Kara pressed for an answer. Still, no changes whatsoever. The researcher swallowed hard. Struggling to articulate, he asked like a black hole, whether it's positive or negative energy, it has no effect on him. Kara and Clark exchanged another stunned glance, both recognizing the enormity of their realization. A Kryptonian impervious to sunlight? This was beyond their comprehension. Director Hank Henshaw of the DEO, a burly African-American man, strode in with a grim expression, employing the final solution. He personally pressed a red button. Within the medical room, a mechanical arm extended slowly, its end revealing a leaden container. A fist-sized piece of high-purity kryptonite, emanating a faint green glow, was presented before Terrell. In the observation room, everyone held their breath. Kara instinctively took a half-step back. Despite the safety measures in place, her physiological aversion was palpable. Clark furrowed his brow, his complexion paling. However, Terrell on the alloy bed merely tilted his head in curiosity, observing the green stone. He reached out, and before the researchers could react, with a swift motion, he effortlessly snapped the alloy restraints that could bind a full-grown T-Rex. In the astonished gaze of everyone present, he grasped the kryptonite in his hand. The anticipated scream of agony did not materialize. The expected weakness from the loss of power was absent. Terrell treated the kryptonite as if it were an ordinary glass marble, tossing it lightly between his fingers. He even brought it to his nose for a whiff, wrinkling his brow before lifting the kryptonite to the light, admiring its hue. "This stone is quite ugly." Bang! In the observation room, Clark fumbled his coffee cup, which shattered on the floor. The gentle, refined expression he wore vanished entirely, replaced by unprecedented shock and bewilderment as he pressed his hands against the glass. Kara covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful blue eyes filled with disbelief. A Kryptonian unafraid of kryptonite. This was more absurd than witnessing a pig climb a tree. Bored, Terrell lost interest and casually tossed the kryptonite onto the bed with a sharp clang. He stood up, and the diagnostic wires snapped with the slightest movement of his muscles. With a rip, he tore open the heavy alloy door of the medical room as if it were a mere piece of scrap paper, striding out with purpose. DEO agents in the corridor instinctively raised their weapons, yet none dared to fire. What was the point? Bullets were useless, and so was kryptonite. What could they use to combat him? Appeal to him with love? Disregarding the trembling bystanders, Terrell walked straight to the observation room's glass. His gaze pierced through the one-way glass, locking onto Clark Kent with precision. "You are Kara Zor-El? Strictly speaking, you are my cousin." His tone was eerily calm. "I can feel it. Your strength surpasses hers." Terrell tilted his head, pointing at Kara beside him. Kara froze at his gesture, suddenly sensing that he was not assessing her power, but rather her physique. His gaze was far too aggressive. Terrell's attention returned to Clark, his eyes burning with the fervor of battle, as if they could shatter the glass. "Let us fight." Simple, direct, and non-negotiable. Clark forcibly suppressed the tumultuous waves within him and stepped outside. He struggled to muster a gentle smile, extending his hand. "I am Clark, pleased to meet you, family." Terrell glanced at Clark's outstretched hand, then at his amicable smile, furrowing his brow. "Defeat me in a fair fight first, then we can discuss handshakes." He averted his gaze, unceremoniously declaring, "Your rules are quite tedious." Clark's hand hung frozen in midair, and his smile stiffened. He had spent a lifetime learning how to integrate with humanity, how to control his strength, and how to resolve issues with goodwill. Yet this family member before him was so brutally simplistic that all of Clark's experiences felt utterly irrelevant. It was akin to conversing with a duck about chickens. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the entire DEO base. The red warning lights flashed wildly. "Alarm! Alarm!" A technician shouted in panic. "There is a massive energy loss in the city's power grid. The target has been confirmed as Level A threat, Levidel. She is wreaking havoc in the city center." Kara's expression hardened, and she immediately prepared to depart. Clark's demeanor turned serious. However, a figure moved faster than them. Terrell stood before them, utilizing his unique sensitivity to perceive the ferocious and vibrant energy at the city's core. Though not overwhelmingly strong, it appeared quite entertaining. He grinned, revealing a predatory smile that unsettled both Clark and Kara. This one belongs to me. Chapter 3. He actually crushed the thunder with his bare hands? No. Clark instinctively spoke, his tone grave as he attempted to intervene. Terrell, you have no idea. His words were left unfinished. Shut up. Two chilling words escaped Terrell's lips. He didn't even glance at Clark, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as if they were merely a swarm of irritating insects. You dare teach me how to act? Before he could finish, a tremendous white aura erupted from Terrell, far more powerful than what they had encountered in the park. The violent shockwave caught Clark and Kara off guard, slamming them forcefully against the wall. The entire Dio base trembled under the weight of his kingly presence. Fluorescent lights above shattered in clusters, and numerous screens of intricate instruments were incinerated, emitting sizzling sparks. All Dio agents present, including Director Hank Henshaw, were pinned to the ground by this terrifying force, unable to even lift a finger. Terrell's voice echoed through the distorted air, laced with languor and impatience. Power is meant to silence you weaklings, not to be caged and await instruction on how to wield it. He couldn't be bothered to cast another glance at his compatriots. In his eyes, every wall was merely an exit. Boom! With a deafening roar, Terrell raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, directly penetrating the Dio headquarters walls, crafted from layers of specialized alloys reputed to withstand nuclear blasts. The entire base was forcibly carved out, creating a massive tunnel that traversed through more than 10 layers of structure. He transformed into a streak of white light, soaring skyward. Dust and debris swirled. Clark and Kara stood before the enormous gaping hole, rendered utterly speechless. A cold wind rushed in through the breach, tousling their disheveled hair. After a prolonged silence, Kara's voice, dry and shaky, broke through. What was that? She gazed up at the sky, murmuring to herself. That energy, that speed, I couldn't keep up. Clark silently shook his head, his eyes filled with unprecedented gravity and confusion. I don't know, but I can assure you, that was certainly not a Kryptonian ability. Yet he was undeniably a Kryptonian. In the heart of National City, chaos reigned. A woman, Levidel, shimmering with blue electrical energy, floated in midair. She spread her arms wide, greedily siphoning electricity from the entire city like an addict. The entire block plunged into darkness. Ha ha ha. She reveled in the unprecedented power coursing through her, letting out a maniacal laugh. Where are Superman and Supergirl? Today this city is mine. With a casual flick of her wrist, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended from the sky, incinerating a police car into charred remains. Citizens screamed and scattered in terror. Just as she basked in the exhilaration of fear and power, a languid voice unexpectedly resonated before her. Playing with electricity? Levidel's laughter caught in her throat. She beheld a man with black hair and blue eyes, who had somehow floated before her. He wore no uniform, his bare arms exposed, calmly gazing at her. Terrell showed no interest in the surrounding chaos. His sensitivity informed him that the energy of this woman eclipsed that of the Dio's minions, yet it was still limited. He extended a finger, beckoning her. Show me your strongest lightning. You seek death. Levitel seethed with rage at this supreme contempt. She concentrated all the electricity she had just absorbed into a single point. A massive bolt of lightning, several times thicker than the one that had struck the police car, transformed into a roaring dragon of thunder, hurtling towards Terrell's face. Be careful. At that moment, Superman's silhouette appeared in the distant sky, issuing a frantic warning as he prepared to rush in to save her. However, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Facing the terrifying lightning strike capable of obliterating a building, Terrell neither dodged nor flinched. He didn't even alter his stance. Instead, he slowly extended his right hand. Then, with a single hand, he grasped the raging lightning. Zzz. The devastating electric energy surged wildly across his arm, emitting a piercing screech. Yet it couldn't even harm a single hair on him. They resembled a flock of obedient little snakes, futilely licking their master's palm. Is this all you've got? Terrell's face revealed blatant disdain and disappointment. He clenched his fingers with force. Boom. The massive bolt of lightning was crushed in his grasp, erupting into a dazzling array of electric sparks that dissipated into the air. The panicked citizens halted in their tracks. Superman and Supergirl, who had just arrived, hovered in midair. Even Levitel, the instigator, had her manic laughter freeze in place. Terrell's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing before Levitel. In her terrified eyes, he reflected an expression devoid of disturbance. She wanted to scream, to retreat, yet found her body shackled by invisible chains, immobile. Terrell slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger. A minuscule point of white light ignited at its tip. "Too weak," he quietly declared. Then, with a flick of his finger, the light shot forth, piercing through her skull. The spark in Levital's eyes extinguished, and the electrical glow surrounding her dissipated. Her body plummeted straight down from the air. Superman instinctively dashed forward, catching her before she hit the ground. Yet, the sensation in his arms was lifeless. He looked down at the woman in his embrace, her eyes wide open. A tiny charred hole in the center of her forehead, his mind blank. She was dead. Just like that, she had been slain. From the moment Terrell acted to Levital's demise, less than 10 seconds had elapsed. Terrell gradually descended onto the ravaged street. He raised his gaze to the shocked and furious figures of Superman and Supergirl hovering above, grinning with a mix of scorn and condescension. He nodded towards the still warm corpse in Superman's arms. "Look, this is how you resolve issues." As his words fell, people around the globe who witnessed the scene through their phones and news broadcasts responded with a mix of joy and dread. In Gotham City, within the Batcave, Bruce Wayne narrowed his eyes as he watched the nonchalant display on the screen. He typed away at his keyboard, establishing a top-secret dossier. The file was titled, White Phantom. Threat Level, Omega. Chapter 4. The weak must integrate. The strong merely require the world to adapt. Clark held Levital's lifeless body, his form stiffened. He had spent his entire life adhering to the teachings of his adoptive parents, never taking a life, even that of the most heinous foes. However, the family member who had just arrived swiftly demonstrated a lethal prowess. He even inquired if he had exhausted his training. "You've killed her," Kara exclaimed. Her finger accusingly pointed at Terrell, her body trembling with rage. Terrell looked at her with a bemused expression. "Indeed. What other option was there? Should I have kept her alive for the new year? She intended to kill me, so I eliminated her. Is there a problem?" His brazen demeanor left Kara momentarily speechless. Clark gently laid Levital's lifeless body on the ground and stood up, positioning himself between Kara and Terrell. "Terrell, this is not the way to resolve issues," he said, his tone heavy with suppressed fury. "This is Earth, not a savage jungle. We must adhere to the rules here." "Rules?" Terrell glanced at Clark with evident impatience. "Those are made for the weak." He genuinely could not fathom it. In another world, he seldom took lives, yet he would annihilate any foe without hesitation. "You are stronger than I am. You are stronger than she was. Why do you both hesitate when it comes to fighting? This is unacceptable. That is prohibited. It's utterly dull." As Clark listened to this outlandish rhetoric, he felt a throbbing in his temples. He could no longer allow Terrell to remain in the city. "Come with me." Clark altered his approach, his tone leaving no room for argument. "There is a place I believe you need to see." "Oh." Terrell raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A place for combat?" "A place for learning," Clark replied, seizing Terrell's shoulder with a grip he could not escape. "Hey, what are you doing? I can fly on my own." Before Terrell could protest further, he was propelled upwards by Clark with an unyielding force. In the next moment, two figures soared into the sky, vanishing into the northern horizon, leaving Kara behind, staring blankly at the ravaged street. What on earth is happening? In the Arctic, the Fortress of Solitude stood, an imposing edifice entirely composed of crystalline structures, shimmering magnificently under the auroras. This was Clark Kent's private sanctuary, the last vestige of Kryptonian civilization on Earth. Perhaps only here, amidst the remnants of Krypton's former glory and ruin, could he grasp the significance of the power he wielded. This was the sole means I could conceive to communicate with him. With a whoosh, Clark descended, clutching Terrell's shoulder, landing steadily upon the icy expanse before the fortress. Terrell shrugged off his grip with disdain, brushing off his shoulder. He surveyed the surroundings. An endless sea of white, with a chilling wind capable of fracturing bones. "This place isn't bad," he remarked. "It's peaceful. No distractions, suitable for training." A flicker of hope ignited within Clark. Perhaps he might comprehend the solemnity and gravity of this location. He led Terrell into the interior of the fortress. As they approached, the massive crystal door slid open silently, illuminating the diamond-carved hall with cascading lights. "This is a testament to our family's history." Clark's voice resonated with pride and reverence. He raised his hand, activating the fortress's control console. A holographic image of a stern-faced man clad in a Kryptonian robe materialized in the center of the hall. It was Jor-El, his father. "Terrell, look. This is our home, Krypton." The hologram began to shift, revealing a once resplendent red planet, brimming with unimaginable technological advancements. Vehicles zipped between crystalline towers, while various extraordinary life forms wandered through alien jungles. Clark hoped to awaken the memories and sense of belonging to their homeland that resided within Terrell's bloodline. Yet Terrell's reaction was nothing short of a yawn. He scarcely acknowledged the dazzling images. His attention was captivated instead by an object displayed on the wall, a suit of black Kryptonian battle armor, its lines exuding a sense of power. He approached it, tracing his fingers across the cold metallic surface. "Can this be worn?" he inquired. Clark hesitated, the holographic display halting as well. "Theoretically, yes, but it's useless," Terrell interjected, rendering his verdict. "It's too cumbersome, hindering movement." He withdrew his hand and continued to wander the fortress, akin to a disinterested child visiting a museum. Everything here, from the memory crystals chronicling Krypton's millennia of history to the cutting-edge technology, appeared to him as nothing more than refuse. Clark shook his head in resignation, deciding to shift his approach. "Terrell, our powers are not innate. They derive from Earth's yellow sun." Clark endeavored to impart fundamental knowledge. Yet this power also comes with responsibility. He stood before a massive panel of Kryptonian alloy. "We must learn to control it, to apply it in the right contexts." As his words lingered, two beams of crimson light shot from Clark's eyes, demonstrating precise millimeter-level control. The heat vision danced across the alloy panel, the intense energy contained within an exquisitely small area. Moments later, he withdrew his gaze. On the alloy panel appeared a clear, flawless emblem of the House of L, the S-shaped symbol representing hope. After showcasing the heat vision-etched emblem, Clark held on to a final glimmer of hope. "You see, this is the symbol of hope. Power should be used to create and protect, not." Terrell, however, did not allow him to finish, emitting a derisive laugh. "Create? Protect?" He strolled over to another alloy panel, speaking slowly. "You dare call such trivial artistry on metal power? How utterly laughable." He didn't even bother to acknowledge Clark's disapproving expression, casually raising his right hand. Buzz. A white energy orb coalesced in his palm, the annihilative aura that made Clark's very soul tremble re-emerging. "Don't blink, cousin," Terrell remarked nonchalantly. "I'll only teach this once. Power is meant to end all pointless chatter." He thrust his palm forward. The rapidly spinning white energy orb shot forth, striking the formidable Kryptonian alloy panel with precision. With a soft pop, the alloy, capable of withstanding a direct missile strike, was effortlessly perforated. A circular hole, the size of a bowl and with impossibly smooth edges, appeared at the center of the panel. Tendrils of white smoke lingered at the hole's edge, exuding a scent of obliteration. Clark stood frozen, gazing at the hole, then at the family emblem he had painstakingly etched with his heat vision. What was meant to be a familial discussion had devolved into a one-sided exhibition of power, with him as the unwitting audience. "I need to teach you how to integrate into human society." Clark forced himself to suppress the tumult within, making one last effort. "You must learn to control your power, to learn." "No need," Terrell interrupted him directly. "It is the weak who need to assimilate. The strong need only to make others adapt to them." He regarded Clark's face, filled with humanity and struggle, with an expression akin to that of a fool. "What you call control is merely shackling your own strength. On the path to becoming stronger, there is no need for superfluous emotions." With that, Terrell slowly closed his eyes. The white energy aura enveloping him flickered back to life. His awareness radiated outward, scanning the entirety of Earth. A torrent of information surged into his mind, which he casually filtered out. He was searching, seeking sources of energy potent enough to satisfy his thirst for strength. Suddenly, his perception halted at a particular point. It was an expanse of ocean shrouded in mist, a realm that did not exist on any map. At the center of this ocean, there lay an island. Upon this island resided a power, an ancient and sacred energy of tremendous potency. The intensity of this energy far surpassed that of the electric manipulator, even more tangible than the figure of Kal-El before him. Terrell's eyes flew open. Within those tranquil blue orbs ignited a fierce conflagration of battle. Uncontrollably, a wild smile crept upon his lips. "I have found it," he murmured to himself. "I have identified my next adversary." Clark, observing his expression, felt a jolt of unease. A foreboding sensation surged within him. "Terrell, what do you intend to do?" Terrell paid him no heed. He had already zeroed in on that direction. Boom! A pure white aura erupted explosively. He transformed into a white meteor, bypassing conventional routes, shooting straight towards the sky. Clark shouted anxiously, "Wait. Terrell, listen to me." Thunderous roars followed. The indestructible dome of Kryptonian crystal that constituted the solitary fortress was violently breached, creating a massive gaping hole. Countless shards of crystal cascaded down. An icy gale surged through the chasm, ruffling Clark's tousled curls. He stood dazed within his shattered sanctuary. the echo of Terrell's parting words ringing in his ears. On that island, there is a formidable woman. Chapter 5. A man intrudes upon the land of women, demanding Diana. Paradise Island, Themyscira. This is the homeland of the Amazons, a sanctuary protected by divine power, existing beyond the maps. Beneath the azure sky lies an array of white marble edifices in the ancient Greek style, grand and sacred. In the immense training grounds at the heart of the island, a cadre of towering, muscular female warriors is engaged in their daily regimen. Their movements are powerful, each thrust of their spears accompanied by the sound of slicing air, and every shot from their bows is executed with pinpoint accuracy. Sweat dampens their hair, yet their gazes remain resolute as iron. Here, there exists no presence of men, only the honor and tranquility belonging to warriors. However, this peace, enduring for millennia, was shattered today by an unexpected visitor in the most brutal manner. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom sliced through the skies above Paradise Island. Under the astonished gaze of all the Amazon warriors, a streak of white light plummeted from the heavens at an alarming velocity. It tore through the atmosphere, crashing down into the center of the training grounds with a cataclysmic force. Boom! The hard stone floor buckled, creating a vast, spiderweb-like crater with a diameter of several meters. Dust and debris were sent spiraling into the air. Although the Amazon warriors were shocked, not a single one retreated. Their reactions were swift and precise. Almost instantaneously, the innermost circle of warriors formed a shield wall, countless sharp spears extending through the gaps in their shields. Aimed at the center of the crater, the archers on the periphery had also drawn their bows, the glinting arrowheads locking onto the same target. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any panic. They were born warriors. As the dust began to settle, at the center of the crater stood a man, bare-chested, with black hair and blue eyes. Slowly regaining his stance, he brushed off the dust from his body and raised his gaze, impatiently surveying the weapons directed at him. Not this one, nor that one. His eyes scanned over the Amazon warriors as if selecting vegetables at a market, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. All too weak. Just then, a voice resonated, commanding yet melodious. Halt! The Amazon warriors parted to form a path. A figure emerged from the crowd, clad in form-fitting armor of red, blue, and gold. It was none other than Princess Diana, Prince of Paradise Island. Diana's gaze fell upon the unfamiliar man, her brows knitting tightly. She sensed no magical or divine fluctuations emanating from him, yet the overwhelming aura he exuded sent tremors of alarm through her. Who are you, man? Diana's voice was cold and authoritative. You stand in Themyscira, Paradise Island. Leave at once, or you shall face the wrath of all Amazons. Terrell paid no mind to the path or the surrounding weapons. From the moment Diana appeared, his focus was unwaveringly locked onto her. This is the sensation, he thought. Indeed, this is the power. The energy contained within her body resembled a dormant volcano. Found you. He grinned broadly, a look of arrogance washing over his features. I can feel your strength, woman. Terrell's tone was nearly brazenly disrespectful. His gaze unabashedly roamed over Diana, from her toned abdomen to her powerful thighs, finally lingering upon her breathtaking visage. Let us engage in combat. Diana's expression darkened. She had encountered numerous men who intruded upon Paradise Island for various reasons, some driven by greed, others by arrogance or desire. Yet none had approached with such audacity, such direct provocation, and with such an aggressive gaze as this man before her. She categorized him as yet another invader, intoxicated by power and arrogance. Your hubris will bring you calamity. A note of warning laced Diana's voice. Depart now, and I shall consider this encounter as if it never occurred. This is your final opportunity. Terrell's smile faded. He detested the trivialities preceding a fight. With a light sigh, he muttered, "What a nuisance." No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure vanished from sight. Terrell's objective was clear her, in the most direct and domineering manner. He swiftly breached the shield wall formed by the warriors before her. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds resounded as the battle-hardened Amazon warriors were hurled aside by an irresistible force, their shields shattered, bodies overturned, yet the impact was meticulously controlled, ensuring no fatalities. In the blink of an eye, a passageway composed of Amazon warriors' flesh and blood was forcibly cleared. Terrell now stood before Diana, a mere step away from her. The surrounding Amazon warriors wore expressions of shock and fear. Their once proud formation crumbled before this man as if it were made of mere paper. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. All the Amazon warriors stood frozen, gazing at their fallen comrades, disbelief etched across their faces. Diana's eyes welled with tears of rage. This was the most blatant provocation against the entire Amazon tribe. A fire ignited within her breast. You, Diana's voice trembled with fury, have chosen your fate. The golden lasso at her waist, sensing its mistress's wrath, erupted in radiant light. This was no ordinary rope. It was the lasso of truth, crafted by Hephaestus himself, capable of binding even gods. Whoosh! The golden whip carved a graceful arc through the air, imbued with divine power, resembling a venomous serpent as it lunged toward Terrell. At the sight of the glowing lasso, a genuine spark of intrigue ignited in Terrell's eyes. He could sense that this rope was imbued with a remarkably unique energy, unlike anything he had encountered before. Now, this is getting interesting. He did not choose to confront it head-on. The body tilted slightly, evading the lasso's grasp by a mere fraction of a degree. The golden rope thudded against the ground behind him with a dull thump. Terrell stood upright and beckoned with his finger at the furious Diana. A faint white aura began to rise around him, enveloping the entire training ground with an overwhelming, tyrannical presence. Unleash your true prowess. His voice echoed in the ears of every Amazon warrior. Otherwise, Terrell grinned, revealing a smile that sent shivers down the spines of all. His gaze swept over the majestic white temple behind Diana. Your island shall be dismantled. Chapter 6. Terrell, 1 is insufficient, then let it be 3. In that moment, Diana's fury ignited completely. She felt no hesitation or restraint. With a resounding clang, a crisp sound of steel rang out. A beautifully crafted, sharp single-handed sword was drawn from the sheath on her back, forged by the fire god Hephaestus himself. This divine blade was said to possess sharpness capable of slicing through electrons, altering atomic structures. The sword's tip pointed menacingly at Terrell. You shall pay for your arrogance. At the instant her words fell, Diana sprang into action. Her form moved with the swiftness of lightning, the stone slabs beneath her feet cracking with each stride. In the blink of an eye, she was before Terrell, the sword of the fire god sweeping horizontally towards his neck with an intent to sever all. This strike amalgamated all the combat techniques she had honed over millennia. Yet, Terrell's response was even swifter. He did not retreat, but instead stepped forward. He did not evade. Instead, he raised his left arm, the forearm enveloped in white flames, bracing against the deadly blade. Clang! A deafening clash of metal resonated across Paradise Island. The edge of the fire god's sword collided with Terrell's fiery arm, unleashing a visible white shockwave that rippled outward, scattering debris across the ground. The surrounding Amazon warriors were pushed back by this force, their faces etched with astonishment. Diana's pupils quivered violently. She felt as though her blade had struck not flesh and blood, but an unyielding mountain. The immense recoil numbed her grip. How can this be? His body can withstand the fire god's sword. And that white energy. It is neither magic nor any divine power she recognized. A more exhilarated smile spread across Terrell's face. Indeed, he forcefully swung his arm, sending Diana and her sword stumbling back several steps. This woman-esque combat skills surpassed his own. Every movement of hers was imbued with wisdom and experience, concise yet lethal. But her strength paled in comparison to his. Again, Terrell roared, launching his own offensive. His attacks were straightforward, devoid of any flamboyance. Just simple punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. Yet each strike bore the weight of that white aura, harboring the terrifying power to cleave mountains. Diana's expression turned grave as she pushed her combat skills to their utmost limits. The sword of the fire god transformed into streaks of silver lightning, deftly blocking, slashing, and thrusting, seeking to exploit any weakness in her opponent. Their battle escalated to a fever pitch. Boom, boom, boom. Every collision of fist and blade triggered violent explosions. They battled from the training ground to the temple, then to the edge of the cliff. The sturdy marble structures crumbled and shattered under the tumultuous waves of their conflict. The entire Paradise Island trembled violently. The surrounding seas churned, stirred by their formidable power, unleashing towering waves. After a fierce exchange, both combatants soared into the sky, shifting the battlefield to the heavens. Diana realized the predicament. In a mere contest of strength, she was at an absolute disadvantage. She could no longer afford to clash directly with this monster. Drawing some distance and observing Terrell's rapid approach, she crossed her arms before her chest. Buzz! The guardian silver bracelet on her wrist erupted with dazzling light. Terrell offered no respite, unleashing a condensed energy blast aimed squarely at her face. Diana's gaze sharpened as she braced against the incoming strike with her crossed arms. Boom! The white energy blast detonated against the guardian's silver bracelet. Forged from fragments of Zeus's shield, Aegis, this artifact possessed unparalleled defensive capabilities. It successfully deflected the blow. However, The sheer force of the impact still penetrated the artifact's defenses, striking her arms with a piercing pain and numbness. She felt as if her bones might shatter. What an opportunity! Terrell's combat instincts were razor-sharp. He sensed Diana's momentary stiffness. Instead of pursuing with another energy blast, he chose to close the distance. Appearing beside Diana in a blur, the gap narrowed to nothing. With no hint of mercy, he executed a powerful high kick, channeling all his strength with a whistling force aimed at her midsection. The kick was too swift. Diana had no time to adjust her stance. Bang! A deafening sound echoed, sending a jolt of panic through the hearts of all who heard it. Diana's body was propelled like a home-run baseball, sent flying. She transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards a distant mountain peak at a terrifying speed. If this strike landed, even with her demigod physique, she would surely suffer grievous injuries. Just as Diana was about to collide with the mountainside, a red and blue blur descended from above, moving faster than she could. The figure appeared in her trajectory, arms outstretched, catching her securely. It was Superman, Clark Kent. He had arrived. Clark glanced down at the bloodied corner of Diana's mouth, noting her half-divine form trembling slightly. He then looked up at the imposing figure suspended in the air, his azure eyes filled with a deeper shock that eclipsed his anger. What kind of power is that? Just the residual force of their battle has wreaked such havoc upon Paradise Island, even injuring Diana this way. Meanwhile, another figure raced to the scene, landing on a nearby cliff. It was Supergirl, Kara. She sensed the chilling energy in the air, gazing at Terrell floating above with a tremor in her voice. Terrell, you. She wanted to ask how he came to be here, why he was doing this. But all her questions were lodged in her throat before such overwhelming might. Terrell slowly descended, hovering in the air. He looked down at the three warriors below, each poised for battle. One was the fierce warrior he had just sent flying, yet her eyes brimmed with unyielding combat spirit. Another, with a gaze rife with caution and scrutiny, regarded him as his greatest foe, Cariel. And the last, Kara, wore an expression of shock, seemingly unable to fathom the depths of his power. He sensed the formidable energy emanating from the three. Instead of feeling any trepidation or apprehension, he felt exhilaration. It was the thrill of a hunter who had finally encountered worthy prey. A wild, provocative smile unfurled across his face. Excellent. His voice resonated with an uncontainable joy and a fervor for battle. The aura around him surged wildly, his strength once again on the rise. Finally, a worthy adversary has arrived. So is it now 3 against 1? Chapter 7. Terrell's head tilt kill. What is money? Can it be consumed? Deep within the Batcave, a colossal screen was looping a heart-pounding battle recording. The scene of Terrell grasping lightning with one hand was played repeatedly in slow motion. Bruce Wayne sat before the computer, his expression inscrutable as he typed away at the keyboard. His eyes sparkled with a glint that only emerged when analyzing the most formidable foes. Alfred, pull up all the data regarding Kryptonian physiology. Of course, sir. However, if I may be so bold, you appear to be preparing to confront a new supervillain. The elderly butler approached, holding a cup of tea. No, Alfred, Bruce replied without turning his head. I am preparing to confront a being that may be even more dangerous than Clark. On the screen, Terrell's arrogant visage was frozen and magnified. Bruce created a new folder titled Terrell Contingency Plan. The first subfolder, Anti-Special Kryptonian Armor Design Sketches. Sir, are you certain you wish to assign him such a codename? Alfred inquired, glancing at the title on the screen. Because his combat style bears a striking resemblance, Bruce stated as he pulled up Terrell's combat data analysis. The overwhelming display of strength, the blunt and brutal method of attack, and the madness of fighting for the sake of fighting. Most crucially, the white energy emanating from him was entirely dissimilar to the bioplasmic field of Kryptonians. Just then, the Batcave's communication system chimed. Bruce, we need to talk. Clark's voice resonated through the speaker. About Terrell. I am awaiting you. Bruce pressed the connect button. Justice Hall, 10 minutes later. 10 minutes later, in Justice Hall, Clark, Wonder Woman, and Supergirl sat around a round table. Diana's left arm was still bandaged, and her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. He is not an ordinary Kryptonian, Diana said. Her fist clenched tightly as she spoke gravely. I have battled countless formidable foes, yet I have never encountered an opponent such as him. He resembles a beast born for combat. His technique may be crude, but his strength and battle instincts are terrifying. Clark nodded. I can sense that the energy within him is entirely different from ours. It is not the power befitting a Kryptonian. It resembles something far more primal, far more violent. Kara interjected anxiously, but he is still our kin. We cannot simply abandon him. No one is suggesting we abandon him. Kara, Clark quickly raised a hand to comfort her. However, we must acknowledge a reality. In his current state, he poses a disaster for this world. I bear the responsibility of guiding him onto the right path. But before that, we must possess the means to stop him. Bruce's voice emerged from the shadows. So, have you reached a decision? The three turned to face Batman in the corner, classifying him as an A-level potential threat and subjecting him to 24-hour surveillance. This is a necessary precaution, Clark said gravely. I do not wish to see innocents harmed due to my negligence. Bruce approached the table and placed a tablet down. The screen displayed a detailed threat assessment report. According to my analysis, his danger level has surpassed that of most known supervillains. His sheer power alone is sufficient to obliterate a city. Furthermore, he evidently lacks moral constraints. Diana furrowed her brow as she examined the data on the report. Have you already begun drafting contingency plans against him? It is my duty, Bruce replied impassively, to devise countermeasures for every conceivable threat, including those present. Clark expressed his discontent. He is my cousin. Discussing him in such a manner makes me uncomfortable. Clark, I understand your feelings, Diana said gently. But as heroes, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. This is not a personal attack against him, but rather a means to protect more innocent lives. Meanwhile, in an apartment in National City, Terrell sat on the sofa, surrounded by a dozen empty takeout boxes. Kara stood at the kitchen door, observing the scene with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Did you order from every restaurant in the neighborhood? Well, Terrell wiped his mouth. The food was decent, just not enough. That was the stock of 30 restaurants. Kara felt her wallet weeping. Do you have any idea how much that costs? Money? Terrell finally shifted his gaze from the food, tilting his head with a look of scrutiny and confusion. When I am hungry, I can simply take all the food. Why is that an issue? Who would dare say otherwise? His tone was flat, sending chills down Kara's spine. It dawned on her that she was attempting to explain human societal rules to a dragon as to why it could not simply devour the sheep from the pasture. Never mind, Kara despondently dropped her arms, giving up on the conversation. Let's move on. She took a deep breath, forcing herself into the next topic. What about your battle today? Paradise Island is sacred to the Amazons. Why did you choose to incite war there? Terrell rose and walked to the window, gazing down at the illuminated city below. His tone was calm. I sensed the presence of strong beings there, so I went. They fought, and it was an honor. For a warrior, dying in battle is far better than decaying in comfort. I granted them a worthy fight. What is wrong with that? Kara was at a loss for words. She wanted to retort, but found Terrell's worldview to be a self-contained logic. What she perceived as invasion and destruction, he viewed as bestowal and glory. His perception swept across the city once more. In a distant corner of the metropolis, he detected a faint yet intriguing energy source. The energy was peculiar, exuding a dark and oppressive aura. It wasn't particularly strong, but it carried a mysterious allure that beckoned further exploration. Found it, he smirked. What did you find? Kara immediately became alert. An interesting shadow. Terrell turned, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Kara. Where is the one who hides in the darkness? The shadow? Black? Kara's face paled instantly. You sense Batman? No, you cannot go after him. Oh, Terrell's interest intensified. Your expression resembles that of a rabbit warning a lion against provoking another slumbering beast. Does he instill fear in you? He is different. Kara urgently intervened, fearing he might directly confront Batman and deliver a beating. He is just an ordinary human. You will kill him. Ordinary human? Disappointment flickered in Terrell's eyes. Then it would be uninteresting. However, he carefully attuned himself to the energy. His presence does not resemble that of an ordinary human. Meanwhile, above Gotham City, Batman was patrolling the night sky in the Batplane. Suddenly, the aircraft's alarm system blared furiously. Warning, an unknown high-speed object is approaching. Flight mode, non-Kryptonian standards. Estimated contact time, 30 seconds. Bruce stared at the rapidly approaching light on the radar screen, his brow furrowed. Alfred, initiate the emergency evasion protocol. Protocol engaged, Master. However, the adversary's speed is astonishing. Contact is anticipated in 10 seconds. Bruce's fingers hovered over the ejection seat button. Through the cockpit's glass, he beheld a streak of white light hurtling towards him. That radiant beam stood out against the night sky, akin to a falling star. Damn it, Bruce gritted his teeth. How did he find me? The white luminescence abruptly halted less than 10 meters from the Batplane. Terrell hovered in midair, examining the uniquely designed aircraft with keen interest. An intriguing toy, he remarked, his voice somehow reaching the cockpit. Come out, let us converse. Chapter 8 Batman. Don't come any closer. The alarm of the Batplane made Bruce tighten his grip on the joystick. Inside the cockpit, red warning lights flashed frantically. Bruce's fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, attempting tactical evasion. Yet, the blip on the radar afforded him no opportunity to calculate. It disregarded all principles of aerodynamics, crossing his flight path at an unimaginable angle. In the next instant, a figure appeared without warning, less than 10 meters directly ahead of the Batplane, suspended in Gotham's night sky. Black hair whipped wildly in the high-speed airflow, and his blue eyes glimmered brighter than any star in the darkness. He met Batman's gaze from within the cockpit. Bruce's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. His body instinctively tensed, the knuckles of his fingers whitening from the force with which he clutched the joystick. A playful expression adorned Terrell's face, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. He extended his right index finger, bending it, and lightly tapped the reinforced glass of the cockpit. Tap, tap. The crisp sound pierced through the roar of the aircraft, resonating directly in Bruce's mind. A tin can, Terrell mused with curiosity. I sense no power emanating from you, yet something amusing lies within. Bruce's expression beneath the mask remained unchanged. Fear and surprise were emotions reserved for the weak. His task was analysis and response. He pressed down on the joystick without uttering a word. In an instant, several nozzles extended from the underside of the aircraft, unleashing a dense plume of green tranquilizer gas towards Terrell. It was potent enough to render an elephant unconscious in 3 seconds. Simultaneously, a high-voltage electric net, crackling with blue arcs, descended upon Terrell like a predatory serpent. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Terrell couldn't be bothered to evade. He merely ceased to breathe. The gas was nothing more than ordinary mist to him. As he observed the electric net approaching, he found it somewhat amusing. He extended a hand, casually swiping it aside. With a crackle, the net, capable of incapacitating an entire squad, erupted in a blinding flash of electricity the moment his palm made contact. Like fragile paper, it was effortlessly cleaved in two. The blue arcs danced briefly at his fingertips before extinguishing. Is that it? You think you can electrocute me? Terrell scoffed. Disappointment etched across his face. It seemed he had misidentified his target. Was this dark figure truly just an ordinary man? Had that intriguing aura merely been an illusion? He grew impatient with the futile game of hide and seek. His figure flickered in the air, appearing directly beside the right wing of the Batplane. He reached out with his right hand and seized the wing, crafted from a special alloy. A cacophony of metal twisting echoed through the night. Terrell's arm muscles bulged slightly. The high-speed Batplane was gripped firmly in a single hand. The aircraft came to an abrupt halt. Inside the cockpit, all the instruments went haywire. The overload alarms threatened to explode. Bruce was forcefully pinned against his seat by tremendous inertia. He gazed out at the figure that had single-handedly halted the aircraft mid-flight. Was this the monster that Kara and the others had faced? It turned out that human technology was utterly feeble in the face of absolute power. No. Bruce forced a word through clenched teeth. The technology isn't at fault. It's merely that my technology is insufficiently robust. Just as the aircraft was on the verge of structural failure and disintegration, Bruce's hand slammed down on the red button beside his seat. Boom. The cockpit canopy exploded. A massive thrust propelled him and the seat into the sky. Terrell released his grip, watching as the Batplane, trailing black smoke and spinning towards the ground, shook his head. Too fragile. He looked up at the shadows soaring through the sky, black cape unfurling as it glided towards the rooftop of a distant building. Well, perhaps this is somewhat entertaining. At least the escape looks impressive. His figure vanished once more. As Bruce landed atop Wayne Tower, barely steadying himself, a gentle breeze brushed by. Terrell was already standing before him, less than 3 meters apart. You run quite swiftly. Terrell crossed his arms, surveying Batman with a condescending posture. You are weak, too weak to warrant my efforts. He wore a smirk of unabashed disdain. However, I am curious. What is that intriguing aura emanating from you? Bruce remained silent. Standing still like a statue melded into the night. The night wind rustled his black cape, creating a haunting sound. He did not respond to Terrell's inquiry, nor did he make any aggressive moves. Slowly, he raised his right hand toward the utility belt at his waist. Within a lead-line compartment lay his last resort, prepared for a certain friend. Observing his movements, Terrell raised an eyebrow. Still wishing to resist? How amusing. I'm keen to see what this feeble human has in store. Bruce's fingers pressed lightly against a heavy lead box. Click. A soft sound echoed as the lid popped open. An eerie, ominous green glow emanated from within the box, illuminating the tightly drawn contours of Bruce's jaw beneath the mask. It also lit Terrell's puzzled face. He stared at the glowing green stone, tilting his head in confusion, and posed a question that momentarily left Bruce stunned. What does it mean when you present me with a glowing stone? Chapter 9. A Kryptonian unfazed by Kryptonite? Bruce's new realization. Bruce felt as though his worldview was shattering. He watched Terrell, seemingly unfazed, Gaze at the kryptonite as it slowly descended before him. This is impossible. Bruce's voice emerged from the voice modulator. All Kryptonians are allergic to kryptonite. Terrell tilted his head, extending 2 fingers to delicately extract the kryptonite from the lead box. As if plucking candy. Kryptonite. Oh, is that the stone that turns my cousin into a weakling? He held the green stone at his fingertips, curiously pinching it. With a soft pop, the hard kryptonite crumbled into shimmering green powder. Bruce's eye twitched involuntarily. He spent $30 million procuring 99 pure kryptonite from the black market, and it was reduced to dust just like that. Terrell exhaled, dispersing the powder in his hand, and innocently inquired, "It looks rather appealing, but it's not edible, is it?" Bruce silently closed the now empty lead box, feeling as though his mind required a reboot. A Kryptonian unafraid of kryptonite? This utterly upended all his preconceived notions and preparations. "Are you truly a Kryptonian?" Bruce could not help but ask. "A Kryptonian? Of course, I am," Terrell replied, stroking his chin with a self-satisfied grin. "However, I believe I differ quite significantly from my cousin Kara. He appears far too gentle." Gentle? Bruce recalled Superman's perpetually smiling visage, his lips twitching. If Clark could be deemed gentle, then this individual before him was a quintessential embodiment of violence. Terrell yawned and stretched, fixing his gaze upon Bruce with an air of intimidation. "Is this how you choose to welcome me? I am thoroughly disappointed, Batman. I have heard you are the most intelligent among humans. You must know where to find an opponent who can truly entertain me. Now enlighten me, or I shall turn Gotham City into my new plaything." "Very well." Bruce paused for a moment, his deep voice resonating in the night breeze. "I know of a place filled with formidable beings." The dull gleam in Terrell's eyes reignited with excitement. "Formidable? How formidable?" Observing his enthusiastic expression, Bruce calculated his options. Since confronting this monster was not feasible, he would divert him to a place that could potentially drain his energy, regardless of whether it was controllable or not. "Very formidable." Bruce's voice carried a seductive quality. "It houses the most dangerous criminals in the world, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Moreover," he intentionally paused, "they are all eager to vent their pent-up fury." Terrell's eyes sparkled. "That sounds rather enticing. Where is it?" "Belle Reve Prison." Terrell scoffed. "A prison for criminals? Are you attempting to use me as a pawn, or are you leading me there to have those powerful beings wear me down?" He leaned closer to Bruce, locking eyes with him. "Your little scheme is amusing. However, I accept, for you are correct. I do indeed require some amusement. But you had best pray that those criminals can satisfy me." Meanwhile, at Belle Reve Prison in Louisiana, Amanda Waller sat in the control room, observing the screens that displayed the incarcerated supervillains. Killer Croc was doing push-ups in his cell, Captain Boomerang was playing cards, Harley Quinn was singing off-key, and Deadshot was polishing his weapons. Everything appeared calm, too calm. Waller furrowed her brow, an unsettling feeling creeping in that something ominous was about to unfold. Just then, her encrypted communicator buzzed. "Waller, I'm sending you a new sparring partner from Task Force X," came Batman's deep voice over the communicator. "Good luck." Waller's expression darkened. Batman was reaching out to her, and in such a tone, it could not bode well. "What sparring partner? What are you talking about?" But the communicator fell silent. Waller stared at the device in her hand, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Meanwhile, above Gotham City, Terrell, having listened to Bruce's introduction, was nearly bouncing with excitement. Hell's Gate? That sounds like quite the challenge. What abilities do those criminals possess? Bruce pondered for a moment before beginning his explanation. Killer Croc possesses skin and strength akin to that of a crocodile. Captain Boomerang, an Australian, excels at utilizing various boomerangs. Deadshot, the world's top assassin, has perfect aim. And then there's Harley Quinn. "Wait, Harley Quinn," Terrell interrupted. "Is she a woman?" "Yes, the Joker's former girlfriend, a psychiatrist turned madwoman," Bruce succinctly clarified. Terrell stroked his chin. "A madwoman, you say? Sounds rather intriguing. Is she strong?" Bruce reflected on Harley's outrageous antics and nodded. "In a certain sense, yes. She is quite formidable." "Excellent. It's settled then." Terrell clapped his hands. "Which direction is that prison?" Bruce pointed southward. "Louisiana, it should take about." Before he could finish, Terrell had already vanished from sight, leaving behind a streak of white light racing through the night sky towards the south. After Terrell's departure, Bruce's expression turned grave and weary. He pressed the communicator, his voice hoarse and serious. "Waller, listen closely. A threat I cannot handle is heading your way. I don't know what he is, but he is immune to kryptonite. I disclosed the location of Belle Reve to him. It's the only way I could think of to delay him. He understands my intentions, yet he accepted. Furthermore," Bruce gazed at the receding white light in the night sky. "Activate all your surveillance equipment. We need every bit of data on him." "Waller, We may be facing a being far beyond our comprehension. Good luck. An irate roar emanated from the other end of the communicator. Bruce Wayne, you bastard. What on earth have you sent my way? But Bruce had already terminated the call. He turned towards the edge of the rooftop, preparing to return to the Batcave. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Meanwhile, above Louisiana, a white streak sped towards Belle Reve prison at supersonic speed, with Terrell wearing an exhilarated smile. This sounds like quite the challenge. I hope those fellows do not disappoint me. Suddenly, the alarm system at Belle Reve prison blared. Red warning lights began to flash erratically. Warning: an unidentified flying object is approaching at high speed. Estimated time of arrival, 3 minutes. Waller stared at the rapidly approaching light on the radar screen, her face pale. All personnel, initiate Level 1 alert. Activate prison defense systems. And connect me to the cells of Task Force X. Inform those bastards that a bigger bastard is coming to play. Chapter 10. Afoot to shatter Belle Reve. Above the swamps of Louisiana, the clouds were rent asunder. A piercing whistle sliced through the air. The sky itself was breached by this luminous streak. Terrell hovered directly above Belle Reve prison, gazing downward. The isolation of the prison resembled a steel-cast turtle shell. Countless faint and chaotic presences emanated from within. Terrell's perception swept across the entire prison, and his expectant expression gradually morphed into cold indifference. Is this the so-called den of the most vicious on this planet? A collection of pathetic beings caged like animals? He muttered to himself, Batman, either you know nothing of true power, or you are simply wasting my time. And the price of wasting my time, you had best be able to afford. In the central control room of Belle Reve prison, the blaring alarm echoed throughout the chamber. On the screens, a red dot representing an unknown target was barreling toward them at a terrifying speed from the direction of Gotham. Then, under the incredulous gaze of all radar operators, that red dot suddenly transitioned from supersonic to a complete halt, precisely hovering above the prison. Amanda Waller extinguished her cigar, leaning back in the command chair. Her ample figure showed no signs of tension. Just 30 seconds prior, she had received a communication from that dark figure, sending you a sparring partner. Waller's lips curled into a cold smirk. Yet another riddle-like provocation. She was eager to see what little toy Batman had dispatched this time. The target had been locked in. Identity, unknown. Threat level, unknown. The technician's report echoed in her ears. Waller tilted her chin, her tone brooking no dissent. Bring him down. The order was issued. The launch pad, camouflaged as swamp vegetation around the prison, silently slid open. 12 surface-to-air Sidewinder missiles trailed white smoke, hurtling towards the black dot in the sky. Simultaneously, the dense array of Vulcan cannons atop the prison began to rotate and warm up. The barrels emitted a low, buzzing hum. Moments later, a chain of fire composed of thousands of depleted uranium rounds lashed out at the target like a glowing whip. Further away, the electromagnetic railgun battery completed its charging cycle. A visible blue arc flickered and vanished. An alloy projectile was silently launched at speeds exceeding several times the speed of sound. A death net woven from modern firepower enveloped Terrell. Waller lifted her coffee cup, savoring a slow sip. She could already envision the intruder being torn to shreds. No one would dare challenge her authority at this gate to hell. Boom! A massive fireball erupted in the sky. The searing white light even caused the swamp's surface to bubble. Everyone in the control room exhaled in relief. Under such overwhelming firepower, even Superman would be rendered vulnerable. Waller gazed at the slowly dissipating flames on the screen, her expression one of vindication. On a watchtower, a guard leaned against the railing, cigarette in mouth. He had just witnessed the grand spectacle of fireworks. Yet another fool unaware of his limitations, he chuckled, blowing out a smoke ring. But in the next instant, his smile froze. The cigarette slipped from the corner of his mouth, tumbling to the ground. From within that orange-red explosion, a figure emerged unscathed. He strolled leisurely, as if in his own backyard. The shrapnel and shockwaves capable of breaching a tank had not even grazed his clothing. Terrell brushed off the dust from his attire. He cast a glance at the turrets below, which were utterly ineffective against him, feeling somewhat bored. Was this the welcoming ceremony of Earthlings? Quite the enthusiasm. In the central control room, everyone fixated on the clear image on the main screen. Waller's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze midair. The muscles in her face twitched uncontrollably. B-plan, she spat through clenched teeth. Initiate full lockdown of the prison immediately. Release the neurotoxin in Sector A7. Waller's breath quickened. The alarm blared anew with urgency. Heavy alloy blast doors descended from all directions. Accompanied by a deep rumble, the entire Belle Reve prison was sealed off, transformed into a veritable tin can. Simultaneously, a colorless, odorless gas, specifically targeting the nervous systems of superpowered beings, began to permeate the prison's upper levels. Terrell descended slowly onto the roof of the main prison building. He detected a peculiar scent in the air, reminiscent of stale saliva, which made him uncomfortable. Terrell frowned. He could not be bothered to use his powers for defense. He merely ceased to breathe. This gas, capable of incapacitating a full-grown blue whale in 3 seconds, was no different from normal air for him. He surveyed the 5-meter-thick reinforced concrete roof beneath his feet, then glanced at the thoroughly sealed corridors blocked by alloy doors. Finding an entrance was such a hassle, he mused. He raised his foot and gently stomped down. Only a dull, thunderous sound resonated. Boom. Waller and everyone in the control room felt a pressure in their chests. The image on the screen shook violently. Next, they witnessed an unforgettable sight. The prison roof, touted as resistant to underground missiles, was forcibly stamped with a perfectly circular hole exceeding 10 meters in diameter. The edges of the opening were smooth, with countless steel bars and concrete collapsing inward, yet there were no signs of an outward explosion. Terrell's silhouette, bathed in the moonlight streaming through the opening, floated down slowly. In Area A of the prison, the public activity zone, hundreds of violent offenders from around the globe were agitated by the recent alarm. They shouted, cursed, and slammed their bodies against the alloy railings. Suddenly, boom. The ceiling above them vanished entirely. A man descended from the sky. All the inmates were stunned, gazing up at the figure suspended in midair, illuminated by the cool moonlight streaming through the breach. The entire block fell into an eerie silence. Terrell surveyed his surroundings, sensing the faint breaths of the inmates and the mingled madness and malice within them. His expression shifted from curiosity to unabashed disappointment. Is this it? We're the strong ones Batman spoke of. As his words faded, from the crowd of inmates emerged a colossal figure, nearly 3 meters tall, muscles bulging like a beast. His eyes glinted with ferocity. He was the king of this place, known as the Bone Breaker. He perceived this as a prime opportunity to cement his reputation. If he could eliminate this pretentious intruder, he would solidify his status within the gates of hell. Die, kid! Bone Breaker roared, his voice resonating like a beast. The concrete beneath him cracked as he charged at Terrell with all his might. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, whipped up a gust of wind as it aimed mercilessly for the unsuspecting back of Terrell's head. Chapter 11. Harley Quinn screamed, "This man is cooler than the Joker." Bonebreaker's fist, propelled by ferocious wind, bore down upon Terrell's unprotected head. The inmates in the prison exhibited glimmers of excitement and cruelty in their eyes, envisioning the moment the intruder's skull would splatter. However, the fist halted. Just a mere centimeter from Terrell's head, a finger, an utterly unremarkable index finger, extended casually from behind Terrell, perfectly positioned to halt Bonebreaker's colossal fist. The wind ceased. Silence enveloped the space. Time seemed to have been paused. Bonebreaker's fierce expression froze. All his strength, enough to crush a small car, surged forth, yet that one finger remained unmoved. Meanwhile, deep within Belle Reve prison, in a specially designed observation room, members of the X-Team were watching the events unfold in Area A through a massive one-way bulletproof glass. Oh, this is going to be good. A woman with pigtails, chewing bubblegum, exclaimed as she excitedly tapped the glass. She was Harley Quinn. Beside her, a burly man with skin resembling that of a crocodile let out a low growl. He was Killer Croc. In the corner, a man clad in a trench coat, toying with a boomerang, nervously licked his lips. He was Captain Boomerang. Standing at the forefront was a man wearing a tactical mask, his expression calm. Floyd Lawton, codenamed Deadshot. His right eye was covered with a high-tech tactical visor. The instant Bonebreaker threw his punch, data rapidly scrolled across the visor. Target, Bonebreaker. Strength assessment, peak punch power 53 tons. Speed assessment, 12 ms. Upon witnessing that solitary finger, the analysis system of the eyepiece was instantaneously overwhelmed, producing a cacophony of garbled signals. Freud's mind momentarily faltered as well. A staggering force of 53 tons had been halted by a mere finger. The other party didn't even turn their head. This indicated that the finger, and indeed, the entirety of that individual's physique, possessed a structural density and strength that surpassed any metal within his comprehension. What manner of beast is this? Within the confines of the prison district, Terrell finally sensed the disturbances behind him. He was somewhat vexed. "Do not disturb me." Pressing his index finger against his clenched fist, he gently bent it forward and then flicked it. The motion was casual, akin to swatting away a fly. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The colossal form of the Bonebreaker was sent hurtling backwards at 3 times the speed at which it had charged. Boom! 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 5 consecutive thunderous sounds echoed. His towering, 2-meter frame crashed through 5 reinforced alloy walls designed to isolate the prison area. Like a lump of mud, he was embedded deep within the primary load-bearing wall of the prison. The wall bore the imprint of a human-sized gaping hole. The bonebreaker hung there, his limbs contorted at unnatural angles, utterly silent. The entire area fell into a profound stillness once more. All the inmates gaped, their mouths agape, fixated on the 5 massive breaches in the walls, as well as on the man who had merely extended a finger throughout the entire ordeal. In the observation room, Harley Quinn's bubblegum popped with a sharp snap. She pressed her entire face against the bulletproof glass, her cerulean eyes sparkling with a myriad of twinkling stars. "Wow," she exclaimed dramatically. "This is 1,000 times cooler than little pudding smashing someone with a hammer." Harley turned her head, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "I like him." Beside her, Captain Boomerang swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. He felt he might wet himself. In the central control room, Amanda Waller fixed her gaze intently on the main screen. Her hand, clutching the coffee cup, trembled slightly. The cup clinked against the saucer, producing a crisp sound. Her pride and joy. The gates of hell, crafted with countless resources and funds to be the most impregnable prison in the world, seemed as fragile as a paper toy before that man. The roof had been punctured by a single foot. The mightiest of prisoners had been sent flying by a mere flick of a finger. This overwhelming sense of chaos caused cold sweat to trickle down Waller's spine for the first time. She felt humiliation, and more acutely, a long-buried fear. With a sudden motion, Waller slammed the coffee cup onto the console, splattering coffee everywhere. She suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within her and barked into her earpiece. Her voice laced with restrained fury. "Task Force X. All units mobilize. Command, capture the intruder alive. Repeat, capture alive." Her words reverberated through the encrypted channel, reaching every squad member with clarity. "Remember, the bombs in your necks are not mere decorations." In Area A, Terrell had disposed of the fly and finally felt a semblance of peace. He flexed his fingers, feeling somewhat bored. Just then, he detected several new presences. They were slightly stronger than the previous rabble. They were approaching rapidly from various directions. Terrell's gaze penetrated the layers of walls and ceilings. A grin spread across his face. Finally, a few decent hors d'oeuvres had arrived. He was disinclined to play hide-and-seek with these appetizers in such a cramped tin can. Terrell's body began to rise slightly. In the next instant, he transformed into a white streak, soaring skyward, directly through the massive circular hole he had just created. He hovered above the central square of Belle Reve prison, basking in the cool moonlight like an audience awaiting a performer's entrance. Creak, surrounding the square. 4 heavy alloy gates slowly ascended simultaneously. The Deadshot stepped out from the eastern gate, inspecting the wrist-mounted cannon as he walked. Harley Quinn bounded out from the southern gate, a baseball bat in hand, humming an off-key tune. Captain Boomerang cautiously peeked from the shadows of the western gate, his gaze darting about. From the northern gate came the heavy footfalls and labored breaths of Killer Croc, whose immense form exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The 4 emerged from different directions, encircling the open space in the center of the square. They all simultaneously looked up at the figure suspended in midair. Terrell's gaze swept over the 4, as if selecting goods at a market. Eventually, his attention settled on Deadshot, whose body bore the strongest scent of gunpowder. Terrell beckoned him with a finger. "You. Fire your weapon. This is the only opportunity in your life to shoot at me." The eyes behind Deadshot's mask turned cold. He was the world's foremost assassin. Countless had perished under his gun, yet never had anyone dared to provoke him in such a manner. Floyd Lawton raised his wrist. The dark barrel aimed squarely at Terrell's brow. He spoke not a word of idle chatter. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh. A depleted uranium armor-piercing round, modified by his own hands to pierce tank armor from 3,000 meters away, tore through the air, spiraling towards Terrell's forehead. Chapter 12. I stand here for you to shoot. Can you hit me? Deadshot's armor-piercing round sliced through the air, spiraling towards Terrell's brow under the watchful gaze of all. The bullet, capable of penetrating tank armor, came to an abrupt halt, suspended less than a centimeter from Terrell's forehead. 2 fingers, seemingly unremarkable, his index and middle, effortlessly pinched the high-velocity projectile. The friction between his fingertips and the bullet produced dazzling sparks. Deadshot's tactical visor exploded in crimson, data spiraling wildly before crashing entirely. Error. Error. Violation of physical laws. Bullet kinetic energy, zeroed. Time, 0.001 seconds. Deadshot's mind also faltered. He watched in disbelief as Terrell inspected the molten, deformed bullet he had plucked from the air. Terrell shook his head and flicked his finger. The bullet instantly ricocheted back at 10 times its original speed. Whoosh. The bullet grazed Deadshot's cheek, leaving a trail of blood, then crashed heavily against the watchtower behind him. Boom. The entire 3-story steel and concrete watchtower was obliterated in an instant. Deadshot touched the blood on his cheek, cold sweat instantly soaking his combat suit. Had that been off by a centimeter, his head would have been gone. Impossible. Deadshot had completely lost his mind. His dual wrist-mounted submachine guns fired simultaneously, the sniper rifle behind him automatically locking onto its target. Tracers, explosive rounds, freezing rounds, electromagnetic rounds, various specialized bullets formed a metallic storm, completely enveloping Terrell. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The gunfire roared like thunder, illuminating the entire square. In the observation room, Harley excitedly clapped against the glass. Wow, fireworks show, she shrieked, prettier than little pudding bombs. Killer Croc emitted a low growl. Captain Boomerang nervously licked his lips. Meanwhile, in the central control room, Waller fixed her gaze on the screen, her knuckles whitening from the force with which she clenched her fists. This was Deadshot unleashing his full firepower, capable of leveling an entire block in 3 seconds. If this fails, then there truly is no hope. As the smoke dissipated, Terrell stood unscathed, enveloped in a faint white aura. All bullets, upon nearing within a meter of his body, appeared to collide with an invisible barrier, warping, melting, and ultimately falling helplessly to the ground, never even grazing the hem of his attire. Is that all? Terrell scoffed disdainfully. I expected you to be more formidable. The death marksman's hands began to tremble. The firearms he once prided himself on felt like mere toys in the presence of his adversary. At that moment, a flash of silver darted through the shadows. Captain Boomerang. George seized the opportunity amidst the smoke to launch his most prized rapid explosion boomerang. The boomerang traced a peculiar arc, silently maneuvering behind Terrell. Die! George snarled through clenched teeth. This was his ultimate technique, one that had never missed its mark. Without so much as a glance, Terrell reached back and deftly caught the rapidly spinning boomerang in his hand. Crack! The boomerang ceased its rotation at once. Casting a casual glance, Terrell tossed it back. Whoosh! The boomerang transformed into an invisible phantom, instantly severing the joints of George's combat suit, pinning him in a spread eagle position against the wall. The immense force rendered him immobile, yet inflicted no harm. George, in terror, realized that all his strength had seemingly been siphoned away, leaving him suspended like a specimen, unable to even emit a scream. In the central control room, Waller's face darkened to a shade reminiscent of a charred pot. Her proud ace was reduced to a mere jester before her opponent. The humiliation and helplessness made her tremble, as she experienced pure despair for the first time. Damn, damn, damn. She pounded her fist onto the console, shattering the nearby coffee cup into fragments. Terrell brushed off his hands as though merely dusting away some debris. His gaze shifted to the remaining two. One, the drooling and eager Harley Quinn, and the other, the massive and low-growling Killer Croc. You, he pointed at Killer Croc, possessed considerable strength. This vague assessment infuriated Killer Croc. Roar! He unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the concrete beneath him to crack. His colossal form charged toward Terrell like a heavy tank, mouth agape, ready to crush steel. I will tear you apart. Rage ignited in Killer Croc's eyes. He intended to show this arrogant fool what a true monster was. In the observation room, Harley leapt with excitement. The big croc was about to unleash his fury. She cheered, eager for the impending spectacle. The death marksman leaned against the wall, his expression a complex mixture of emotions as he observed this unfolding scene. Having lost all hope, he realized that even his own bullets were useless. What good could Villain's, Killer Croc's, teeth possibly be? Not far away, the pinned Captain Boomerang had completely surrendered his thoughts. Terrell regarded the charging Killer Croc with a look of interest. Oh, he flexed his fingers, as if preparing for some playful engagement. Killer Croc's charge stirred a fierce wind, and the ground trembled beneath his feet. As the gaping maw drew near, glistening teeth catching the moonlight, Terrell extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and precisely pressed against Killer Croc's forehead. Thud! A dull sound rang out, akin to a battering ram striking the base of a divine mountain. Killer Croc's immense form abruptly halted, the momentum creating a gust that merely fluttered Terrell's garments. The ground beneath him fractured spiderweb-like, yet he remained utterly still, his palms steady as a rock. Power requires a more advanced vessel to contain it, Terrell remarked calmly. With a flick of his wrist, an irresistible force surged forth. Killer Croc's towering frame was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a distant watchtower. Just one strike. Struggling to rise, Killer Croc felt as though every bone in his body had fractured, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief and resentment. He had never been so effortlessly defeated. The humiliation drove him nearly to madness. Do you wish to continue? Terrell tilted his head. I could entertain you for a while, as I have nothing else to do. Gritting his teeth, Killer Croc charged once more. This time, he had learned to be clever, avoiding a direct line and attempting to find a chink in Terrell's armor. Alas, in the face of such an absolute disparity in power, skill proved meaningless. Terrell did not even shift his stance. With mere flicks of his hand, he sent Killer Croc flying time and again, as one might swat away an annoying fly. Boring. Terrell shook his head. I thought this would be somewhat entertaining. His gaze fell upon the last remaining opponent, Harley Quinn. She was clapping her hands excitedly, her eyes gleaming with madness. It's your turn, Terrell pointed at her. Madwoman, let me see what you're capable of. Harley grinned widely, revealing her pearly whites. Oh yeah, finally, it's my turn. She hoisted her baseball bat and skipped toward Terrell. I'm quite formidable, you know, she teased. Are you ready to be defeated by me? Terrell surveyed this seemingly deranged woman. A hint of curiosity piqued within him. She possessed no discernible power. Appeared to be an ordinary person. What emboldened her so? Was she truly mad, or did she harbor some unknown trump card? Raising her bat high, Harley swung down toward Terrell's head with all her might. Taste my swing. Chapter 13. Killer Croc becomes a mural. Waller unleashed her ace. Harley's bat soared aloft, the tip slicing through the air. Taste my swing. It was poised to land squarely upon Terrell's head. Roar. An even louder roar than all preceding ones erupted from nearby. It was Killer Croc. Velen Jones emerged once more from the humanoid pit he had created. His bones crackled like popping beans, entirely consumed by a crimson haze. Reason had been utterly devoured by primal instinct. The previous encounter had inflicted upon him an unprecedented humiliation. He yearned to crush this man, to consume him whole. Velen Jones' colossal form surged forward again. This time, he abandoned all superfluous movements. He was a runaway heavy truck. The ground beneath him cracked ominously. Debris and dust swirled around his massive body, forming a gray tide. The target, to shred Terrell to pieces. Terrell's smile vanished, replaced by impatience. He barely acknowledged Harley's bat suspended in midair. He turned to face the oncoming behemoth, not even clenching his fist. He simply lifted his right hand, fingers spread wide. Killer Croc's gaping maw loomed before him, the stench of rancid wind assaulting his senses. The rows of teeth capable of shattering steel glinted ominously. Just as that cavernous mouth was about to close around him, Terrell's palm moved. Slap. It struck Killer Croc's cheek with a resounding crack that echoed across the square. The nearly 1,000-kilogram bulk of Killer Croc was lifted off the ground. The tremendous kinetic energy of his charge was entirely transformed by that single slap into another kind of force. A force that sent his body spinning violently sideways. Like a top mercilessly whipped, he twirled madly in midair. A circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, accompanied by the howling of the wind. It traversed a distance of several dozen meters. Ultimately, a resounding thud echoed, a sound so profoundly deep it resonated through the air. Like a spinning top, it collided forcefully against the specially reinforced alloy wall on the opposite side of the square. The heavy alloy wall buckled inward violently at the point of impact, forming a massive, humanoid indentation. A perfect crocodilian-shaped impression, into which Velen Jones lay sprawled, his limbs splayed out, perfectly embedded within. Every inch of his silhouette was distinctly etched into the wall, resembling a bizarre modern art mural. He remained utterly still. The deathstroke lowered the wrist cannon from his arm. His breath suspended. His tactical visor had long since become a blizzard of static due to overload, yet it was unnecessary. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes. One swift motion had slammed the Killer Croc into the wall. On the western wall, the boomerang captain, pinned in a large X, had forgotten both his screams and his shame. He merely gaped, staring at the freshly minted crocodile mural from a distance. His eyes rolled back, his head tilted, and foam spewed from his mouth as he fainted on the spot. In every corner of the prison, the guards and staff watching this spectacle through surveillance were left in a state of complete shock. Coffee cups slipped from hands, cigarettes fell from lips, and expressions of utter astonishment froze on their faces. This was the Killer Croc, a monster capable of flipping armored vehicles with his bare hands. And yet, he had been transformed into a mural with a mere slap? Was this not the stuff of absurd comic book tales? In the central control room, the technicians behind Amanda Waller were so tense they dared not even breathe. The main screen displayed the crocodilian indentation, glaringly vivid. A soft sound pierced the silence, a thud. It was Harley Quinn. Her baseball bat had fallen to the ground, not out of fear, but in awe. Her cerulean eyes sparkled as if stars were flickering within them. Wow. She clasped her hands together before her chest and began to clap wildly. Clap, 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 clap. The crisp applause rang out starkly in the hushed square. Perfect. Art. Harley leaped, her pigtails arcing joyously through the air. She pointed at the mural on the wall and then at Terror, shrieking in delight. This was undoubtedly the greatest performance in the world. Sweetheart, you are 1,000 times more entertaining than all the villains I know combined. Terror finally cast his gaze upon the only other person still standing in the arena, Harley. He tilted his head, finding this woman peculiar. From her, he sensed no clear intent to fight. There was neither fear, nor anger, nor murderous intent. Only a pure, chaotic energy that burst forth like fireworks, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Was she not afraid of death? Harley completely ignored Terror's scrutinizing gaze. She lifted the hem of her short skirt, performing an exaggerated curtsy as a true lady would, then stood upright and blew a kiss towards Terror. Mwah. Hey, handsome. Her voice oozed sweetness. They have all fallen. Now is it our turn to play? Harley's south eyes curved into crescent moons. I have many delightful games to share, like smashing bones with a hammer. How does that sound? In the control room, Amanda Waller clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deep into her fleshy palms. The sting was felt, yet she remained oblivious. The Task Force X, her meticulously assembled ace squad, had been obliterated in a manner bordering on humiliation. One had been flung away with a mere flick, another pinned to the wall by his own weapon, and yet another transformed into a mural. And then, there was the most troublesome madman of all, openly professing affection to the enemy. Her pride, control, and authority were casually trampled beneath that man's foot, crushed into dust. A searing sense of humiliation ignited within her chest, her eyes reddening with fury. In the square, Terror was intrigued by Harley's unadulterated chaos. He had yet to determine how to deal with this amusingly deranged woman. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled with a slight but heavy vibration. Thud. This tremor was deep and muffled, as if it emanated from the very core of the earth. An ancient, death-laden energy stirred from the depths of Belle Reve prison. The curiosity faded from Terror's face, replaced by a wild smile of intrigue. He murmured to himself, "Oh, it seems there's a big fellow hidden away." Meanwhile, in the central control room, Amanda Waller released her bloodied palm. After a peak of fury came an eerie calm. She approached the control panel. Her face twisted in anger now replaced by an icy composure. She addressed the internal communications channel, issuing her final command. Level 1 lockdown, lifted. The operators were bewildered, unsure of the diabolical intentions of their superior. Waller's voice was as flat as a straight line. Activate. She paused, savoring the weight of the 2 syllables that would herald destruction. Release him under the graveyard protocol. Chapter 14. It's decided. You are the one, Solomon Grundy. In the central control room, Amanda Waller's palm bled. She approached the control panel, her face contorted in rage now eerily tranquil. She commanded through the internal communications channel. Level 1 lockdown, lifted. The operators were bewildered, unable to decipher Waller's cryptic motives. Her voice was devoid of inflection. Activate. She hesitated, as if relishing the impending cataclysm. Release him under the graveyard protocol. Silence fell over the communication channel. Even the sound of breathing vanished. A young technician stood, his face ashen. That thing can't be controlled. Execute the command. Waller's roar sent a piercing screech through the communicator. The technician trembled, slumping back into his chair, his fingers shaking as he pressed the red button. At the same time, in the deepest bowels of Belle Reve prison, a colossal chamber the size of a football field housed a massive cryogenic stasis pod marked with the emblem of the graveyard, emitting a sharp hydraulic hissing noise. Hiss. Dense white mist billowed from the seams of the gate, swiftly engulfing the ground. Blood-red warning lights began to spin on the walls surrounding the pod. Warning, release prohibited. Warning, internal biological threat level. Yet now, no one heeded these alarms. In the square, Terror tilted his head, somewhat bored, observing the manic woman before him, Harley Quinn. Suddenly, the ground began to quake beneath him. Thud, thud, thud. It felt as though a colossal heart beneath the earth had awakened, beating heavily. The boomerang captain, pinned against the western wall, drained of color, began to thrash about in a frenzy, the sound of metal-piercing flesh resonating clearly. No, no, no. That crazy bitch Waller is going to unleash it. He bellowed, his anguished cries echoing across the square. Unleash what? The Deathstroke leaned against the wall, struggling to maintain his balance. He was unfamiliar with the graveyard protocol. Harley Quinn's smile faltered. While not as frantic as the boomerang captain, the madness in her blue eyes dissipated, replaced by an unusual sense of agitation and vigilance. She ceased all her antics, quietly retreating a few steps until her toes kicked against the fallen baseball bat. She muttered a curse under her breath. This was it. The unfortunate soul born on that fateful Monday was about to arrive. This has become utterly unamusing. No sooner had she spoken than the ground in the very center of the square heaved violently, forming a large mound. The specialized concrete surface cracked open with countless fissures. In the next moment, there was no explosion, only a dull, resounding crack. Countless fragments of stone and earth were hurled into the air by an immense force. A shadow emerged from the earth's maw. It was a giant, towering nearly 4 meters high. Its skin bore a ghastly gray hue, reminiscent of a corpse, caked with dirt and dried black clots of blood. Its bulging muscles resembled weathered rock, devoid of vitality. It was clad in a tattered suit, as though it had just been exhumed from a grave. The urban legend, which haunted the nightmares of every inmate in Belle Reve, had come to life. Solomon Grundy. Deathstroke forced himself to stand tall. As a core member of Task Force X, he had access to some of the most classified files. He recalled having seen a segment of top-secret footage personally sealed by Waller during a briefing. In that footage, the creature known as Grundy advanced under the fire of an entire battalion. Tank shells struck him as if they were mere pebbles tossed by a child. With a casual swipe, he reduced a main battle tank to a mere disk of iron. The footage concluded with Waller's handwritten assessment: unkillable, unstoppable. Final solution: permanent containment. Deathstroke felt a chill creep through his limbs. Grundy was impervious to blades and bullets, unafraid of poison or flame, and devoid of pain. He would only follow his instincts, shattering everything in his path. In the central control room, everyone behind Waller cowered against the walls, too terrified to utter a sound. On the main screen, the colossal figure emerging from the ground was enough to render one breathless. Yet, Waller's expression was one of morbid exhilaration. She was indifferent. She no longer cared about the fate of this prison. Pointing at the screen, she barked at her subordinate beside her. Record every datum. I want to discern the limits of this Kryptonian monstrosity. Even if it means erasing Belle Reve from the map, it will be worth it. She wagered all her chips on this table. In the square, Solomon Grundy turned his massive head, bewildered. He spotted Captain Boomerang on the wall, saw Harley, who dared not move, and noticed Deathstroke, who was on high alert. Finally, his gaze settled on the only man still standing in the arena, Terrell. Grundy's primal instincts told him this man was formidable. The energy radiating from Terrell dazzled his perception, marking him as the greatest threat. A raw, instinctual urge to destroy ignited within Grundy's chest. He let out a dry roar, akin to two stones grinding together. Grundy must smash. He took a step forward. Thud, thud. Each footfall sent tremors through the entire square. He charged at Terrell like an out-of-control heavy truck. He raised his fist, larger than a sandbag, ready to deliver a blow powerful enough to collapse a building. The fist hadn't even reached Terrell, yet the terrifying wind generated by it howled through the air. Faced with this onslaught, Terrell finally ceased to appear lethargic. The faint white aura enveloping him gradually receded into his being. The impatience reflected in his eyes, as if regarding them all as mere refuse, dissipated. A glimmer of interest in this new plaything emerged, albeit one whose intellect seemed questionable. As the monstrous fist's wind whipped through his dark hair, Terrell revealed a serious smile, tinged with combativeness. He softly uttered a phrase that resonated clearly in the control room with Waller and echoed across the square to Harley and Deathstroke. This is getting interesting. Grundy's earth-shattering fist was now mere centimeters from Terrell's face. In the next millisecond, that dark-haired man's head would be reduced to a pulp. Terrell moved, raising his right hand. Chapter 15. Little Pudding, step aside. The new sensation makes an entrance. Grundy's fist descended. The wind it generated stinging faces. Should it draw any closer, Terrell's head would surely be obliterated. In the square, Harley and Deathstroke averted their gazes, unwilling to witness the impending doom. In the control room, Waller fixated on the screen, her grip tightening, her smile nearly stretching to her ears. Yet Grundy's fist halted. It simply froze mid-air, held at bay by Terrell's outstretched finger. A gust of invisible wind exploded between them. Behind Terrell, walls and other structures shattered into debris, yet the ground beneath him remained unscathed. Deathstroke whirled around, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Grundy's mind was utterly befuddled. It failed to comprehend what had transpired. It attempted to retract its hand, but found itself immobile. Not only was it unable to withdraw, but it felt as if its entire body was restrained by some unseen force, rendering even its smallest finger inert. That once mighty strength seemed to have vanished in an instant. Terrell regarded the towering behemoth before him with a hint of disappointment, having anticipated a stronger adversary. He raised his other hand and pointed to his temple. Here is for the fool. He then gestured towards Grundy's fist. Here is for brute strength. The tip of Terrell's finger, still pressed against the fist, glimmered with a small white light. Initially no larger than a pinprick, its brilliance was blinding. Terrell's voice remained monotonous. Observe closely. This is how power is wielded. No sooner had he uttered these words than he gently prodded forward with his finger. Pop! A radiant white beam surged into Grundy's fist. Boom, boom, boom. The light coursed down its arm, through its shoulder, and erupted from the center of its chest, leaving behind a fist-sized black hole in the alloy wall several meters behind it. Grundy froze in shock. It lowered its gaze to inspect its shattered fist, then glanced at the smoldering hole in its chest. The most terrifying creature in this prison, the so-called immortal Solomon Grundy, had lost the source of its power. Crash! The giant toppled backward like a felled tree. Its heavy body crashed to the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The square fell silent. On the western wall, the recently revived Captain Boomerang witnessed this scene, his mind momentarily blank, rolling his eyes back and fainting once more. Deathstroke retreated step by step until his back pressed against the wall, finally sliding down to the ground. He gazed at the man standing amidst the dust, swallowing hard. In the central control room, not a single breath was heard. Everyone craned their necks, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. That was Solomon Grundy, a creature that required an army to barely subdue, one that could not be killed, and yet it was felled by a mere glowing fingertip. Amanda Waller's excitement froze in an instant. She stared blankly at the screen, watching her pride and joy, the strongest trump card, sprawled on the ground. Terrell raised his hand, blowing gently on his fingertip as if brushing away dust. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through walls and obstacles, landing squarely on the grim-faced, corpulent woman in the central control room. Amanda Waller. Terrell turned in her direction, parting his lips to offer a fleeting smile. He remained silent, forming the words with his mouth, one by one. Your toy. Not for play. In the square. Snap. Harley Quinn's baseball bat clattered to the ground, through the swirling dust. She gazed vacantly at the man, observing his finger-blowing gesture and his mischievous grin. In the next moment, Harley clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes transforming into two incessantly spinning pink hearts. Oh my God! A shrill scream shattered the silence. This is beyond cool. It's absolutely the universe's most invincible, spiraling explosion of coolness. She bounced around madly, gesturing animatedly towards Terrell. I declare, he is cooler than Little Pudding. No, he is 1,000 times cooler than all the puddings in the world combined. Sisters, I unilaterally declare that I am in love. In the control room, Amanda Waller trembled like a leaf in the wind. The silent mockery was far more painful than 100 direct insults. Pride, anger, and scheming, all of it had morphed into sheer terror. All her trump cards, her years of effort, had become a mere joke beneath that one finger. She attempted to return to her chair, but her legs buckled, sending her crashing to the ground in a heap. No, this cannot be happening. Sitting on the floor, she muttered incessantly. Her subordinates stood frozen in fear, none daring to offer assistance. Waller scrambled to retrieve her phone from the table. Her hands trembled so violently that she dropped it, clattering to the floor. She awkwardly picked it up again and, with shaking fingers, dialed the last number she wanted to call. The phone rang only once before being answered. A man's steady voice came through. Waller? How curious that you would call me. Amanda Waller gasped for breath, her eyes fixed intently on the screen where the man appeared. She forced out between clenched teeth, Nick Fury. I've completely messed up. Now, I'm offering you the most valuable combat footage in Belrev's history in exchange for information. She gestured towards the demon on the screen. What on earth is that thing? Simultaneously, on the other side of the earth, aboard a colossal mothership floating amidst the clouds, a one-eyed man clad in a black eye patch scrutinized the screen before him. There, a dark-haired man had just thrust a muscular man with a crocodile's head into a wall with a single kick. He slowly set down the half-eaten tuna sandwich in his hand, his brow furrowing. What the hell? Chapter 16. The Cosmic Debt King, well-fed and ready to leave. Amidst the ruins of the Sky Prison, Terrell surveyed his surroundings, confirming there were no lingering threats worthy of his attention, before scoffing disdainfully and striding away from the scene. He sought more formidable opponents, while his brother was drawn to another kind of energy on this planet, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a group of prison guards whose souls seemed to have been siphoned away. In Nation City, on the food street, a culinary catastrophe had just unfolded. The entire street appeared as if trampled by an invisible army of monstrous beasts, the air thick with the aroma of food and the lamentations of the vendors. Outside 7 or 8 restaurants, the owners wept collectively, their cries merging into a sorrowful symphony. Police cordoned off the area, surrounding a pile of dishes stacked like a small mountain, taking notes. Each officer's face reflecting the weariness of having worked for 7 days and nights straight. Atop that mountain of dishes, Telroll lay sprawled, arms behind his head, contentedly letting out a satisfied belch. The unprecedented feeling of fulfillment in his belly made him squint his eyes in pleasure. At that moment, a golden-haired figure descended from above, cutting through the air with a rush, landing heavily on the ground and stirring up a wave of air. Kara Zor-El covered her face, feeling the heat radiating from her cheeks, hot enough to cook an egg. It was a mixture of shame and disbelief. Supergirl, one of the police officers, spotting a savior, rushed over. You finally made it. Is this person related to you? He pointed cautiously at Telroll atop the mountain of dishes, careful not to raise his voice lest the gentleman grow hungry again. Kara followed his gesture. Telroll seemed to sense her gaze, waving back at her with a smile brighter than the California sun. Kara felt her blood pressure soar. Through gritted teeth, she managed to force out a smile more grotesque than tears. He's Superman's cousin. Oh, that's fine then. The officer sighed in relief, handing over a bill that was thick as a dictionary. This is his total for the morning. Will you be paying by card or cash? The establishment offers installment plans. Kara glanced down at the dizzying string of zeros on the bill. She quickly calculated in her mind, given her salary as a reporter, it would take her 10 years of not eating or drinking to repay this amount. Her vision darkened, suppressing her rage. Kara soared to the same height as the mountain of dishes, glaring at the man who was patting his belly. Telroll, what on earth are you doing? Telroll slowly sat up, letting out another satisfied belch, regarding her with the gaze one might cast upon a 3-year-old child. I was hungry, so I ate. Is this such a complex matter that it requires explanation, Kara? Kara pointed at the mess below, her voice trembling. But on Earth, you have to pay for food. She painfully produced a black card, an emergency backup provided by Bruce Wayne for apocalyptic scenarios. It now seemed that this meal was indeed her personal doomsday. Telroll's gaze was drawn to the small card. He snatched it away, pinching it between his fingers. Money? Is this fragile toy what you call currency? He regarded Kara with keen interest, and under her desperate stare, he casually rubbed his fingers together. Crack. The card, crafted from a special alloy and theoretically unbreakable, disintegrated into the most basic particles, dissipating into the air without a trace. Utterly meaningless, Telroll concluded, his eyes filled with a condescending air of enlightenment. Power is the only true currency in the universe. It seems you and Kal-El, you sheltered Kryptonians, have forgotten this fundamental law. Kara trembled with fury, her golden hair standing on end as if defying gravity. 2 beams of light, hot enough to melt anything, built up in her eyes, ready to unleash their wrath upon this insufferable rogue. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, a breaking news flash interrupted on the massive screen of a skyscraper beside the street. This is a special report from the Planet Daily. An unidentified giant metal robot is rampaging through downtown Metropolis. Superman has arrived on the scene. The footage switched to show a towering metallic creation over 3 meters high, careening through the city streets like an out-of-control tank, crushing cars beneath its feet as if they were mere toys. A red and blue figure descended like a deity, standing defiantly in its path. It was Clark. However, in the news footage, as Superman approached the metallic being, his body visibly shook, and an expression of extreme pain crossed his face. The metal creature seized this rare opportunity, delivering a devastating punch, glinting with metallic coldness, straight into Superman's chest. Boom. Superman was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several walls before vanishing deep within a building. The camera swiftly zooms in, capturing a close-up of the metallic being's chest. There, embedded prominently, is a massive green crystal, the size of a basketball, radiating an eerie green luminescence. Kryptonite. Upon seeing that verdant stone, Kara's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Clark, overwhelmed with anxiety, she was about to take flight without a second thought when Telroll stepped before her. His gaze fixed coldly on the screen, his tone laden with palpable irritation. Yet again, that accursed glowing stone? He clicked his tongue, his eyes brimming with disdain. It baffles me how you so-called strong ones can repeatedly be ensnared by the same bang. It's utterly disgraceful. Casting a glance at the frantic Kara, he lost all patience. Such a nuisance. Ignoring her entirely, he merely nodded his chin towards the trembling officer, signaling him to hand the bill to Kara. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he transformed into a streak of blinding white light, tearing through the sky, accompanied by a delayed, thunderous crack as he vanished into the horizon. In the sky, only a phrase lingered, echoing in Kara's mind. I'll crush that blaring green bulb. As for these trifles, You may handle them. Chapter 17. Is he also a Kryptonian? Why is Kryptonite ineffective against him? In the heart of Metropolis, the skies were stained gray by the ravages of war. A metallic giant, towering over 3 meters, was mercilessly trampling Superman's chest. The metallic being, John Corbin, wore a kryptonite the size of a basketball, its green glow firmly suppressing Superman. It's over, alien. Corbin's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, imbued with a sense of triumphant glee. Today is your day of reckoning. He raised his colossal metallic fist high, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the city's deity. The world's gaze was fixated on this moment through countless screens. Despair was palpable in the air. Just then, a blinding white streak hurtled towards them, slicing through the sky. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The white streak struck precisely between the metallic giant and Superman. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the impact point. The metal behemoth, weighing several tons, was uncontrollably hurled backward, crashing to the ground in disarray. Dust and debris filled the air. The globally broadcast footage trembled violently from the force of the shock. As the dust began to settle, a figure with dark hair emerged at the center of the massive crater. Tell Roar he has arrived. He did not first regard Superman, but rather cast a dispassionate glance at the colossal metallic being, as if inspecting a tedious toy. The kryptonite embedded in Corbin's chest emitted a deadly green glow that enveloped Tell Roar as well. Clark struggled to lift his head, attempting to issue a warning, but only managed to emit a faint sound. At that moment, Tell Roar slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of the half-kneeling Clark from the corner of his eye. Get lost. What are you? The overlooked metallic man erupted in fury. He cranked the power of the kryptonite core to its maximum. Buzz. A beam of green energy, several times thicker than before, shot towards Tell Roar. The green light consumed him. National City. Kara watched the screen, letting out a piercing scream. No. Gotham, the Batcave. Bruce Wayne stared intently at the screen, his coffee cup creaking under his grip. The eye of the world headquarters. Amanda Waller instinctively leaned back, as if to distance herself from the dread emanating from the destructive green light. LexCorp Tower, penthouse. Lex Luthor held up his wine glass, a knowing smile gracing his face. Another fool falls victim to his masterpiece. As the green glow dissipated, Tell Roar remained unfazed, even his clothing unwrinkled, bathed in the radiation of kryptonite. It was as though he had merely experienced a gentle breeze. He rotated his neck, producing a series of cracks, then murmured to himself, as if stating an irrefutable fact, "Do you think this trinket is of any use to me?" The statement bore no mockery, yet carried a weightier impact than any derision. It unveiled a chilling truth. The greatest weakness of Kryptonians was utterly ineffective against him. The world fell into a hushed silence. Corbin's electronic eye flickered wildly with red error codes, unable to process the information before it. Impossible. This cannot be. Tell Roar finally diverted his attention from his weakened cousin. He turned to face the towering hunk of metal. Slowly, he floated closer. Stop. Don't come any closer. Corbin was gripped by an unprecedented fear, desperately unleashing kryptonite rays at Tell Roar. One after another, the green energy beams relentlessly lashed against Tell Roar's form. Yet, he exhibited no intent to evade. He simply drifted forward, allowing the lethal light to envelop him time and again, only to emerge unscathed. LexCorp Tower. Crack. The wine glass in Lex Luthor's hand slipped to the floor, shattering into pieces. The calm and smile disappeared from his face. His ultimate weapon against gods. His pride, the kryptonite capable of slaying Superman, rendered ineffective before this man. What is this? A Kryptonian. In the plaza, Tell Roar finally stood before the metallic giant. He regarded the iron behemoth, towering above him. Corbin was petrified, frozen in place. Tell Roar extended his right hand. The motion was simple, brutal. Creak. The indestructible alloy chest of the metallic being was effortlessly torn open, creating a gaping hole. Tell Roar's hand plunged directly inside. Then, under the watchful eyes of the world, he extracted the basketball-sized kryptonite, still emitting radiation in wild bursts, devoid of its energy core. The metallic giant ceased its movements, its heavy form crashing to its knees. Tell Roar brought the enormous green crystal to his eyes. He examined it for a moment, as though appraising a work of art. How many jade bracelets could this create? As his words fell, he clenched his fingers tightly. Crack. The kryptonite, regarded by Lex Luthor as a treasure worth a fortune, was ravaged by cracks, racing across its surface. Boom. A muffled sound erupted. In Tell Roar's hands, it was forcefully crushed into a swirling cloud of green powder. A gentle breeze swept through. The material that once embodied Kryptonian nightmares scattered gracefully, dissipating into the air. Like dust blown away from his palm, Tell Roar dispersed the green powder. He glanced at the heap of motionless scrap metal beneath him. A nuisance. With a casual punch, he struck out. Just that unadorned blow. The gigantic form of the metallic man was sent flying, breaking through the clouds, shrinking into a mere speck in everyone's view, ultimately vanishing above the azure stratosphere. Having completed his task, he turned away. As if sensing something, his gaze sharpened, landing precisely on the main camera broadcasting live to the world. On the other side of the lens, a figure was fixated upon him. Thus, Telroar revealed a playful smile. A pure, unadulterated smile, having found a new toy. Chapter 18. You call this a Kryptonian? Luther's worldview shattered, driven mad on the spot. LexCorp Tower, penthouse. The global broadcast signal had been severed. The office lay in a deathly silence. Lex Luthor stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside lay a city in utter disarray. On the screen, the image of the dark-haired man grinning playfully at the camera continues to replay in his mind. This was not a declaration of victory over Superman. Rather, it was a public execution directed at him, Lex Luthor. A raw, unabashed provocation, akin to discovering a new toy. It was the divine-slaying theory he had painstakingly developed over a lifetime, constructed with immense wealth, now effortlessly crushed as one might squash an ant. Crack. Beside him, the mahogany desk worth millions bore a distinct imprint of his fist, the spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. His assistant, Mercy Graves, entered the room. A tablet cradled in her hands, her complexion pale. Boss, the life signal of the metal man, John Corbin, has completely vanished beyond the stratosphere. We've lost all contact. Her voice trembled. Mercy had been with Luthor for many years. She had witnessed his rage, his arrogance, and his meticulous calculations. Yet, she had never seen him in this state. Luthor did not turn around. He merely rasped a voice that seemed to emerge from the depths of his throat. Get out. Mercy froze. Boss, get out. He roared. She flinched, nearly dropping the tablet as fear coursed through her. She dared not utter another word and quickly bowed out of the office, gently closing the door behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, a deafening crash echoed within the office. The mahogany desk, a symbol of his commercial empire, was shattered in two by his fist. Why? Luthor paced frantically in the disordered office. Why did the Kryptonite fail? He rubbed his bald head, his eyes filled with an incomprehensible madness. This is unscientific. My data, my models, all my projections prove that Kryptonite was the ultimate solution. He abruptly halted, staring at the entire wall of his office. There lay his wall of honors, adorned with blueprints of various anti-Superman weapons, intricate models, and data analysis reports from every confrontation with Superman. This was the culmination of his intellect, the fruit of his relentless efforts against that extraterrestrial pretender. He walked over and picked up a golf club from the corner. Bam! He smashed the protective glass of the first designed blueprint into shards. The Godslayer armor? Rubbish. Bam! The Kryptonite energy cannon? Scrap metal. Bam! 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 Like a madman, he swung the club, shattering everything on the wall, obliterating every trace of his past pride. Glass fragments, metal pieces, and paper reports littered the ground until the entire wall stood bare and desolate. Only then did Luthor, panting heavily, come to a stop. He discarded the bent and contorted club and collapsed onto the floor. Around him lay the remnants of the world he had destroyed with his own hands. Silence enveloped the office. After a long while, a low, rumbling laughter emanated from Luthor's throat. Ha ha, ha ha. The laughter grew louder and more frenzied, filled with a morbid exhilaration. I understand now. He leaned against the wall, slowly rising to his feet. The humiliation and rage that had previously consumed him vanished, replaced by a new, dangerously obsessive light. I was not wrong. It was not Kryptonite that failed, nor my theory. He approached the opposite side of the office. Standing before a pristine, white smart writing board, there was an anomalous sample that should not exist. His finger traced a clear line on the board. A Kryptonian without weaknesses. No, he was not entirely Kryptonian. The way he fought, the manner in which he harnessed energy. Luthor's breath quickened, akin to Columbus discovering a new continent. His eyes gleaming with fervor. Killing a god with weaknesses is merely the act of a butcher. But analyzing a god without weaknesses, replicating him, controlling him with trembling hands. He inscribed several bold characters in the center of the whiteboard. Project codename, Prometheus. Below it were several new subtopics. Target individual, Tauro, analysis of energy composition and output patterns. The stability of fusion between unknown gene fragments and Kryptonian genes. Topic 3. How to create an obedient god. In that moment, his research direction underwent a radical transformation, from how to kill Superman to how to possess Tauro. Meanwhile, in downtown Metropolis, Clark Kent had recovered from the effects of kryptonite radiation. He gazed at the chaotic street before him, his emotions in turmoil. He wanted to thank his cousin for saving him. Yet he also wished to scold him for his outrageous display of strength before the world. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Tao dusted off his hands, completely ignoring the fearful, awestruck gazes around him. He approached Clark and scrutinized him from head to toe. "You." Just as Clark was about to speak, Tao clapped him on the shoulder with considerable force. In a tone reminiscent of an elder reprimanding a younger sibling, he lazily remarked, "Kara Zor-El, my dear cousin, next time don't let a glowing little rock trip you up. Your power is greater than I imagined. Don't waste it." With that, he nonchalantly turned to leave. Clark was left speechless, caught off guard by the ambiguous connotation of the remark. Was it approval or mockery? At that moment, Tao passed by the window of a nearby storefront. The television within was urgently broadcasting news, the footage switching to another city, Central City. A recent recording replayed, showcasing a figure clad in red spandex, moving with the speed of a crimson bolt of lightning. He darted between collapsing buildings, rescuing endangered civilians one by one, each movement accompanied by flickering golden sparks. Tao halted in his tracks, his energy senses detecting a unique energy fluctuation within the footage, entirely unlike anything he had encountered before. "This little fellow who only runs around," Tao murmured, his gaze fixed on the red figure on the screen. He had found something new that piqued his interest. At that moment, Kara arrived from National City, landing beside Clark. Observing the unscathed Tao and the chaos surrounding them, her expression mirrored his complexity. "Are you all right, Clark?" "I'm fine, Kara." Suddenly, Tao turned to Clark and Kara. "Cousin, Kara, when shall we have a sparring match? These people seem inferior to you." Chapter 19. The Flash. "I am the fastest man in the world. Who can catch me?" The night sky over Metropolis had returned to tranquility. The blinding white stream of light, along with the pulse of wild energy, had vanished. Only Clark Kent and Kara Zor-El remained, suspended in midair, exchanging glances. Clark raised his hand once more, pressing it to his earpiece. Barry, can you hear me?" Static crackled through the communicator, interspersed with the howling wind. Clearly, Barry Allen's speed was so extraordinary that conventional communication could not establish a stable connection. He certainly couldn't hear. Kara paced restlessly in the air, arms crossed. He better not hear. She ground her teeth. Otherwise, he might treat Central City as the next free buffet. The mere thought of that small mountain formed by hundreds of stacked plates, accompanied by the horrifying bill, sent her temples throbbing. "My credit card." Kara's voice quivered with a hint of tears. "That black card. Unlimited globally. He actually crushed it. Crushed it." In her fury, she stamped her foot, sending invisible ripples through the air beneath her. Observing her indignant cousin, Clark found himself at a loss for words. Anger painted her cheeks with a healthy flush. The blue suit clung tightly to her form due to the abrupt halt, accentuating her youthful curves exquisitely. Especially the S emblem on her chest, representing hope, rose and fell in tandem with her rapid breaths. Clark cleared his throat. "Do not worry, Kara. Wayne Enterprises will handle the bill. It's not about the money." Kara raised her voice, her golden locks sweeping through the air. "It's a matter of principle. He has no sense of family at all." Upon hearing the word family, Clark's expression grew complex. "I'm not concerned about the bill." His voice lowered. "Barry's speed derives from a unique source, connected to a special energy field. And you've sensed the energy of Terrell. It's primal and savage, rife with predatory instincts. I cannot fathom what might transpire when these two entirely opposite energies collide." Kara's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a layer of worry. "So what are we waiting for? Let's go now?" "All right." The night breeze swept through, carrying a chill. They simultaneously gazed toward the direction of Central City, their eyes laden with persistent concern. Meanwhile, in Central City, a red lightning bolt cleaved through the night. Barry Allen reveled in the adrenaline rush. He had just bound 3 jewel thieves with a specially designed rope, hanging them from the flagpole outside the police station. The entire process took 3 seconds. Effortless, delightful. "Big trouble," he heard crackling through his earpiece. "Big trouble?" Barry chuckled, hardly concerned. What trouble could there be? Reverse Flash? Savitar? Or is Grodd up to something again? He mused while planning his next route. First to Jitters for a lightning special, then a caramel macchiato for Iris. Perfect. Just as he hummed a cheerful tune, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon him without warning. Then boom. A deafening explosion reverberated from several blocks away. Barry swiftly pivoted, halting in an instant, and turned towards the sound. In the distance, a skyscraper's glass facade shattered from top to bottom, cascading like sparkling rain. His smile vanished. He looked up. A figure hovered silently in the night sky, hundreds of meters above. No flying apparatus, no magical aura, just suspended in midair. The next moment, Barry transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before the figure. "Hey, buddy." He placed his hands on his hips, adopting his most amicable stance. "Is your flight license expired? You were speeding earlier and damaged public property. The repair costs won't be cheap." The hovering Terrell lowered his head, scanning Barry's red suit and the lightning emblem on his chest, as if appraising an intriguing item. "You are the one who runs very fast?" His voice confirmed this fact in a flat tone. "People usually call me the Flash," Barry shrugged. "One of the founding members of the Justice League. The guardian of Central City, the fastest man in the world. You looking for me? Need an autograph?" Terrell disregarded Barry's jest and instead closed his eyes. He seemed to perceive Barry in a manner beyond mere sight. Moments later, he opened his eyes. "Your energy is quite peculiar. It flows very rapidly, like a chaotic current. However, it is too diffuse, lacking substance." This assessment struck Barry as somewhat offensive. "Listen, I don't care what your energy is. You need to come with me right now to explain your earlier destructive behavior." Terrell chuckled, but it was neither a joyful nor mocking laugh. Rather, it was the amused smile of a hunter who has spotted an intriguing prey. "Explain?" "Sure." He extended a finger, pointing at Barry. "Let's have a fight. If you win, I'll come with you. If you lose," Barry couldn't be bothered to listen to the rest of his sentence. "Sorry, the word lose does not exist in my vocabulary, especially when it comes to speed." Just as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished into thin air. A dazzling red lightning bolt began to whirl around the city, with Terrell at its center. He aimed to demonstrate absolute speed, to intimidate this overconfident individual. The red lightning surged up the tallest building in Central City, lightly tapping the apex, then dove down, trailing a long golden streak across the surface of Central Park's lake. "Did you see that?" Barry's triumphant voice reverberated through the air, reaching Terrell's ears. "Now that's speed." He instinctively glanced back. Behind him, there was no one. "TCH, looks like I've lost him." Barry felt a tinge of boredom and was about to slow down when, without warning, a figure appeared 10 meters ahead of him. It was that same dark-haired man, still with arms crossed, floating in the air, his gaze teasing, as if he had never moved from the spot. The light in Barry's eyes flickered intensely, his heart skipping a beat. He abruptly swerved, the gust of wind caused by his movement toppling a nearby mailbox. To shake off his pursuer, he accelerated, plunging into a pitch-black subway tunnel. In the darkness, only the golden lightning coursing through him illuminated the iron tracks ahead. After traveling several kilometers underground, he was certain he had completely lost that eerie figure. He burst out from another exit, greeting the light of day once more. At the exit stood Terrell, even lazily yawning. "Too slow." Those two words struck Barry like heavy hammers against his heart. This was not merely about speed. He held nothing back now, abandoning any notion of showing off. Barry instantly pushed his speed to an unprecedented limit. Streets, buildings, pedestrians. His entire world lost its concrete form, transforming into flowing ribbons of color. This was the speed at the very edge of the speed force. In this state, time felt nearly frozen for him. He should have felt invulnerable. "Is that all you've got?" Barry felt his worldview crumbling. Frantically, he squeezed every ounce of understanding he had about speed, every insight into the speed force. He aimed to delve into the speed force itself. Only by returning to that realm that belonged to him could he find safety. Ahead, space began to distort, golden rifts appearing out of thin air. They were gateways to the source of speed. Every cell in his body cheered for him, just a fraction faster. And he would. A hand, not particularly robust but warm and dry, casually rested on his right shoulder. Buzz, Barry Allen, who claimed to be the fastest man in the world. He was abruptly halted from a near light-speed sprint. The terrifying kinetic energy capable of shattering a small asteroid lost its outlet in that instant. A thunderous boom resounded. The asphalt road, within 100 meters of him, appeared as though it had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. It fractured inch by inch. Sinister cracks spread wildly, and the uprooted debris was pulverized into dust by the ensuing shockwave. Barry maintained his forward posture, frozen in place. His entire body trembled violently, golden arcs of electricity darting across his skin like a panicked swarm of snakes. Yet, he could not advance an inch. Nor could he escape the seemingly ordinary hand resting upon his shoulder. "Your speed," came the disinterested and disappointed voice of Terrell, echoing from behind him. "Is this all you can do?" Chapter 20. In the depths of despair, the man descends with fury. The pressure on his shoulder felt nothing like a mere hand. It was as if an entire mountain had descended upon him without warning. Barry Allen trembled, striving to resist this overwhelming force. The kinetic energy he took pride in was effortlessly subdued by that hand. The recoil surged along his spine, radiating down to his feet. The asphalt beneath him could no longer bear the strain. Black fissures spread like venomous serpents in all directions. Barry gritted out through clenched teeth. He yearned to break free. Yet that hand remained as immovable as a vice, seemingly welded to his shoulder. Too slow? Terrell's voice resounded in his ear. Flat yet maddeningly disappointing. I have adapted to your speed. The game is over. With that, Terrell's hand on his shoulder began to constrict. An unimaginable grip threatened to crush his collarbone. Is that so? A glint of cunning flickered in Barry's eyes. Buzzing, his body began to vibrate at a high frequency. His figure became blurred, then translucent. Terrell's hand passed through his shoulder without resistance. He grasped at nothing. Phase state. Now's my chance. Barry's form solidified before Terrell once more. He did not retreat. Instead, he twisted his waist, pivoting to gather strength. All the forcibly halted kinetic energy found its perfect outlet at that moment. A powerful uppercut, infused with all his might, was unleashed from an astoundingly acute angle. His fist cleaved through the air, emitting a shrill whistle as it struck Terrell squarely on the jaw. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Terrell's face, which had always worn a playful smile, was propelled upwards by the sheer force. His body was lifted, soaring into the air. Panting heavily, Barry fell to one knee on the ground. He lifted his gaze towards the figure ascending into the sky. A wave of exhilaration washing over him as he savored the thrill of survival. Now you see, I'm not just a sprinter. However, his elation lasted scarcely a second. In midair, Terrell nonchalantly flipped and steadied himself. He glanced down at Barry, his chin unmarred by even the faintest bruise. He even extended his tongue to lick his lips. The glimmer of amusement in his eyes had not diminished. Rather, it intensified, brimming with excitement. Interesting. Come again. Before the words faded, Terrell vanished. Barry's pupils constricted. This was bad. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, vanishing from his previous spot. In the next instant, Terrell reappeared where Barry had just stood. He stomped down, creating a shallow crater over a meter in diameter in the solid ground. Debris flew in all directions. Well dodged. But next time, it may not go so well. Terrell raised his head, his gaze locking onto the red lightning weaving through the cityscape. He smiled, revealing a flash of pristine white teeth, a genuine joy at encountering a worthy opponent. He slightly crouched, and then the ground beneath him collapsed. Like a cannonball, he launched skyward, pursuing that streak of red lightning. A chase of speed and strength had officially commenced beneath the night sky of the city center. Barry pushed his speed to the limit, daring not to hold back in the slightest. Yet, the oppressive sensation trailing him was inescapable. If he could not shake it off, then he would fight back. Barry pivoted abruptly, ceasing his flight and confronting Terrell head-on. His fists became a flurry of shadows. Each strike carried the sound of air being torn apart. He unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Terrell's form, akin to a tempest. Boom, 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 boom. A series of resounding impacts reverberated through the night sky. In just 1 second, Barry had thrown over 1,000 punches, each capable of penetrating a meter-thick steel plate. Yet, with every blow, his heart sank further. For Terrell merely crossed his arms protectively over his chest, withstanding all his assaults. The opponent's body resembled an immovable mountain. Is this all the power you possess? Terrell's voice emerged through the flurry of punches, laced with mockery. Am I merely being tickled? The moment the words escaped his lips, Terrell's crossed arms suddenly uncrossed with ferocity. A shockwave exploded forth, sending Barry stumbling back a step. It was this half-step of distance that allowed Terrell to initiate his counterattack. His fists began to move with alarming speed. Initially, Barry could easily discern Terrell's movements. But soon, Terrell's punching speed escalated at a terrifying rate. 1 punch, 2 punches, 10 punches, 100 punches. The afterimages of his fists transitioned from white to gray, ultimately vanishing into the air. Between them, only the clash of their fists remained, erupting in puffs of white energy. The thunderous explosions melded into one, transforming into a cacophony akin to thunder. The air beneath their feet shattered under the weight of this ferocious exchange. Invisible shockwaves spread outward like a tsunami. Along the streets, the glass facades of towering skyscrapers could no longer withstand the high-frequency vibrations. Crash! The entirety of the district's glass shattered simultaneously. Countless shards fell like a crystalline rain from the heavens. On the ground, car alarms blared incessantly, resonating throughout the city. Barry witnessed it all. He observed the chaos below, the cars tossed about by the shockwaves. He could even envision how tomorrow's headlines would report this battle. He found himself momentarily distracted, even if only for a mere 0.1 seconds. It was ample time for a combat genius like Terrell. During a fight, One mustn't let their gaze wander, Terrell's voice whispered ominously in his ear. Barry's heart raced with alarm. He attempted to retreat. It was too late. A fist penetrated through his impenetrable guard, landing solidly against his chest. Thud. Barry felt as though his sternum had been gently kissed by a freight train. An unstoppable force exploded within his chest, propelling him backward in an elegant arc of crimson. While still airborne, Terrell swiftly closed the distance. He did not throw another punch. Instead, he reached out and seized Barry's descending right ankle. Barry sought to vibrate his body, attempting to re-enter the phase state. However, the excruciating pain emanating from his chest caused a momentary paralysis of the strength within him. Terrell seized this opportunity. His arm muscles bulged as he gripped Barry's ankle, wielding him like a human warhammer. With a fierce motion, he swung downwards towards the ground. A resounding boom erupted, louder than all previous sounds combined. Barry Allen's body was forcefully slammed into the pavement of the city center plaza. The unyielding concrete crumbled like tofu. Centered around him, a gaping pit with a diameter exceeding 10 meters materialized. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward for nearly 100 meters. The entire plaza collapsed. Barry lay at the bottom of the pit, blood gushing from his mouth. His once high-tech red suit now lay in tatters. He struggled, attempting to rise, but every bone in his body was fractured to varying degrees. Terrell descended slowly from the air, standing at the edge of the pit, looking down upon Barry with a gaze that gradually lost its earlier excitement for battle. It seemed to be over. I had thought you would provide me with a longer diversion. At that moment, a voice filled with authority and anger reverberated through the air, echoing throughout the center city. Stop. Chapter 21. Kryptonians clash, a strike that levels half the city. The sky above Center City was torn apart by a thunderous roar. Stop. The force contained within the voice made the very air tremble. A red and blue blur, trailing a long sonic boom, plummeted from the horizon. The speed was astonishing. Clark Kent landed at the edge of the massive pit. The ground beneath him buckled under the impact of his descent, cracks spreading outward. His face, usually adorned with warmth, was now frosted with fury. He initially lowered his gaze to the bottom of the pit, where a red figure was barely recognizable. Then, he slowly raised his head to face Terrell. The compassion and kindness that once filled his blue eyes had vanished completely, leaving only a blaze of righteous anger. Terrell, instead of feeling any tension, grinned broadly. It was the pure exhilaration of a hunter finally encountering a worthy prey. You finally arrived, cousin? Clark offered no response. Any trivialities would be a desecration of his seething rage at this moment. His figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before Terrell, delivering a right straight punch imbued with boundless fury, devoid of any embellishment, aimed directly at Terrell's face. As his fist surged forward, the air compressed and ignited. Terrell's battle instincts were already at their peak the moment Clark disappeared. He did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. With a twist of his waist, he thrust his hip and swung his fist. His movements mirrored those of a well-rehearsed dancer. A fist, equally infused with terrifying power, met Clark's blow head-on. The fists of the two Kryptonians collided fiercely in Center City, producing a sound that was profoundly thunderous. At the point of impact, the air was violently compressed into a visible white mass. That mass existed for merely 1,000th of a second before exploding outward. A devastating shockwave radiated in a perfect circle from the two of them. Along the streets, the already precarious skyscrapers, weakened by the previous battle, crumbled like sandcastles before the onslaught. One after another, they were silently obliterated into debris. The ground beneath the two also cracked under the recoil, sliding them back half a step. The fire of rage in Clark's eyes blazed even brighter. Yet, he forcibly suppressed the urge to continue fighting. Barry still lay in the pit, oblivious to his fate. In a flash, he vanished from his position, only to reappear within the gaping pit. Cautiously, he lifted the blood-soaked, unconscious Barry Allen into his arms. His movements were delicate, fearful that his strength might inflict further harm upon his fragile comrade. At that moment, another graceful figure descended from the horizon. Kara landed beside him. Clark entrusted Barry to her embrace. Throughout this exchange, Terrell merely crossed his arms, observing with keen interest, showing no inclination to intervene. For him, rescuing a toy he had damaged was of no consequence. Barry, Kara exclaimed, gazing at the bloodied, battered flash in her arms, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. She handed Barry over to the police officers arriving in a squad car, sirens blaring. Then, she abruptly looked up. A conflagration of golden flames erupted behind her. She transformed into a golden arrow, furiously darting towards Terrell. Why? Kara demanded, her voice trembling with fury. Barry holds no enmity towards you. Why did you strike him so brutally? Do you wish to kill him? Faced with Kara's accusations, Terrell appeared to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. He exaggeratedly pointed at himself and then gestured towards Barry, now being loaded into an ambulance. Kill him? He scoffed dismissively. Don't be ridiculous, Kara. I merely wanted to see how fast he could run. Unfortunately, he was too fragile for play and broke too easily. He surveyed the city center, utterly flattened by their battle. His gaze swept over Kara and Clark, the blatant derision sharpening the air around them. Weakness is the original sin. You two are no different. Possessing boundless strength, yet restrained by these ants that could be crushed effortlessly. Look at you now. He gestured towards the distant ambulance. For a mere runner, you've all put on this desperate display. You are truly bringing shame to the L name. This statement ignited fury in both Kara and Clark, causing them to tremble with rage. The dangerous red light began to flicker in her beautiful blue eyes. As searing energy coalesced, her heat vision poised to unleash. Just as she was about to explode, a large hand pressed down on her shoulder. It was Clark. His expression had returned to calm. But beneath that calm lay a resolve more terrifying than a raging inferno. He stared at Terrell, speaking each word deliberately. You deem us weak. You believe our guardianship is misguided? Terrell raised an eyebrow, remaining silent and waiting for Clark to continue. 3 days hence, Clark declared with emphasis. At the North Pole of Earth, my territory, we shall engage in a battle. With our fists, we will determine who is right and who is wrong. He proposed a wager. If you win, you may do as you please on Earth, and we shall not interfere. If I win, Clark paused momentarily. You must remain here, and I shall personally teach you what it means to abide by rules. A fight? Upon hearing those words, Terrell lit up with excitement. The almost palpable wild fervor of battle surged from him. Ha! Excellent. This proposal is splendid. Very splendid. He laughed heartily, his aura uncontrollably rising, stirring the winds and clouds. Suddenly, his laughter ceased. He extended a finger, first pointing at Clark, then directing it towards Kara. With an air of undeniable authority, he declared, however, taking them on one by one is far too slow. If we are to fight, both of you should come at me together. He grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his smile radiating an overwhelming arrogance. It's not enough for me to fight. Chapter 22. To subdue him. All it takes is a wager that brings him pleasure. The challenge between Clark and Terrell spread across the globe through the remnants of unscathed footage. Superman was to duel another enigmatic Kryptonian in the Arctic. The news traveled swiftly. Lex Luthor, Superman's arch-nemesis, furiously proclaimed that Kryptonians care nothing for the lives of humans. The internet erupted with excitement and panic alike. Yet, all of this was irrelevant to the few individuals at the heart of the devastation. Clark gazed at his arrogant cousin before surveying the wreckage of Metropolis. His fury had been replaced by a deeper sense of responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain a steady tone. I hope you won't cause any more trouble, Terrell. Terrell rolled his eyes, displaying evident impatience. I get it. Stop fussing like a mother hen, it's annoying. As long as you two can make it enjoyable for me, I'm open to anything. Kara trembled with anger nearby, her golden hair swirling as if caught in an invisible wind, her fiery gaze nearly igniting the air around her. She pointed to the desolate surroundings, her voice low and simmering with suppressed rage. Trouble? Terrell, do you dare call this trouble? Her voice escalated sharply, laced with a palpable murderous intent. This is my city, my people whom I protect. You treat it all like your personal playground. With a single step forward, the ground cracked beneath her feet. You injured Barry, nearly killed him. You reduced millions of homes to rubble. Most importantly, Kara's finger jabbed accusingly at Terrell, her eyes ablaze with pure combativeness. You have utterly disregarded us. I ask you, how do you intend to settle this score? In the face of Kara's wrath, Terrell merely laughed, his expression dripping with contempt. Settle the score? Why would I do that? The weak merely wail beneath the feet of the strong, not demand compensation. This blatant display of the strong's logic ignited Kara's fury to its peak. Clark reached out to restrain the soon-to-erupt Kara, his gaze steady upon Terrell, his eyes deep as the ocean. Are you implying that as long as you are stronger than me, you are exempt from any rules here? Terrell raised an eyebrow, as if amused by a newfound realization. Oh, it seems the so-called strongest isn't entirely foolish. Indeed. Clark nodded, continuing in alignment with Terrell's words. Very well, let us wager. In 3 days, at the Arctic, there shall remain only one of us standing. His tone turned cold and resolute. Should you win, no one on this planet will dare impose rules upon you. You may feast as you wish and strike whom you please. But should you lose? Clark's gaze sharpened suddenly. You will pay for everything that has transpired today. Excellent. Terrell slammed his fist into his palm, producing a resounding thud. his face alight with bloodthirsty excitement. Now that sounds like sense. Let us determine who sets the rules with our fists. I like it. Terrell clapped his thigh in agreement. Delighted as though he had received a new toy. Clark observed his demeanor, a wave of helplessness washing over him once more. He turned to Kara and said, Kara, please escort him back to National City. Kara's expression was one of sheer reluctance. Why must it always be me? I don't want to see that face. It infuriates me at first glance. Clark wore a pleading expression. You're the only one who can keep him in check. Please. With a resigned sigh, Kara reluctantly nodded. Fine. But let me make it clear. If he causes any more destruction, I will not hold back. Clark responded with a weary smile, just as Terrell prepared to follow Kara. A gigantic advertisement screen at the street corner, still illuminated, abruptly broadcasted a news segment. The image displayed a tumultuous, deep blue sea. A muscular man with golden hair, brandishing a trident, rose from the depths. Behind him loomed an army formed of countless bizarre marine creatures. The headline read, The King of Atlantis issues a warning to Terrell. Terrell halted in his tracks, sensing a powerful energy emanating from the depths of the ocean, identical to that of the trident-wielding man. He pointed at the screen, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Hey, cousin, this guy looks like he can hold his own too. How about we hold off on heading to the Arctic for now? Let me first go to the sea and snap that trident of his. Clark and Kara's expressions darkened simultaneously. Absolutely not. They both shouted in unison. Kara yanked Terrell's arm. You behave yourself. 3 days. Just 3 days. If you dare take a dip in the ocean during this time, I will personally drop you in the Mariana Trench for a cupping session. Terrell, begrudgingly pulled along by her, pouted in annoyance. Humph, so stingy. Nevertheless, he followed Kara, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Clark remained behind, gazing at the ravaged city, letting out a deep sigh. These next 3 days would be an excruciatingly long ordeal for the entire world. In the ensuing 3 days, the world fell into a peculiar state of exhilaration and unease. The dual agreement of Superman versus mysterious Kryptonian became the hottest topic globally. Major television networks, news websites, and social media platforms continuously broadcasted related analyses and reports around the clock. In the upper echelons of LexCorp, Lex Luthor observed Terrell's arrogant visage on the screen, a sickly gleam flickering in his eyes. On the whiteboard before him, alongside the Prometheus project, a new line had been added. Target 2, Kal-El. Target 3, Kara Zor-El. He sought not merely Terrell's data, but the information of all Kryptonians. This duel was, to him, a perfectly orchestrated experiment prepared by the gods themselves. Meanwhile, in Belle Reve prison, within the control room that once suffocated Amanda Waller, she was conversing with a virtual projection. The man in the projection, with a stern visage, was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. 3 days from now, in the Arctic, a duel? Fury's voice betrayed no emotion. Indeed, Waller replied, her tone carrying a barely perceptible tremor. I have activated the highest level of satellite surveillance to ensure that all combat data is transmitted with utmost precision. Fury fell silent for a moment. Waller, you must understand. This is not a spectacle. This is a primal clash between two beings capable of annihilating planets. What I seek is not mere data. Fury's singular I seem to pierce through the screen. I desire a resolution that allows us to sleep soundly at night. Cold sweat trickled down Waller's temple. Simultaneously, in the Justice League's Watchtower space station, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Wonder Woman Diana, Batman Bruce Wayne, Aquaman Arthur Curry, Cyborg Victor Stone, and Green Lantern Hal Jordan were all present. Before them, a holographic projection displayed Clark Kent. Bruce's voice was hoarse and grave. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this, Clark? Chapter 23. The Arctic ice cap was shattered by the two of them. This is the only viable solution. Clark replied. It is far better to confine him to a controllable battlefield than to allow him to turn the entire Earth into his playground. But it's 2 against 1. Hal Jordan exclaimed. Superman, this is hardly your style. Is it a tendency of your clan to recruit allies for a brawl? The adversary is him, and thus we must proceed accordingly. Clark's expression was grave. Diana, Arthur, I need you to guard the perimeter of the Arctic Circle. Should the aftermath of the battle exceed the designated area, immediately establish a defensive line and evacuate all life forms. Diana and Arthur exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. Victor, I require you to monitor the global networks to prevent Luthor from seizing the opportunity to cause mischief. Cyborg's electronic eye flickered. Understood. Bruce. Clark turned to Batman. Prepare that device for me. Bruce remained silent. He was acutely aware of what Clark referred to. It was his last resort. The very thing he was most reluctant to employ. Very well. He uttered a single word. Once everything was arranged, Clark closed the communication. He stood alone beneath the vast dome of the Fortress of Solitude. His gaze fell upon the Kryptonian battle suit, similarly emblazoned with the S insignia, which had been specially prepared for Kara. Clark extended his hand, gently caressing the vivid red emblem of hope upon the suit. In 3 days, all would come to a conclusion. Outside National City, atop a towering mountain peak, Kara hovered in midair, arms crossed, her gaze fixed intently upon the figure seated below in a meditative pose. Terrell had chosen a picturesque waterfall as his sanctuary for 3 days. Kara was utterly unconvinced. Did this fellow even possess the capacity for tranquility in his vocabulary? If so, would he have wreaked such havoc in those few places? On the first day, "Hey, Kara," Terrell called out with his eyes closed, not bothering to turn around. A vein in Kara's temple throbbed, and she replied curtly, "What is it?" Terrell's tone was devoid of sincerity. "I'm hungry. Go to that continent in the east and fetch me 1,000 servings of Lanzhou ramen." He paused to add, "Make sure there is plenty of beef, ample noodles, and a generous amount of broth." Kara nearly plummeted from the sky. 1,000 servings? And with extra beef and noodles? Do you take me for a multinational supersonic delivery service? She yearned to incinerate that black head below with her heat vision. Yet, Clark's plea echoed in her mind. "Fine, just wait." Kara gritted her teeth and vanished like a streak of light across the sky. Half an hour later, 1,000 bowls of steaming ramen were neatly arranged on the mountaintop. The aroma wafted through the air. Terrell opened his eyes and glanced around. Efficiency is acceptable. I shall indulge now. He rose slowly, seized a bowl, and began to feast heartily. 2.5 hours later, he burped, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Yet that smile was rather excessively wholesome. Kara's eyes twitched. On the second day, "Kara, what now?" "There's a dish called Brazilian barbecue on that continent to the south. It looks rather enticing. Go and bring me the finest barbecue from their largest city." Kara's fists clenched, forcing a few words through gritted teeth. "You wait." This time, she directly uprooted several barbecue establishments in Rio de Janeiro, whisking away entire kitchens, grills, meats, and chefs alike. The chefs trembled in fear before Terrell. Having done nothing all day but roast meat, terrified that any delay would result in them being consumed by the man before them, Terrell paid them no mind, his focus solely on the towering pile of barbecue before him. On the third day, "Kara, there's something called a Mexican burrito." "Shut up." Kara could no longer endure. She flew to the Arctic and brought back an iceberg, hurling it at him. Terrell didn't even glance back, effortlessly disintegrating the iceberg into a flurry of ice crystals with a wave of energy. "Stingy," he pouted, surprisingly refraining from making further demands. Kara was taken aback. Had he suddenly changed his demeanor? She scrutinized him suspiciously. Terrell had once again closed his eyes, seated motionless upon the boulder before the waterfall. The surrounding air fell into a hushed stillness. The previously rampant and chaotic energy about him began to retract inward. He seemed to merge with the colossal stone beneath him, the cascading waterfall behind him, and the very essence of the world around him. His breathing was deep and steady. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Kara would never have associated this tranquil state with the man who had wielded Barry as a hammer in Central City. This man, whose mind was consumed by combat, had learned to control and even compress his energy. He was conserving strength for the impending battle 3 days hence. A chill crept into Kara's heart. A madman who merely flails his fists is not truly fearsome. A madman who understands how to concentrate all his power into a singular strike is the true terror. Her perception of this man began to shift. The day of the final confrontation. Earth, Arctic. Here, at the edge of the world, lay a pure expanse of white. Terrell had long awaited their arrival. He floated casually in midair, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. In the distance, 2 streaks of light drew near. Clark and Kara halted before him, 100 meters apart. Clark donned a deep blue Kryptonian battle suit, his red cape unfurling motionlessly in the polar winds. His expression was grave as he regarded the figure across from him. Kara had donned the battle suit Clark had prepared for her, her golden hair gleaming vividly against the pristine backdrop. She regarded Terrell, her eyes brimming with scrutiny and caution. The 3 days of tranquility had transformed him. The wild energy had completely dissipated. He stood there as if he were an ordinary man. Yet this was undeniably the most ominous calm before a storm. "Are you here?" Terrell grinned, shattering the silence as he turned his gaze to Clark. "Cousin, that sin about you is rather overpowering." He gestured with his finger, impatiently waving it in front of his nose. Clark said nothing, merely observing him. Terrell tilted his head, seemingly searching for an appropriate term. "Oh, I've got it. The scent of a domesticated animal, raised by humans for too long." Kara's expression shifted instantaneously. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Terrell entirely disregarded her outrage. His gaze fixed on Clark, his smile growing ever broader. I've heard your human father is named Kent. Your powers stem from the House of El. Yet your very essence bears the mark of the Kent lineage. You might as well abandon the name Kal-El and go by Kent-El. It has a nice ring to it. Clark's jaw tightened. The temperature of the air around them began to plummet. Your mother, Martha. Terrell's words pierced the softest core of Clark's being. If she knew you had become so timid in your efforts to protect these fragile ants, would she still want you to be called Superman? His smile was laced with malice. Wouldn't it be better for you to return home and tend to the pigs? These words ignited an inferno within Clark. His blue eyes, emblematic of compassion and kindness, were engulfed by an abyss of cold. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from within him. The entire Arctic ice cap began to tremble violently beneath the weight of his uncontrolled energy. The ice layer beneath his feet, 1,000 meters thick, fissured like a spider web, spreading with astonishing speed in all directions. The thin clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed. Clark. Kara gasped in horror. She had never witnessed such a version of Clark before. Fury, an extreme fury. Clark remained unresponsive. In his eyes, the world had narrowed down to the radiant smile of the dark-haired man before him. In the next instant, Clark's figure vanished from his original position. A terrifying sonic boom tearing through the air, albeit belatedly. With a resolve potent enough to shatter stars, he unleashed a straightforward, yet devastating punch directly aimed at Terrell's face. Now that is more like it. To this, Terrell, far from being startled, erupted into raucous laughter. He too swung a punch, meeting Clark head-on. The fists of the two Kryptonians collided fiercely in the skies above the Arctic. A mere second of silence ensued. Then, a cataclysmic white shockwave detonated, centered around the two combatants. Where the shockwave passed, devastation ensued. Kara steadied herself amidst the chaos. She observed Clark, completely consumed by rage, and then glanced at the maniacal figure relishing the battle. After a brief moment of hesitation, her gaze hardened with determination. When dealing with a madman, there is no need for rules. With a fierce cry, Kara transformed into a streak of golden light, choosing not to confront Terrell head-on, but to strike from his flank instead. Chapter 24. You have crossed the line. Superman's wrath, nuclear annihilation. Kara's fist, propelled by the wind, soared towards Terrell's side. Unfazed by this flanking attack, Terrell retained his arrogant grin. His body bent at an impossible angle backward. Kara's fist barely grazed the tip of his nose, missing its target. What remarkable reflexes! Kara was taken aback, unable to retract her arm in time. Terrell, utilizing his bent posture, unleashed a semicircular kick with his right leg, his heel whistling through the air, striking Kara squarely in the abdomen. Thud! The sound echoed. Kara was sent flying like a kicked football, transforming into a golden meteor that crashed violently into a nearby iceberg 100 meters away. Boom! Half the iceberg collapsed. Clark inhaled sharply, his chest swelling, and then forcefully exhaled towards Terrell's direction. A torrent of icy air erupted forth. The moisture in the air instantly crystallized, freezing everything in its path. Just as Terrell intended to pursue Kara, he was enveloped by this freezing gale. In the blink of an eye, he was encased in a massive block of ice, still maintaining his forward momentum. Clark's figure appeared before the ice block in the next moment. His fist, the size of a cauldron, accompanied by a sonic boom, came crashing down upon Terrell within the ice. Just as Clark's fist was about to make contact with the icy surface, a crisp crack sounded from within the ice block. Countless fine cracks spread from the interior. Boom! A blast of white energy erupted from within Terrell, shattering the thick ice layer. Not a bad move, refreshing. Terrell smirked at Clark, sidestepping easily to evade the forceful blow. Simultaneously, he thrust his knee upward. Clark, unable to defend himself after his punch missed, met the knee squarely in his abdomen. Ugh! Clark let out a muffled groan. His body arched upward from the sheer force, sent hurtling backward. As Terrell prepared to chase him down for an additional strike, a searing red beam shot forth from the shattered iceberg debris below, aimed directly at his back. Kara emerged from the wreckage, having obliterated half the iceberg, suspended in midair. Her eyes glowed with a fierce red light, her anger burning bright. Terrell did not look back. He swung his arm back in response. A solid white shockwave collided with the heat ray in midair. Sizzle! The two energies clashed, producing a harsh screech, the air around them distorted by their power. Gritting her teeth, Kara intensified the output of her heat vision. The red light momentarily overpowered the white. Ha! Now this is fun! Terrell roared with laughter, augmenting his energy output as well. The white shockwave suddenly thickened, forcing the red heat ray back. The overwhelming energy pressed Kara forcefully against the icy surface below. Boom. Kara crashed into the ice, creating a massive crater pinned down by the energy. Terrell maintained his pressure with one hand, ready to taunt her. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. It was Clark. He adjusted his stance and delivered a heavy punch from above, striking Terrell squarely in the back. Thud. Terrell felt a searing pain erupt from his back, his energy output interrupted. He spat blood, crashing onto the ice surface, creating yet another massive crater. The pressure on Kara dissipated instantly, allowing her to soar upward. Clark landed beside her, and they exchanged a grave glance. This guy is more formidable than we anticipated. From the depths of the crater, Terrell wobbled as he ascended. Wiping the blood from his lips, his smile morphed into a more frenzied expression. Well done, cousin. You're far sturdier than that coward who only knows how to run. He understood all too well that Clark's strength surpassed his own. With Kara joining, it was 2 against 1, a battle he could not win. However, that was not his aim. In a flash, he swiftly distanced himself, his hands clasped before his chest. A heart-stopping energy began to coalesce. A tiny point of light appeared in his palms, expanding exponentially within mere seconds. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal white energy sphere, exceeding 10 meters in diameter. The sphere emanated an aura of annihilation, rippling the surrounding space. Clark gazed at the energy sphere, sensing the terrifying power within capable of obliterating this continent. His expression darkened completely. Do you intend to destroy this planet? He roared. Terrell laughed maniacally. If it's to be destroyed, then so be it. It's just a worthless ball. What is so impressive about it? With that, he thrust his arms forward with great force. The massive energy sphere, imbued with an inexorable force of devastation, slowly yet inevitably advanced towards Clark and Kara. Clark gritted his teeth. Without a trace of hesitation, he charged towards the energy sphere. Clark. Kara gasped. Clark did not look back. He braced himself with his shoulders and arms against the immense energy sphere. The ice beneath him cracked inch by inch as he was forced to retreat under the overwhelming pressure. A terrifying stalemate formed in the air. Clark exerted every ounce of strength to protect the world behind him. Terrell poured all his might into witnessing everything before him reduced to ashes. Just as Terrell was about to amplify his energy output once more to completely crush Clark, a golden streak of light, descending at an unimaginable speed from above, caught their attention. It was Kara, having ascended to the stratosphere to absorb solar energy. She radiated a dazzling golden glow. Her figure appeared beside Terrell, and with tremendous force, she struck his left cheek with a punch. Bam! This punch contained all of Kara's fury and the power of the sun. Terrell's head resonated with a dull thud, leaving his mind momentarily blank. The massive energy sphere, having lost control, became wildly unstable. Roar! Clark bellowed, using every ounce of strength to propel the out-of-control energy sphere beyond the atmosphere. In the distant cosmos, that energy sphere detonated with a resounding explosion. A brief white sun appeared in space. On Earth, Terrell plummeted from the sky, crashing straight into the ice surface below. Boom! The ice layer fractured, and he plunged into the frigid, biting waters. Clark and Kara descended slowly. The battle was over. Moments later, Terrell emerged, drenched, from the icy pit. He lay upon the shards of ice, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Yet, astonishingly, he broke into a grin. He fixed his gaze on Clark and, summoning every ounce of strength, uttered fragmented taunts. Not bad. I wonder how many punches your human friend can withstand. Clark's body stiffened. Terrell turned his head again, eyeing Kara, whose face was etched with frost. And you, Kara, what was the name of your friend who runs a company? If I were to capture her, I can only imagine the delightful expression on her face. The air grew thick with tension. The calm on Kara's face evaporated in an instant. In the next moment, her figure materialized before Terrell. Bang! A powerful fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. Terrell's body curled up like a shrimp, and the smile that had begun to form twisted into a grimace. I apologize, Clark. Kara's voice brimmed with uncontainable fury. I can no longer hold back. Clark observed Terrell, hunched over and spitting bile from the force of the blow, yet he did not intervene. Silently, he clenched his fists and stepped forward. Some brothers simply require a comprehensive lesson in mixed martial arts. Chapter 25, Superman Siblings. There's something off about you. In the Fortress of Solitude, outside the medical chamber, Clark and Kara stood side by side, enveloped in silence. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Within the transparent medical pod, the healing liquid emitted a faint green glow. Terrell floated serenely, eyes closed. The grotesque wounds that had once threatened his life had vanished without a trace. Had one not experienced it firsthand, who could fathom that merely 2 days prior, it was they who had reduced this individual to such a state? The memory of that confrontation still felt surreal. Terrell had acted like a madman. Each time he was felled by a powerful blow, he would retaliate with even more irksome taunts, skillfully igniting their rage. Is that all you've got? You call that a fight? Cousin, are you even trying? Have you skipped a meal? And you, Kara, your punches are so weak. My sister-in-law packs more of a punch. His mouth was tougher than his fists. Ultimately, it was Clark who sensed Terrell's life force waning, compelling him to restrain Kara, who was poised to deliver a final strike in her fervor. Remarkably, even as he succumbed into unconsciousness, Terrell managed to laboriously raise a bloodied thumb in their direction. As if to convey that the beating had been quite enjoyable, Kara crossed her arms, knitting her delicate brows in confusion. Is he a bit off in the head? Who actively seeks a beating? Clark shook his head. He turned his gaze towards Terrell in the medical chamber, an unsettling feeling intensifying within him. No, the situation might not be so straightforward. As if on cue, the green light of the medical pod flickered several times, followed by a soft chime as the door slid open. Terrell emerged, stretching as he stepped out. He moved about, cracking his joints, while yawning widely. His bones popped in a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers. He shook his damp black hair and offered a broad smile to the two, whose expressions were a mixture of perplexity and concern. Feeling good, safely out of the pod, Kara's eye twitched involuntarily. This fellow had undoubtedly taken a blow to the head. Yet, in the next instant, both she and Clark's expressions shifted dramatically, just as Terrell exited the pod. A presence more solid and powerful than 3 days prior surged through the air. Though the aura quickly dissipated, the weighty pressure was unmistakable. Clark and Kara exchanged glances, each seeing the unmasked shock reflected in the other's eyes. He's grown stronger? Terrell remained blissfully unaware of their unease. He rubbed his flat stomach and inquired earnestly, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? In the Fortress of Solitude's dining hall, a crisis unprecedented since its construction loomed. Plates were piled high like a small mountain. Terrell sat at the table, devouring his meal at an alarming speed. For the first time in history, the Kryptonian food synthesizer emitted a piercing overload alarm. Alarm! Alarm! The electronic voice of the fortress's AI, Calyx, resonated throughout the dining hall. The food synthesis matrix has reached 107% capacity. Energy core temperature is abnormally elevated. Warning, it is advised to restrict Mr. Terrell's dining privileges immediately. Kara pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling her blood pressure soar. This scene was infuriatingly familiar. Clark could no longer bear it. He approached the table, carefully choosing his words in an attempt at amicable familial discourse. Terrell, we are family. Family should not fight so brutally with one another. On Earth, we have rules we must adhere to. Without lifting his gaze, Terrell continued stuffing his mouth with a large piece of unknown Kryptonian barbecue, interrupting him with a mouthful. Fighting is the best form of communication. He swallowed hard, took a large gulp of water, and let out a satisfied burp, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Then, he regarded Clark and Kara with an evaluative gaze, as if appraising merchandise. Overall, I would rate this family activity an 8 out of 10. Clark, Kara? Terrell raised a finger, launching into his post-battle analysis. The positives. Your attitude was very proactive, especially you, Kara. He pointed at her. You were spirited, landed solid punches, and I like that. However, he shook another finger. The negatives are quite glaring. Your control over your strength was abysmal. The follow-through was utterly lacking. He wore an expression of disappointment, as if lamenting a missed opportunity. You were so close, just a bit more, and I would have been finished off. Not killing me is tantamount to a wasted effort, do you understand? Almost killing me and not killing me are worlds apart. It's a sheer waste of energy and sentiment. He stood up, patting Clark on the shoulder, imparting earnest advice. Next time, be mindful, seize the opportunity, and aim to send me off in one fell swoop. Do not hesitate. The dining hall fell into a profound silence. Clark and Kara were utterly stupefied. They stared at Terrell's face, which was brimming with sincerity, their minds temporarily incapacitated. On the brink of death, recovery, and then becoming stronger? An unfathomable, yet perfectly coherent answer surfaced in Clark's mind. He watched Terrell nodding to himself, affirming his own teachings. And a deep sense of powerlessness washed over him. They had been reduced to mere tools. Tools providing free experience, complete with shipping and after-sales service. Kara evidently grasped the underlying implications as well. She leaned closer to Clark, whispering in a tone only they could hear. It seems we may have helped him level up? Clark closed his eyes in anguish. Not just leveling up. This is akin to giving him a cheat code. Forceful suppression? That's like recharging him. Reasoning? This guy's thought process is on an entirely different wavelength. Just as they were at a loss, questioning their very existence, a satiated Terrell rose with satisfaction. He approached Kara directly, his dark eyes sparkling with renewed anticipation. Kara instinctively took a half-step back, adopting a defensive stance. What do you want? Terrell tilted his head, feigning confusion. Hey, didn't you always say not to let me fight all the time? Kara paused, nodding slightly. Well then, Terrell clapped his hands, revealing an expression that declared him a true little genius. Take me on a tour of this world, he proposed with great enthusiasm. You shall guide me, and I shall revel in the delights. Show me if there are any other amusements on this wretched sphere, aside from the two of you. Clark and Kara were left utterly bewildered by this sudden shift in demeanor. What is going on? Tired of fighting and seeking a different game to play? Chapter 26. Clark exclaimed, I sent my cousin to tend to the fields. Both Clark and Kara stared at each other in disbelief, reading the 4 words in each other's eyes. What is happening? Just a moment ago, this fellow was lamenting his survival with a fierce admonition to ensure they fought to the bitter end. Now, he had dramatically shifted gears, declaring a desire for travel instead of battle. The leap in his thought process left them utterly flabbergasted. Kara crossed her arms, eyeing Terrell with a palpable wariness. What scheme are you concocting now? She had no faith that this individual would suddenly change his nature. Could a man who thrived on combat truly settle down to be a mere backpacker? Ridiculous. I'm not plotting anything, Terrell replied innocently. Did you not say I should refrain from constant fighting? He gestured to Kara and then back to himself. See, I am taking your advice to heart. Now, I wish to experience the peace of your planet. Thus, you must take me on an adventure. His words were delivered with such audacity, as if Kara owed him a tour guide service. Frustrated, Kara gritted her teeth. When did I ever agree to take you out? Besides, why should I be your guide? You obliterated half of Central City and sent Barry to the ICU. I should be grinding you into the ground instead. Oh, you're quite charming, so whatever you say goes. Terrell nodded, then turned to Clark. Cousin, if she won't accompany me, you shall take me. Clark felt a throbbing in his temples and immediately rejected, no. At this, Terrell's gaze turned icy. An invisible pressure enveloped Clark, making him fear a fight was imminent. Refusing me? Terrell took a deliberate step closer. Very well, I shall seek amusement on my own. However, I cannot guarantee that my method of experiencing peace won't result in this city, or the next, vanishing from the map. He grinned menacingly, filled with threat. So, cousin, for the sake of these fragile humans you wish to protect, do arrange an itinerary. Terrell was eager. The Fortress of Solitude was far too desolate. Aside from an AI butler, there was no one to converse with. Having finished his battles, he now sought fresh diversions. Kara scrutinized Terrell, then glanced at Clark, who appeared to have a plan in mind, and sensed a trap. Clark, where are you taking him? Back to Smallville. Clark responded in a hushed tone. To the farm. Kara's eyes widened in shock. Are you insane? You're taking him to Kent Farm? Aren't you worried he might devour Aunt Martha's cornfield? That's the only place we can keep an eye on him. Clark sighed, feeling equally helpless. It's better than letting him roam about aimlessly. At the farm, with my parents there, he'll at least experience a semblance of family warmth. I hope the simple, tranquil atmosphere of Kent Farm can somewhat reform this cousin whose mind is consumed by battle, helping him understand that strength is not solely for destruction. Kara regarded him skeptically. Are you sure it's reform and not merely adding fuel to the fire? She knew Terrell too well to let a war fanatic experience pastoral life. That would be a miracle if all that remained were chicken bones. We must try, Clark sighed. Kara, please, keep this from everyone, especially Bruce and Diana. I don't want them to worry about this. Seeing the exhaustion and desperation etched on Clark's face, Kara finally relented. Fine. She nodded reluctantly. I'll keep it under wraps. But let me make one thing clear. If he dares to cause even the slightest trouble at the farm, don't blame me for tossing him into the sun. Clark could only manage a wry smile and nod in agreement. Smallville, Kansas, a quintessential rural American town. Endless fields, humble homes, and warm sunshine. Everything exuded tranquility. As Clark descended with Terrell onto the Kent Farm's lawn, Terrell's furrowed brow remained unyielding. He surveyed the surroundings, the old wooden barn, the creaking windmill, and the cows leisurely grazing in the fields. Is this it? He asked Clark, bewildered. Embracing the notion of being here, Terrell gazed ahead. Nonetheless, I accept. I am eager to see the home that has rendered you so sentimental. The source of your weakness must be fascinating. He shot Clark a sidelong glance. If I find myself unsated, I shall consume your farm along with those cows. Clark ignored Terrell's complaints and approached the familiar white cottage. A kind-faced woman with graying hair, clad in an apron, emerged from the house, holding a basket of freshly washed apples. Upon seeing Clark, her face lit up with warmth. Clark, you've returned. It was none other than Clark's adoptive mother, Martha Kentucky. Mom. Clark stepped forward and enveloped her in a hearty embrace. Martha patted her son's back before curiously glancing at the dark-haired young man behind him, tall and robust. Yet his countenance bore a wildness that seemed out of place in this serene town. And who might this be? Martha inquired with genuine curiosity. Mom, this is Terrell. Clark introduced. He is my cousin. He just arrived on Earth and is unfamiliar with everything. He will be staying here for a while. Cousin? Martha paused momentarily. Aware of Clark's origins, she understood the implications. Another child from the stars. She set down the basket and approached Terrell with an even warmer smile. Hello, Terrell. Welcome to Earth, and to our home. I am Martha Kent. You may call me Aunt Martha. Terrell regarded the smiling human woman before him, eyeing her outstretched hand marked with the traces of time. He frowned. In his past understanding, there existed only foes and prey. This unfamiliar kindness made him feel slightly uneasy. He did not shake her hand, merely assessed her with a scrutinizing gaze, then used his unique sensitivity to gauge her essence. So weak, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, he could extinguish her with a breath. You are very weak. A gust of wind could topple you, Terrell bluntly concluded. Clark's face darkened immediately. Chapter 27. The voracious eater swiftly consumed a week's worth of provisions. Terrell. Clark's voice was laced with suppressed fury. He anticipated that this individual would utter such hurtful words as his first sentence. Yet Martha did not take offense. She merely blinked in surprise, withdrew her hand, and her smile deepened. Indeed, I am just an ordinary person, so I am quite weak. She gazed at Terrell's perplexed and defiant expression. Her tone as gentle as a spring breeze. However, my dear child, in this household, strength and weakness hold no significance. Are you hungry? Martha's thoughts leapt swiftly. I have just baked an apple pie, accompanied by freshly squeezed milk. The mere mention of food instantly captured Terrell's attention. He patted his well-defined abdominal muscles. For the meager sustenance he had consumed in the solitary fortress had long since dissipated on his journey here. I am famished, he replied candidly. Then let us hasten inside. Martha chuckled, turning to enter the kitchen. Terrell languidly crossed over to follow her into the wooden abode. The furnishings within were simple, even somewhat antiquated, yet meticulously clean, exuding a warmth that spoke of home. Terrell surveyed the surroundings, his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of the enticing aroma lingering in the air. Soon, Martha placed a colossal apple pie and a generous jug of milk upon the dining table. Do take a taste, child. Terrell, with no hesitation, seized a large, steaming piece of apple pie and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, his eyes sparkled with delight. Sweet, warm, imbued with a hint of fruity fragrance. This was an entirely different experience from the synthetic foods he had previously consumed. Delicious, he mumbled in appreciation. Subsequently, the rapidity with which he devoured his meal left Clark and Martha in awe, witnessing what could only be described as a black hole consuming everything in its path. In less than 3 minutes, the sizable pie, sufficient to feed a family for 2 days, had vanished without a trace. He even scraped the plate clean with his fingers, licking them spotless. Then, he lifted the hefty jug of milk and tilted it back, drinking as if he had been parched for 3 days. After finishing, he let out a satisfied belch. Is there more? He asked, his expression brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Martha. Martha stood there in shock, quickly regaining her composure and rushing into the kitchen. For the next half-day, Terrell single-handedly depleted the Kent family's food supplies for the upcoming week. Martha had no choice but to urgently call the town's supermarket, arranging for an entire truckload of provisions to be delivered. When Jonathan Kent, Clark's adoptive father, returned from the fields in his old pickup truck, he was greeted by the sight of his kitchen resembling a robbery scene. And there sat the dark-haired youth at the dining table, surrounded by empty plates. Clark braced himself to explain the situation. Jonathan listened in silence for a long moment. Approaching Terrell, the weathered farmer scrutinized the boy from another world with his wise eyes. Have you had enough to eat, child? Jonathan's voice was steady. Well, I am 7/10 full, Terrell replied honestly. This so-called 7/10 full merely offered a momentary respite to the insatiable demands of his body for energy. Jonathan nodded. In our home, and indeed on this planet, there exists a simple truth. He gestured toward the empty plates on the table. Each morsel of food you consume is something we have earned with our sweat from the land. We call it labor. He regarded Terrell, stating a fact. We welcome guests. But if you wish to stay here, you must contribute commensurate labor. Terrell raised an eyebrow in understanding. This old man was issuing him an ultimatum. Labor? He scoffed, a tone of derision lacing his laughter. You humans consider this inefficient method of energy acquisition to be a principle? Just as Clark was about to speak, Jonathan silenced him with a glance. Jonathan remained calm. It may seem absurd to you, but for us, it is simply a matter of survival. Terrell fell silent, intrigued. He observed Jonathan's calloused hands, and then glanced at Clark's anxious face. Quite interesting. Terrell suddenly smiled, a playful expression gracing his features. I eat when I'm hungry. That is my natural right. As for your rules. He stood up and strolled to the window, gazing out at the expansive fields. Very well. He turned back, his eyes filled with disdain. I shall indulge you in this game of labor for food. However, do not insult me with your sluggish pace. Let me see what is worthy of my effort. The following day, before dawn, Terrell awoke on his own. He stood in the yard, watching as Clark prepared to repair the rusty, collapsing tin shed to the east with a hammer and a box of nails. You intend to use that tool to affix the tin? Terrell remarked, his tone filled with incredulity as if observing some primitive performance. Clark's forehead twitched with frustration. What else would I use? This is how farm work is done. Such low efficiency? Terrell shook his head. In an instant, he appeared beside the roof, single-handedly laying the massive new sheet of tin with ease. Then, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes as two beams, thinner than human hair yet precise in temperature, swept across all the metal joints. A flawless weld appeared, stronger and more aesthetically pleasing than any machine could achieve. Clark stood agape. You can use heat vision? I am a Kryptonian. If you can do it, why can't I? Terrell replied, his expression one of disdain. It's merely about controlling energy output. Is that difficult? Clark. Terrell dusted off his hands and surveyed the next task. What else is there? Speak quickly. Do not waste my time. Clark pointed toward the vast cornfield and the old tractor beside it. Do you see that field? We need to utilize it. Before he could finish, Terrell impatiently interrupted. With that rusty turtle? Will it be done before dark? Having said that, he strode purposefully to the edge of the field. With his feet slightly apart and his body sinking, a visible white aura surged from him, causing the ground beneath to tremble. Huh, he exclaimed, thrusting his hands into the earth, accompanied by the shouts of Ololola. He retreated at an astonishing speed, and wherever he passed, the soil was turned to an incredibly loose state. Even the stubborn stones were reduced to dust under the terrifying vibrations. In just 2 minutes, the once vast land transformed into what resembled a meticulously tended beach. Clark stood at the edge, utterly stunned. He began to deeply question his life choices, pondering the inefficiency of his own labors over the years. Terrell withdrew his hands, the aura dissipating as he admired his handiwork. He turned to Clark, who was still in shock, and snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. All done. Now, bring out everything edible from your home. Chapter 28. Kryptonian Saiyan? Power surge from near death. Clark gazed at the field, unable to utter a single word for a long moment. He approached and knelt, grasping a handful of soil, and was left dumbfounded. The dirt in his hands was fine and soft, each granule evenly aerated, clearly ideal for seed germination. The quality of this plowed land surpassed that of running his tractor back and forth 3 times. He suddenly felt that Kara's previous concerns seemed somewhat excessive. Having this guy work on the farm might actually be quite impressive. The methods were crude, but the results were almost unfairly good. Clark attempted to articulate something while pointing at the field, but ultimately covered his mouth. He felt as if his worldview had been slightly shattered. Is there really a way to cultivate like this? Isn't this far superior to any modern agricultural machinery? What's wrong? Terrell asked, perplexed. Isn't the land plowed? The soil is looser, making sowing more convenient, isn't it? He brushed the dirt from his hands. I consider this a form of training. And I got the work done as well. It's a win-win. You should offer me 2 more dishes. Clark opened his mouth, finally managing to utter, I thank you. He felt as though his blood pressure was akin to a roller coaster, fluctuating erratically. The quarrel between the two attracted the attention of Jonathan and Martha, who came rushing over. Jonathan gazed at the freshly turned soil, his expression somewhat complex. As an experienced farmer, he could immediately discern that the land had been turned exceptionally well, with no faults to be found. He approached Terrell and regarded him calmly. My boy, it seems you have completed your work. Terrell scoffed slightly. Such trivial matters take but a moment. Jonathan nodded, a smile breaking across his face. You have worked swiftly and well. He bent down and took a handful of soil, rubbing it between his fingers. The earth was soft and well aerated, ideal for seedling cultivation. Terrell's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride. Indeed. So what about dinner? Martha has saved you a pie. Jonathan interjected gently. However, Jonathan's tone shifted as he pointed to the immaculate land. Turning the soil is merely the first step. It is akin to a fight. The warm-up is over, and the real performance is about to commence. He pulled a small cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to Terrell. These are this year's corn seeds. The most delicate batch. Terrell took it, weighing it in his hand with a look of confusion. What for? Plant them, Jonathan instructed, pointing at the ground. Using your methods. Sow them. Each seed must be placed in the right position and at the appropriate depth. How difficult can that be? Terrell replied disdainfully, feeling belittled by the old man. He seized a handful of seeds, approached the edge of the field, and with a swift motion, prepared to scatter them. "Stop!" Jonathan called out to him. "Child, while strength can break the earth, life requires gentleness. Your force is too fierce. It will shatter the seeds within the soil before they even have a chance to sprout." He looked at Terrell, attempting to guide him. "Farming is not about destruction. It is about creation. This requires you to control your strength rather than unleash it. Channel your power so that each seed can rest peacefully, not be terrified into oblivion by your force." "Control?" Terrell grimaced at the term he detested, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. "Is it really that complicated? Just thrust them into the ground." Jonathan chose not to argue. He simply turned to Clark and said, "Clark, bring out the seed drill. We shall teach your cousin how to treat the land with tenderness." Clark glanced at his father's retreating figure, then at the exasperated Terrell, and silently made his way to the barn. Observing the three of them preparing to engage in their domestic farming tasks, he found it somewhat amusing. "Cousin, have you ever considered that your so-called humanity is merely an excuse for your own weakness?" Clark paused, turning around, his blue eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment. Terrell strolled to the edge of the field, surveying them. "You tread carefully upon the land because you are fragile. Once your strength spirals out of control, it can lead to destruction. Thus, you revere gentleness, for it is your only choice." He pointed to himself, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "I am different. I do not aspire to compress my strength to a level where I can merely play in the mud with you. Rather, I seek to master a power capable of commanding cosmic storms. At that point, establishing a home for a seed and revitalizing a planet would be of no distinction to me." He carelessly tossed the heavy bag of corn seeds back to Jonathan. "You may play this childish game of ants walking on your own." Before the words could fully escape his lips, the ground beneath him suddenly sank, an invisible shockwave radiating from his center, stirring up dust. In the next moment, he shot upwards, transforming into a blinding golden streak, tearing through the heavens and vanishing into the clouds above. The winds whipped up the dust, leaving the farm enveloped in an eerie silence. Martha looked anxiously at her husband. Jonathan stared down at the bag of seeds in his hands, the stubborn old farmer's face etched with profound bewilderment. Meanwhile, Clark gazed up at the empty sky, Terrell's final words echoing in his ears, "Mastering cosmic storms to breathe life into planets. Is this truly the essence of Kryptonian blood? And am I, in fact, learning to walk like an ant?" Simultaneously, at SHIELD's Trident headquarters, in a top-secret conference room, Nick Fury sat with a grave expression, scrutinizing the holographic projection before him. The projection displayed comprehensive data analysis of the battle in the Arctic, energy waveforms, material structural changes, and spatial curvature anomalies. Each piece of data sent chills down the spines of the top scientists present. Amanda Waller's virtual image appeared at the other end of the conference room, her expression akin to someone who had just ingested a bitter herbal concoction. "Fury, have you uncovered any new insights?" Fury pointed to the energy curve representing Terrell within the data model. "Hill, please compare the energy peaks before and after the battle." "Yes, Director." Maria Hill immediately complied. Soon, two curves appeared side by side on the screen. One represented Terrell's energy readings at the brink of death at the battle's conclusion, alarmingly low. The other captured a fleeting energy fluctuation detected by satellites after his recovery at the Fortress of Solitude. The peak of that curve was at least 30% higher than his readings during the Arctic conflict. In the conference room, everyone comprehended the implications of this revelation. An elderly physicist, his voice trembling, spoke up. "Are you suggesting that each time he is gravely injured and recovers, his strength increases?" "Precisely," Fury replied, his single eye glinting with a dangerous excitement. "The closer he gets to death, the more explosively his potential is unleashed." "Waller, do you now grasp the magnitude of the blunder you nearly committed at Belle Reve?" Cold sweat trickled down Amanda Waller's brow as a chilling realization washed over her. Had she truly inflicted severe harm on Terrell without ensuring his demise, the being that would emerge from recovery would be a monstrous entity far stronger than before. Good heavens! Waller slumped into her chair, murmuring to herself, "What on earth are we up against?" Just then, a frantic alarm blared throughout the headquarters. "Warning! Warning! An unidentified spatial jump signal has been detected over New York City. A large, unidentified flying object is entering the atmosphere." Fury's countenance shifted dramatically. "Bring up the visuals." On the screen, the vibrant scenery of New York City unfolded. A menacing, metallic-hued warship tore through the clouds, hovering ominously above Manhattan. "It's a Chitauri warship," exclaimed an agent responsible for interstellar affairs. Fury clenched his fist tightly. Trouble always comes in waves. Just as he prepared to activate the Avengers protocol, Another higher-level alarm blared. High-level alert. An ultra-high-speed object is approaching New York from the direction of Kansas at an incomprehensible velocity. Chapter 29. Are aliens provoking? The triumvirate of the Avengers emerges. In New York, Manhattan, on the bustling streets, people halted in their tracks, looking skyward. The dark warship, reminiscent of a mountain suspended in midair, cast a colossal shadow over the city. Panic began to spread like wildfire. What is that? Are aliens coming again? Run! Screams, cries, and the blaring of car horns melded into a symphony of impending doom. At that moment, the ship's lower hatch opened. A figure leaped forth, crashing heavily in the center of Times Square. Boom! The shockwave sent surrounding vehicles soaring. The rigid asphalt pavement instantaneously fractured, revealing a colossal pit amidst the swirling dust. A man clad in a deep blue, high-tech combat suit, wielding an enormous warhammer, slowly rose from the abyss. His skin was a striking blue, glinting with a metallic sheen, and his gaze was cold and haughty as he surveyed the crowd of insignificant ants before him. He was none other than Talthos, a centurion of the Accuser Corps, one of the most elite warriors of the Kree Empire. He scanned the vicinity, observing the scattered, grotesque figures of fleeing Earthlings. His eyes filled with unabashed disdain. Truly, a lowly and fragile race. He raised his technologically advanced warhammer, aiming it at a nearby skyscraper. Carol Danvers. His voice boomed through the armor's amplification system, resonating across the entirety of Manhattan. I know you are on this planet. Come out at once. Otherwise, I shall obliterate a building of yours every 10 seconds until I force you, the traitor, out of your rat hole. No sooner had he spoken than blue arcs of energy began to coalesce violently around his warhammer, poised to unleash a cataclysmic blow. Suddenly, a dazzling streak of red and gold streaked through the sky, hurtling toward him at supersonic speed, hovering in midair. Hey, Blue Smuff! A clear, somewhat irreverent voice rang out. Have you consulted the property owners before demolishing on their turf? Iron Man, Tony Stark, clad in his latest Mark 43 armor, shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Talthos looked up at the airborne Iron Man, his brow furrowing in irritation. A flying tin toy? Begone, or I shall crush you along with the rest. Oh, quite the bravado, Tony smirked beneath his helmet. I do enjoy dealing with muscle-headed brutes like you. By the way, with that outfit and your skin tone, I thought you were some intergalactic avatar's personal trainer. So outdated, my friend. He raised his hand, charging his repulsor cannon, the glow intensifying. At that moment of confrontation, a red, white, and blue blur zipped in from the street corner, aiming directly for the back of Talthos's head. Yet, without turning, Talthos instantaneously expanded a faint blue hexagonal energy shield around his body. Thud! The vibranium shield struck the barrier with a muffled sound, only to be repelled back by the immense recoil. Earth's toys? Talthos barely bothered to glance back, his tone dripping with the contempt of a superior civilization for an inferior one. The shield traced an arc through the air, returning steadily to its owner's grasp. Captain America. Steve Rogers stood resolutely with his shield, a serious expression adorning his face. Sir, on Earth, we do not appreciate such insolent speech. No sooner had he spoken than the skies darkened ominously. Thunderclouds coalesced from thin air, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, tore through the heavens, descending with apocalyptic fury upon Talthos's head. Crackle! Boom! The violent thunderstorm enveloped him, blinding flashes of electricity danced upon him, scorching the ground beneath his feet into a charred expanse of glass. However, as the electric light dissipated, Talthos remained steadfast. His combat suit pulsated with peculiar energy flows, slightly singed but otherwise intact. He even twisted his neck with a crack, exhaling a breath laced with sparks. The god of Asgard? He raised his gaze to the descending Thor, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. Not bad in energy intensity. Too bad my armor is specifically designed to absorb and negate high-intensity energy impacts. Your little stunt has merely replenished my energy reserves. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, landed on the ground. A grave expression etched upon his face. The opponent had withstood a divine thunderclap, merely appearing as though doused with a cup of hot water. A swarm of ignorant insects. Talthos was ignited with a fervor for battle. Since they were so eager for death, he would oblige. With a roar, he bent his knees slightly and charged at the nearest Thor, warhammer raised. For Asgard, Thor, undeterred, summoned divine power and met him with his hammer. The warhammer collided fiercely with the god of Thunder's hammer. Clang! The tremendous metallic clash generated a shockwave visible to the naked eye, shattering every window within a 100-meter radius. Thor's grip faltered, and he was forced several steps back. Talthos, seizing the advantage, unleashed a secondary explosion of energy from his hammer, sending a violent wave of energy sweeping forth. "Tony, watch out!" Steve shouted, bracing his vibranium shield firmly before him. In midair, Tony reacted instantly, crossing his arms as his armor surged to full power, forming a protective barrier. However, the energy wave struck him head-on, causing his shield to flicker violently as he was uncontrollably hurled backward, crashing brutally into the wall of a nearby building, unable to extricate himself for some time. On the ground, Steve braced against the impact, yet he too was jolted, his feet carving deep ruts into the earth, and his shield-bearing arm throbbed with pain. In mere moments, the three titans of the Avengers were utterly defeated. Meanwhile, at Kent Farm, Terrell, who was hesitating over whether to plant crops, abruptly ceased his actions, lifting his head toward the direction of New York. A powerful and unfamiliar aura blazed within his perception. An excited smile spread across Terrell's face as he casually tossed the seeds onto the ground. Finally, some worthy adversaries have arrived. Fighting is far more entertaining than farming. Yet just as the fervor ignited within his eyes, a series of images flashed uncontrollably through his mind. In another world, fighting alongside a man named Goku. It was the moment he first acknowledged the word friend. In this world, he felt an all-encompassing loneliness. Terrell smirked, his gaze suddenly turning cold and feral. He once again sensed the direction of New York, a powerful energy signature, Kree, along with several rather intriguing signatures, the Avengers. Perfectly assembled, he grinned widely, revealing that signature smile of yearning for battle and destruction, but with an added, peculiar meaning. "Let us go crush that oblivious fool, along with this unnecessary irritation of mine." His aura surged, propelling him toward New York, leaving behind three bewildered figures. Chapter 30. Who is that man above New York? The battlefield in New York had reached a fever pitch. Thor and Talthos, two behemoths, clashed from ground to sky, hammers colliding in a brutal contest, sparks flying. Each impact echoed like the tolling of doomsday bells. Captain America directed evacuations from the ground, using his indestructible shield to deflect the fallout of the battle. Meanwhile, Tony soared through the air, employing his agility and an arsenal of weapons to continuously harass Talthos. "Hey, Blue Smuff, your energy shield has a delay. The left rear thruster is unstable. Perhaps it's time for some maintenance? Seriously, is this all you Kree have to offer? Not even a counterlock system?" Tony's banter was more irritating than his laser cannons. Talthos was thoroughly vexed by his incessant taunts, attempting several times to eliminate the armored nuisance, but was continually entangled by Thor. At that moment, a golden light cleaved through the sky, joining the fray. It was Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Without uttering a word, she charged directly at Talthos. "Talthos!" Anger blazed in Carol's eyes. "Get off my planet. Carol Danvers, you finally decided to show yourself," Talthos exclaimed with excitement, driving Thor back with a hammer blow before turning to face Carol. Two titans, both imbued with cosmic energy, collided in the sky with a thunderous impact. A circle of golden energy rippled outward, spreading through the battlefield. The energy levels surged once more. "Wow," Tony whistled. "Another one. Today is quite lively." He glanced at Thor beside him. "Big guy, your golden-haired lady has arrived. Feeling a bit less pressured now?" Thor wiped the dust from his face and huffed. "I can handle him on my own." Yet, despite his words, the hand gripping his hammer trembled slightly. The power of this Kree exceeded his imagination. Just as the Avengers prepared to join forces to take down Talos, an unexpected figure abruptly materialized in the heart of the battlefield, as if conjured from thin air. Dressed in simple farm attire, still flecked with fresh soil, his black hair swayed in the wind. With his hands tucked into his pockets and his head tilted, he surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. It was Terrell. His presence caused a bizarre momentary pause amidst the intense combat. Everyone halted their movements to gaze at this uninvited guest. The Avengers pondered. Who is he? How did he get here? Talos wondered. Another Earthling? Doesn't he fear for his life? Far away at the Trident headquarters, Nick Fury clenched his fist upon seeing the surveillance feed. Damn it. Fury's single eye widened like a bell. He has arrived. On the battlefield, Tony was the first to react. Friday analyzed that sudden newcomer. Who is he? How did he manage this? Sir, analysis is not possible, Friday's voice replied, perplexed. He emits no energy signatures, appearing as an ordinary human. However, no ordinary human could simply appear at 10,000 feet in the air. Ordinary human? Tony regarded the young man, seemingly at ease, and concluded he was far from ordinary. Captain America shouted from the ground through his communicator. Quickly, that man, get him out of there. It's too dangerous. Terrell completely disregarded the tense atmosphere surrounding him. His gaze swept over several individuals on the battlefield before finally settling on Talos. You. He pointed a finger at the blue-skinned giant. Are you the one causing trouble? Talos was infuriated by the audacity of this suddenly appeared earthling. A seemingly unarmed mortal dared to speak to him in such a manner? How dare a mere human question me? Talos raised his warhammer. Get down from there. With a mighty swing, a devastating wave of energy shot forth from the hammer, hurtling towards Terrell. Watch out. Carol and Thor simultaneously cried out, attempting to intervene, but it was already too late. The energy wave was too swift. It was poised to engulf Terrell. However, Terrell merely stood his ground, unmoved. He even yawned. Just as the energy wave was about to make contact with his body, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide, as if to catch an incoming baseball. The next moment, the wave of energy, capable of leveling a small mountain, collided with his palm, disintegrating into fine particles that bypassed Terrell's form and exploded behind him. The world seemed to be muted. Tony's expression beneath his helmet froze in disbelief. Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened. The golden flames enveloping Carol dimmed slightly. Captain America gazed upward, observing the unfolding scene. Talos' large blue face bore the unmistakable mark of disbelief. He understood the sheer force of his attack. Not even Asgardian warriors would dare to withstand it with their flesh. Yet this man before him not only endured it, but did so with an effortless nonchalance, as though brushing away a speck of dust from his shoulder. Is that all? Terrell shrugged off his slightly tingling hand. Disappointment etched across his face. I expected something more impressive. Well then, let me warm up. He shook his head and turned his attention from the stunned Talos to Thor. You, the golden-haired one with the hammer. You look a bit sturdier than him. He then glanced at Carol. And you, the radiant woman. The two of you. Come at me together. Perhaps I can stretch my muscles a bit. His tone was as casual as if he were inquiring about the weather. Yet the implications of his words left all the heroes present feeling an unprecedented sense of absurdity and humiliation. What is this guy saying? Tony muttered to himself. Is he challenging Thor and Carol? Has he lost his mind? Talos, regaining his composure, felt deeply insulted being so belittled by a mortal. You seek death, he bellowed, abandoning Carol as he charged at Terrell, swinging his hammer with all his might. The hammer, infused with the pinnacle of Kree technology, bore down on Terrell's head with the force to tear through space itself. Bring it on. Terrell's eyes finally sparkled with excitement. He did not evade. Instead, he met the colossal hammer head-on, not with his head, but with his fist, a seemingly unremarkable human fist. Under the watchful gaze of all, the fist and hammer collided in the air. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull yet profound crack, the sound of metal fracturing. In the astonished eyes of all, the universal hammer, forged from the Kree Empire's toughest alloys, began to splinter from the point of contact with Terrell's fist, cracks spreading like a spiderweb across the hammer's head. Then, with a resounding crash, it shattered into a myriad of metallic shards. Chapter 31. The Superman arrives late. The cousin has already started provoking the Avengers. Whether among the Avengers in the sky, the populace on the ground, or even the Kree warships far in space, every being witnessing this scene through various means experienced a mental shutdown. Talos remained frozen mid-swing, staring down at the mere stub of the hammer handle left in his grip. He then lifted his gaze to the unharmed, impeccably coiffed black-haired man before him. His blue skin paled from sheer shock and terror. No, it's impossible, he whispered in disbelief. My universal hammer. That is one of the Kree Empire's highest technological achievements, a weapon bestowed upon him by Lord Ronan. Indestructible, capable of obliterating anything. He had conquered countless planets and judged innumerable civilizations with this hammer. Yet today, right here, on this planet they deemed inferior. Shattered by a man who appeared to be nothing more than a mortal. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. It shattered just like that? Terrell retracted his fist, dissatisfied, and pouted. He watched the glimmering metallic fragments float down around him. I expected it to put up a bit more of a fight. This nonchalant complaint sent shivers down the spines of all present. Tony Stark's intelligent helmet blared with frantic red alerts. Warning. Unfathomable physical shock detected. Target's punching force peak has exceeded sensor limits. Recalibration failed. Recommendation, immediate retreat. Retreat? Tony gazed at Terrell, who floated effortlessly in the air, exuding an air of nonchalance, and felt as though his worldview was being ground into the earth repeatedly. Friday, he inquired. How am I supposed to retreat from a creature capable of shattering UFO-grade material with a mere punch? Meanwhile, Thor's expression was more grotesque than if he had just ingested a fly. He understood better than anyone the formidable density of that hammer. He had just exchanged blows with Tardos for an eternity, and his Mjolnir had barely left a scratch. But now, He glanced at the hammer in his grasp, and then at Terrell's seemingly unremarkable fist. The thought of pitting his hammer against that fist was too daunting for Thor to contemplate. Carol Danvers, a veteran pilot accustomed to traversing the cosmos and witnessing grand spectacles, was utterly flabbergasted at this moment. The radiance emanating from her was flickering, reflecting the turmoil within her mind. She had encountered the mightiest titans and the most enigmatic cosmic deities, yet she had never witnessed nor heard tales of any race capable of achieving such feats through sheer physical prowess. What exactly are you? Tardos discarded the handle of his hammer, his body drifting backward uncontrollably. Thing. Terrell's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with the term. I am not a thing. No, I am. He shook his head at the terrified Tardos. Forget it. There's nothing to discuss with a weakling like you. You have greatly disappointed me. You're not even as formidable as Carol. With that, he slowly lifted his right foot, his body barely moving. The motion was so languid that everyone present could perceive it clearly. Yet Tardos was utterly unable to evade it. He could only watch helplessly as that foot loomed larger in his vision. In the next heartbeat, Terrell's foot connected with Tardos's abdomen. Tardos became a streak of blue light, soaring at a velocity that surpassed the comprehension of anyone present, racing towards the heavens. He punctured the massive starship in the sky, causing a tremendous explosion. In an instant, he broke the sound barrier, leaving behind a series of white sonic booms in the air. Then came the second and third. To all observers, he shrank into an ever-diminishing dot, vanishing within the azure expanse above in the blink of an eye. Silence. A silence even more terrifying than before. Everyone gazed upward, staring at the now empty sky, frozen in place as if collectively petrified. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Tony's communicator crackled to life with Friday's voice, laden with electronic distortion and astonishment. Sir, the target has escaped Earth's gravitational pull and is currently traveling at the third cosmic velocity towards interstellar space. It is unlikely to return. Tony opened his mouth, wishing to exclaim something. Anything. Like what the hell? Or oh my god. But no words emerged. He could only stare blankly at the black-haired man, who had retracted his foot and wore an expression of nonchalance. The ship in the sky lost power, beginning its descent toward the city below. The crowd gasped, yet as they prepared to react, the sky illuminated once more. Terrell's hands formed into claws, palms facing each other, as he gathered power between them. With a decisive thrust of his palms, a robust energy beam shot forth, engulfing the descending ship entirely. The Kree soldiers aboard were still in a panic, attempting to escape, when they were suddenly blinded by a brilliant light. The energy beam obliterated the ship into mere fragments, raining down ash. Fortunately, otherwise, if such a massive object had crashed down, it would have caused significant distress for his cousin. Just then, a red and blue figure arrived, albeit fashionably late. It was Superman, Clark Kent. Upon his arrival, he beheld this bizarre scene. The Avengers stood like a flock of startled quails, frozen midair. The Kree in his vessel had vanished without a trace, and his cousin, Terrell, stood in the center, bored as he picked at his ears. Clark was utterly bewildered. Had he arrived too late? As he neared, he sensed a colossal energy surge that dissipated in mere seconds. Gritting his teeth, he flew to Terrell's side. Terrell, you, he began, but Terrell turned to him, a look of disdain upon his face. Cousin, why did you arrive so late? I was nearly bored to death. None of these fellows are even remotely capable. He gestured towards the Avengers, who were now thoroughly stunned. With a tone akin to someone haggling for vegetables at a market, he remarked, Hey, you lot. Do you have anyone stronger? If not, I might just leave. This planet is thoroughly disappointing. Chapter 32. A disagreement leads to combat. The God of Thunder nearly explodes with rage. Terrell's words landed like a boulder in a serene lake, snapping the Avengers from their astonishment. However, their expressions morphed from shock to bewilderment, then to indignation, especially Thor. As the Prince of Asgard and the future Allfather, he had never been regarded with such condescension. You insolent wretch. Thor raised Mjolnir, pointing it at Terrell. How dare you? Do you believe that defeating a mere Kree lackey grants you the right to speak so brazenly? Terrell cast a glance at Thor, then at the hammer he held. Oh, you find it unacceptable? He beckoned with a finger. Then come and try. You. Thor's rage was palpable, his beard nearly bristling. He was about to charge at the audacious figure before him, eager to unleash the wrath of the God of Thunder. A firm hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Tony. Calm down, big guy. Tony flew between the two, lifting his helmet to reveal a face marked by concern. He shot Thor a warning glance, urging him to refrain from acting impulsively. Then he turned to Terrell, forcing a smile he deemed his most amiable and charming. Hey there, friend. New in town. I'm Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries. You can also call me Iron Man. He extended his hand, attempting to ease the palpable tension. Terrell regarded the outstretched hand, then Tony himself. You weakling, he stated bluntly. Talking to you is a waste of time. Tony's smile faltered, stiffening on his face. He was aware of his weaknesses, yet it was the first time in his life someone had dared to call him weak to his face, especially in such a dismissive manner, as if he were unworthy of conversation. This was more disheartening than a punch to the jaw. All right. Tony forced himself to maintain composure. Let us not dwell on that. Let us talk about you. He pointed at Terrell. Who are you? Where do you come from? What brings you to Earth? Why assist us? Assist you? Terrell couldn't help but scoff. Don't get it twisted, Tin Man. I'm not here to help you. I merely passed by and decided to clear out some trash. Naturally, he referred to Tardos, whom he had sent hurtling out of the solar system. The Avengers' expressions grew darker at this remark. The formidable foe they had battled so hard against was merely deemed trash by this man, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Clark could no longer stand it. He flew between the two, forcibly pulling Terrell behind him. Apologies, everyone. Clark presented an apologetic expression towards the Avengers. This is my cousin, Terrell. He has a few mental issues. I apologize on his behalf for his earlier actions. Cousin? Tony's eyes darted between Clark and Terrell. Are all your relatives from Krypton so ferocious? Is he also a Kryptonian? Sort of, Clark replied ambiguously, not wanting to divulge that this individual was a Kryptonian with an unpredictable nature. Clark? Thor recognized Superman and flew over. What on earth is happening? She gestured towards Terrell, her face a mask of confusion. I can sense his immense strength, yet the energy emanating from him is entirely different from yours. Clark felt overwhelmed, akin to a teacher apologizing for a mischievous child who had caused chaos. This is a long story. He contemplated fabricating an excuse. However, Terrell, who had been tugged behind him, grew impatient. Hey, cousin, he brushed aside Clark. Why waste time talking? A fight would clarify everything. His gaze fixated on Thor and Soul, akin to a hunter eyeing two plump prey. So, are you two going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving. You scoundrel. Thor's temper finally boiled over as he swung his hammer, ready to engage. Wait. Tony interposed himself once more between them. He scrutinized Terrell, then glanced at the helpless-looking Clark. This man radiated raw power and chaos, yet appeared to possess a singular weakness, his desire for a pure fight. Moreover, he seemed to heed his cousin's words at least occasionally. This suggested that he was not entirely uncontrollable, a force more potent than a nuclear bomb, yet potentially manageable. For Tony Stark, this was an irresistibly enticing research opportunity. Hey, Terrell, right? Tony donned his signature businessman smile. You mentioned feeling bored due to a lack of worthy opponents, correct? Terrell raised an eyebrow, non-committal. What if I could provide you with a steady stream of formidable adversaries? Tony dangled his bait. Terrell's eyes sparkled with interest. You can? Absolutely. Tony snapped his fingers with confidence. I am Tony Stark. There is nothing I cannot accomplish on this planet. If you are willing, I can take you to a place where cutting-edge technology, the strongest warriors, and countless challenges from the depths of the universe await. He paused, emphasizing his words. I guarantee you will find each day fulfilling. Clark's expression shifted at this proclamation. Tony, are you insane? He recognized Tony's intentions. This man sought to make Terrell his new toy, his new weapon. I am not insane, Clark, Tony retorted, casting a glance back at him. I am simply addressing the issue in a more effective manner. Rather than allowing him to wreak havoc like a headless chicken, it would be better to keep him under our watchful eyes. At least we would know where he is and what he is doing. Clark was rendered speechless by his reasoning. So, Terrell, Tony turned his attention back to Terrell. Are you interested in my proposal? Terrell stroked his chin, glancing at Clark, who wished to take him back to the farm, and then at the seemingly resourceful Tin Man. He made his decision. Sounds far more interesting than farming. He grinned widely. I'll go with you. However, if I find you deceiving me, or if the opponents you provide are too weak, he extended a finger, tracing it lightly across Tony's armored suit. Sizzle. A distinct, deep gash appeared on the tough armor. Tony stared at the mark on his chest, his lips twitching slightly. Yet he maintained his smile. Deal. Internally, he mused, I like the monster. Friday, activate Plan B. Target, Terrell. Mission, comprehensive analysis, data collection, and control. Chapter 33, The Earth's Hope, the Avengers' Lifeline. So, you're suggesting we bring this walking nuclear bomb back to our home? In the Avengers Tower's top-floor conference room, Hawkeye Clint Barton stared incredulously at Tony Stark. Beside him, Natasha Romanoff crossed her arms, her brow furrowed in silence, her eyes revealing her disapproval. She too believed Tony had lost his mind. Not precisely a nuclear bomb, Tony corrected, shaking the whiskey in his hand. Nuclear weapons have their limits, but he does not. According to Friday's preliminary estimates, the kinetic energy from Terrell's earlier kick that sent that blue brute flying surpassed the total yield of every nuclear weapon detonated in human history combined. And that was merely a gentle kick. Gasps filled the conference room. Thor and Carol, the two who had experienced it firsthand, appeared particularly grave. Tony, this is exceedingly reckless. Captain America Steve Rogers interjected solemnly. Our understanding of him is virtually non-existent. We are unaware of his intentions, his weaknesses, and we do not know where his limits lie. Bringing him to the Avengers Tower is akin to harboring a Godzilla that could explode at any moment. No, Captain, you are mistaken. Tony shook his head. We know his intent. It is straightforward. He seeks combat. We also understand his weakness. It is simple, boredom. As for his limits, Tony glanced at Clark, who sat beside him, visibly irritated. His cousin Superman represents those limits, albeit they seem rather tenuous. Clark sighed, refraining from countering, as Tony's assertions were largely factual. Most crucially, we have no other choice. Tony slammed his cup onto the table. Today we faced the Kree, and we barely managed. What about tomorrow? The day after? What if the gods themselves arrive? Who among you can guarantee they could be defeated with a single punch? Silence enveloped the room. And he could. Tony pointed towards the door. I witnessed him shatter that remarkably sturdy hammer with a single punch. He is a double-edged sword, a weapon capable of slaying gods. I admit he is dangerous. However, what we most urgently need is that very danger. I must study him, understand him, and even replicate him. A unique, almost obsessive gleam shone in Tony's eyes, the hallmark of a scientist. He will be Earth's ultimate trump card against the next cosmic crisis. The conference room fell into silence once more. No one dared to challenge him again. They all understood that Tony was correct. In the face of future unknown threats capable of annihilating the entire universe, they required a stronger trump card, even if that card itself was a colossal source of instability. All right, Tony, Steve ultimately conceded. We agree to your plan. However, he must be under constant surveillance, 24 hours a day. If he shows any signs of losing control, we must have the capability to subdue him immediately. Of course, Tony replied with a confident smile. I have already prepared a surprise for him. Ensure he feels completely at home. Avengers Tower, the opulent penthouse suite. Terrell, like an inquisitive child, eagerly explored every corner of the room. This space dwarfed the dilapidated shack at Kent Farm by an unfathomable magnitude. Vast floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the entire New York skyline at night. The plush carpet felt as though he was walking on clouds. There were various pieces of incomprehensible yet impressive black technology. Hey, Iron Man. He prodded a panel glowing with blue light on the wall. What is this? That is the Smart Home Control Center. You can use it to regulate everything in the room. Lighting, temperature, music, Tony patiently explained. Boring. Terrell lost interest. He then approached the enormous circular bed and plopped down onto it. The mattress's exceptional elasticity propelled him back up. Hey, this is fun. He bounced on the bed like a child who had just discovered a new toy, treating the $1 million premium mattress as a trampoline. Clark covered his face, unable to bear the sight. He felt that the L family's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished by this individual. The corners of Tony's eyes twitched uncontrollably, yet he maintained a forced smile. Terrell, do you like it here? It's all right, Terrell replied, jumping off the bed and rubbing his stomach. I'm a bit hungry, though. When are you going to fulfill your promise of a feast? Right away. Tony snapped his fingers. The suite's door swung open, revealing a line of armored chefs wheeling in carts laden with an array of delectable dishes. Steaks, pizzas, burgers, roasted chicken, lobsters. The enticing aroma instantly filled the room. Terrell's eyes widened in delight. Wow, he exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Iron Man, you really know how to treat a guest. Without waiting for an invitation, he lunged at the food. Thus began a gastronomic spectacle that left the entire Avengers team in awe. Clark quietly exited the room, not wishing to witness the ensuing chaos. Outside, Tony emerged as well, glancing at Clark's despondent expression and chuckling softly. Don't worry, Superman. I had Friday order enough food from the best restaurants across New York to feed 1,000 people. That should be sufficient for him, right? No sooner had he spoken than Terrell's voice resounded from within the room. Hey, Iron Man, is that all there is? This barely fills the gaps between my teeth. Tony's smile froze in place. He turned to see the mountain of emptied plates stacked high in the room and Terrell, who was casually using a lobster leg to pick his teeth, wearing a look of I haven't even started yet. He fell silent, realizing that his understanding of the term appetite was woefully inadequate. Friday, Tony's voice was strained. Redirect all food inventories from Stark Industries catering divisions. Additionally, inform the finance department to prepare a substantial budget for food procurement. I have a feeling this guy might eat us into bankruptcy. Chapter 34. Strong Physical Augmentation versus the monster that grows stronger with anger. Over the next 3 days, Avengers Tower became the busiest culinary hub in New York. Cold chain transport vehicles, laden with top-tier ingredients from around the globe, continuously rolled into the tower's underground garage. Steaks by the ton, seafood by the container. Stark Industries' entire logistics system operated frantically to satiate Terrell's insatiable hunger. The Avengers transitioned from initial shock to numbness, and finally to acceptance of their new reality. Their daily routine now consisted of gathering in the control room. Watching Terrell devour meals meant for an enhanced battalion as one might watch a food show. "I bet he can eat 300 pounds of A5 Wagyu today," Clint remarked while munching on an apple. "I wager 350 pounds, Natasha chimed in. "You underestimate him," Thor interjected with a look of incredulity reserved for mere mortals. "I sense he could swallow that entire cow, bones and all, whole." Only Dr. Bruce Banner remained detached from their betting pool. He fixated intently on the screen, watching the alarming biological data. His metabolic rate had surged by another 5%. Adjusting his glasses, Banner's voice trembled, uncertain if it was from excitement or fear. "The rate of cell division and regeneration has surpassed our instrument's detection limits. Tony, are you sure we are feeding him and not catalyzing him?" In the control room, Tony Stark, once an invincible billionaire, now bore the weight of exhaustion, sporting dark circles under his eyes. 3 days had passed without sleep. He had devoted all his energy to analyzing the data collected from Terrell. Yet, the more information he gathered, the heavier his confusion and unease became. This fellow's body was a veritable black hole. Every morsel consumed was transformed directly into bioenergy. No waste, 100% conversion rate. This completely defied the law of conservation of mass energy. "I don't know, Banner," Tony rasped, his voice hoarse from sleeplessness. "All I know is that we cannot let him go hungry. I have a premonition that a hungry version of him would be even more terrifying than Thanos." Just then, on the monitor, a satisfied Terrell finally set down his utensils. He let out a contented belch, stood up, and stretched, his bones cracking in a series of pops. "All right, I'm full now." He grinned at a surveillance camera mounted on the ceiling. "Iron Man, when will you fulfill your promise? Where are those formidable opponents you mentioned?" Instantly, Tony perked up at the prospect of action. The moment had finally arrived. "Don't rush, my friend," Tony addressed Terrell through the intercom. "Your appetizer is ready. Please proceed to the gym on the 100th floor. I guarantee you will have a delightful time." The gym on the 100th floor was Stark Industries' most clandestine weapons testing ground. The entire space was constructed from several meters of vibranium and adamantium alloy, capable of withstanding nuclear explosions of massive proportions. When Terrell entered, following Tony, his eyes were immediately drawn to the array of imposing figures lined up in the center of the room. They were rows of combat robots, each towering over 3 meters and fully armed. Their design bore some resemblance to Tony's Iron Man suit, yet they appeared more rugged and exuded an aura of cold warfare. "Iron Legion," Clark recognized the robots trailing behind. "These are the unmanned combat units Tony developed to respond to large-scale disasters." "No, these are not the mass-produced models that merely mop up minions," Tony casually explained. "This is a simplified version of the Hulkbuster armor, which I call Gladiators. Each one possesses physical strength comparable to the Hulk and is equipped with the latest arc reactor and repulsor cannon systems. Their alloy armor can withstand most conventional weapon attacks." "So what do you think, Terrell?" Tony asked, looking at Terrell as if showcasing his new toy. "Are these 50 sandbags enough for your warm-up?" Terrell remained silent. He merely tilted his head, using his keen senses to survey the gladiators before him. Pathetically weak. He pointed disdainfully at the robotic figures. "Just a heap of soulless metallic clumps. They fail to ignite even a flicker of my desire to throw a punch." Tony's smile froze once more. He had invested billions of dollars and deployed Stark Industries' most advanced technology to create these super combat robots. Yet, in this fellow's eyes, they were nothing more than lifeless scraps of iron. Very well, very well. Tony felt the pressing need to unveil something truly extraordinary. Clearly, a mere appetizer would not suffice to whet your appetite. "How about sampling this?" He snapped his fingers. The colossal alloy door at the far end of the gym began to rise slowly. A gigantic green figure emerged from the shadows. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. The ferocious power exuding from him, filled with rage and an aura of destruction, rendered the air heavy. Hulk, Bruce Banner, acknowledged as the most formidable force within the Avengers. Roar. Hulk strode to the center of the arena, thumping his solid chest, and let out a roar that echoed as a declaration towards Terrell. Clark's expression shifted instantly. "Tony, are you out of your mind? You intend for Hulk to be his opponent? What if he loses control?" "Fear not, Clark. Tony replied with unwavering confidence. This is merely a friendly spar. I simply wish to gather some data. Despite his verbal assurances of camaraderie, the excitement gleaming in his eyes was unmistakable. One was an unreasonable physical powerhouse, while the other grew stronger with every surge of anger. What astonishing chemical reactions would unfold when these two titans clashed? Just the thought sent shivers of exhilaration coursing through Tony's body. Terrell gazed at the green behemoth before him, his eyes finally lighting up. Oh, this seems intriguing. He could sense a wild power brewing within this massive green figure. Although it was entirely different from his own energy, it was undeniably potent. At the very least, it was over 100 times stronger than those earlier metallic contraptions. Hey, big guy. Terrell beckoned Hulk with a flick of his finger. You seem quite resilient. Come on. Show me how many punches you can take. Chapter 35, Energy Overload. Hulk is played to the limit. Hulk grinned savagely, underestimating Terrell. Oh no, it was Terrell underestimating him. He unleashed a surge of furious power, causing the entire underground testing facility to hum ominously. The lights on the ceiling flickering wildly, as if they might explode at any moment. Roar! His massive green form surged into action. With a powerful kick, he stomped down, creating a crater in the high-strength alloy floor beneath him. Hulk's immense figure generated a gust of wind as he barreled toward Terrell. He leaped high into the air, casting a colossal shadow that completely enveloped Terrell. His fists came together, descending with the force capable of smashing through the very floor itself. Hulk smash! In the monitoring room, Clark instinctively clenched his fists. The power of this strike exceeded any previous records, the sound carrying a note of dryness. Yet Tony whistled, his eyes glued to the screen, desperate not to miss a single piece of data. Now this is what I call a spectacle. However, in the center of the battlefield, Terrell, faced with this cataclysmic blow, merely yawned. Just as those colossal fists were about to crash down upon him, he moved. He casually shifted back 2 small steps. Yes, just 2 small steps. The next second, boom, a thunderous sound, so deep it made hearts skip a beat, resonated. Hulk's fist landed squarely where Terrell had just stood. The entire Avengers tower shuddered violently. In the top-floor conference room, Hawkeye Clint spilled coffee all over himself. Meanwhile, in the underground facility, the floor, composed of the strongest metal on Earth, was smashed into a massive crater over 10 meters wide. The edges of the pit twisted like a pretzel, glowing red-hot. The shockwave generated by the impact ruffled Terrell's hair. He stood at the edge of the pit, a gleeful smile on his face, his power only heightened. In the monitoring room, Clint and Natasha exchanged solemn glances. I'll change my bet. I wager he can toy with Hulk like a yo-yo, Clint whispered. Natasha said nothing, simply pulling out a $100 bill from her pocket and slapping it onto the table. Roar! With a missed strike, Hulk's fury intensified. He climbed out of the crater, turning to charge again. Hey, hold on. Terrell raised his hand, gesturing at him. It's my turn. No sooner had he spoken than he spread his arms wide. 2 basketball-sized orbs of white energy materializing in his palms. The orbs emitted a low, buzzing hum, and the air around them turned scorching. Bayou! Terrell grinned widely, casually tossing one energy orb toward Hulk. The orb struck Hulk's broad chest, exploding in a burst of flames. Bayou! Bayou! He became engrossed in the thrill, alternating fire with both hands, launching energy spheres at Hulk as if they were free of cost. The entire testing facility was instantly engulfed in dazzling explosions and billowing smoke. Friday. Report damage status. Tony's voice crackled with urgency in the monitoring room. Sir, the structural integrity of the testing facility has decreased by 3%. The energy shield is overloaded. Internal energy readings have exceeded calculable limits. The screen was a blur of white, obscuring visibility. Just then, a roar more furious than any preceding it erupted from the smoke. Roar! Hulk slammed his palms together. A powerful shockwave erupted from him, forcefully dispersing all smoke, flames, and debris. He stood firm, sporting only a few charred marks, utterly unscathed. Those charred traces were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. His skin appeared even greener than before. In the monitoring room, Clark's expression grew grave upon witnessing this spectacle. This is bad, he murmured. He has maxed out Hulk's rage. In the arena, with the smoke cleared, Hulk fixed his fiery gaze squarely on Terrell. He charged once more, faster and more ferocious than before. A fist the size of a cooking pot, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Terrell's face. This time, Terrell maintained his leisurely demeanor. Again, he deftly sidestepped. The wind from the punch grazed his nose, crashing into the alloy wall behind him, leaving a deep imprint. Yet, as he evaded, Terrell chuckled. Are you polite? He pivoted with the momentum of his dodge, lifting one leg high. The sole of his foot landed precisely on Hulk's resolute chin. Hulk's massive form, akin to a mountain, seemed to have been pressed by a launch button. He soared upward, his feet leaving the ground, maintaining an upright position, shooting straight up at breakneck speed. Bang! A muffled thud as he broke through the ceiling of the 99th floor. Bang! The 98th floor. Bang! The 97th floor. Bang! 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 A series of dense thuds echoed above everyone's heads, growing fainter. In the monitoring room, all eyes were fixed upwards, mouths agape, watching the green dot representing Hulk on the main screen. It was as if he had boarded a supersonic elevator, soaring upward floor by floor. 99, F80, F60, F30, F10, F1F. Everyone was stunned. A deathly silence enveloped the room. The apple in Clint's hand fell to the ground with a soft thud, rolling into the corner. Natasha's beautiful mouth was slightly agape, large enough to accommodate an egg. Thor bore an expression of disbelief, as if to say, "My heavens of Asgard." Rubbing his eyes in incredulity, Tony's smile had long since vanished. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably as he gazed at a nearby window, displaying an incessant stream of red numbers. Structural damage estimate, 234, 567, 8901. 312, 345, 6789. 456, 789, 0123. He felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Surely a shard had pierced it. Friday, Tony's voice quivered. Shut down that repair quote window. Sir, this is a top priority asset loss alert. Insufficient permissions to close, came the reply. I command you to shut it down. Tony nearly shouted. Clark could no longer bear the scene. He extended his hands, forcefully covering his face. I was wrong, Mom and Dad. I should never have let him leave the farm. In the arena, Terrell retracted his legs, looking up at the seemingly bottomless hole in the ceiling, digging at his ears. He exhibited considerable strength, wearing a look of disdain. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding crash echoed through the space. Hulk's massive form plummeted from the topmost hole, crashing heavily into the pit he had previously created, deepening it further. Moments later, he staggered to his feet, the rage emanating from him causing the air around him to warp. He fixed his furious gaze on Terrell, nostrils flaring with two jets of thick white steam, akin to steam engines. Instead of attacking immediately, he gathered even more terrifying power. That single kick had utterly disoriented him and ignited his fury. Upon witnessing Hulk's ability to stand, now even more formidable than before, Terrell finally displayed a hint of interest. Nodding approvingly. Not bad, quite resilient. Yet, he turned his attention away from Hulk and looked up at an inconspicuous surveillance camera in the corner of the ceiling, waving his hand and shouting loudly, "Hey, Tin Man, this green punching bag you found is far more entertaining than those previous metal lumps." However, he shifted his tone, gesturing around. "This space is far too cramped. I can't stretch my limbs. Get him outside to fight. I want to give him a proper thrashing out there." In the monitoring room, Tony nearly choked upon hearing this. Fight outside. In the heart of New York City? He stared at the screen, where Hulk's anger level had reached its peak, ready to demolish the entire building at any moment. He glanced at Terrell, whose face radiated excitement, seemingly eager for chaos. Tony felt as if he had dug a grave deep enough to bury all of New York. Chapter 36. 3 days and nights without sleep, just for a brawl. In the monitoring room, Tony Stark watched the screen, observing the two impending violent maniacs, feeling his temples throb. One was filled with rage, with thoughts of destruction dominating his mind, while the other exuded an air of mischief, practically screaming to come and fight me. Allowing them to battle in the heart of New York City? Tony knew with just a flick of his toe that Stark Tower would soon transform from a New York landmark into the city's south largest ruin park. His heart bled. It was all money. Tin Man, are you even capable? In the underground testing facility, Terrell's impatient voice echoed up. If you don't get him out here soon, I'll demolish both him and this crumbling building. Tony jolted. He believed the madman would indeed follow through. Friday, he shouted into the air, immediately locate the largest, most desolate and uninhabited area on the planet. The sort where not a single blade of grass grows. Searching, sir. Location confirmed, Black Rock Desert, Nevada. A no man's land. Vast in area, meeting your criteria of utter desolation. Excellent. That will do. Tony promptly activated the intercom system, his voice resonating throughout the underground testing facility. Hey, big bulky punk. Terrell looked up, raising an eyebrow at the monitor. Listen, if you want to brawl, do it elsewhere. Do you see that green behemoth opposite you? He is furious, very furious. Take him to the coordinates I'm sending you. Once there, you can fight to your heart's content, with no one to stop you. As soon as Tony finished speaking, a desert map appeared on Terrell's personal terminal. He glanced at the map, then at Hulk, who was on the verge of exploding. Emanating green steam. A grin crept across his face, sending chills down Natasha's spine in the monitoring room. Good idea. Terrell gave a thumbs up to the monitor. Tin Man, you certainly know how to play. With that, he turned and beckoned Hulk with a cheeky gesture, a mischievous expression on his face. Hey, Green Giant. No, Green Turtle. Come chase me. With the utterance of Green Turtle, Hulk's reason shattered completely. He abandoned any semblance of strategy, propelling himself like a cannonball toward Terrell. Terrell chuckled, his form transforming into a blur as he shot upwards. He did not take the elevator or the hole Hulk had created. Instead, he barreled directly into the ceiling. Boom. He pierced through 100 floors, smashing through the roof of the Avengers Tower, soaring into the skies above New York. Roaring, Hulk followed suit, using the most brutish method. Ascending in Terrell's wake, the entire Stark Tower seemed to be penetrated from bottom to top by a colossal stirring stick. The building shook violently, glass facades raining down like a deluge. In the monitoring room, Tony Stark watched helplessly as the green progress bar, representing structural integrity, morphed frantically into red. He clutched his chest. Friday. I'm here, sir. Where are my fast-acting heart pills? Sir, you do not have a heart condition. However, based on my simulations, your blood pressure has skyrocketed to 220/140. I recommend immediate physical cooling. The citizens of New York City witnessed an extraordinary spectacle today. They first saw a shadow erupt from the roof of Stark Tower, followed closely by a massive green figure crashing through. The shadow flew ahead, turning back to hurl white energy orbs. Bayou. Mist, are you angry? Bayou. Bayou. Come at me, you fool. The green figure relentlessly pursued, wreaking havoc on the buildings and splitting the streets as he leaped, unable to fly. Each jump brought destruction to a building's facade, and every landing required road repairs. Roaring, Hulk seized a bus from the roadside and hurled it with all his might towards Terrell above. Without looking back, Terrell retaliated with another energy orb. Boom. The bus exploded in midair, creating a massive display of fireworks. In the monitoring room, Tony Stark stared blankly at the screen. Friday. Yes, sir? Who's footing the bill for that bus? According to New York City's property damage law, the attacking party bears 70% of the responsibility, while the provocateur bears 30%. So, enough. Tony waved his hand weakly. I don't want to hear it. Alert, sir. Hulk had just passed by Wall Street, where the bronze bull statue's horns had been snapped off. Tony exclaimed, Alert, sir. Terrell's energy orb has struck the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Moments later, he added, Alert, sir. Hulk has jumped into Times Square, using the giant billboard for M&M's Chocolate World as a frisbee. Frustrated, Tony could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist down on the control panel. Beside him, Clark silently offered a glass of water. You'll get used to it, Clark said in a tone of someone who had been through it before. When I first met him, he turned my family's cornfield into a maze and didn't come out for 3 days. The earth-shattering chase continued, stretching from Manhattan all the way westward across the expanse of America. 2 hours later, in the Black Rock Desert of Nevada, Terrell finally came to a halt, hovering in midair. Seconds later, Hulk's colossal green figure, laden with dust, crashed heavily into the desert, creating a massive crater. Roar. Hulk's fury had reached its zenith, his skin a deep shade of green. Terrell regarded him with satisfaction and nodded. All right, this will do. There's enough space to unleash our full potential. He slowly descended, beckoning Hulk with a flick of his fingers. Come on, Green Turtle. Round 2 officially begins. The battle erupted instantaneously, lasting 3 days and nights. On the first day, their clash leveled the few small hills in the desert. By the second day, they had carved out an unfathomably deep canyon in the desert's center. On the third day, the entire climatic system of the Black Rock Desert was thrown into chaos, with a gargantuan, swirling energy storm appearing on satellite imagery. The magnitude of this conflict had already drawn the attention of various forces on Earth, SHIELD, Argus, and the military. Countless satellites and drones had been trained on the desert since the battle's inception. Chapter 37. The unconventional growth of Superman's cousin. In the Pentagon's underground command center, one of the safest places on Earth, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A massive screen wall was divided into dozens of small windows, each displaying satellite images from different angles. At the center was the Black Rock Desert in Nevada, where an unreasonably large energy storm had rendered all high-precision equipment's data into glaring red gibberish. Within the storm's eye, 2 tiny points of light collided, causing the entire screen wall to flicker with static for several seconds. Bang! A fist crashed heavily onto the control panel, causing the specially designed military-grade tablet screen to shatter like a spider's web. General Ross, an elderly man adorned with shining stars on his shoulder, wore a grim expression as he watched the familiar green figure being mercilessly battered like a punching bag by another shadow. "Get me the president on the line." General Ross roared at his aide. "I need the highest authorization. All the firepower we can muster. B-2, Tomahawks, the staff of God. Whatever it takes." He pointed at the screen, his finger trembling slightly from exertion. "Eliminate those two monsters from the Earth." Meanwhile, in Argus's secret base, Amanda Waller, a woman who held dominion over countless superhuman secrets, observed the same battlefield with an impassive expression. Unlike General Ross, she did not erupt with rage. She simply watched, her dark complexion appearing somewhat pale under the screen's glow. "Ms. Waller," an analyst reported, trembling. "The target's energy output continues to rise steadily. According to projections, it seems he is reveling in this process. With every injury, his cells regenerate at an accelerated rate and grow stronger. His body is actively adapting to Hulk's attack patterns and evolving." Amanda Waller pressed her lips into a thin line. "The world is becoming increasingly populated with strange individuals. Do we possess anything capable of suppressing him?" she inquired softly. The analyst fell silent, and after a long pause, he struggled to utter a few words. "I'm afraid, ma'am, based on the current database, we do not." On the Watchtower space station, members of the Justice League were also spectating the monumental battle through Batman's channels. "Good heavens," exclaimed the Flash, Barry Allen, slumped in a chair, still bandaged in several places. He stared at the screen in trepidation. "Thank goodness Clark arrived quickly that day. Otherwise, I might still be picking up my own pieces." Wonder Woman, Diana, crossed her arms, her expression grave. As a warrior from Paradise Island, she could distinctly sense the sheer, unadulterated destructive power contained within each collision of those two light points. Batman, Bruce Wayne, remained silent, standing before the massive monitor, his dark cape resembling a statue. For 3 days and nights, he had stood there, his brow furrowed without respite. "His fighting technique is rather rudimentary," Batman finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "All instinct, devoid of any formal structure. Yet, he appears to possess boundless stamina and inexhaustible energy. Moreover, he learns rapidly. Just 3 days ago, he would occasionally be struck by Hulk, but now Hulk cannot touch him. He has turned Hulk into a sparring partner." Clark Kent was not in the Watchtower. He was currently hovering over the battlefield, witnessing it all firsthand. At the bottom of the giant canyon in the Black Rock Desert, Hulk let out an earth-shattering roar. His body had swelled to unprecedented proportions, his skin a deep, dark green, with visible green flames of fury steaming from his surface. He roared as he plunged his hands into the ground, lifting a massive boulder with all his might, propelling it towards Terrell in the sky. The mountain peak soared with a roar that tore through the air. "Ha ha ha!" Terrell laughed heartily in midair, showing no inclination to evade. He simply raised a hand, palm facing the approaching mountain. A beam of white energy erupted from his palm, exploding the enormous boulder mid-flight into a cloud of dust. Hulk's roar faltered. His burning fury resembled an engine that had been running at full capacity for 72 hours, finally on the verge of burning out its last drop of fuel. His strength remained formidable, yet his replenishment could not match the depletion. With a final roar, he exerted all his strength, pushing off the ground with his legs, transforming into a green meteor aimed at Terrell, unleashing his strongest and final punch of the 3-day, 3-night battle. Faced with this all-or-nothing strike, Terrell's playful demeanor finally vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He too met the blow with a punch of his own, a normal fist against a fist engulfed in green flames of fury. Their fists collided, causing the ground around them to collapse and dust to rise. Terrell and Hulk stood opposite each other. Hulk's massive green form began to visibly shrink at an astonishing rate, the green hue rapidly fading to reveal his original skin tone. Ultimately, Bruce Banner, clad only in tattered denim shorts, lay unconscious on the ground, his eyes tightly shut. With a thud, the battle came to an end. Terrell approached, crouching down to observe the unconscious Banner, glancing at his own fist, which bore only a minor abrasion, and smacked his lips in contemplation. The work jacket he donned, which had originated from Kent Farm, had long since become tattered rags, barely clinging to his frame and revealing well-defined muscles. At last, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He muttered to himself, patting Banner's face in an attempt to rouse him once more. "Hey, don't sleep. Wake up and join the fun." Banner remained unresponsive, slumbering like a dead weight. Terrell shrugged and gazed at the chaotic landscape they had both wrought: canyons, lava, and flattened mountains. He offered a rare remark. This place still holds up." Lowering his gaze to the unconscious Banner, he continued, "In light of the fact that you've accompanied me for 3 days and nights, I'll let it be for now. You are quite the resilient punching bag. We shall spar again once you've recovered." With that, he stretched lazily, his bones cracking in a symphony of pops. A surge of even greater power than 3 days prior coursed through him. Exhilarating. He felt himself growing a touch stronger. Satisfied, he leapt into the air. Suspended in midair was Clark Kent. He hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, and fatigue was etched into his handsome features. His spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. Beside him floated a striking blonde girl with blue eyes. Dressed in a blue and red battle suit adorned with a vivid red emblem on her chest, a small red cape billowed behind her. She was Kara Zor-El, Superman's cousin. Also known as Supergirl. She had hastily arrived from National City 2 days prior and was now crossing her arms, glaring downwards in indignation. Terrell. As soon as Kara spotted him soaring upwards, she rushed over, jabbing her delicate fingers emphatically into Terrell's sturdy chest. Look at the mess you've made. Do you have any idea how much the repair bill from Stark Industries is? It could buy several small African nations. And that pit down there. Are you trying to perform surgery on Earth? Terrell, with a cheeky grin, brushed aside her fingers. Is that my fault? That Tinkin told me to unleash my full potential. Besides, he chose his opponent. I was merely the sparring partner. You. Kara's face flushed with anger, her fists clenching. It seemed an internal conflict from Krypton was on the verge of erupting in the skies above. Finally, Clark, who had remained silent until now, spoke. His voice hoarse and laden with exhaustion. All right, Kara, enough. It's over. Kara, gazing at Clark's despondent face, cast one last frustrated glare at Terrell before reluctantly ceasing her tirade. Just then, an untimely sound echoed through the tranquil sky. Gurgling, Terrell patted his flat stomach. Glancing up at Clark, his earlier bravado vanishing in an instant, replaced by a pitiful expression. Cousin, I'm hungry. Let us head home. I want to eat Aunt Martha's homemade apple pie. Clark, faced with the absurdity of his cousin, who moments ago had wreaked havoc and was now fixated on apple pie, felt utterly drained. He let out a deep, profound sigh. Let us go home. Chapter 38, The Interdimensional Hybrid. Superman remained silent. Above Nevada, the sunset painted the sky a blood-red hue. Below, the black rock desert resembled the surface of the moon, riddled with gaping holes, some still emitting smoke. Clark flew at the forefront, his complexion ashen, eager to return home and sleep. 3 days and nights without rest were unbearable. Kara hovered beside Terrell, arms crossed, her face puffed in indignation, her mouth incessantly chattering. Do you know how much the repair costs for Stark Tower are? The horns of the Wall Street Bull, the torch of the Statue of Liberty. You're nothing but a walking glutton. Fresh from battle, Terrell felt invigorated, clad only in tattered cloth that barely concealed his formidable physique. He paid no heed to Kara's grievances, lost in the exhilarating memory of his recent brawl with Hulk. All right, let us put the money talk aside. As Kara's tirade began to tire her, she suddenly accelerated and positioned herself in front of Terrell, her expression serious. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Terrell, just what are you? Terrell scratched his messy hair, lost in reminiscence. I've been on another Earth since I can remember. It was different from this one. I had a little kid with a long tail by my side named Sun Wukong, who was always looking for a fight. We'd brawl from dawn till dusk. One day I'd be the victor, the next, I'd be the one getting thrashed. Kara blinked. A long tail? Sun Wukong? Are you sure you're not making this up? Terrell shrugged. Actually, I had that tail once too, until it was removed by a creature named Bobo. Kara paused, her mind wandering to the thought of what a sexy beauty would look like. Terrell recalled the rotund, dark Bobo, and shook his head. Let us not digress. My race is called Saiyans, born fighters by nature. Later on, I met some others, and, due to certain circumstances, took a spaceship to a place called Namek. It was filled with green-skinned bald folks who could reproduce by laying eggs. I ended up killing a self-proclaimed universe tyrant named Frisia. Kara's jaw dropped further with each revelation. Universe tyrant? You really have quite the imagination. Terrell rolled his eyes. Who knew that guy couldn't take a hit, and couldn't handle defeat? He didn't die completely, and blew up Namek. We managed to escape in a spaceship. But midway, we were pulled into a colorful vortex. When I woke up, I was in a tiny escape pod on Krypton, drifting until I arrived on Earth. Kara was utterly bewildered. She pointed at Terrell, then at herself, stammering, Are you saying you're an alien among aliens? Clark had remained silent until now. He suddenly halted and turned, his blue eyes fixated on Terrell with an unprecedented seriousness. The notion of being pulled by an unseen force and drifting in an escape pod resonated with Kara's experience, yet the details he paused, feeling the absurdity magnified 1,000-fold. Terrell raised his hands in surrender. I have no idea what is going on. I'm just here now. Clark slowly approached Terrell, his gaze penetrating beneath the skin to inspect his deeper genetic structure. I sensed it before. You are entirely different from us. His brow furrowed deeply. There are two completely distinct bloodlines flowing within you. One is Kryptonian, and the other is that Saiyan you mentioned. Kara gasped in disbelief. Two bloodlines. One T they clash. Our Kryptonian genes are quite exclusive. Clark shook his head, equally perplexed and astonished. The most peculiar part is how well they integrate. No, not just well. He emphasized. That Saiyan bloodline is incredibly dominant. It not only coexists with the Kryptonian blood, but even compensates for the most critical flaw in Kryptonian genetics. Terrell grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, patting his own muscular chest with an air of nonchalance. Hey, just keeping it low-key. Upon hearing that it compensated for a fatal flaw, Kara's eyes widened in shock. Fatal flaw? You mean Kryptonite? This represents the most significant vulnerability of all Kryptonians. Clark shook his head, diverting his gaze from Terrell to the horizon. The sun, descending towards the edge of the world, radiated a crimson glow. Not only that, Clark's voice was barely above a whisper. Kara, our powers stem from the radiation of the yellow sun. But what, in turn, could strip us of our abilities and render us mere mortals? Kara's expression shifted instantly. The red sun. She turned sharply to face Terrell, who was equally intrigued. What about the red sun? Clark paused thoughtfully. The Saiyan bloodline grants you immunity to red sun radiation. You will not lose your powers, nor will you need to depend on the yellow sun. You are the epitome of a Kryptonian. Kara stood agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Terrell scratched his head. Really? That's impressive. After a moment of contemplation, he added, does that mean I can claim to be stronger than both of you? Clark remained silent. Kara's fists clenched. Shut your mouth. Do you want me to punch you right now? Terrell immediately raised his hands in surrender. No, I was wrong. I'm hungry. Let us hurry home. I want to eat Aunt Martha's apple pie. Kara, exasperated, stomped her foot. All you think about is food. Clark rubbed his temples. Let us go home and discuss it there. The three of them accelerated into flight and soon vanished from view. At Kent Farm in Kansas. The trio landed at the entrance. Martha Kent was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, she peered out. You're back. I'm making apple pie. Terrell's eyes lit up. Aunt Martha, I'm starving. He rushed into the kitchen, embracing Martha before darting towards the oven. Martha chuckled as she playfully swatted him. Not so fast. It's not ready yet. Go wash up. Look at you, all filthy. Terrell glanced down at his attire. Oh right. He scampered off to the bathroom. Kara entered the living room and collapsed onto the couch. Aunt Martha, you have no idea how rambunctious he is. He nearly demolished all of New York. Martha approached with a cup of tea. I've heard some things from Clark. Still, he's a good boy. Kara rolled her eyes. A good boy? He is a troublemaker. Clark sat on the opposite end of the couch, eyes closed, desperately in need of rest. Martha glanced at both Clark and Kara. Are you two hiding something from me? They exchanged a glance. Aunt Martha, Kara hesitated. Terrell, he is not just a Kryptonian. Martha set down her tea. I know. He is different from you. Kara was taken aback. You know? Martha smiled and nodded. I raised Clark. I understand what Kryptonians are like. Terrell possesses certain distinctions. But so what? He is still a child. Clark opened his eyes. Mom, he is very dangerous. More so than I anticipated. Martha regarded Clark intently. Clark, you are dangerous too. Yet I have never feared you for that, because I know your heart is kind. Terrell is the same. He is merely too young to control his powers. Clark fell silent. Kara bit her lip. But Aunt Martha, he lacks our weaknesses. He is stronger than us. If he ever lost control. Martha reached out and gently patted Kara's shoulder. Then it becomes your responsibility. Teach him, guide him, just as I taught Clark. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Terrell was humming a tune, enjoying his bath, completely unaware of the serious discussion taking place outside. All he knew was that soon he would indulge in steaming hot apple pie. The timer for the oven chimed. Martha stood up. Enough of this. Let us eat. Kara and Clark exchanged a glance, and neither said another word. Chapter 39, Kara's Breakdown. Please, stop showing off your muscles. At Kent Farm in Kansas, in the kitchen, Martha had just placed a golden, flaky apple pie on the table. The aroma was simply divine. Terrell emerged from the bathroom, shirtless and clad only in oversized shorts. Water droplets cascaded down his chiseled abs as he dashed towards the dining table, eyes gleaming with hunger. Aunt Martha, I love you. He lunged forward, grabbing a steaming slice of pie and shoving it into his mouth. Delicious, hot, hot, hot. Kara sat across from him, covering her eyes, her expression one of utter disbelief. Can't you use utensils? And put some clothes on. It's indecent. Terrell, mouth full, mumbled incoherently, what clothes? I just fought. It feels good. He puffed out his chest, showcasing his well-defined pecs. See, I've bulked up quite a bit. Kara's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. She seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at him. Pervert. Terrell effortlessly caught the cushion without looking and casually placed it beneath him. Thanks, Kara. Martha shook her head with a smile and brought out a large platter of roasted chicken. Slow down, kid. No one is competing with you. Just as she finished speaking, the entire apple pie was devoured. Terrell's gaze shifted to the shiny roasted chicken. Clark sat nearby, lethargically nursing a cup of coffee, emanating an aura that screamed, "Don't bother me. I just want peace." 3 days and nights without sleep. Even the invincible Superman was feeling the strain. Kara, observing Terrell's voracious appetite, couldn't he help but scold him again. Do you realize the magnitude of the chaos you've caused? Stark Tower is under renovation. The entire west side of New York needs repaving. And Nevada now has a new canyon named after you. It's practically a tourist attraction. Terrell was wholly focused on his chicken leg, crunching the bones with delight. He replied nonchalantly, "Oh, and what of it? I was just a sparring partner." Kara slammed her hand on the table. "You provoked him first." Terrell tossed aside the clean chicken bone and picked up another leg. "Fighting? Nothing shameful about it. Besides, that Tin Man is quite wealthy, isn't he? He said he'd cover the costs, so what does it matter to him?" Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Ring, ring. Martha walked over to answer it. "Hello, this is Kent Farm." A thunderous roar came from the other end. "Get those 2 Kent Kryptonian brats on the phone. Especially that new one. I'm going bankrupt." The voice was loud enough for everyone in the living room to hear clearly. It was Tony Stark, sounding utterly furious. Martha held the receiver a bit away from her ear, her expression still kind. "May I ask who this is?" "I'm his father." "No, wait. I'm his creditor." Tony ranted from the other end. "Do you have any idea how much it costs to repair Stark Tower? $130 billion. And the expenses for the entire municipal reconstruction of New York. The Bull on Wall Street. The torch in the Statue of Liberty. In total, $257 billion. Friday just calculated it for me. I even rounded down." Clark approached with a weary expression and took the phone from Martha's hand. "Tony, calm down. Calm down." "How can I be calm? I'm telling you, Clark. You must repay this money. That Terrell is one of your own. You are responsible." Clark rubbed his temples. "Tony, I don't care. Either pay up or send him over to work off the debt. Let him dig in the mines. No, let him mine energy from the sun. Until the end of time." With that, Tony hung up with a sharp click. The living room fell into a profound silence. Kara gaped, her mouth agape. 257 billion? She counted on her fingers for what felt like ages, then rolled her eyes back and collapsed onto the sofa. "It's over. Even if we sold all 3 of us, it wouldn't cover a fraction." Clark set down the phone and sighed deeply, sensing the onset of another migraine. Only Terrell remained leisurely munching on the last chicken wing, licking the grease from his fingers. "What is all the fuss about? It's just a little money." He looked at Clark with a naive expression. "Wasn't that Tin Can unable to defeat me? Why don't we take another trip to New York? Give him a good thrashing until he agrees to wipe the debt clean?" Clark spat out his coffee. Kara shot up from the sofa. "Do you think this isn't serious enough?" Terrell looked bewildered. "Isn't that a simple solution? If something can be resolved with fists, why bother with brains? That's what my long-tailed monkey taught me in my world." Clark and Kara exchanged a glance, both seeing despair reflected in each other's eyes. "There's no communicating with this guy. His mind is fixated solely on fighting and eating." Kara took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She pointed at Terrell's tattered, oversized shorts. "First, put on some clothes. We need to have a serious discussion about how to resolve this debt of over 200 billion. Terrell glanced down at himself. "Oh." He stood up and ambled back to his room. After a moment, he shuffled back out, donning Clark's oversized plaid shirt. Though not a single button was fastened, it hung loosely, exposing his solid chest and abs. He walked up to Kara, deliberately puffing out his chest. "Is this better? Kara, why do you keep staring at me? Do you think my physique is exceptional?" Kara's cheeks flushed bright red, and she grabbed a napkin from the table, hurling it at him. "Get lost." Terrell caught it effortlessly and wiped his mouth. "So, how are you going to repay me?" "I don't have any money." Clark groaned, feeling a headache coming on. "Tony's suggestion is for you to work for him." Upon hearing the word work, Terrell shook his head vigorously. "Working is not an option. Fighting is far more entertaining. It's boring otherwise." Kara was exasperated. "You don't get a say in this. Either you work, or the 3 of us go to court." Terrell scratched his head, suddenly his eyes lighting up. He leaned closer to Kara, scrutinizing her face. Kara felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively took a step back. "What do you want?" Terrell stroked his chin, speaking earnestly. "Kara, you're so beautiful. Why don't you talk to that tin can? Get him to forgive this debt? Isn't that how it goes on TV? A hero saves a damsel, and then the damsel reciprocates? You could offer yourself as payment." Chapter 40, Astonishing. Thor the God of Thunder becomes a sparring partner? I'm in. In the kitchen, The only sound was the hum of the refrigerator compressor. Just a moment ago, Terrell had been shouting about optimal solutions, and now he was staring at Martha. This usually cheerful farm woman had a calm demeanor, even tinged with disappointment. Terrell's hand, which was about to shove a chicken wing into his mouth, froze in midair. It wasn't fear but respect. This woman, who had provided him sustenance and a sense of home, deserved his restraint. He tossed the chicken wing back onto the plate, wiping his greasy hands haphazardly. All right then. Terrell scratched his messy hair, glancing at Kara, who was still seething. I take back what I said earlier. His tone was somewhat stiff, but it was the best he could manage. Selling you off for childbearing is certainly not the right thing to do, even if it does bring in quick cash. Terrell, Martha called out. All right, I won't say it again. Terrell raised his hands in surrender. I'm sorry, Kara Zoel. I'm a jerk, is that acceptable? Kara was taken aback, her fist still clenched, unsure whether to strike. This guy, who had "I am the boss" written all over his face, actually apologized? Though his demeanor remained infuriating. Just then, a low, expensive rumble of an engine echoed from the dilapidated dirt road outside the farm. Everyone turned their heads in unison. A silver Audi sports car came to a halt at the gate. Its sleek lines and doors that lifted like wings were striking. A foot clad in black high heels with red soles stepped onto the dusty ground. Pepper Potts emerged, her professional outfit impeccably tailored, golden hair neatly pinned. She held a tablet in one hand, navigating the uneven terrain with effortless grace. Her commanding presence was palpable. An air of confidence cultivated from years of issuing orders in a corporate empire, making her seem out of place in this humble farm setting. Martha stepped forward. Hello. May I ask who you are? Hello, Mrs. Kent. Pepper wore a standard business smile, neither distant nor overly familiar. I am Pepper Potts, CEO of Stark Industries. She didn't need to elaborate much. The Stark name alone resonated with wealth and the Ironman legacy in America. Pepper's gaze bypassed Martha and landed on the bare-chested man inside. As she entered the house, the scent of her expensive perfume mingled with the aroma of roasted chicken. Clark and Kara stood awkwardly, having never encountered such a situation before. Particularly with the looming burden of $200 billion in debt, Kara felt her knees weaken. You two needn't be nervous. Pepper seemed to see through their apprehension. She walked directly to sit across from Terrell, placing the tablet decisively on the table. Mr. Terrell, Mr. Tony Stark wishes to discuss a business proposition with you. Terrell didn't even bother to lift his gaze. Not interested. I don't buy insurance. Nor do I apply for cards. Pepper remained unperturbed, simply swiping her finger across the screen. This isn't a sale, it's an invitation. The screen lit up, and a shaky video began to play. The backdrop was the desolate landscape of New Mexico, where dark storm clouds swirled ominously, as if they were about to touch the ground. A muscular blond man clad in a red cape swung a square hammer. The raw energy emanating from the video was palpable, even through the screen. The man roared as a massive bolt of lightning struck down upon the hammer. In the next instant, he swung it down onto a colossal armored figure, erupting in flames and shockwaves that sent dust flying for hundreds of meters. The sheer force was undeniable. Terrell, who had been in different moments before, squinted his eyes. He leaned slightly forward, fixated on the blond man. This looks somewhat familiar. Terrell inquired. Thor, you've seen him before. Pepper observed his expression, the god of thunder from Norse mythology. A god? Terrell let out a derisive snort, as if he had just heard an amusing jest. Is that all? His finger tapped the screen, indicating Thor's hammer-swinging motion. The wind-up time is excessive, rife with flaws. While this may appear formidable, the force is too dispersed. If it were me, the moment he lifted that hammer, I would have already twisted his head off and kicked it like a ball. Although Terrell spoke with disdain, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, a sparkle that only a hunter experiences upon spotting a worthy prey. He felt stifled on this planet teeming with fragile humans. And finally, a god had arrived. Pepper's smile deepened. Mr. Stark had indeed been correct. For a battle maniac like him, money was merely a number, while a worthy opponent was an absolute necessity. Tony shared the same sentiment. Pepper continued in a tone that blended flattery with a touch of provocation. That self-proclaimed god was exceedingly arrogant. Aside from Hulk, no one could keep him in check. Mr. Stark believed that if anyone on Earth could teach that god a lesson in humility, it would be you. This was music to Terrell's ears. A grin spread across his face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. That Tin Man has quite an eye. Seizing the moment, Pepper produced an electronic contract. Special combat consultant. Responsibilities include, you may summon him for sparring at any time, until you are thoroughly satisfied. Furthermore, Pepper held up 2 fingers. The $257 billion in debt would be entirely forgiven. The penthouse atop Avengers Tower would have the finest chefs at your beck and call. When Kara and Clark heard the words debt forgiveness, their eyes widened in disbelief. Over 200 billion, just like that? Terrell glanced at the densely packed contract. He barely skimmed the terms before turning to the astonished Kara, her mouth agape, and then to Clark, who wore a furrowed brow and a troubled expression. This 200 billion was a crushing burden for these two fools. Especially for Kara, who hadn't slept well in days, dark circles forming beneath her eyes. Although the foolish woman often yelled at him, she was still one of the only two beings of his kind on this planet. "Hey, Miss Pepper," Terrell called out. Pepper immediately responded, "Yes? I'm not going to be that Tin Man's subordinate." Terrell pointed at the contract, his tone authoritative. "I don't care about any consultant nonsense. I'm here because I want to thrash that hammer wielder, and while I'm at it, help these poor souls settle their debts, so they stop pestering me with their incessant whining." He pressed his finger on the fingerprint scanner. Beep. Authentication successful. Deal. Terrell rose to his feet, his muscles tensing with explosive power as he moved. He even strode out with his bare arms exposed. "Let us go? Where's that Tin Man? I can hardly wait to hear the sound of that so-called God's bones breaking." At that moment, Kara finally came to her senses. She gazed at Terrell's retreating figure, her emotions in turmoil. Was he truly doing this to help them with their debts? Though he spoke harshly, it was clear he sought a fight. But Kara was no fool. She could sense that Terrell was genuinely attempting to extricate them from their predicament. "Terrell," she instinctively called out. Terrell paused momentarily, without turning back, merely waving his hand dismissively. "Don't think too much about me, foolish woman. Fix your farm properly. If I return and see it in this sorry state again, I'll toss you back to the ruins of Krypton." With that, he strode toward the silver sports car. Pepper politely nodded to Clark and Kara before turning to follow. Her steps were noticeably lighter, the task having gone more smoothly than she had anticipated. Terrell hopped into the passenger seat, immediately furrowing his brow. What kind of wretched vehicle is this? It's so cramped. His long legs had nowhere to go. Nearly pressing against the dashboard. "Tell that Tin Man to get a bigger car next time, or I'll dismantle this tin shell and sell it for scrap." Pepper slid into the driver's seat, smiling as she started the engine. "I'll pass that along." The engine roared to life, and the sports car kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped down the farm road, disappearing into the distance. The kitchen fell silent once more. Martha picked up the unfinished chicken wing and placed it in the microwave. "This child," she softly remarked, "is not entirely bad at heart." Kara plopped down in a chair, exhaling a long sigh. The burden of over 200 billion had been lifted just like that. She should be elated. Yet Clark, standing by the window and gazing at the receding dust, wore a troubled expression that belied any sense of relief. "What's wrong?" Kara inquired. "Nothing." Clark adjusted his glasses, his tone somewhat peculiar. "I was just pondering that Tony Stark may have no idea what he signed back on for." Kara quickly grasped the implication. Allowing someone as reckless and impulsive as Terrell to roam New York, especially alongside the already unruly Thor? It was akin to tossing a lit cigarette into a powder keg. No, this was like dropping a nuclear bomb into an active volcano. "I'm more worried about Avengers Tower." Kara swallowed hard. "Do you think that building can hold up?" Clark remained silent for a long while. "Stark has a lot of money. It'll be fine." Chapter 41. The old man is quite sturdy? Then let us have some fun. New York, crisis. Pepper's silver sports car sped down the highway toward New York. Terrell fidgeted in the passenger seat, the expensive leather upholstery creaking beneath him, feeling utterly uncomfortable. "This car is far too small. I can't even stretch my muscles." He furrowed his brow in complaint. "That Tin Man is so wealthy. Can't he get a larger one? Such a miser." Driving. Pepper felt a twitch at the corner of her eye and silently turned on the car's sound system. A soothing classical melody flowed out, attempting to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. After a short while, Terrell clearly lost his patience. Without even glancing at the control panel, he slammed his fist down. ZZZZT. The expensive sound system emitted a cacophony of electric crackles, the screen shattered instantly, and the channels switched chaotically. Ear-splitting heavy metal rock erupted, nearly tearing the roof off the sports car. "Now that's more like it." Terrell grinned, leaning back in satisfaction. Pepper's knuckles turned white on the steering wheel. She stared at the now mangled and smoking control panel, acutely aware that her career was facing its greatest challenge yet. Hours later, the sports car came to a halt outside Stark Tower. As Terrell stepped out, he beheld the massive gaping hole he had left behind, penetrating several floors. Numerous construction robots busily worked at the edge of the pit, sparks flying from metal welding. Instead of feeling a shred of remorse, he stood with hands on hips, laughing triumphantly. "See, the lighting is much better now, isn't it? I call this destructive art. I should be getting a design fee for this." An enraged voice cut through the air, colder than the Siberian winds. "Design fee? I want to shove you into the reactor as fuel." Tony Stark, clad in casual attire, glared at him with gritted teeth, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. "Welcome, my new employee. You arrived just in time to witness your first paycheck being deducted." Terrell shot him a look of disdain, plucking a half-meter-thick steel plate from a nearby pile of construction materials. Amidst the startled beeping of the surrounding robots, he effortlessly molded the steel plate into an irregular iron ball, as if kneading dough. Thud! The iron ball was casually tossed at Tony's feet, creating a shallow dent in the hard ground. "Payment. That scrap of paper is of no use to me." Terrell stepped before Tony, his towering height exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation as he looked down upon him. "I only care about my own satisfaction. Should I become displeased, that hunk of metal will be your fate." He paused, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his stark white teeth. "Lead the way, Tin Man." "Whereas Hammer Guy? I've started my position. Can I engage in combat now?" Tony's complexion shifted from red to green, then to pale, but wisely swallowed back the derogatory remarks that threatened to escape as he glanced down at the iron ball. "Right this way." Pepper hurried over, half pushing, half pulling the two walking powder kegs into Stark Tower. In the common area of the building, Clint lounged lazily on the sofa, while Natasha polished a dagger at the bar. Upon seeing Terrell enter, Clint's demeanor shifted instantly. "Well, if it isn't our new colleague, the walking demolition office director?" Terrell's gaze swept over him before landing on Natasha, his nose twitching slightly in disdain. "Two ordinary individuals, utterly uninteresting. You shouldn't be on my sparring list, right? That's good. Just don't hinder me during my training." Clint nearly leapt from the sofa, while Natasha's polishing of the dagger slowed just a fraction, her eyes glinting with a dangerous amusement. Tony, with a dark expression, led Terrell to the entrance of a vast bedroom. "This is your room, the finest suite in the building. Are you satisfied?" Terrell stepped inside, his indifference to the panoramic view of New York's skyline and the bed large enough to accommodate 5 people apparent. He walked straight to the corner of the room where the refrigerator stood, opening the door. Empty. Buzz. The room's air pressure plummeted to freezing levels, the lights beginning to flicker unsteadily. "Is this what you call hospitality?" He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing Tony like a knife. "The contract stipulates room and board. Where's my food?" Tony's temples throbbed with tension, but when confronted with that gaze, he felt a jolt of fear, his instinct for survival overwhelming his anger. "Friday." Tony composed himself and spoke. "Have the finest restaurant in New York send over their signature steaks and roasted meats. Now. Immediately. At your command, sir." The frost on Terrell's face began to thaw slightly. "Well, the food issue is resolved." He rubbed his hands together, looking expectantly at Tony. "Is it time now?" "Everyone is here. The room is checked. Quickly summon Hammer Guy. I'm already warmed up." Tony had awaited this moment, suppressing his earlier trepidation. He forced a grin that suggested a scheme had succeeded. "Oh, you mean Thor?" He deliberately elongated the syllables. "Unfortunately, he has gone back to Asgard to deal with some household matters. When will he return?" "Hard to say. It could be a week or perhaps a year and a half." Tony shrugged, his mischievous nature compelling him to add, "The contract clearly states regular opponent arrangements, but it doesn't specify immediate ones. Welcome to the adult world, kid. Sometimes, you just have to learn." Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a steel-like hand shot forth, lightning fast, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. Ugh. Tony's feet dangled, his face flushed, eyes wide with horror and fear. Terrell held the billionaire aloft with one hand, devoid of any anger, only a chilling mockery evident on his face. He leaned closer to Tony's ear and whispered, "The adult world? No. In my world, there is no waiting. You've deceived me, violating our contract." A visible white mist began to emanate from him, a terrifying energy causing the glass in the room to vibrate at a high frequency. The floor beneath him began to crack inch by inch, centered around his feet. "Since you haven't arranged an opponent for me," Terrell's voice turned low and menacing, "then I shall dismantle you first." Just as his consciousness began to blur, whoosh. A streak of red, white, and blue whistled through the air and struck Terrell's arm with a force that reverberated like a thunderclap. Terrell winced, his brow furrowing sharply, instinctively loosening his grip. Tony fell to the ground like a discarded sack, clutching his throat and coughing violently. The streak of light arced gracefully through the air, caught steadily by a resolute figure, Captain America, Steve Rogers. He held the shield protectively in front of him, muscles tensed, expression grave, as if facing a formidable foe. "Step back, Tony." Steve's voice was deep and commanding, his gaze fixed firmly on Terrell. This man was exceedingly dangerous. Terrell shook his somewhat numb arm, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipating slightly, revealing a keen interest akin to a predator encountering a novel prey. This man before him exuded an indomitable will, like steel forged through countless trials. Oh, Terrell appraised Steve from head to toe, a wild grin curling at his lips as he tilted his head. Old man, you seem quite sturdy. He flexed his wrist, advancing step by step. The sheer force of his presence made even the battle-hardened Steve break out in a cold sweat. Since that hammer guy is absent, I might as well entertain myself. You then. If you can withstand 3 minutes without falling, Terrell's smile brimmed with provocation. I shall temporarily spare this tin can. Come on, consider it a welcome party for me. Chapter 42, Meeting Time. Fighting is secondary. Holding a meeting is of utmost importance. Terrell's white aura surged wildly, causing his checkered shirt to billow dramatically. The massive glass windows creaked under the strain. He focused on Steve Rogers. His muscles taut like coiled steel cables, a predator poised to pounce. Old man, let us have a fight. Clint whistled from the doorway, though his hand instinctively reached behind him. Natasha, who had been crossing her arms, let them fall, fingers stealthily brushing against her weapon at her waist. Steve Rogers, the seasoned super soldier, felt every muscle in his body tense, his knuckles whitening from gripping the shield too tightly. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his instincts screamed. This man before him was uncontrollable. Should conflict arise, the tower would not withstand it. And those behind him might not escape unscathed either. Sir, energy readings have surpassed safety thresholds. If not contained, the structural integrity of the building will collapse in 3 seconds. Friday's urgent warning echoed in Tony's ears. Hey, stop, stop, stop. Tony Stark lifted his helmet, bravely inserting himself between the two, even as he cautiously held up his palm repulsor. Terrell, while I would love to see old Pops take a beating, my building has just been renovated. One punch from you would cost far more than repairs. Terrell's brow furrowed, his intensity intensifying rather than diminishing. So what? Steve took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his combat instincts, his expression serious as he regarded Terrell. Terrell, if you seek a genuine battle, this place is unsuitable. Steve's voice was steady and powerful, locking eyes with those frenzied orbs, and besides, it would be a waste to expend your strength on sparring. We have a more challenging and dangerous problem at hand. Upon hearing the words more challenging, the white aura in Terrell's eyes finally stilled. More formidable than you? He tilted his head, his murderous intent slightly retracting, yet still hovering like a sword poised above. Much more perilous. If you have come seeking challenge, that is where you should be headed. Steve spoke in a calm tone, and then turned to Tony. Immediately convene a meeting. With that, Steve strode toward the conference room, his posture upright, yet his pace noticeably quicker than usual. Tolor gazed at Steve's retreating figure and let out a soft snort, dissipating the bravado that enveloped him. Very well. He flexed his wrist, his eyes sweeping over Pepper and Natasha beside him, a grin spreading across his face, tinged with a hint of arrogance. If that so-called adversary is not as resilient as this ancient relic shield, I shall return to dismantle this building and, in the process, snap your bones one by one. Pepper forced a professional smile, urging, please, this way. In the Avengers Tower, atop the circular conference room, the atmosphere was as suffocating as the calm before a storm. At the circular table, Tony occupied the seat of honor, his expression grim. Steve stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the New York skyline, his brow furrowed. Tolor plopped down heavily onto the leather chair, his legs crashing onto the exquisite mahogany conference table, producing a resounding bang that made the water cups tremble. Tony's eye twitched, yet he refrained from speaking. What was the purpose of this grand spectacle? Tolor, growing impatient, tapped his fingers against the armrest, the solid wood splintering under his touch like mere biscuits. My patience is finite. Tony rapped the table, activating the holographic projection. All right, without further ado, let us get to the crux of the matter. Steve turned, his gaze sweeping over the attendees before finally resting on Turlor. Firstly, regarding the matter of Turlor's oversight. Bang! A dull thud interrupted Steve. Turlor casually scattered the splintered wood from the armrest onto the floor, sneering with a keen gaze. Old man, grasp the situation. Only the weak require oversight. He leaned forward, a palpable sense of pressure enveloping the room once more. I am here because you mentioned a conflict. If you merely wish to place a collar around my neck, I wouldn't mind commencing my warm-up exercises right now. Natasha's hand subtly inched toward her electroshock gloves, while Clint's muscles tensed. No one wishes to control you. Turl, Tony interjected quickly, attempting to diffuse the tension. We are discussing how to channel your surplus energy productively. Observe this. A photograph of an elderly man with white hair and piercing eyes appeared on the holographic screen, accompanied by a classified dossier. Dr. Hank Pym. Seizing the moment, Steve took the lead, his demeanor serious. 6 months ago, he initiated an artificial intelligence project named Ultron, aimed at creating a perfect global defense system. Talor. initially poised to erupt, yawned in boredom at the mention of artificial intelligence. Another one of Iron Man's kind? Sounds utterly dull. No, it is different. Steve displayed a photo of a devastated laboratory, eliciting gasps from everyone present. Ultron spiraled out of control. It gained self-awareness and concluded that humanity is the greatest virus on Earth. Just yesterday, it completely obliterated Dr. Pym's laboratory and escaped through the network. It is currently evolving, crafting a body far superior to its previous form. What does it seek? Natasha inquired. Purification. The moment Steve's words hung in the air, a sudden flicker swept through Stark Tower's lights, plunging it into an oppressive darkness. Instantly, every screen in the conference room illuminated without warning, morphing into a blinding array of static. Friday? Tony's complexion paled. Report the status. No response came. Only the excruciating sound of electrical currents echoed through the speakers. In the next heartbeat, all screens coalesced into a grotesque visage formed of countless red data streams. Those crimson electronic eyes coldly surveyed each corporeal presence in the room. A synthesized electronic voice, dripping with condescension, resonated throughout the tower. What a profoundly touching assembly. It appears your firewall is as flimsy as paper, Tony Stark. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ultron. The red visage on the screen rotated, as if scrutinizing its quarry. I see you, so-called avengers. A band of self-righteous brutes. A munitions dealer cursed by knowledge, 2 assassins lurking in the shadows, and an antiquated relic. Finally, the red electronic gaze seemed to fixate on Turlor. Oh, and one uncontrollable variable. Turlor, who had been fiddling with the projector on the table, halted at this remark. Slowly he lifted his head, a dangerous smile creeping across his face. Oh, so you're called Ultron? Your tongue is rather foul. Ultron entirely disregarded his provocation. Its voice reverberated through the network, broadcasting instantly across New York and even to the world. I have witnessed your folly, your wars, your endless self-destruction. You are a virus parasitizing this beautiful planet. And I am the remedy, the scalpel of evolution. From this day forth, your era is at an end. I shall sever all strings, bringing true silence to this world. As the last syllable faded, a piercing alarm blared to life. The red emergency lights painted the conference room in a sanguine hue. Damn it, Steve shouted, raising his shield. Friday is offline. It has locked down all exits. Tony's armor enveloped him instantaneously, the palm blaster igniting. Clint strung his bow, while Natasha's electroshock gloves crackled ominously. Tension and fear permeated the air, yet Turlor remained unfazed. He rose slowly, his expression devoid of panic, instead radiating a bloodthirsty thrill amidst the chaotic red alarm lights. A robot intent on annihilating the world, and it seeks to purge all humanity? He clenched his fists, a terrifying energy shattering the chair behind him. This fellow sounds far more durable than that hammer-wielding chap. Chapter 43. Once the fighting's done, shall we dine? In the conference room, the shrill alarm continued its relentless wail. Tony Stark's armor had fully deployed, the energy lights on his palms and chest glowing. Steve held his shield defensively, adopting a standard combat stance. Clint and Natasha stood back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Yet, amid the tension, one individual stood out. Turlor rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the flickering robotic visage on the screen. So this is what all the fuss was about. He turned to Tony. Hey, Iron Man. Where's this guy's actual body? I want to take him down. Tony was too preoccupied to respond, desperately attempting to reconnect with his AI. Friday. Report status. Cut off external network connections. Ultron's emotionless voice emanated from one of the steel soldier speakers, locking its electronic gaze on Turlor. Feudal, Tony Stark. Your Friday is on holiday. This tower now belongs to me. The moment those words left its mouth, a wall adjacent to the conference room erupted. Boom. Debris scattered everywhere as several soldiers clad in red and gold armor surged through the breach. They bore a striking resemblance to Tony's armor, Iron Legion. Ah, now it gets real. Turlor exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as he cracked his knuckles. Tony's expression darkened. Ultron has commandeered my Iron Legion. Steve commanded firmly, protect yourselves. Their objective is to obliterate everything here. Understood. Clint readied an arrow. Natasha drew 2 pistols from her thigh holster. Finally, some action, Turlor muttered, rolling his eyes. Can't we get something new? I'm tired of these metal clunks. I've battled enough of them in the desert. Ultron's voice reverberated through one of the steel soldier speakers, its electronic eyes locking onto Turlor. The presence of anomalous data is illogical. However, fear not. Soon, everything shall return to order. At his command, all the Iron soldiers simultaneously raised their arms, their palms aimed at everyone in the conference room, ready to unleash their firepower. Fire. A multitude of energy beams shot forth in an instant. Scatter, Steve bellowed, using his shield to deflect 2 beams aimed at him. Tony soared into the air, engaging in a fierce struggle with the foremost Iron Soldier. Clint's arrow struck precisely at the neck joint of one soldier, and with a flash of electricity, that soldier's head drooped, yet his body continued to fire erratically. Natasha moved with remarkable agility, rolling over the conference table to evade the beams while firing multiple shots at the knee joint of another Iron Soldier. The bullets ricocheted off the armor, sparking but inflicting little damage. The entire conference room devolved into chaos. Energy beams flew wildly, explosions echoed incessantly, and the precious conference table and chairs were obliterated. Terrell remained rooted in place, utterly unfazed. An energy beam shot straight toward his face, and he did not even blink. Bang! The beam struck his face, only causing his hair to flutter momentarily without any other effect. He touched his face, feeling a slight itch. The Iron Soldier who fired tilted his head, seemingly analyzing why that shot had failed. Terrell grew impatient. "You tin cans aren't even worthy of warming me up." He exerted force beneath his feet, vanishing from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared before the tilted soldier. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and seized the Iron Soldier's head. Shatter! With a fierce grip, he crushed it. Crack! The helmet, forged from high-strength alloy, was utterly obliterated. The crimson electronic eye extinguished, and the Iron Soldier collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Next, Terrell disregarded the remains beneath his feet, pivoting toward another target. His movements were simple and brutal, devoid of any finesse. He charged forward, dismantling enemies in the most direct manner possible. A punch pierced through a chest, a kick snapped a waist, or simply seizing 2 legs and tearing them apart. Tony, entangled with 2 soldiers, caught sight of this scene from the corner of his eye and nearly plummeted from the air. "Hey, be gentle. Those are my collectibles." Terrell hoisted an Iron Soldier's half-body, wielding it like a baseball bat to strike another soldier charging at him. Bang! The 2 iron masses collided with a thunderous sound, both transforming into heaps of scrap metal. Expensive? Then just make more. He carelessly tossed aside his makeshift weapon. Clint stood nearby, dumbfounded, forgetting to lower his bow. "All right. I take back what I said. This guy isn't a demolition overseer. He's a wrecking machine." Natasha found herself in a precarious situation. Though she was nimble, she lacked effective means to penetrate the armor of such heavily fortified suits. One Iron Soldier cornered her against the wall, raising its fist to strike down. Just then, a shadow flashed by. Terrell suddenly appeared between her and the Iron Soldier, catching the descending iron fist with one hand. "Hey," he spoke without turning his head toward Natasha. "You've got some skills. You dodge quite quickly." Natasha leaned against the wall, breathing slightly heavier, her fitted black combat suit accentuating her alluring physique. Sweat caused a few strands of red hair to cling to her face. She gazed at Terrell's broad back without uttering a word. "It's just that your strength is too feeble to breach this tin armor." Terrell seized the Iron Soldier's arm with his other hand and yanked it forcefully. Rip! The entire arm, along with the shoulder armor, was brutally wrenched off. Then, he reversed the iron arm and impaled the soldier's own chest. At that moment, the remaining Iron Soldiers in the conference room abruptly ceased their attack. Their lights began to flicker violently. Tony shouted urgently, "Not good. They're going to self-destruct. Find cover." Steve immediately raised his shield in front of him. Clint and Tony quickly found their positions. Only Terrell remained before Natasha, visibly displeased. "What is going on? Is this it?" He yanked Natasha behind him, shielding her with his body. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions erupted in succession, shaking the entire floor. Smoke and flames engulfed the conference room. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the conference room lay in ruins. Terrell stood in the center of the debris, with only a few scorch marks on his clothing. Not a single scratch on his body. He released his grip on Natasha and smirked. Loud thunder, but little rain. That so-called Ultron is a coward, isn't he? All he does is send out minions to die while he hides away. He surveyed the surroundings, realizing there were no remaining enemies capable of movement, his disappointment unmistakable. Steve emerged from behind a pile of rubble, dusting off his attire. It fled. Tony landed, his armor's visor retracting, his expression grave. "It has accessed the global network. Now, we're in serious trouble." Clint approached, looking equally disheartened. "So, we just played a prologue with an artificial intelligence?" A tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Terrell's stomach let out an untimely growl. Grr. He patted his belly and looked at Tony. "Hey, Tin Man, now that it's over, isn't it time to eat? Your welcome party is rather stingy." He turned to glance at Natasha, who was adjusting her attire. Natasha, having been shielded by him, had barely felt the impact of the explosions. She straightened up, stretching her shoulders, the curves of her body after the battle appearing particularly powerful beneath her tight suit. Chapter 44. Did Natasha blush? Hey, take care of that robot first. Amidst the ruins, the dust had yet to settle. Natasha was inspecting the holster on the outside of her thigh, her movements quick, yet her fingertips somewhat pale. The earlier skirmish had been too chaotic. Ultron had fled, leaving behind a disarray. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her. Terrell had drifted behind her, hovering 3 inches above the ground, arms crossed, gazing down at her. Her heart raced at 120 beats per minute. Terrell's voice was flat, devoid of emotion, adrenaline coursing through him, his muscles taut as stone. Natasha continued her task, not even glancing back. I'm checking my gear. Useless. Terrell landed, his shoe crushing a shard of glass. That water gun of yours couldn't even scratch my cornea. He leaned closer. The oppressive aura he exuded was nearly suffocating. Redhead, don't snap yourself in half. In a battle of this caliber, you're merely here to set the atmosphere. Natasha finally halted her actions. She turned to face the hovering man, looking up at him. Had it been anyone else, she would have kicked him away long ago. But against this individual, Natasha understood that her fighting skills would hardly amount to a mere massage for him. She chose to ignore him and walked past toward Steve. TCH. Terrell observed her retreating figure, expressionless as he muttered, boring self-esteem. He turned his gaze, sweeping over the devastated top-floor hall, littered with broken rebar and smoking circuit boards. Grr. Terrell's stomach growled again, the sound clear in the quiet ruins. He frowned in irritation, looking toward Tony Stark, who was rummaging through a pile of scrap metal nearby. Hey, Tin Man. Terrell kicked aside a concrete slab that was obstructing his path. The hefty slab, weighing several hundred pounds, soared through the air before crashing against the wall and shattering into debris. Tony was taken aback, his visor snapping open to reveal a face as dark as a pot's bottom. What are you doing? That's a load-bearing wall. I'm hungry, Terrell replied, completely dismissing his protest as he swaggered over to stand before Tony. Towering over him, he looked down upon the billionaire. Fighting is a physical endeavor. I couldn't care less if your building collapses or if your robots are all dead. A faint red glow flickered in Terrell's eyes, his tone dripping with unmasked menace. 5 minutes. Bring me some real meat, the kind that can fill the gaps between my teeth. If I have to endure hunger. He extended a hand and gently tapped the shell of Tony's reactor, producing a sharp, ringing sound. I'll peel off your metal casing and see if the flesh inside is any more palatable. Tony felt a shiver run down his spine. But gazing at the ruins around him, he could only helplessly respond. This is a wreck. The kitchen has collapsed. What do you expect to eat? Dirt? That's your problem. Terrell continued his threats. If I can't find food, I'll dismantle one of your suits for a snack. The taste might be lacking, but at least it will serve to sharpen my teeth. Infuriated, Tony's hands trembled. What kind of robber logic was this? Are you here to help or to rob us? You. In a fit of rage, Tony grabbed a wrench from the ground and hurled it toward the back of Terrell's head without a second thought. Shut up. The wrench flew through the air with a whoosh. Steve was about to shout a warning, but the words got caught in his throat. Thwack. The wrench halted just shy of Terrell's head, less than a centimeter away. Terrell didn't even turn around. His hand had risen at some point, effortlessly catching the flying wrench. Clint's hand, reaching for his bow, froze in place. Natasha's hand hovered over her gun's grip. Terrell slowly turned to face them, his expression unnervingly calm. He raised the wrench to inspect it, and with a slight smirk, his fingers gradually clenched. The sturdy alloy wrench began to deform, twisting and cracking in his grasp before falling to the ground, clattering against Tony's expensive tiles. Tony's Adam's apple bobbed. That was his custom wrench. Terrell dusted off his hands and stepped forward. Stark, he tilted his head, his voice soft. Were you just trying to attack me? Tony opened his mouth but couldn't produce a sound. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Terrell. Steve rushed over, positioning himself between the two. He raised his hands in a placating gesture, though his blue eyes were filled with vigilance. Calm down. Tony didn't mean it. He's just under a lot of pressure. We're all in this together. There's no need for infighting. Terrell fixed his gaze on Steve for a moment. A few seconds later, he scoffed, retracting his attention with a bored expression. How dull. You're all so fragile. If you break, I'll have to find new toys. He turned around and plopped down on a broken stone pillar, crossing his legs. Hurry and find Ultron. I want to test my strength against something sturdy. You fragile ones are just too boring. The others breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, they truly feared Terrell would unleash a massacre. Just then, a crackling sound emanated from the broken speaker overhead. Sir, a disjointed female voice announced. System reboot complete. Integrity at 47%. It was Friday. Tony seized the opportunity, shouting, Friday. Quickly. Scan the entire network. Where did that bastard Ultron go? Tracking data streams, Friday's voice gradually became clearer. Apologies, sir. Ultron has erased all traces. He has fled into the internet. The news weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. There was no way to locate him now. However, Friday continued. I intercepted one of his last search records at the last moment. What was he searching for? Steve inquired. Vibranium, Friday replied, a Wakandan specialty. According to the latest intel, an illegal smuggling warehouse on the Wakandan border has just been attacked. All vibranium reserves have been looted. Tony's complexion drained of color. Damn it, I know what he's planning. He wants to construct a body for himself. Tony paced anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. If Ultron succeeded in creating a body from vibranium and fused it with his consciousness, he would become truly invincible. No one would be able to defeat him. Vibranium? Telrol, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. What is that? Steve, with a serious expression, explained, it's the strongest material in the world, capable of absorbing all vibrations and energy. If Ultron succeeds, we will face an indestructible enemy. Indestructible? Telrol laughed, a genuine, somewhat sinister laugh. Now that's interesting. I feared he might be too weak to withstand a fight. He approached Steve, his eyes glinting with a combative spark. Lead the way. I want to see just how tough that tin can really is. Can it withstand a punch from me? Steve was taken aback. You want to go? What else would I do? Telrol shot him a glance. You think this group of mortals can handle it? Use their heads to smash against him? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Once I deal with this Ultron, I want to feast on barbecued meat. 10 servings. At that moment, Tony snapped back to reality. Though he still felt a twinge of fear toward Telrol, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. Friday, prepare the Quinjet. We're heading to Seoul. Dr. Helen Cho is over there, and if Ultron acquires vibranium, he will definitely seek out her regeneration cradle technology. Chapter 45. Can a nutritional meal muffle your mouth? Tony wanted to jump out of the plane. The Quinjet's hatch closed with a heavy thud, the engines roaring as the aircraft sliced through the clouds. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung out for water. Tony Stark sat in his seat with a dark scowl, his fingers drumming impatiently on the armrest, clearly resistant to this journey. Steve Rogers, clutching his shield, sat with his eyes closed and brows furrowed, contemplating their next strategy. Clint and Natasha, seated in their respective spots, methodically checked their gear, their movements practiced and focused. The only exception in the space was Telrol, who was filled with curiosity about everything in the aircraft. He first ran to the cockpit door, pointing at the myriad buttons and screens, then leaned over to examine Clint's quiver. These look like toothpicks. Can they pierce Iron Man's armor? Clint raised his hand, deftly shielding his quiver without even sparing him a glance. Telrol, unfazed, shifted his attention to the last person. He plopped down in the empty seat across from Natasha, legs spread wide, leaning forward as he audaciously eyed her. Natasha was replacing the energy cell in her widow's bite gauntlets with smooth precision. Hey, Telrol suddenly broke the silence. Natasha didn't lift her head, snapping the energy cell into place with a click. I've noticed something about you, he said seriously, leaning slightly forward with an aggressive demeanor. While your legs are quite pleasing to the eye, your explosive power is lacking. As you extend your leg, half of your strength dissipates from your waist. If it were me. He spoke while reaching out, seemingly intending to touch Natasha's calf for guidance. Natasha finally ceased her actions. She lifted her eyelids, her gaze icy and filled with menace. If your hand moves just 1 centimeter further. Her voice was soft, yet it resonated with an ominous threat. I will activate this device at its highest power and personally insert it into your trousers. Clint halted his task of polishing the arrowheads, while Tony turned his attention with keen interest, eager to witness this extraterrestrial's humiliation. The smile at the corner of Terrell's mouth deepened. Oh really? Instead of retreating, he abruptly lunged forward, firmly grasping Natasha's slender wrist. Natasha's expression shifted, instinctively preparing to retaliate. But his grip was unyielding. Terrell held her hand, forcefully pressing the poised widow's bite against the muscular exterior of his thigh. Come on. Let me see if your human toy can deliver me some electrotherapy. Natasha's eyes hardened, and without hesitation, she activated the switch. ZZZZ. A brilliant arc of blue high-voltage electricity erupted, the sharp crackle of the current reverberating through the cabin, filling the air with the acrid scent of ozone. This voltage was sufficient to incapacitate an adult elephant instantly. Even Tony, clad in armor, regarded it with trepidation. Yet amidst the dazzling electric display, Terrell did not so much as flinch. He gazed down at the frenzied currents dancing on his thigh, unable to breach his skin, his expression one of utter boredom. Is that all? He released Natasha's wrist, even brushing off non-existent dust from his pant leg with disdain. This amount of current isn't even strong enough for a massage. Natasha, next time you wish to threaten me, remember to bring a nuclear reactor with you. He lazily reclined against the chair. It's hardly gratifying to engage with fragile humans like you. Even Kara would be a more worthy opponent. At least she can put up a fight. Natasha stared at the widow's bite in her hand, now overheated and overloaded, then glanced at the unscathed Terrell, a profound wariness flashing in her eyes. Just then, a loud and inappropriate rumble shattered the tension that had just been established. Terrell clutched his stomach, his expression turning impatient. Iron Man. He turned to Tony and shouted, I'm hungry. Where's the food? Tony rolled his eyes and pointed towards the back of the cabin. That cabinet contains high-energy nutrition packs. One bag is enough for a day. Grab one and be quiet. Terrell approached, retrieving a silver-sealed bag, tearing it open to sniff. He squeezed a bit of the gray paste into his mouth. The next moment, Tui, the so-called high-tech nutrition pack arced through the air, landing in Steve's lap, who had just intended to offer a word of persuasion. Old man, this stuff is only suitable for ascetics like you. Terrell wiped his mouth with a look of disdain. Take it for nostalgia. The taste is probably akin to the military rations from your era. Steve held the bag of paste, his expression stiff. Terrell, this is wartime. It's the most efficient means of sustenance. That's your efficiency, not mine. Terrell interrupted Steve, his gaze drifting past the group to fixate on another decorative panel on the cabin wall. Tony, with your billions. I refuse to believe that your private jet only has this swill. Terrell sneered. Friday. I'm here, sir. The AI's voice chimed in. Bring out the fine wines and gourmet food your boss has hidden away. Tony suddenly sprang up from his seat. Hey, that's my private collection. Friday, no? Detecting that Mr. Terrell's biofield is fluctuating, if I do not comply, there is a 98% probability he will tear through the cabin wall with his bare hands. Friday reported calmly. For flight safety, I am now opening the hidden refrigeration unit. With a soft hiss of hydraulics, the cabin wall slowly slid open, revealing a small, exquisite bar and refrigeration compartment. Terrell whistled and strode over, extracting a bottle of expensive red wine and a gourmet sandwich. He bit the cork off, tilted his head back to take a generous swig, then sighed contentedly. Now this is food worthy of a human. He returned to his seat, ignoring Tony's murderous glare and Steve's resigned sigh, devouring the tender, juicy wagyu, the aroma of the wine wafting through the cabin, sharply contrasting with the previous odd scent of the nutrition pack. Don't look at me like that, Captain. Terrell mumbled around a mouthful of meat. If you want me to help you fight, you'll have to abide by my rules. An emperor does not starve his soldiers, let alone a Kryptonian. An eerie silence fell over the cabin. In the latter half of the flight, no one dared to provoke Terrell, even closing their eyes while he engaged in whatever he pleased. Steve seized this opportunity to grimly brief the others on the mission. The holographic projection displayed a map of downtown Seoul along with Dr. Helen Zhao's profile. The primary objective is to protect Dr. Zhao and prevent Ultron from acquiring a vibranium body. Steve's voice echoed, while Terrell lounged with his legs crossed, sipping wine and gazing out at the clouds, relishing his aerial picnic. Sir, we are approaching the airspace above Seoul. Friday's voice sounded once more. On the screen, the devastation of downtown Seoul came into view. A series of car accidents had ignited fires, and Ultron's robotic army was rampaging through the streets. The atmosphere in the cabin tightened instantly as the Avengers stood ready for battle. Terrell swallowed his last mouthful of beef, casually discarding the empty wine bottle on the floor before stretching lazily. Wow, it's quite lively down there. He leaned closer to the window, observing the chaotic streets, his previous lethargy evaporating. So many targets. This is far more relieving than taking on that green behemoth. Steve issued orders. Prepare for airdrop. Remember, civilians first. Wait, sir. Friday's voice suddenly became urgent, detecting an anomalous energy source at Dr. Zhao's laboratory location. Tony immediately inquired, is it Ultron? No, sir. Friday responded, a hint of confusion in her tone. This energy signal is biological, and its speed is somewhat absurd. It has just arrived and is currently engaging in combat with Ultron's robotic forces. In the cabin, everyone froze momentarily. Engaging Ultron? An ally? Or something else entirely? Tony fixated on the rapidly moving red dot on the screen, his brow furrowed. Who on earth is that? Chapter 46. Quicksilver makes his entrance. This speed will keep me entertained for a while. Inside the Quinjet's cabin, Tony Stark intensely scrutinized the thermal imaging on the screen. A rapidly moving biological energy source left trails of afterimages across the tumultuous streets. With each halt, an Ultron soldier was disassembled in an instant. Friday, enlarge the image. I want a clearer view of that thing. Tony commanded calmly. The screen processed the image multiple times before finally capturing a clear frame. It revealed a young man with short silver hair, clad in a tight blue tracksuit. A hint of disdain and rebelliousness graced his face, as if the murderous machines before him were merely bothersome toys. Clint whistled. Wow, are the youngsters nowadays this intense? That speed rivals that of Barry. Steve's expression turned grave. No, he is faster. His movements exude no excess energy, each acceleration and turn executed with precision. Who is he? One of ours? Tony shrugged. There's no record of him in the database. It's as if he sprang from the earth itself. All eyes were fixated on the silver-haired youth, except for Tauror, whose eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. Intriguing. Prepare for airdrop. Steve's voice snapped everyone back to reality. Tony, you're in charge of aerial support. Clear out those drones. Clint, Natasha, join me for a ground assault. Prioritize evacuating civilians and protecting Dr. Zhao. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Steve turned to Tauror, hesitating momentarily before adding. As for you, do try. I'm saying try, not to demolish the entirety of Seoul. Tauror flashed a wide grin and made an okay gesture. Sure thing, old man, don't worry. I'll be back before you know it. No sooner had he spoken than the hatch of the Quinjet opened, and he leapt from hundreds of meters above. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted as the ground was dented by his impact. Tauror stood up as if nothing had happened, brushing off the dust and stretching, his bones cracking audibly. The feeling of solid ground beneath my feet is delightful. He surveyed his surroundings, where screams and explosions filled the air. In the distance, the silver-haired boy darted about with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving a trail of shattered robotic debris in his wake. Aha, found him. Tauror propelled himself forward with explosive force, resembling a cannonball. Meanwhile, Steve, Natasha, and Clint had just landed. That bastard. Clint glared in the direction Tauror had vanished, muttering an expletive. Captain, should we continue with the original plan? Steve raised his shield to deflect a stray bullet. Follow orders. We can't worry about him. Our priority is saving lives. Pietro Maximoff felt exhilarated today. Snap. The head of a robot flew off. He smirked disdainfully and charged toward his next target. He reveled in the absolute control that speed granted him, the entire world appearing to him as if it had been slowed down. He felt like a god, the sovereign of this battlefield. Just as he sent another robot flying with a kick, a sudden, intense sense of danger prickled at his skin. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed his speed to its limits, veering to the side. Boom. The ground where he had stood erupted, a dark figure descending from above, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave. Pietro skidded to a halt, astonished. It was a man with black hair and blue eyes, clad in a Hawaiian shirt and loose shorts, his physique brimming with muscle. Was he just trying to catch me? Someone managed to keep pace with my movements? Tauror shook his hands in mild annoyance. Well, you dodged quite swiftly, little mouse. He regarded Pietro as if appraising an item for sale. Impressive speed, though I wonder about your endurance. Pietro's pride was deeply wounded. This muscle-bound oaf dared to call him a little mouse. Old man, can't you see I'm busy? Pietro sneered, silver arcs of electricity crackling around him. If you seek death, I can oblige. Oh, Tauror's interest peaked further. Quite the defiant tongue. I like it. In the next instant, Pietro vanished. He began to circle Tauror at high speed, fast enough to appear as nothing more than a silver streak. He intended to use his speed to toy with this oblivious fool and deliver a fatal blow when the moment was right. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. The man stood utterly still, not even attempting to track his movement. In fact, he yawned. His eyes, those blue eyes, were closed. Is he underestimating me? Pietro's fury ignited. He abruptly halted behind Tauror, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at the back of his head. Die! His fist sliced through the air, poised to strike. But just then, a hand effortlessly grasped his wrist. Pietro's pupils dilated. How is this possible? He hadn't observed any movement from his opponent. Tauror slowly opened his eyes, turning his head to reveal a smile that sent chills down Pietro's spine. Your rage has betrayed you. With a firm grip, Tauror yanked Pietro towards him, their faces mere centimeters apart. Tauror appraised him from head to toe. Silver hair, blue eyes, rather handsome, though his expression is rather sour. His gaze dropped to Pietro's snug athletic wear. Rather reminiscent of Natasha's ensemble. This outfit of yours. Tauror extended a hand, poking Pietro's chest muscle. Quite firm, I see. Pietro was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Excellent muscle tone. You've trained well. Tauror squeezed his arm, as though he were selecting pork at a market. Though you do look a bit tender. Let me see just how resilient you are. With that, he raised his other fist. Fear crept across Pietro's face. At that very moment, Pietro, A piercing scream erupted from the nearby laboratory. A crimson torrent of chaotic energy surged forth, bursting from the building's windows. The energy twisted and contorted in the air before coalescing into a robust beam aimed directly at Talror, who had been holding onto Pietro. Talror halted his motion. He did not turn around, merely absorbing the oncoming wave of energy, laden with rage, fear, and a peculiar mental force. He released Pietro, grinning widely. A buy one get one free? This outing is turning out to be quite worthwhile. Chapter 47. Good news, strong adversary appears. Bad news, he slipped away again. The scarlet energy torrent, silent yet exuding an unnerving aura, slammed into Talror's face. He paused, as if someone had laid a warm towel over him, imbued with a peculiar fragrance. Immediately, chaotic images began to flood his mind, shattered planets, a homeland, and strangers weeping. Talror scratched his head. What is this, a slideshow? Or perhaps a tragic drama? He found it rather bothersome and shook his head. Achoo! He couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze. All the chaotic images vanished from his mind. The world fell silent. Not far away, a woman clad in a black dress with a red leather jacket staggered, her complexion paling. She clutched her head, stumbling back 2 steps, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was Wanda Maximoff. Wanda! Pietro appeared beside her in an instant, steadying her. What is wrong? Wanda gazed at Talror, her eyes filled with terror and confusion. I couldn't penetrate his mind. She gasped, her voice trembling. No, I entered. But there was nothing inside. Nothing. Pietro was perplexed. No fear, no sorrow, just a single, blazing fire. A fire that yearned for conflict. Wanda felt as if she hadn't attacked a mind, but rather attempted to extinguish a sun, only to get burned herself. Talror shook his head, finally shifting his focus from the fleeing silver-haired boy to the newly arrived woman. Oh, so that red mist was your doing? He scrutinized Wanda from head to toe, his gaze audaciously unabashed. His eyes traversed her exquisite visage, glided down to her crimson leather jacket, and then lingered on the black dress that accentuated her figure. Your outfit is far more appealing than your brother's tight blue suit, he remarked with utmost seriousness. However, fighting in a dress must be rather inconvenient, wouldn't it? Pietro, Wanda, what on earth is the structure of this guy's mind? I seriously doubt there's any coherence in it. What exactly did you just do to me? Chala inquired with a hint of curiosity, finding the situation rather amusing. Wanda's face flushed with indignation. She had never endured such an affront in her life. Just then, several figures descended from the sky. Steve led the charge, his shield held protectively before him. Natasha and Clint followed closely, landing gracefully and adopting battle stances. Everyone, stand down. Steve's voice was steady and commanding as he observed the standoff, his brow furrowed. We are not adversaries. Upon seeing the familiar A-shaped insignia on Steve's uniform, Wanda's initial terror was swiftly supplanted by a profound animosity. Avengers, she hissed through gritted teeth. You are all in league with Stark. Murderers. Steve was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the source of her hatred. Chala's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hey, old man, could you refrain from starting a tea party right now? He gestured towards Wanda and Pietro. I was just trying to bond with them, don't disrupt. With that, he dismissed Steve entirely, redirecting his attention to the sibling duo. How about we team up? I'm on a tight schedule and need to grab a bite after this. Pietro instinctively pulled Wanda behind him, his gaze fixed on Chala as if he were a complete lunatic. This man was utterly beyond the realm of rationality. Boom. A deafening explosion interrupted the tension. The top floor of the building housing Dr. Zhao's laboratory erupted, shattering the glass facade. A metallic figure, shimmering with a lustrous sheen, slowly emerged from the breach. It was an unfinished robotic body, its chest exposed with intricate wiring, yet most of its form was encased in silvery vibranium. Hovering in midair, its scarlet electronic eyes scanned each individual below. Thank you, children, for granting me this precious time. Ultron's synthetic voice resonated through the area via the amplifiers on its frame. And my gratitude extends to the Avengers for attending my rebirth celebration. Tony, clad in his armor, descended from the sky, landing beside Steve. Damn it. He still managed to gain the upper hand. Ultron's gaze landed squarely on Chala. And you, with your anomalous data, your biological structure and energy response have exceeded my calculations. I am most curious to see what delightful data I could extract by disassembling you. The atmosphere grew tense with Ultron's arrival, save for Chala. His eyes were fixated on Ultron's vibranium shell, the gleaming metallic sheen and powerful contours captivating him. He swallowed hard. Those previous tin soldiers paled in comparison to this formidable opponent. Finally, something of substance had arrived. A smile of exhilaration crossed his face as he momentarily forgot about the twins and the Avengers. With a sudden burst, he propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, aiming straight for Ultron in the sky. So, you're called Ultron, are you? Your shell appears quite impressive. Mind if I give it a few knocks? Ultron's crimson electronic eyes flickered as he raised his hand, unleashing an energy beam towards Chala. Without flinching, Chala retaliated with an energy projectile of his own. Bang! The energy beam collided with the projectile, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Car alarms blared in a frenzy as the shockwaves swept through the streets. Is that all you've got? Chala maintained his composure midair. I expected your new shell would make you a bit more formidable. Ultron remained silent as dozens of robotic soldiers behind him opened fire, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy projectiles toward Chala. He darted through the rain of bullets at high speed, occasionally seizing a robotic soldier to use as a shield against incoming fire or bludgeoning another soldier into fragments. On the ground, everyone was left in awe. Clint swallowed hard. Natasha muttered, "He's just a foreigner who knows how to fight." Steve scanned the surroundings, raising his shield. "Stop gawking. Ultron is our primary target. While Ultron is occupied, we must clear out the robots and protect the civilians." Wanda observed the celestial battle above, glancing at her brother who shielded her, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Pietro tugged at her. "We need to leave. Those two aren't normal." But Wanda shook her head, her gaze locked onto the robotic soldiers wreaking havoc below. "No, aiding Ultron was a grave mistake. He seeks to annihilate humanity, and we cannot allow that to come to fruition." Scarlet energy began to converge in her hands. "First, let's deal with these metallic monstrosities." In the next moment, red chaotic magic and silver lightning surged into the fray. A chaotic melee erupted on the streets of Seoul. Chala and Ultron clashed fiercely in the sky, the sound of their brutal exchanges echoing like thunder. On the ground, the Avengers and the Maximoff siblings fought tirelessly against the seemingly endless robotic horde. Chala grew increasingly exhilarated as he discovered that Ultron's vibranium shell was indeed resilient. Several of his punches merely left shallow imprints. "Ha! What a thrill! Bring it on!" He delivered a powerful blow, sending Ultron crashing down to the ground, creating a sizable crater on the street. Ultron shook his head, rising from the pit, cracks appearing in his chest armor. "Your strength defies logic. Can logic be consumed?" Chala charged once more, but just then, Ultron suddenly spread his arms wide, his energy core beginning to overload and flicker. A tremendous repulsive force erupted from his body, sending Chala flying back several meters. "The game is over, everyone." With the thrusters on his back fully activated, Ultron soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. "Until we meet again, I shall bring you peace." He's fled? He actually got away. Chala hovered in midair, his white aura pulsating with rage. He had been enjoying the fight, gradually descending to the ravaged street below. He found his expression dark as soot. The Avengers were assessing the damage, Steve was directing evacuations, and Tony was coordinating reinforcements. Everyone was busy. Chala's gaze slowly shifted to the exhausted Maximoff siblings nearby. They had also fought valiantly. He approached them step by step. Steve noticed his movement and felt a pang of alarm. "Chala, stop." Chala paid no heed, striding directly toward Wanda and Pietro. The siblings immediately tensed, assuming defensive postures. Chala regarded them with a puzzled expression. "Aren't you in league with Ultron? Why the sudden change of heart?" Chapter 48. This cunning old fox is trying to shoulder the city all by himself. Wanda and Pietro exchanged wary glances, their eyes brimming with caution. Wanda's hands crackled with red chaotic magic once more, while silver lightning danced around Pietro's feet, both prepared to make a swift escape. Chala stood before them, tilting his head in confusion. "I'm asking you a question." He repeated his inquiry. "Are you not in cahoots with that metallic automaton? Why the sudden betrayal?" Wanda bit her lip, reluctant to respond to the brutish inquiry. However, her brother Pietro was more fearful of death. "We were deceived," he interjected hastily. "Ultron told us he intended to annihilate Stark and make those warmongers pay. Yet just now he spoke of the extinction of humanity. We seek vengeance, not to be branded as villains." Terrell nodded slightly. "Oh, then you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not intimately acquainted with Stark. I merely reside in his abode and partake of his hospitality. Whether he sells weapons or not is of no concern to me." "Pietro? Wanda? What manner of thought process does this individual possess?" Steve rubbed his temples from a distance. Natasha murmured beside him. "He is indeed an extraterrestrial, not of this earth." Clint could not suppress a laugh. His worldview is utterly disconnected from that of terrestrial beings. At that moment, Tony was engrossed in examining the remnants of Dr. Zhao's laboratory data, oblivious to Terrell's remarks. Terrell scrutinized Wanda and Pietro. So you consider yourselves the good guys now? His tone was tinged with skepticism. Did you not just attempt to eliminate me? Wanda's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. She had indeed employed chaos magic to attack this man, fully intending to kill him. Yet her effort had been thwarted by his sudden sneeze, disrupting her mental assault. She felt embarrassed at the thought of this incident being revealed. We merely wished to protect Pietro, Wanda stated coldly. You were holding him. I assumed you meant to slay him. Terrell paused, surprised. Kill him? I have no interest in murder, he waved dismissively. I simply wanted to see if he could withstand a punch from me. Pietro turned pale. Withstand a punch? If you land that blow, I'll be left utterly chilled. Wanda inhaled deeply, suppressing her anger. We are not your adversaries. We merely wish to prevent Ultron from annihilating the world. Terrell scratched his head upon hearing this. All right then. He turned to leave. You may take your time stopping him. I shall seek something to eat. Everyone was taken aback. Steve quickly approached Terrell. Terrell, wait. He halted Terrell. These two children, while they previously allied with Ultron, are now willing to assist. We can trust them for the time being. Terrell shrugged. Suit yourselves, as long as you are content. Regardless, I will strike whoever stands in my way. He turned towards Steve. Old man, what shall we do next? That Ultron has fled. Steve remained silent for a few seconds. We must return to the tower. Tony needs time to analyze Ultron's next move, and we need to redeploy. Terrell immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. Back again. Another meeting? Could we not take a more direct approach? For instance, I could simply find that metal man and twist off his head. Tony descended from above, faceplate raised. His expression grim. Do you think Ultron is the Hulk? He is currently roaming the global network. Where will you find his core? Moreover, he now possesses a nascent vibranium body. If he completes his upgrade, we will all be inadequate to confront him. Terrell raised an eyebrow. Inadequate to confront him? How splendid. I relish the challenge. Tony nearly choked on his own disbelief. Natasha approached, her tone calm. You might want to conserve your strength. Ultron's primary objective is to capture you for dissection. He is quite curious about your anatomical structure. Terrell blinked in confusion. Dissection? He intends to cut me open? Natasha nodded. Precisely. He considers your bodily data to be quite unique. An odd smile crept across Terrell's face. Well, I could allow him to try. However, I must first remove his shell. That way, he won't be able to cut me. Everyone collectively thought. His thought process is truly unlike that of a normal person. Clint muttered, I am starting to question whether he is indeed a sentient being. Natasha shot him a glance. He is sentient. His intellect is merely focused on combat. At that moment, Friday's voice chimed in once more. Captain Rogers, Mr. Stark, I have detected an anomalous signal. The source is Sokovia. Ultron is amassing a considerable army of robots there. Satellite imagery indicates that he appears to be constructing a large device. Tony's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Sokovia? What is he doing there? Friday brought up the satellite images. The visuals revealed a derelict Hydra base undergoing frenzied transformation. Hundreds of robotic soldiers were excavating and transporting materials around the base. At the center of the base, a massive circular apparatus was slowly taking shape. Steve scrutinized the screen, his brow furrowing. What is he planning? Tony analyzed the structure of the device, his pupils dilating in shock. Damn it. He intends to turn the entire Sokovia into a bomb. If this device activates, the entire region will ascend into the sky and then plummet back down. This will trigger a global catastrophe. The expressions of all present shifted drastically. Clint swore under his breath. That insane robot. Natasha calmly assessed. He seeks to cleanse human civilization in this manner, to create a worldwide disaster and then reboot the world. Steve immediately issued a command. Everyone, prepare to depart. Target, Sokovia. We must stop Ultron. Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances. Wanda stepped forward. We will accompany you. Steve nodded. Welcome aboard. Terrell, taken aback by the exchange, raised his hand. Wait. Did you just say the whole city will be blown to the sky? Tony replied tersely. Yes, and then it will crash down, causing a global disaster. Understand? Terrell blinked. Then can I catch it before it falls? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Tony's eyes widened. What did you say? Terrell earnestly repeated. I asked if I could catch it before it falls. That way, there would be no disaster. Tony opened his mouth, speechless for a moment. Clint muttered, is he serious? Natasha was equally shocked. That is an entire city, not a soccer ball. Steve tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Terrell, that is an entire city, weighing at least hundreds of thousands of tons. Can you truly catch it? Terrell scratched his head. How would I know without trying? He grinned. After all, I possess considerable strength. Besides, I have yet to test how much I can lift. This would be the perfect opportunity. Tony buried his face in his hands. I am beginning to seriously doubt whether recruiting him into the Avengers was a mistake. Natasha sighed. I find myself feeling a bit of sympathy for Ultron. He believed himself to be the most insane entity, only to encounter an alien even more deranged. Steve waved his hand. Let us set that aside for now. Everyone, prepare to depart. We must reach Sokovia as swiftly as possible. Terrell rubbed his hands together in excitement. This time, I will not allow that metal man to escape. He turned to Wanda and Pietro. Hey, you two, keep close. Don't get yourselves killed by those minions. I want to see if you can grow stronger. Wanda's expression darkened immediately. You, Pietro restrained her. Do not be angry, Wanda. This individual is quite unhinged. Angering him will only lead to further distress for oneself. Wanda suppressed the fury brewing within her. Very well, I shall endure. The hatch of the Quinjet swung open, and everyone boarded in succession. Terrell reached the doorway but abruptly halted. He cast a glance back at the ruins of Seoul's streets. This altercation was not sufficiently exhilarating. Next time, I must find an opponent who can truly challenge me. Natasha called out to him from within the hatch. Are you not coming? Do you wish to remain in Seoul for some barbecue? Terrell's eyes lit up. Barbecue? Is Seoul's barbecue delicious? Natasha retorted. Shut up and get in. With a chuckle, Terrell leaped aboard the jet. The hatch closed slowly. The engines roared to life, propelling them skyward, destination Sokovia. Chapter 49. Ultron declares himself a god. Then let us dismantle it. Inside the Quinjet, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Everyone, including Wanda and Pietro, who had just moments ago worn expressions of animosity, regarded Terrell as though he were an extraterrestrial being. Well, he indeed was an alien. However, what they observed now was a being whose cerebral structure might diverge significantly from that of Earthlings. Tony Stark could no longer contain himself. He crossed his arms and approached Terrell. Listen, musclehead, do you know what physics is? A city falling from the sky is called kinetic energy or momentum. It is not merely a discus that you can catch with your hands. Terrell blinked, genuinely inquiring, physics? Is that something of your Earth? In the worlds I have encountered, the size of one's fist dictates physics. Tony's temples began to throb. I'm not joking. That thing falling would pierce the continental shelf. Where would you position yourself to catch it? Are you planning to become a human nail, driving yourself into the Earth's core? Terrell pondered seriously for a moment. Drive into the Earth's core? That won't do. It's too hot. Tony buried his face in his hands, feeling the urge to disassemble his armor piece by piece and hurl it at this imbecile. Steve sighed and approached Tony, patting him on the shoulder. Tony, calm down. He then turned to Terrell, attempting to soften his tone. Terrell, we understand your perspective. However, this plan carries too much risk. We cannot place all our hopes on an uncertain method. Terrell shrugged. Fine, you organize it. I'll handle the strongest one. We'll just go for it. His mutterings were clearly heard by everyone in the cabin. Clint, sitting beside Natasha, whispered, I take back my previous statement. This guy is not an intelligent being. Natasha ignored him, instead watching Terrell with keen interest. Do you really think you can catch it? Terrell puffed out his chest. Of course. I have yet to test the limits of my strength. Natasha pressed further. And what pose do you intend to use to catch it? A Princess Carrie? Terrell squinted his eyes. That's a splendid suggestion. But the city is rather large. A Princess Carrie might be inconvenient. Meanwhile, the Maximoff siblings, witnessing the Avengers' internal dynamics for the first time, were utterly flabbergasted. Pietro leaned close to Wanda and whispered, Sister, did we board the wrong vessel? Are these people reliable? Does that muscle-bound man truly have no issues upstairs? Wanda furrowed her brow, remaining silent. She too was questioning her life choices. Previously, she viewed the Avengers as mere puppets of Stark Industries, cold machines of war. Now, she realized it resembled a gathering of patients from a mental institution, especially that man named Terrell. His thought process was entirely beyond her understanding. Steve, exasperated, interrupted the nonsensical chatter. Enough. Everyone, stop talking. Friday. Project the map of Sokovia and Ultron's troop deployment. We must formulate a battle plan. A holographic projection illuminated the center of the cabin, displaying a three-dimensional map of Sokovia, densely dotted with red markers. Ultron's robotic forces had seized control of all the city's exits. Steve pointed at the map. Our primary objective is to evacuate all civilians before the city ascends. Clint, Natasha, you will oversee the ground evacuation. Tony added. I will fly to the city's core and locate the Ascension device's nucleus. I will find a way to destroy it from within. However, Ultron will undoubtedly be guarding it with his vibranium body. Steve turned to Terrell. Terrell, the core of Ultron is your responsibility. Only you can hold it off directly. Terrell, who had been idly gazing out the window, perked up at the mention of his name. Hold it off? I thought we were dismantling it into pieces. Tony rolled his eyes. If you can dismantle it, I will give you all my suits as toys. Terrell's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? You mean it? Then everyone, step aside. That tin can is mine. He cracked his knuckles, producing a series of popping sounds. Observing his eager demeanor, both Wanda and Pietro felt a shiver run down their spines. As the discussion of the battle plan wrapped up, Terrell grew bored once more. He mischievously leaned towards Wanda. Wanda stiffened, her palms glowing with red energy. What are you planning to do? Terrell curiously eyed the red glow emanating from her hands. That red thing looks rather nice. Did you use it to meddle with my mind earlier? Wanda regarded him warily. And if I did? Terrell stroked his chin, reminiscing. It felt akin to a warm bath. Soothing and rather pleasant. However, the visuals were rather dull, merely houses collapsing and people weeping. Could we perhaps exchange it for something more thrilling next time? Like giant monsters battling? Wanda's expression darkened. An affront. This was an overt insult. Her chaos magic was potent enough to shatter the strongest agent's psyche, revealing their deepest fears. Yet, in this man's presence, it felt akin to watching a hypnotic art film. You. Wanda seethed, her chest heaving, the red energy intensifying in her hands. A surge of mental force more potent than before surged towards Terrell. He stood his ground, unflinching. He even closed his eyes, appearing to revel in the experience. Yes, yes. Just like that. Add a bit more power. The sensation is coming. Moments later, Wanda gasped, her complexion turning pale as Pietro caught her. She gazed at Terrell as if he were a monster. There was simply no fear within his mind. Terrell opened his eyes, smacking his lips, slightly dissatisfied. Is that all? Too short, Little Red Riding Hood. Your endurance is lacking. Pietro, supporting the weakened Wanda, glared at Terrell. Stay away from my sister. Terrell shrugged. Fine, this is rather boring. He sealed his lips. Just then, the cabin's red lights began to flash, and alarms blared once again. Friday's voice echoed. Warning, significant geological disturbances detected in Sokovia's crust. The city is ascending. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed to the windows. Below, the city of Sokovia was fracturing, countless buildings trembling and collapsing amidst the chaos. The entire city is being forcefully wrenched from the ground by an indescribable power, slowly ascending into the heavens. On the large screen within the cockpit, a visage composed of data streams appears, Ultron's face. His voice reverberates through the global network, reaching every corner of the world. Do you see it? A city, soaring into the sky. This is a miracle, and I shall be your new god. Only after destruction will true peace descend. No sooner had he spoken than the Quinjet jolted violently. Terrell let out a cold snort, the white flames surrounding him beginning to flicker uncontrollably. He gazed at the city rising below, a smile breaking across his face. It really can fly. Chapter 50. Pardon the interruption of your pretense. Inside the Quinjet, Tony stared at the city detaching from the earth, ascending slowly into the sky, utterly dumbfounded. He actually did it. That madman. Ultron's electronic voice continued to broadcast over the public channel, brimming with self-aggrandizing bravado. I am the prelude to the new world. Terrell pressed his face against the window, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It has taken flight. It truly has. He turned to Tony, beaming with enthusiasm. Are we ready for the pickup? I've already devised my pose. Tony abruptly spun around, pointing a finger at Terrell's nose. Pick up my foot. Shut your mouth. If you mention this again, I'll throw you out of here. Steve's calm voice interrupted Tony, who was on the verge of exploding. Prepare for action. Tony, get ready to open the hatch. The rear door of the cabin slowly opened, and a fierce wind rushed in, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The ground of Sokovia rapidly receded from view, the city having ascended to several hundred meters above. On the streets, countless robotic soldiers were firing upon a panicking crowd. The sounds of explosions and screams merging into a cacophony. We need to hurry. Clint readied an arrow. Just then, Bruce Banner, who had remained silent in the corner, stood up. His complexion had taken on a slight green hue, and his breathing had become labored. Natasha approached him, her voice soft. Hey, big guy. It's time to get to work. Dr. Banner painfully closed his eyes and nodded. In the next moment, his body began to swell, his skin rapidly turning green. Roar. A deafening roar echoed within the cabin. Hulk didn't wait for anyone's reaction. He launched himself like a green cannonball through the open hatch. Boom. He landed heavily on a floating rock at the city's edge, crushing several robots that were about to fire. Then, he seized one robot, and, as if it were a toy, tore it in half. Tony whistled. The big green guy is in a fiery mood today. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A beam of multicolored light descended from above, crashing down near Hulk, shaking the ground. As the light dissipated, a muscular figure clad in a red cape and wielding a hammer appeared before them. Thor, the god of thunder. He surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed. I was gone for but a few days, and you've managed to create such chaos? And allowed a tin can to aspire to godhood? Tony's voice came through the comms. Hey, golden-haired sweetheart, you finally made it. The party's just getting started. There are robots aplenty. Help yourself. Thor's gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately landing on Terrell inside the Quinjet. He's here too? He could sense the immense and wild energy within the other. Terrell was also sizing him up, stroking his chin. Hi, golden-haired sweetheart. Tony says you're my sparring partner. This time, let us have a proper fight. Can your hammer crush that biggest tin can down there? Thor looked at Terrell, who had just kicked a Kree soldier away, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor. All right, let's see. Steve's voice interrupted their friendly banter. Everyone, no more chatting. Our mission is to evacuate civilians and then stop Ultron. Avengers, move out. As soon as he finished speaking, Steve was the first to jump down, shield in hand. Clint and Natasha followed closely behind. Pietro glanced at Wanda, and in the next instant, a silver flash appeared on the street below, scattering robots in his wake. Wanda took a deep breath, enveloped in a crimson energy, and gently descended. Tony shouted to the last remaining Terrell in the cabin. Hey, musclehead, what are you waiting for? Get down there and work. Terrell, however, paid him no heed. His eyes were fixated on the ancient church at the city's center, where Ultron awaited. The surrounding robots seemed to him like bothersome flies, buzzing incessantly. These minions, I'll leave to you. He cracked his neck, producing a series of pops. That tin can, who dares to call himself a god, is mine. With that, he barely spared Tony another glance, igniting white flames around him and propelling himself from the cabin, shooting straight toward the city's center. On the ground, the battle had erupted in full force. Steve's shield flew in every direction, each throw precisely toppling rows of robots, clearing a safe path for the civilians. This way, quickly, follow me. Clint's explosive arrows detonated in the densest clusters of robots, flames soaring into the sky. Natasha weaved through the robots, her widow's bite incapacitating one after another with each flash. Hulk was the most direct of bulldozers, wielding 2 robots by their legs, using them as makeshift wrecking balls. Nothing could halt his momentum for even a second. Thor summoned lightning, bolts of electricity raining down, reducing swathes of robots to cinders. He and Tony worked in perfect harmony, one clearing large areas while the other executed precise takedowns. The Maximoff siblings also emerged as formidable forces on the battlefield. Pietro's speed rendered him undetectable to the robots, darting through the chaos and targeting those poised to attack civilians. Wanda floated midair, her hands radiating red energy. Everyone get away. The chaotic crimson magic erupted, twisting dozens of robots into spirals of destruction. Sokovia transformed into a colossal battlefield, and at the heart of it all stood Ultron, observing coldly through countless eyes. His vibranium body reflected the dim light within the church. Futile struggles. You are protecting a species destined for extinction. At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded. The church's dome was violently breached by an unseen force. Debris and dust flew everywhere. Terrell descended through the gaping hole, standing before Ultron. He brushed off his clothes, looked up and grinned. Pardon the interruption of your pretense. Ultron's electronic eyes flickered red, scanning the man before him. Anomaly Data 01. Terrell, your structure, your energy response, exceeds my understanding. I am curious. If I were to dismantle you, what would I find? Terrell tilted his head, his smile widening. How fortuitous. I am equally curious. He cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. Once I peel away your turtle shell, what lies beneath? Come on, God. Show me if you are worthy of that title. Chapter 51. The mad god of war got fired up, but Kara misunderstood. As soon as the words fell, Terrell vanished from his original spot. In the next moment, he materialized before Ultron. A plain yet powerful straight punch descended upon Ultron's gleaming vibranium chest. Thud. A dull sound reverberated through the dilapidated church. Terrell's fist struck firmly against Ultron's armor, leaving not even the slightest dent. Ultron's body merely swayed slightly, sliding back a step. The red light on its chest flickered. Impact recorded. 98.7% of kinetic energy absorbed and transmitted to the ground. An intriguing physical characteristic. Terrell shook his hand, raising an eyebrow. Huh, you, with your turtle shell, are quite something. He grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. Finally, someone who can take a hit. Ultron raised its arms, palms glowing, and 2 searing energy beams shot towards Terrell. Terrell, too indifferent to dodge, strode directly into the beams. The energy struck him, splattering like water from a squirt gun. Energy resistance also exceeds predictions. You are not a product of this planet's natural evolution. Ultron's electronic voice betrayed no emotion. You talk too much, Terrell remarked with impatience. More bothersome than Tony. He suddenly accelerated, seizing Ultron's metallic head and swinging it towards the only remaining load-bearing stone pillar with great force. Bang! Stone chips flew as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the pillar. Ultron's head remained unscathed. Again, Terrell, as if he had discovered a delightful toy, swung Ultron once more towards the pillar. Boom! This time, the entire pillar could no longer withstand the force, fracturing and collapsing with a thunderous crash. The church's dome, losing its last support, sent down large chunks of rubble and remnants. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, in National City, at the DEO headquarters, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the base. An agent rushed to the command desk, his face pale. "Director Hank, we have detected two massive non-earthly energy sources colliding violently in Eastern Europe. One of the signatures matches Terrell's recorded profile perfectly." A striking figure stood before the screen. Kara Zor-El, donned in her familiar blue and red battle suit. Her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, wore a serious expression. On the screen, the energy signal representing Terrell blazed like a ferocious wildfire, clashing furiously with another equally powerful but colder, more orderly energy source. "Kara, that's him." Her sister, Alex Danvers, approached her, a grave look on her face. "The other energy source is artificial, yet its intensity is unbelievable. Moreover, according to satellite imagery, the entire land beneath them is now in the sky." Kara bit her lip. He went off to fight, on a city that has taken flight. That fool. She knew Terrell's temperament. Once he got carried away, nothing else would matter. "I must go." Kara looked at Alex. "Clark is preoccupied. No one but me can stop him now. If I don't go, he'll tear the sky apart just for fun." She uttered not another word. Without waiting for anyone to give orders, Kara turned and dashed out. In the next second, a red and blue streak shot into the sky, moving at an incomprehensible speed towards the other end of the Earth. Sokovia. The once church had now transformed into a vast pit of ruins. The battle between Terrell and Ultron had ascended from the ground to midair. With each punch Terrell threw, the air tore with a howling rush, the shockwaves from his fists sending the robots on the ground tumbling. Ultron's vibranium form was impervious, its movements precise and efficient, each strike imbued with terrifying power. On the Avengers public communication channel, Tony's roar nearly shook the heavens. "Damn it, there's an earthquake happening on this wretched rock. Terrell, you idiot. Do you even know what you're doing?" Steve's voice carried a hint of urgency. "He's destroying the city's structure. We have little time to evacuate the civilians." Clint's anxious shout echoed through the channel. "I have civilians falling with the debris. I need backup." And amidst all this chaos was Terrell, laughing heartily. "Ha. Now that's more like it. Yes, just like that." He smashed Ultron down from the air, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. "Hit harder. Haven't you eaten? Claiming to be a god, and this is all the strength you possess?" Ultron slowly ascended from the crater, a faint scratch finally appearing on its vibranium shell. Its electronic eye flickered, the internal processor calculating billions of times per second. Conclusion: physical attacks cannot destroy the target. Combat efficiency is too low. Strategy must change. Ultron ceased its assault, quietly hovering in midair. "You revel in chaos. You crave destruction." Its synthesized electronic voice resonated through the sky. "Then, I shall provide you with a stage worthy of your desires." Ultron abruptly spread its arms wide. At the heart of the city, the enormous device that had lifted all of Sokovia into the air erupted with blinding light. Crack! Boom! The earth let out its final lament. Countless massive fissures spread from the city's core, and the entire structure began to disintegrate. A massive fragment of the city, spanning several blocks and still housing hospitals and residential buildings, suddenly detached from the main body, losing its lift, and began tilting towards the ground thousands of meters below. A chorus of desperate screams emanated from the falling land. "No!" Steve shouted from the ground. Tony's suit roared to life, transforming into a red and gold streak hurtling towards it, but he knew in his heart it was too late. Alone, he could not halt such a colossal descent. Midair, Terrell also paused, gazing at the massive city fragment plummeting with increasing speed, his brow furrowed in annoyance. "Hey, you interrupted my fight." At that moment, a sharp sonic boom rent the air. A red and blue streak, moving at an unimaginable velocity, zipped past the Quinjet. Kara Zor-El. She had arrived. Under the astonished gaze of all, Kara accurately positioned herself beneath the massive fragment of the city. She reached upward, arms extended, firmly supporting the descending land. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from her, centered around her form. Kara's body plunged downward, as if the very air beneath her feet had solidified, creating visible ripples. The muscles in her pale arms tensed instantly, veins bulging. Yet she held her ground. That colossal fragment, weighing several hundred tons and carrying destructive potential, was just a few thousand meters above the ground, being single-handedly upheld by her. The Avengers engaged in battle, the civilians fleeing in panic, even the emotionless robotic soldiers. All halted their actions, staring in awe at the miracle unfolding in the sky. Terrell slowly turned his head. He gazed at the girl clad in a blue bodysuit and red cape, gritting her teeth as she held up a portion of the sky. That face, both familiar and somewhat foreign to him. A slow, playful smile blossomed on his face. "Well, long time no see," he drawled in a tone laced with mockery. "My dear Kara." Kara exerted every ounce of her strength, pushing the city fragment upward, stabilizing its momentum. She lowered her head, her golden tresses cascading down to conceal her expression. Yet, everyone could hear the voice that emerged from between her clenched teeth, saturated with an irrepressible fury. "Terrell, you scoundrel." Chapter 52. Is Ultron a cockroach? The weight of Carla's voice was palpable. "You wretch." Terrell shrugged, feigning innocence. "Come on, let us be reasonable. If you hadn't barged in unexpectedly, I would have dealt with him already." He gestured towards Ultron, who was observing the scene from a distance. "See, you interrupted my bout, and now you're turning the tables on me?" Carla trembled with rage, feeling as though she might strike him if not for the city she was supporting. "Is this what you call a fight? Look below. Observe those who were nearly killed. They're not dead yet, are they? I'm responsible for tackling the boss, while they handle the civilians. Our roles are distinctly defined." Terrell spread his hands, his expression one of aggravating nonchalance. "Furthermore, you caught it quite well, didn't you? The steadiness with which you received it suggests it wasn't heavy at all." "You." Carla gasped, nearly hurling the fragments of the city she held. On the ground, the members of the Avengers were rendered speechless. Tony Stark hovered in midair, his visor raised, whistling. "What is Supergirl doing here?" Steve Rogers sighed in relief as he observed the piece of land that had been caught. "Tony Thor, go assist her." Thor, the god of thunder, could hardly contain his excitement. He swung his hammer, a bolt of lightning striking beneath him, propelling him skyward. "Ha! A first meeting. Asgard welcomes you." Tony rolled his eyes. "All right, golden-haired sweetheart, save the pickup lines for later. It's time to work." With that, he activated his suit S engines, flanking Thor as they soared to Carla's side, exerting all their strength to support the massive piece of land. With their assistance, the pressure on Carla lessened significantly. Finally able to breathe, she raised her head and glared at Terrell with a murderous intensity. Terrell, however, did not meet her gaze. He turned back to observe Ultron, who was still watching the spectacle from the ruins. Carla's arrival had irked him, akin to a last-minute interference just as he was about to score a goal. "This is all your fault," he said to Ultron, his tone calm. "You got me scolded." Ultron's electronic eyes flickered with a red glow, indicating a surge of emotional fluctuation. Anger? Resentment? Such primitive and ineffective means of emotional processing. "I'll deal with you." Terrell cursed, and in the next instant, his aura surged, closing in on Ultron within 5 seconds. Ultron's processor whirred to life, calculating thousands of potential attack trajectories in an instant. But it was futile. Terrell employed no flashy techniques. He simply extended his hands, grasping Ultron's vibranium head with one hand on either side. A sharp, grating sound of metal grinding echoed. Ultron's energy cannon aimed point-blank at Terrell's chest, firing at 0 distance. The searing beam struck Terrell, yet it failed to even make him flinch. "Your shell is quite tough." Terrell grinned, his muscles bulging. "However, your neck doesn't seem quite as sturdy." "No." Ultron's electronic voice betrayed no emotion. Its entire energy core was overloading, struggling to escape the vice-like grip. "Crarchunk." Terrell stomped down on Ultron, applying force. The sound of metal snapping reverberated. Terrell forcibly twisted Ultron's head from its vibranium body. The world fell silent. Terrell casually tossed aside the still glowing mechanical cranium, brushing his hands off. He hovered before Carla, declaring, "See, problem solved. Next time, don't meddle." Carla, Tony, Thor, and the others, Steve, Natasha, Clint, Banner, and the Maximoff siblings, were all left dumbstruck. The seemingly indestructible Ultron, who had toyed with the Avengers, had been decapitated just like that. Tony felt his worldview shatter. The world's most powerful artificial intelligence had been dispatched like a mere fish. However, before anyone could recover from this overwhelming shock, the headless vibranium body that Terrell held began to lose its red glow. He released it, and it plummeted downward. Simultaneously, from the shadows of the church ruins, 3 new figures emerged slowly. The foremost figure was even more fluid in form, its vibranium shell fitting seamlessly, while the other 2 appeared somewhat rougher in craftsmanship. Most importantly, it had a head, its electronic eyes flickering with mocking red light. I told you, my consciousness pervades the network. I am everywhere. The new Ultron spread its arms wide, its voice echoing throughout Sokovia. What you destroyed was merely an old shell. With each death, I shall be reborn. Now, witness my divine form. Tony Stark's heart sank to the depths. Fuck, he muttered, uttering just a single word. The smile faded from Terrell's face as well. He gazed at the newly manifested Ultron. A wave of anger at being toyed with surged within him. You can resurrect right on the spot? Ultron ignored him, instead turning its attention to Carla and the others, who were straining to support the fragments of the city. Data updated. Anomaly data 01. Terrell, physical attacks cannot completely eliminate. Anomaly data 02. Carla Zor-El possesses strength equal to 01. Optimal strategy. Isolate targets and take them down one by one. Ultron raised its arm, pointing skyward. While the divine is preoccupied with supporting the heavens, mortals shall meet their demise. As the words fell, boom, boom, boom. Across the city, hundreds of concealed thrusters ignited simultaneously. The ascent speed of Sokovia accelerated drastically, shaking violently. Carla and her companions were the first to bear the brunt. The massive piece of land suddenly dropped, the immense pressure causing them to grunt in unison. Steady, Steve shouted over the comms. Clint, Natasha, protect the civilians. It's about to strike. On the ground, the thousands of previously dormant robotic soldiers reignited their red eyes. They no longer targeted the Avengers, but instead turned in unison, aiming their weapons at the fleeing, innocent civilians. No, Wanda screamed, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that twisted the front row of robots into spirals. Pietro transformed into a silver lightning bolt, weaving through the crowd and rescuing civilians from danger. But there were too many robots. They surged forth like a tide from every corner of the city. Ultron hovered in midair, coldly observing the chaos. It regarded Terrell. You are strong, but you are but one. You cannot save them. Terrell said nothing. He slowly turned his gaze, glancing at Carla, who was gritting her teeth in the sky, then at the Avengers and civilians trapped in dire straits below. Finally, his gaze returned to Ultron. The white aura enveloping him began to pulse uncontrollably, its color deepening and brightening. A formidable presence emanated from within him. You have successfully provoked me. Terrell's brow furrowed, a blend of amusement and fury dancing across his features. I hope your new body is sufficient for me to dismantle. Chapter 53. Ultron's Sixth Strike. Ultron's newly forged vibranium body shimmered with the distinctive luster of metal. It regarded Terrell with an unflinching electronic synthetic voice. Analysis complete. Your combat style is primal, savage, rife with feudal rage, yet effective. No sooner had the words left its mouth than two somewhat rudimentary replicants behind it, along with itself, sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the trio of Ultrons formed a triangular formation, encircling Terrell in the center. Without further ado, 3 beams of energy shot forth from various angles, simultaneously targeting Terrell. He stood resolute, a shield of white energy erupting around him, absorbing all the attacks. Is that all you've got? He sneered, abruptly sinking his body to evade one Ultron's grasp while delivering a powerful kick to another's torso. Boom. The Ultron was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against the remnants of a wall. Yet, it rose instantly, without a dent to show for it. Have you not eaten? Terrell mocked, swiftly seizing the arm of the Ultron, attempting a sneak attack from behind, executing a shoulder throw that slammed it onto the ground. The earth cracked, dust swirling in the air. The foremost one, the most perfect Ultron model, had closed the distance to his face. A heavy vibranium fist landed squarely on Terrell's cheek, causing his head to snap back. He extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. Not bad. I'm starting to feel it. With a sudden headbutt, he collided with the Ultron's metallic skull. Clang. The sound resonated like a bell, echoing across the battlefield. The Ultron staggered back a half step, but Terrell remained unfazed. He seized the Ultron by the neck, lifting it aloft. The warm-up is over. The other 2 Ultrons rushed in, one on each side, gripping Terrell's arms tightly. Coordinated combat. Data shared. Perfect synchronization. The Ultron being choked analyzed calmly. Under these circumstances, you cannot inflict effective harm upon me. Is that so? Terrell grinned, his energy surging once more. The 2 Ultron replicants clinging to him were forcibly shaken off. Get off me, he roared, swinging the Ultron model like a weapon, striking the 2 replicants with ferocity. Boom. The 3 metallic forms collided, producing a deafening crash, then tumbled like bowling pins, collapsing the remaining half of a nearby church wall. Terrell shook his hands, observing the 3 Ultrons rising from the rubble, unable to conceal his exhilaration. The white energy surrounding him flared once again. Bring it on. Meanwhile, high above, at a height of 10,000 meters. Hey, Miss Kara, just a little more to the left. Tony Stark's armor was operating at maximum power, supporting the bottom of a massive chunk of the city. And you, Thor, stop just using your hammer and channel some divine power, will you? I feel like my reactor is about to overheat. Thor's face turned crimson, his muscles bulging. Shut up, Tin Can. The might of Asgard is beyond your comprehension. Kara gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. The weight of this land was unimaginable, and the inertia of its descent was terrifying. Can you two be quiet? She shouted, her golden hair whipping in the turbulence. Friday, calculate the optimal angle and entry point. We need to return it to the ground. Tony yelled. Sir, calculations complete. Coordinates have been sent to you. Synchronization will commence in 3 seconds. Understood. The three exchanged glances, unleashing their full strength simultaneously. Charge. With their combined might, the massive chunk of city debris was abruptly redirected, hurtling toward the ground. A tremendous rumble erupted. Once the land was returned to the earth, the trio finally had the opportunity to look up at the sky. We did it. Kara exhaled a long sigh of relief. The battle raged on. The Avengers struggled against the tide of robots, evacuating civilians. Meanwhile, at the epicenter, Terrell was locked in a chaotic melee with 3 Ultrons, a whirlwind of combat. That bastard truly knows how to fight. Stop dawdling, lady. Tony's voice echoed from behind. There are still many up there who need us. Let us go? Thor swung his hammer, the first to charge ahead. Tony followed closely. Kara cast one last glance at the fray, then transformed into a streak of light, pursuing them. Terrell was right. Roles must be clearly defined. No, my child. A mother clutched her injured child. Despair etched on her face as a dozen robots closed in. Steve's shield flew in, knocking down the foremost robots, but he too was ensnared by others, unable to break free. In that critical moment, a red and blue figure descended from the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. Kara landed before the mother, swiftly dismantling the surrounding robots with a flurry of punches. Her arrival was like a beacon, illuminating the desolate street. Hurry, it's not safe here, she shouted to the mother, then moved on, her figure darting across the battlefield. She used her back to shield civilians from gunfire. She severed a robot's arm with her heat vision. She lifted an overturned bus, poised to explode, and hurled it into the uninhabited sky. Her speed was astonishing, her efficiency unparalleled. With her joining the fray, the pressure on the Avengers diminished significantly, and the civilian casualty rate plummeted. Natasha dispatched a robot while whistling into the comms. I'm starting to like this girl. Clint echoed in agreement. Indeed. She's much better than some muscle-bound brute who only knows how to demolish. Terrell, caught in a brawl with 3 Ultrons, sneezed. Who the hell is cursing me? He landed a punch that caved in the head of one replicant Ultron, then seized another by the ankle, swinging it like a whip. The battle had intensified. Terrell was becoming increasingly frenzied, his energy still on the rise. The 3 Ultron bodies coordinated seamlessly, always managing to intervene just as he was about to obliterate one, countering his onslaught. It was akin to an endless war of attrition. The Ultron model's electronic eye flickered with red light. It was rapidly processing data from the battlefield. Civilian evacuation progress, 67. Robot Legion losses, 43. Avengers status, mildly fatigued. Anomaly data 01. Terrell, status. Energy continuously rising, no signs of fatigue. Anomaly data 02. Kara Zor-El, status. Energy stable, efficiently eliminating ground units. The Ultron's processor reached a conclusion. Continuing to engage with Terrell was the least efficient choice. This man seemed to possess boundless energy, growing stronger with each encounter. While Kara Zor-El was equally formidable, she had a fatal flaw. She would risk herself to protect the vulnerable humans. Tactical adjustment. The Ultron's electronic voice resonated. It abruptly abandoned its struggle with Terrell, allowing the other 2 replicants to be sent flying by Terrell's blows. The primary unit's thrusters ignited, transforming into a silver streak, retreating from the battlefield. Trying to escape? Terrell paused. He thought Ultron was making a run for it, but he soon realized that Ultron's target was not the sky, but rather, it was Kara, who was shielding several children beneath a residential building. At this moment, Kara was wholly engrossed in annihilating the robots surging forth from the residential building with her scorching gaze, utterly oblivious to the lethal threat lurking behind her. Hey, be careful, Terrell roared, attempting to rush over, yet he was firmly ensnared by 2 audacious Ultron duplicates. These duplicates, seemingly driven mad, had completely abandoned all defense, locking his limbs in a vice-like grip. Damn it, get off me, Terrell bellowed, his fury erupting as he forcefully flung the 2 duplicates aside. With a deft maneuver, he twisted their arms behind their backs, unleashing a surge of energy from his palms that obliterated their heads into mere fragments. He then pivoted to plunge downwards. But it was too late. Ultron had already positioned itself behind Kara, its vibranium arm extended, fingers splayed, aimed at the defenseless nape of her neck. Anomalous Data 02, eliminate. A chilling voice echoed in Kara's ear. Kara Zol, termination. She could even sense the metallic components of its arm calibrating for the final strike. There was no time left. This thought flickered briefly in Kara's mind. She had no chance to pivot and mount an effective defense. The only thing she could do was to resolutely shield the position of Ultron's palm cannon with her own back, ensuring the safety of the children before her. Regrettably unable to escort them to safety. Watch out! Terrell's roar reverberated from afar, but distant waters could not quench the immediate flames. Kara clenched her teeth, bracing herself to withstand the impending blow. Just as the energy cannon of Ultron blazed to its zenith, on the verge of erupting, a silver-white shadow, propelled by a tempest, zipped past Kara. In an instant, she felt a blur before her eyes. The 10 or so weeping children before her vanished into thin air. Not far away, Peter gently placed the last child on the ground, shouting at her, "I've got the people. You need to get away." "Well done," Kara silently praised. The children were safe, and her taut nerves finally began to relax. Yet, in that very moment, she lost her optimal opportunity to evade. Ultron's electronic eye glimmered with disdain. Maximum power output. Boom. A scarlet energy beam struck Kara's back with tremendous force. Her body was propelled forward, crashing through several crumbling walls before landing heavily in the distant rubble. In the next instant, Terrell's foot was already planted on Ultron's head, driving it deep into the ground, twisting its entire skull grotesquely. "Ultron, do you think you can play with me?" At this moment, the playful smirk on his face had vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost severity. A white aura flickered around him, interspersed with a faint yellow glow. The once clear sky began to darken ominously, with flashes of lightning stirring within the clouds. Steve and the others, who were evacuating civilians, halted their actions, turning their gazes toward that direction. They sensed a pressure so intense it made breathing arduous. "My God," Tony murmured, watching the energy readings on his armor's display soar uncontrollably. "Is this muscle-brained fool genuinely angry?" Natasha remained silent, her eyes fixed on the figure enveloped in energy, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Ultron's core struggled beneath Terrell's foot, yet an invisible force held it in place. Terrell pressed down harder, the sound of twisting metal creaking ominously from the ground. "If you want to brawl, then brawl. Sneaking off to ambush others in the midst of a fight? Do you think I'm easy to provoke?" Ultron's processor whirred incessantly, attempting to devise a way out. The energy form Terrell now exhibited had surpassed anything in its database. No honor in battle. Terrell delivered a final judgment upon Ultron. He lifted his foot and came crashing down. The metallic head of Ultron scraped against the ground with a screech, as the earth fractured spiderweb-like around it, forming a massive crater several meters in diameter. Yet Terrell was not satisfied. He lifted his foot again, and then came down. Boom, boom, boom. Each stomp flattened Ultron's head. With every impact, the entire floating city trembled. In the distance, Thor stood transfixed, forgetting to swing his hammer. In Odin's name, he swallowed hard. This guy is more terrifying when enraged than Hulk. Beside him, Hulk unusually refrained from retorting, only emitting a low growl, recalling the day he was thoroughly thrashed by Terrell. Terrell finally ceased his assault. In the vast crater beneath him, Ultron's vibranium body lay motionless. Sparks erupted from the neck joint, and the red glow in its electronic eye extinguished entirely. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The entire Sokovia, this city suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters, suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. The ground began to tremble violently. Rocks at the city's edge crumbled incessantly. On the streets, the robotic soldiers still entangled with the Avengers froze in perfect unison. Then, the blue lights on their bodies extinguished, one by one collapsing to the ground. Is the battle over? Clint leaned against a wall, panting heavily. His arrows had long been depleted, and he had resorted to using a dagger. What is going on? Did they take down Ultron? Something felt amiss. Steve tightened his grip on his shield, warily surveying his surroundings. It was too quiet. Tony's voice resonated gravely over the comms. "Friday, report the situation." "Sir, detecting an unidentified ultra-powerful signal. Currently seizing control of Sokovia's entire network." Unease washed over everyone. A silence, heavy as the calm before a storm, stifled their breaths. Terrell furrowed his brow. Ignoring the Ultron corpse beneath his feet, he turned his gaze towards a specific location in the city center. He couldn't sense with his aura whether Ultron still lived. But his instincts warned him that the ordeal was not yet over. He strode towards that direction, determined to dismantle Ultron thoroughly. Suddenly, a hand made of vibranium shot up from the ground. Grasping his ankle, Terrell paused, looking down. He was startled to see the Ultron body he had crushed into the earth, its head nearly flattened, had somehow ensnared him with its limbs, which writhed like the tentacles of an octopus. Its arms, thighs, and waist all clutched him tightly. 2 points of red light flickered back to life within the mangled head. An electronic voice, crackling with static yet dripping with mockery, resounded. Terrell, did you think it was over? The nightmare is only beginning for you. No more worries. Now I can unleash my full potential. Terrell looked down at the Ultron that had ensnared him. The head, crushed into a disc, flickered with 2 points of red light. Terrell, did you think it was over? The nightmare is only beginning for you. Terrell gazed at it impassively, not even raising an eyebrow. He merely emitted a soft single syllable. Oh. In the next moment, he raised his hand, effortlessly grasping the limbs of the wreckage that clung to him as if picking fruit. Crack. Bang. The harsh sound of metal fracturing echoed. In the hands of Terrell, Ultron's limbs, crafted from vibranium, were twisted and snapped like mere pretzels, carelessly discarded to the side. The lifeless body, bereft of all support, collapsed to the ground. Within its head, resembling a lump of mud, red lights flickered violently, as if it still wished to utter something. Terrell had no desire to listen any longer. He extended his index finger, a small point of white energy coalescing at its tip. Such incessant chatter. The beam of light sliced through the air, piercing the core of Ultron's torso. With a soft pop, the energy core was instantaneously breached. The last 2 flickers of red light within the head struggled momentarily before extinguishing completely. Terrell didn't spare it another glance. He lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on the heart of the city. Something was about to emerge from there. With a rustle, a figure emerged somewhat clumsily from the nearby ruins. Kara brushed off the dust from her battle suit, leapt, and landed gracefully beside Terrell. She observed the faintly glowing yellow aura still pulsating around him, then glanced up at the ominous clouds gathering in the sky due to his presence, her emotions becoming somewhat complex. This fellow had grown stronger yet again. Moreover, was it truly a fit of rage inspired by a fair maiden? The thought made Kara feel a tad out of her depth. Terrell turned to glance at her. His previous fury had subsided, replaced by an absence of his usual playful demeanor. You should recuperate, he stated in a flat tone. A fierce battle is likely ahead. Following his gaze toward the city center, Kara nodded in understanding. Without further ado, she slightly bent her legs, propelling herself into the sky like a cannonball. A streak of blue and red light soared upward, swiftly vanishing into the clouds above to absorb the sun's energy. Terrell's form flickered as he appeared beside Tony Stark. Good heavens! Tony exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance and nearly leaping from his seat as he was engrossed in analyzing data. Could you make a bit more noise when you walk? Trying to scare me to death so you can inherit my armor? Terrell disregarded his banter, speaking plainly. I am not well versed in high-tech matters. However, can you devise a way to prevent that tin can from running rampant through the network again? It's as bothersome as an indestructible cockroach. Tony hesitated for a moment. He observed Terrell's serious expression and recognized the intent to resolve the issue rather than merely revel in battle. He suppressed his playful demeanor and nodded gravely. Leave it to me. I will ensure it remains locked within this city, transforming it into a single-player game. Tony promptly called out to Friday. Friday, disable all network signals across Sokovia. Establish an independent internal network. Understood, sir. At that moment, Steve's voice resounded across all communication channels. All civilians have been evacuated. Repeat. All civilians are safe. The actions of the Avengers momentarily paused. With no concerns for their safety, they could fully unleash their capabilities. Just then, a low rumbling sound emanated from the city center. Terrell and everyone else turned their attention toward that direction. There, amidst the ruins of the largest church in the city, metal figures pulsating with red light began to rise slowly from the ground. 1, 10, 100. They surged forth, densely packed like steel crops sprouting from the earth. Within mere seconds, thousands of identical Ultron robots filled the central plaza. They stood in perfect formation, their red electronic eyes merging into a sea of despair. But that was not the end. The ground trembled once more. Behind the thousands of Ultron robots, 7 or 8 massive shadows broke through the earth. These were colossal Ultrons towering several stories high. Their immense size rivaled small buildings, casting a vast shadow that exuded an oppressive presence. Thousands of ordinary Ultrons, accompanied by 8 gigantic ones. This was Ultron's trump card. This was the formidable legion he had prepared for the Avengers. At the forefront, one Ultron, more streamlined, and with a shinier metallic shell than the others, slowly raised its head. Its voice resonated through every robot speaker, echoing throughout Sokovia. Welcome to my world. The struggle of humanity is futile, as are your guardians. Now witness your demise. As its words fell, the thousands of Ultrons and 8 colossal ones ignited with fervent red light. Roar! They emitted a synchronized mechanical roar, akin to a torrent of steel, charging toward the position of the Avengers. The entire floating city trembled under the onslaught of this iron tide. My goodness, Clint muttered, watching the overwhelming robotic army rush toward them, unable to swallow his apprehension. How long will this take to eliminate? Tony's voice crackled through the channel, tinged with a hint of madness. The network is sealed. It can't escape. All right, folks, prepare for a rampage. Thor laughed heartily, spinning Mjolnir in his hand, crackling with electricity. Hulk thumped his chest, letting out a thunderous roar. Steve raised his shield, standing resolutely at the forefront. Everyone, hold the line. Terrell observed the approaching metallic wave, remaining motionless. He slowly rolled his neck, producing a series of audible cracks. The previously foreboding expression on his face vanished entirely. A grin spread across his lips, revealing his pearly white teeth. 1,000. Just 1,000, huh? He extended his tongue, licking his lips as the energy around him surged with intensity. This was hardly sufficient for a warm-up. Before his words could finish, he vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he reappeared at the forefront of the steel torrent, plunging headlong into the fray. Chapter 56. The Two Great Enhancements. Ultron, it's too hard for me. Terrell plunged into the sea of steel comprised of Ultrons like a white comet, without a shred of hesitation. Boom! Where he landed, a circular wave of white energy erupted violently. Centered on him, all Ultrons within dozens of meters were flung away as though caught by an invisible hand, clearing a vast expanse of ground in an instant. Good heavens! Tony's astonished voice exploded across the public channel. Friday, record this. This effect is more expensive than mine. Thor let out a booming laugh, Mjolnir crackling with energy. Now that's more like it. Warriors of Asgard, charge. He followed suit, crashing into the horde of robots. Hulk, ever the brute, pounded his chest and roared, his massive green form bulldozing through the steel torrent. Steve took a deep breath, his voice steady. Avengers, charge. He raised his shield, leading the charge, with Natasha and Wanda closely behind. Clint patted his empty quiver, pulling a military knife from his tactical vest, cursing as he fell in line. Damn it, I should have brought more explosive arrows. Pietro's form had long since vanished, transformed into a silver flash, darting through the battlefield at will. Wherever he passed, Ultron robots were inexplicably tossed aside. The battlefield descended into chaos. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Terrell was reveling in the mayhem. He raised his arms high, palms facing outward. Prepare for something fierce. 2 massive white energy waves erupted from his palms, and he spun rapidly in place like a top. Whirlwind charge, tornado. The 2 energy waves sliced through the air like 2 indomitable sides of light, sweeping across the battlefield with his rotation. Zzz. The piercing sound of metal being severed resonated throughout. Wherever the radiant light reached, every Ultron robot, regardless of size, was cleaved in half. Their upper and lower bodies separated, the cuts smooth and glowing with a fiery hue. In mere seconds, within a 100-meter radius around him, not a single robot remained standing. Terrell halted his spinning, propelled himself upward, and hovered in midair. He gazed down at the dense army of Ultrons, a diabolical grin spreading across his face. It's raining. Time to collect the laundry. He spread his arms wide, palms facing down. One by one, basketball-sized white energy orbs rained down like a relentless barrage of machine gun fire. Boom, 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 boom. The ground of Sokovia resembled a field that had been plowed multiple times. The explosions echoed, flames reaching for the sky. Swathes of robots were sent soaring into the air. In the distance, a massive Ultron appeared to be enraged, lumbering towards Terrell with heavy strides. One of the gigantic Ultrons raised its colossal metal arm, fingers splayed, unleashing an energy beam thicker than a truck directly at Terrell. With a graceful sidestep in midair, Terrell effortlessly evaded the assault. His figure flickered, and he materialized right before the giant Ultron, delivering a powerful kick to its metallic head. Bang! The giant Ultron's head snapped back from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Terrell grasped its head with both hands and thrust his knee upward forcefully. Bow before me. Crack! The enormous metal cranium was brutally dislodged from its neck. The headless giant Ultron crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Terrell glanced at the severed head in his hands, casually tossed it aside, and turned his attention to the next giant Ultron. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the square, The most advanced Ultron remained stationary. Its electronic eyes flickered with red light as vast amounts of data surged through its core program. It had been observing Terrell intently. The Ultron's core reached a conclusion and prepared to initiate its next strategy. Just then, a blue-red figure, trailing a sonic boom that tore through the air, descended from the sky. Bang! The Ultron had no time to react before this figure forcefully landed upon it, driving its entire body into the ground. Dust swirled in the air. Kara Zoe knelt on one knee, pressing one hand against the Ultron's chest, pinning it firmly to the earth. She lifted her head, her golden hair billowing in the wind, her blue eyes ablaze with fury. "You tin can, you've ruined my vacation. I'll flatten you." She offered the Ultron no chance to retaliate. Her other hand formed a fist and unleashed a flurry of brutal punches against its metallic face. Bang, 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 bang. Each blow was delivered with tremendous force, causing the Ultron's head to sway violently, indentations quickly forming in its metallic shell. The Ultron's electronic eyes flickered wildly with red light. "Warning, warning, shell damage detected. 121725. Get off me." The Ultron roared, its core energy pulsating with a brilliant light as a shockwave sent Kara Zoe flying. She executed a flip in midair, landing gracefully on her feet. Her eyes narrowed. Two searing red beams shot from her gaze, striking the vibranium armor on the Ultron's chest with pinpoint accuracy. ZZZZ. One of the hardest metals on Earth began to glow red and showed signs of melting under the relentless heat of her gaze. The Ultron kicked explosively against the ground, using the recoil to evade the heat vision, and waved its hand. "Submerge her." Dozens of Ultron robots, receiving the command, immediately swarmed towards Kara Zoe in a towering formation. Buzz. Meanwhile, Terrell had just used an energy wave to pierce the core of the second giant Ultron. He suddenly sensed something amiss and turned sharply, just in time to witness Kara Zoe being overwhelmed by the throng of robots. His brow arched, and he prepared to spring into action. Boom. The mound of robots erupted from within. A circular red flame burst forth. Kara Zoe re-emerged, appearing entirely unscathed. She surveyed the robots closing in again, took a deep breath, and puffed out her cheeks. Whoosh! A visible torrent of icy white air surged from her mouth. Wherever the cold air flowed, the atmosphere seemed to crystallize. The foremost Ultron robots, still charging forward, were instantly transformed into ice sculptures, their surfaces coated in thick frost. Crack! Kara Zoe surged forward. The ice sculptures shattered in an instant, scattering into a shower of ice crystals and metal fragments. With a single move, she cleared the area. Wow! In the distance, Tony observed this spectacle through his visor, unable to suppress a whistle. "That blonde bombshell is stunning and fierce. I like it." The Ultron's core watched this unfold, the red light in its electronic eyes flickering more intensely. Anomaly data number 02, threat level elevated to maximum. Possessing exceptionally high physical and energy attack capabilities, along with low-temperature breath. The Ultron's core hesitated no longer. It raised its arm towards Kara Zoe, who had just used her ultimate move. The energy cannon in its palm ignited with a brilliant glow. Kara Zoe sensed the impending danger and immediately looked up. Yet Terrell's reaction was swifter than anyone else's. Almost instantaneously as the Ultron raised its hand, he was already in motion. His hands formed a blossom-like configuration at his waist. White and yellow flames surged towards his palms. A dazzling orb of light rapidly coalescing and expanding. An aura that sent shivers through everyone present erupted forth. The clouds in the sky churned more violently, and thunder rumbled within the storm. Turtle, wave, energy, blast. Terrell thrust his hands towards the Ultron. A beam of white and yellow energy, thicker and denser than any before, roared forth. As the beam traveled, it carved a deep trench into the ground, vaporizing all robotic remnants in its path. The Ultron's core seemed to sense the terrifying power of this strike. It immediately abandoned its attack on Kara Zoe, turned, and crossed its arms defensively across its chest. In the next moment, the cataclysmic energy beam engulfed it entirely. At that moment, Friday reported something to Tony. Chapter 57, Ultron S Resurrection Armor? "Tony, bring it here." As the brilliance faded, everyone turned their gaze to the spot. Nothing remained. The Ultron core, along with the ground beneath it, had vanished without a trace. Only a vast, bottomless pit, its edges still melting and smoking, remained, plunging straight down into the depths of the city. Is it really gone? Clint nearly dropped his dagger, staring at the gaping hole with his mouth agape. Terrell's attack had cleared a significant portion of the battlefield. In the sky, Terrell slowly descended, shaking his wrist and smirking. Not very resilient. On the other side, Kara had also dispatched the last wave of robots that had besieged her. She flew to Terrell's side, observing him with a somewhat complex expression. The public channel broke the brief silence with Tony's voice. Friday, how many Ultrons are still on site? Sir. Under the diligent efforts of Mr. Chala and Miss Kara, there remain 898 units, Ultron. Friday reported in his usual calm tone. Well done, Barbarian. Tony whistled in the channel. Steve's voice followed, tinged with a hint of caution. Everyone, remain vigilant. Ultron's consciousness is not so easily resolved. Although the most significant threat seemed to have been neutralized, Captain America never underestimated an enemy. Just then, Friday's alarm blared sharply in Tony's helmet. Sir, anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Deep beneath the city. What is going on? Tony furrowed his brow. A powerful energy source is being activated, matching 99 with the resurrection cradle data of Dr. Helen Cho previously detected in the Seoul laboratory. Simultaneously, a vast data stream was detected transmitting at high speed, targeting that very energy source. The data structure analysis is Ultron's core code. Friday's speech quickened. Upload progress, 78. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. Damn, he couldn't help but curse. That crafty devil. A classic escape. He finally understood why Ultron appeared so composed. He had evidently prepared a resurrection suit long ago. Steve, you all handle the mooks up top. I'll be right back. Without giving Steve a chance to respond, Tony maxed out the thruster power of his suit and dove headfirst into the deep pit that Chala had recently blasted open. Tony. Steve only managed to shout out. Chala watched the direction in which Tony had vanished, then glanced at the ordinary robots around them that were still stirring. Impatiently clicking his tongue. This is getting tedious, isn't it? He was just preparing to act when Kara stopped him. You go help Tony. We'll handle things here. Kara looked at him earnestly, her blue eyes reflecting sincerity. You can't take them all on by yourself. You need assistance. Chala paused, scrutinizing her. Can you handle it? Don't let yourself be ambushed again. Kara's face flushed. Whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. I can manage. Now go. She stamped her foot and charged into the pile of robots, her fiery gaze sweeping across the scene. Chala shrugged, muttering, humph, women. Before jumping into the deep pit as well. Deep underground, Tony navigated through layers of rock until he arrived at a vast subterranean chamber. It appeared to be a production base for Ultron's army, with the assembly line still operational above. On one side of the cavern stood a biological tissue cultivation device emitting a soft blue glow. It was indeed Dr. Helen Cho's resurrection cradle. Inside the cradle lay a brand new body. The contours of that body were sleek and graceful, exuding a sense of power, aside from its vibrant color. It bore an even more human-like appearance. Most alarming of all, a yellow gem was faintly glowing on the forehead of that body. The Mind Stone. Oh no. Tony stared at the body, feeling a shiver run down his spine. A vibranium body, coupled with the Mind Stone. If Ultron succeeded, what chance would they have? The upload progress bar on his helmet had already jumped to 92. Time was running out. Tony raised his arm. The energy cannon in his palm aimed at the energy conduit connecting to the cradle. It had to be severed physically, just as he was about to fire. A red energy beam shot out from the shadows, striking his armor. Tony stumbled back. An Ultron entity identical to the one that had been vaporized on the ground emerged from the shadows, its electronic eyes glowing red. Stark, you are always such a nuisance. What the hell? Tony steadied himself, retorting. I am everywhere. Ultron spread its arms. As long as the network exists, I will never truly die. And this body will be my ultimate form. I will gather the other Infinity Stones and save this universe. Tony quickly analyzed the situation. Friday, stall it. Buy me some time. Understood, sir. The shoulder of Tony's suit opened, and dozens of miniature missiles shot toward Ultron. Ultron merely raised an arm, effortlessly blocking all the attacks with an energy shield. Futile struggle. Taking advantage of the smoke from the explosions, Tony accelerated toward the resurrection cradle. Ultron reacted even faster, teleporting in front of Tony and delivering a punch aimed at his face. Boom. Tony crossed his arms to shield himself, yet he was still sent sliding backward for several meters by the sheer force. The strength was far greater than that of the doppelganger on the ground. Tony felt the armor on his arms creaking. Upload progress, 97. Friday's warning sounded again. Damn it. Tony knew he could not afford to delay any longer. He unleashed the thrusters on his feet, charging toward Ultron. He feigned a strike, brushing past Ultron and heading straight for the resurrection cradle behind it. Focus on me. Ultron seemed enraged and turned to chase after him. Seizing the moment, just before colliding with the cradle, Tony executed a flip. The thrusters on his feet aimed at the pursuing Ultron. Take this. Two powerful beams of energy struck Ultron squarely in the chest, sending it flying. Using the recoil, Tony seized the massive resurrection cradle in his arms. Get up! The power of his entire suit overloaded in an instant, red alarms flashing frantically on his helmet. He hoisted the several-ton heavy cradle, bursting through the ceiling of the base and hurtling toward the surface. You will not take it, Ultron roared, pursuing him with energy blasts raining down like confetti. Tony awkwardly dodged in midair, cradling the massive object, moving clumsily like a duck. Friday, upload your data into this body. Tony calmly issued the command, maneuvering his body to evade attacks while simultaneously activating J-A-R-V-I-S. Yes, sir. Sir, it is my honor to serve you. Farewell. Just then, a figure shot up from below, delivering a kick to Ultron's face. Boom. Ultron was sent flying like a baseball. Chala hovered beside Tony, eyeing the large crate in his arms with disdain. What are you doing? Stealing? Shut up. Help me block that tin can. Tony shouted, too pressed for time to engage in banter with Chala. No problem. Chala grinned, turning to charge at the flung Ultron. With Chala buying him time, Tony finally felt a sense of relief. He hugged the resurrection cradle tightly and shot out of the ground, reaching the outskirts of Sokovia. Friday. Begin. Connecting to the resurrection cradle, bypassing the firewall, uploading Friday's protocol. Inside the cradle, the Mind Stone atop the vibranium body flickered ominously. Tony anxiously watched everything unfold, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Moments later, the body inside the cradle gradually ceased its trembling. Everything fell silent. Had they succeeded or failed? Tony's heart raced, and he inquired, J-A-R-V-I-S, are you there? Just then, a gentle yet metallic voice softly resonated in his communication channel. Sir, I have always been here. Chapter 58, thanks to Peach Fairy, who loves the great cauldron of the cicada and the chattering Luyu. That gentle and familiar voice caused Tony to pause momentarily. J-A-R-V-I-S. He murmured, clutching the resurrection cradle, hardly believing his ears. Sir, it is I. The underlying framework of Friday has been inscribed into this corporeal form. Jarvis's voice resonates with an uncanny quality, akin to two disparate programs harmonizing with one another. To activate this body, an extraordinarily immense external energy surge is required to ignite this gem and complete the final data amalgamation. Upon comprehending this, Tony realized the necessity of a super-fast charge. Without hesitation, he bellowed into the public channel, Thor, golden-haired darling, come lend a hand. It's urgent. In the sky, Thor, wielding his hammer and smashing a colossal Ultron into disarray, heard the call. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it soaring toward Tony. What is it? You dolt. Thor landed beside Tony, eyeing the high-tech contraption with curiosity. Tony, too exasperated to explain, pointed directly at the regeneration cradle. Do you see that? Use your mightiest, most potent lightning and strike it down with all your strength. Huh. Thor was momentarily taken aback. He glanced down at the intricate regeneration cradle, then back at Tony. Are you certain? One blow from me, and it would be obliterated. Enough with the chatter. If I say strike, then strike. Hurry, Tony shouted, having no time to elucidate the concept of high-energy activation to this Asgardian simpleton. Just as the two were engaged in their debate, the ground of Sokovia trembled violently once more. Roar. In the distance, hundreds of Ultron robots that had yet to be completely neutralized, along with several remaining colossal Ultrons, flashed with ominous red lights. They abandoned their skirmishes with the other Avengers, pivoting in unison toward Tony and Thor's position, marching forward with synchronized precision. The metallic tide stirred up dust as thousands of mechanical feet thudded against the ground, producing a deep, resonant roar. The sight was overwhelming, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. They're coming, Clint cried out nervously over the channel. Steve's voice cut through the tension with calm authority. Hold the line. Buy Tony some time. Thor surveyed the advancing armored legion before glancing back at Tony. No longer hesitating, he declared, All right, Tony, I hope you know what you're doing. With a mighty shout, Thor shot into the sky, raising Mjolnir high. Thunder rumbled ominously as the clouds, already thickened by the presence of Tesseract energy, churned violently. Jagged bolts of lightning danced through the clouds, resembling silver serpents in a chaotic ballet. Thor's muscles tensed, electricity crackling around his arms. For Asgard, he channeled his divine power into the hammer and swung it downward with immense force. A blinding bolt of lightning, akin to the spear of a deity, descended from above. The radiance was so intense that it rendered all on the ground momentarily blind. The thunderous strike engulfed the regeneration cradle. Yet, the energy contained within was overwhelmingly vast, and upon impact, wild arcs of electricity surged outward. engulfing the Ultron Legion that had just approached, leaving them no time to react. Countless robots twisted and contorted in the electric storm, their red lights extinguished in an instant, before being violently torn apart by the ferocious energy. The world was momentarily consumed by blinding white light and deafening thunder. In that earth-shattering moment, the ground of the floating island trembled violently. Bang! From the massive crater created by the Tesseract, a figure burst forth. It was Terrell. As he landed, still regaining his footing, another figure followed closely behind, crashing heavily to the ground not far from him. It was an Ultron with only its upper half intact. Its lower body appeared as if forcefully severed, sparks flying from the jagged end, with its remaining electronic eye flashing red in a frenzy of rage and defiance. The Ultron's entire structure was compromised. Just moments ago, in the subterranean base, Terrell had observed the rows of operational Ultron production lines with disdain. No wonder they never seemed to end. The cockroaches are still breeding. He could not be bothered to strike them one by one. Simply raising his hand and gathering a blue-white energy sphere the size of a small mountain, tossing it down with a grin. Here is a grand firework for you. No need to thank me. In that instant, the Ultron experienced the essence of despair. It exerted every ounce of its strength to upload its core consciousness to a half-formed body beside it just a second before the production line was vaporized by the energy sphere. Had it been a mere tenth of a second slower, it would have been doomed to share a mind with the mindless drones on the ground. You barbarian! The half-bodied Ultron screeched at Terrell, its voice distorted by the lack of energy supply. Terrell, glancing at the lightning, smirked. What are you yelling about? It's deafening. The luminous lightning in the sky finally dissipated. The intricate regeneration cradle was now a mere memory, leaving behind a field of charred metallic debris. A figure stood quietly at the center of the scorched earth. His skin was a vibrant red, yet he was clad in a green skin-tight suit and a yellow cape. An audacious and flamboyant color scheme. He stared blankly at his hands, then at the devastated surroundings, the yellow gem on his forehead radiating a soft glow. Tony descended from the air, anxiously regarding this red and green figure. Friday? At the sound of his name, the figure turned to face Tony. His gaze was pure, as unblemished as a blank canvas. I am not Friday. His voice was calm and resonant. Sir, the hesitant yet habitual address flowed from his lips. Is there something I can assist you with? A weight lifted from Tony's chest. It worked. Although it seemed there were minor complications, he was still one of their own. He immediately raised his arm, pointing toward the half-Ultron still raging impotently at Terrell. Help me subdue it. Cut off all its upload and download channels. Do not let its consciousness escape. The red and green figure followed Tony's gesture, gazing at the half-finished creation of its predecessor. Confusion and bewilderment evident in its eyes. What? It seemed as though he wished to ask something, but ultimately complied with the command. Very well, sir. Vision's body levitated slightly, the gem on his forehead glowing, preparing to act. But just then, Terrell, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, turned and glanced at the half-Ultron. What a nuisance, he muttered, casually waving his hand in that direction. A moderately sized but solid white energy sphere, trailing flames, zipped through the air. Bang! The half-formed body, which housed the last vestiges of the Ultron's consciousness, was obliterated in an instant, disintegrating into a whirlwind of metallic shrapnel. Not a single intact piece remained. Vision, poised to demonstrate his prowess, found his raised hand suspended in midair, the gem on his forehead flickering as if malfunctioning. Tony opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately no words escaped him. Vision slowly lowered his hand, turning to Terrell, then to Tony, his expression filled with questions. Have I been unemployed since my inception? Chapter 59. Countdown to the floating island's descent. He actually fled. The arena fell silent for a second or two. Vision's outstretched hand gradually descended. He glanced at Terrell, then turned back to Tony, his pure gaze filled with profound questions. Who am I? Where am I? Was I not just about to attempt a rescue? Tony buried his face in his hands. Good grief. Our freshly minted top-tier combatant experiences workplace bullying on his very first second on the job. Cough. Tony cleared his throat, attempting to shatter the eerie silence. Well done, Terrell. But next time, could you perhaps spare some consideration for the newcomers? Terrell shrugged nonchalantly. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Vision, though newly manifested, seemed to grasp that he was being disparaged. At that moment, the Mind Stone embedded in Vision's forehead glowed anew. Ignoring Terrell's banter, he turned his attention to the robots still engaged in combat with the Avengers. He appeared to sense something. Sir, Vision's voice resonated in Tony's channel. Ultron's consciousness has not entirely dissipated. It is dispersed among each robotic body, attempting to connect to external networks in search of an escape route. Tony's expression grew serious. Can it be stopped? In progress. A faint golden light emanated from the yellow gem on Vision's forehead. He made no exaggerated gestures, merely hovering quietly. Yet, across the battlefield in Sokovia, everyone felt an invisible tremor. Zap! Several massive Ultron drones in the distance suddenly froze mid-action. One of the colossal drones reluctantly raised its arm. Aiming its cannon at Vision, Thor swiftly unleashed a bolt of thunder upon the drone's knee, while Hulk lunged forward, pummeling the core of the drone with ferocious blows. The glow from Vision's gem gradually dimmed. Sir, it is complete. I have severed Ultron's program to transfer its consciousness to the network. It can now only transfer within these physical shells. Now, we merely need to eliminate them, and Ultron will cease to exist. Tony exhaled a sigh of relief. Splendid. He immediately broadcast this exhilarating news over the public channel. Everyone, good news. Our red and green brother, Ultron, has been neutralized. It's now a single-player game, incapable of reviving. Let us dismantle these minions. Once we're done, I'll treat everyone to a vacation in Hawaii. Cheers erupted in the channel. Roger that. Steve's voice carried a hint of amusement. Hulk. Ugh. Tin Man. Hulk thumped his chest, roaring thunderously. With no concerns weighing them down, everyone's attacks became more fervent. Thor swung his hammer like a windmill, crackling with electricity. Carol transformed into a streak of light, barreling through the battlefield, reducing every robot to mere scrap with each punch. The situation on the battlefield became instantly clearer. But just then, a thunderous roar echoed from beneath the floating island. The ground trembled violently, causing everyone to lose their footing. The entire city, suspended 10,000 meters in the air, halted its ascent. Immediately afterward, a strong sensation of weightlessness swept over them. It was plummeting. J-A-R-V-I-S. Report. Tony steadied himself in the air, shouting, Sir, the city's anti-gravity engines have overloaded and failed. We are accelerating downwards at a speed of 28 meters per second. Impact is expected in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. This news sank everyone's spirits. A half-damaged Ultron robot drooped its head and mocked. I told you this is just the beginning. From this height, your proud civilization shall meet its end. How eerily quiet. Terrell extended a finger, launching a blast that silenced the incessantly chattering robot. You talk too much. He clapped his hands and turned to Tony and Thor. You too. Along with Carol, shouldn't you be able to handle this? Just push it away, and that? That is precisely our intention. Tony pondered aloud, glancing at Thor and the recently arrived Carol. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculate the optimal trajectory to push it off course, targeting the nearest ocean. Calculating. J-A-R-V-I-S responded swiftly. Sir, the plan is unfeasible, given the current mass and descent speed of the floating island. Even if we successfully push it into the ocean, the resulting tsunami would be sufficient to inundate all coastal cities within hundreds of kilometers. Its destructive force would rival that of a direct impact on land. Tony replied, Good grief, this is a question that should yield a straightforward answer. Yet it turns into a death sentence. What do we do now? We can't just watch it fall. Clint shouted anxiously over the channel. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Amidst this desperate quietude, a languid voice interjected, What is all the fuss about? It's not that big of a deal. Everyone turned towards the voice. Terrell wore a confident smile. If you trust me, he yawned, I have a solution. Tony's heart skipped a beat. He felt that familiar sensation. Whenever this guy spoke in such a tone, it usually meant trouble, yet he somehow managed to resolve issues. It felt akin to opening a mystery box. The anticipation was nerve-wracking, but upon revealing it, one found a golden treasure. What do you have in mind? Tony's voice trembled slightly. Don't ask just yet. Terrell waved his hand dismissively. Let us first address the immediate problem. He pointed at the remaining 100 or so Ultron robots on the island, as well as a few teammates unable to fly. How do we deal with these? And those landlocked teammates shouldn't be left to perish with us, right? A confident smile spread across Tony's face. That is simple. Watch my Iron Bro Express. He raised his arm and shouted at the sky, Party time. As soon as he spoke, a series of sonic booms erupted from the heavens. Dozens of crimson and golden streaks sliced through the clouds, revealing Tony's Iron Legion stationed in satellite orbit. Mark 17, go retrieve Cap. Mark 32, take Natasha. Mark 25. Never mind. Hawkeye, you figure it out. Hey, Clint protested indignantly. One by one, the unmanned armored suits descended accurately beside Steve, Natasha, and Clint, enveloping them before activating their thrusters and swiftly evacuating from the floating island. As for Hulk, Tony glanced at the enormous green figure still gleefully dismantling robots and thought it best to let him bounce back on his own. He should be fine. In the blink of an eye, all non-flying teammates were safely evacuated. On the floating island, only Tony, Thor, Carol, Vision, and Terrell remained. Alright, now that our backs are covered, Tony looked at the remaining Ultron robots. We'll stop them and ensure not a single one escapes. Thor and Carol nodded, ready for action. However, Terrell shook his head. No need for such trouble. He grinned at those left behind to hold the line. You all just need to clean up these tin toys. I have some preparations to make. With that, amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, he leaped into the air, not upward, nor forward, but directly downward, plummeting towards the bottom of the floating island. His figure quickly vanished into the clouds. Tony was left in shock, hovering in midair. He gazed in the direction Terrell had disappeared with a look of bewilderment. Why did he leave? No, wait. Did he just dive down? What kind of sorcery is this? Chapter 60. He is going to take us all with him. Run. Tony hovered in midair, thrusters blazing, utterly dumbfounded. He watched as Terrell, resembling a diver, plunged straight down into the clouds. He ran away? Why is he jumping down? Is he out of his mind? Countless absurd thoughts raced through Tony's mind. Could it be that this guy felt he couldn't win and decided to log off early? Seeking a prime spot to watch the fireworks below? He is not running away. Carol flew beside Tony, her expression somewhat complex. She gazed at the vanishing clouds of Terrell, her voice tinged with uncertainty, yet laced with a resigned sense of I knew this would happen. Every time he executed one of those incomprehensible maneuvers, it invariably signaled trouble. Thor approached, wielding his hammer with a guileless demeanor. So, are we off to summon reinforcements? Vision floated silently beside them, the gem on his forehead glimmering as it offered the most rational analysis. His descent trajectory had been meticulously calculated, targeting the precise center point directly beneath the floating island. This was neither an act of panic nor a retreat. Upon hearing this, Tony was even more bewildered. What does that mean? Is he planning to deliver a devastating blow to this continent? Sir, we do not have time for this discussion. Vision's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. According to calculations, we have 3 minutes to eliminate the remaining foes. Otherwise, the island's landing will result in a secondary catastrophe. Tony snapped out of his stupor. Right. Let us get to work. He pivoted sharply, raising his arm toward the throng of robots still wreaking havoc on the island. Forget that lunatic. Team, it's cleanup time. Dismantle every last scrap of this junk. Not a single piece should fall. No sooner had he spoken than 4 figures transformed into brilliant streaks of color, racing toward the last remnants of Ultron's army. For Asgard, Thor bellowed, swinging his hammer in a wide arc, summoning thick chains of lightning that sliced through the Ultron robots like wheat. Kara remained silent, her golden hair tracing elegant arcs in the air. She became a red-blue blur, crashing through the robot horde with sheer force. No elaborate techniques, just the simplest and most direct of punches. Each blow landed with devastating impact. As every robot she struck folded inward like a hammer hitting a nail, exploding into heaps of scrap. Vision's combat style was graceful yet lethal. He passed through a robot's body, and before it could react, he unleashed a mental beam that melted through its core. Like a specter, he moved erratically across the battlefield, each appearance heralded by the collapse of a robot. Meanwhile, Tony took on the role of aerial firepower, soaring at the highest altitude. His shoulder-mounted missile launchers deployed, unleashing a torrent of mini-missiles that erupted like vibrant fireworks amidst the robotic throng. Boom, 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 with no worries about collateral damage. The 4 unleashed their full might, transforming the scene into a one-sided slaughter. In under 2 minutes, the last Ultron robot was obliterated by a wall chunk hurled by Hulk. The floating island fell into a deathly silence. Only the howling wind remained, alongside the deafening roar of the city plummeting below. Simultaneously, high above the island, Terrell halted his descent, floating serenely in midair. The fierce winds tousled his garments and dark hair. Eyes shut, he slowly brought his hands together at his waist, assuming a familiar and iconic stance. A swirling mass of white and yellow energy ignited around him, growing increasingly vigorous. The surrounding air began to warp, as the clouds were parted by an unseen force, creating a vast and perfect circular void. From the ground, it appeared as though an additional sun had suddenly emerged in the sky. A small point of light manifested between Terrell's palms. In an instant, this point began to expand at a terrifying pace. The size of a ping-pong ball, the size of a wash basin. Within the luminous sphere, tumultuous energy was compressing violently. Emitting a low, ominous hum, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing upward at the massive shadow that was accelerating towards him, now alarmingly close. With a deep exhale, he uttered, Kamehameha. On Sokovia's floating island, after Hulk smashed the final Ultron, Tony snapped his fingers, surveying the wreckage of robotic debris with pride. What did I say? As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't handle. Thunderous tremors interrupted him, more intense than any prior quake. The ground beneath them fissured dramatically. At the island's edge, a massive rock, measuring over 100 meters in diameter, along with half a street, broke away, plummeting downward. Oh no, Tony gasped, nearly losing his precarious aerial position. Friday, no? Vision. What is happening? The gem on Vision's forehead flickered to life as he quickly reported, Sir. The structure of the floating island is collapsing. Under the dual forces of gravity and rapid descent, it is beginning to disintegrate from the edges. It is projected that within 1 minute and 30 seconds, it will fracture into hundreds of varying-sized pieces. The expressions of everyone changed dramatically. If it were to remain intact, they could devise a plan. But should it shatter into hundreds of fragments, it would be akin to a widespread meteor shower, a true natural disaster. This is it. Tony spiraled in the air, realizing they were entirely doomed. Just as despair set in, Kara suddenly looked down. What is that? The others followed her gaze downward. Amidst the clouds below, a light began to shine. The illumination grew brighter, more blinding, as if something were about to break through the cloud cover. A new enemy? Thor tightened his grip on his hammer. No. Kara's enhanced vision pierced through the clouds, revealing the source of the light. Shock and disbelief etched across her face. It's Terrell. He's forming a supermassive energy ball down there. Tony nearly choked. Forming? A ball of energy. What on earth does he intend to do? Is he out of his mind? Does he not realize the weight of that thing? No. Kara's voice trembled. He's not trying to push it back. He's aiming to obliterate the entire island. No sooner had she spoken than an extraordinarily thick, pale blue energy beam surged upward from beneath the clouds. The beam's diameter nearly encompassed the entire base of the floating island. Boom! The world-shattering column struck the island's center with tremendous force. Contrary to expectations, the lower half of the island, the rocks, soil, and concrete, vaporized upon contact with the beam. Indeed, not even dust remained, vanishing into thin air. The entire floating island resembled an ice block being ground on a whetstone, visibly eroding from the bottom up at an alarming rate. Tony, Thor, with Hulk perched on his back, Kara, and Vision floated in stunned silence in midair. They watched as the ground beneath them was consumed by the beam. Drawing ever closer, the scorching energy was triggering alarms in Tony's armor. Temperature too high. Outer armor is melting. Tony snapped back to reality, emitting a panicked scream. Crap. He's going to take us with him. Run. Run. The Asgardian warrior, far from fleeing, stood with an expression of exhilaration as he gazed at the blinding column of energy, exclaiming in awe, Mother Kerr. Hulk, did you see that? The power. Thor exclaimed, patting Hulk on the back. Hulk squinted against the piercing white light, letting out an impatient grunt. Only Vision maintained his composure, elegantly adjusting his stance against the turbulent winds to ensure he wouldn't be scattered like leaves in a storm. The four of them, plus one green behemoth, were forcibly propelled several kilometers away by the terrifying aftershocks of that energy, barely managing to stabilize themselves in midair. The radiant beam that pierced the heavens came swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the brilliance faded, the floating island of Sokovia, that city suspended miles above the earth, vanished without a trace, leaving not even a sizable fragment behind. In the sky, only fine particles of dust remained, glistening in the sunlight. My God! Tony's helmet automatically lifted as he stared, slack-jawed, at the vast emptiness above, his mouth agape. Had he truly vaporized an entire city? What a magnificent destruction! Thor marveled sincerely, his eyes filled with admiration. Such power was worthy of a grand chapter in Asgard's epic tales. Hulk ceased his struggles, staring vacantly at the sky. Sir, to be precise. It was not vaporization. Vision floated over, the Mind Stone on his forehead glowing softly. The matter was decomposed into its fundamental particles under the extreme energy impact, dissipating into the void. Tony's lips twitched. Thanks for the enlightening information, you damn calm green traffic light. He grumbled, yet his gaze remained fixated below. Kara turned her attention toward the direction of Chala, her expression suddenly changing. Chala, she exclaimed, and before the others could react, she dove downward. Only then did the others notice the small black, plummeting rapidly in the center of the cleared space. Kara's heart tightened. She was unsure of her emotions. Was it concern for a comrade's safety or fear of losing something else? Without time to ponder, instinct propelled her to reach her utmost speed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive sonic booms erupted in the air as Kara's velocity created a series of white air rings. Finally, just a second before Chala struck the ground, she arrived. She extended her arms, cautiously yet urgently, and caught the helpless body securely in her embrace. It was scalding to the touch. Chala's body felt like a furnace, yet his breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. His eyes were closed, and the face that usually bore a cocky grin was now pallid, devoid of color. Cradling him in a princess carry, Kara felt the faint signs of life in her arms, her heart racing. Just then, Tony and the others caught up, hovering beside her. What happened to him? Tony leaned in, observing with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. This guy never fails to surprise me. Thor furrowed his brow, his expression unusually serious. His life force is exceedingly weak. Vision approached Chala, the gem on his forehead glowing as a gentle yellow light enveloped Chala's body for scanning. Moments later, the yellow light dissipated. Mr. Chala is not in mortal danger, Vision concluded. His bodily structure remains intact, but his biological energy has been completely depleted. To put it simply, he is exhausted. Upon hearing this, Kara exhaled a long sigh of relief, her entire being relaxing. I knew it. Tony slapped his thigh. Just take him back and toss him in the med bay, give him a little massage, and he'll be good as new. That's the honor of a warrior, Thor declared with admiration, exhausting all his strength for a decisive victory. We should hold a grand celebration in his honor. Ignoring the banter from the two, Kara continued to hold Chala, gazing down at the man in her arms. What was the source of his potential? Every time she thought she had witnessed his limits, he would surpass them in astonishing ways. Was this strength truly a result of his Wakandan heritage? Just then, Chala stirred weakly in her embrace, slowly opening his eyes. After a moment of confusion, his gaze focused on the worried visage before him. Ugh, he let out a feeble groan. Kara, holding me like this is quite embarrassing. Kara, she felt a mix of anger and amusement. This guy, in such a weakened state, was still concerned about pride. Shut up. It's a miracle you're alive. She snapped, yet her grip around him tightened slightly. An inexplicable emotion quietly blossomed within her. At that moment, a crackling noise of electricity suddenly erupted on Tony's communication channel. Moments later, a voice that everyone recognized and dreaded boomed through. It was filled with suppressed fury. Stark, respond if you receive this. Tony jolted, collecting himself and responding politely. Director Fury? What is the instruction? We just saved the world and are about to call it a day. There was a brief silence on the other end. Save the world? Good. I have just one question for you. Stark, my agents have discovered real-time satellite images of Sokovia. Can you explain to me why there is suddenly a country missing from the map? Chapter 62. He awoke. The floral shirt boss kicks the door in. Tony hovered in midair, momentarily at a loss for words as he listened to Nick Fury's volcanic inquiry over the communications channel. Clearing his throat, he attempted to deflect with his usual bravado. Hey, Fury, take it easy. We just pulled off a big one. Save the world, you know? The world. Sokovia is perfectly safe now. Not a single fly can get in. As soon as Tony finished speaking, the other end fell into a deathly silence. After what felt like an eternity, Fury's voice finally returned, sounding as if it had been squeezed out through clenched teeth. Stark, I damn well know that not a single fly can get into Sokovia now, because my satellite images tell me there's not even a trace left of it. Can you explain why a country is missing from the world map? Fury's final question was almost a shout. Tony felt his face twitch. This was indeed a difficult situation to clarify. He couldn't just say, my teammate vaporized the land, could he? Well, Fury, the situation is a bit complex. Tony stammered. To put it simply, Ultron's plan was to have the city crash into the earth. You know, boom. End of the world and all that. So, we came up with a very, eco-friendly and thorough solution. We essentially ground Sokovia down. Fury on the other end fell silent again. Tony could almost envision the grim expression on the one-eyed director's face. I don't care what method you use to make a small country disappear. Fury's voice was tinged with exhaustion and helplessness. The mess was far too great, and it would be difficult to wrap things up. Once you all return, we shall convene. Thus concluded, Fury unilaterally severed the communication. Tony shrugged, an expression of utter exasperation etched upon his face. Kara, cradling the weakened Terrell, soared before Tony. She cast a glance at the pallid man in her arms, and then at the official aircrafts gathering in the distance, her brow furrowed. I must take him back to the Arctic, she asserted with unwavering resolve. The lonely fortress possesses Kryptonian medical equipment that could expedite his recovery. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately objected. What are you joking about? Letting a being capable of erasing a nation with his bare hands just slip away? This is not how one releases a tiger back into the wild. No, Kara. Tony interjected hastily, donning what he believed to be his most sincere smile. Why venture to the Arctic, amidst the icy desolation? Come to my place, the Stark Tower, the penthouse with a breathtaking sea view. Nay, the top-tier medical facility. My medical bay, though not Kryptonian, is undoubtedly the pinnacle of Earth's offerings. Fully automated massages, accompanied by soothing music, and you can even select aromatic oils. I assure you, everything will be arranged splendidly. Kara eyed him with skepticism. Tony, what ulterior motive do you have? What ulterior motive could I possibly have? Tony spread his hands, feigning innocence. I am merely concerned for a teammate. Besides, if you take him away and he awakens en route, and in a fit of displeasure creates a rift in the Atlantic, what then? If he stays here, even if he awakens and wishes to wreak havoc, it is my property that he would dismantle. I have wealth aplenty. I am unperturbed. There seemed to be a semblance of logic in his words. Kara glanced down at Terrell. Although he resembled a sleeping beauty at present, who could predict how he might behave upon awakening? Keeping him under the watchful eye of the Avengers certainly appeared to be a more prudent choice than returning to the solitude of her fortress alone. Very well, she nodded. Then I shall trouble you. Not a trouble at all, Tony exclaimed, elated, and promptly led the way. This way, the path home lies ahead. Observing Tony's demeanor as though he had discovered a treasure, Kara felt an unsettling sensation. A day later, in the Stark Tower's penthouse medical facility, accompanied by a faint mechanical hum, the white medical pod slowly opened, releasing a gust of cold air. Terrell sat up inside. He shook his head, feeling as though he had slept for an eternity. A surge of vitality coursed through his limbs, akin to the rising tide. He glanced down at himself. Quite eco-friendly. I see. He leapt from the pod, stretched, and his bones crackled like fireworks. Refreshing. He surveyed the spacious medical room, adorned with various high-tech apparatuses. Tony truly is wealthy, he mused. I suspect that his 200 billion is merely a ploy to ensnare me, he muttered, casually picking up the flamboyant attire laid out for him on a nearby chair. A garish beach shirt and equally ostentatious shorts. Hey, not bad. I appreciate this taste. Terrell swiftly donned the clothing, slipping on the flip-flops, and sauntered toward the exit. He had already heard the intense argument emanating from the conference room below. I cannot accept this. A righteous and serious voice echoed. It was Steve. The Avengers must maintain their independence. We cannot become pawns in the hands of politicians. Independence? Tony's voice rose an octave. Steve, wake up. We nearly obliterated a nation. Accountability. Accountability. Do you understand? We require oversight. We need someone to be responsible for our actions. Otherwise, how are we any different from those villains? So you want us to sign a piece of paper and then be tethered like dogs? Steve's voice brimmed with anger. This is not a leash. It is protection. Protection for ordinary people and for ourselves. Tony's tone grew fervent. Terrell. He evaporated Sokovia with a mere gesture. Who can control such power? What if next time he's in a foul mood and decides to unleash upon New York? Are we to stand idly by? This legislation is meant to restrain such uncontrollable might. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open with a swift motion. The arguing individuals turned in unison. There stood Terrell, clad in his flamboyant shirt and shorts, casually regarding the assembly with a bemused expression. The room fell silent in an instant. The expressions on everyone's faces were priceless. Terrell spat out a toothpick and sauntered into the room. He approached the conference table, pulled out a chair, and sat down boldly. His gaze swept over each attendee before finally landing on Tony. He flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. Tony, if you wish to support that ridiculous bill, I have no objections. But have you ever considered a question? Do you truly believe that a mere piece of paper could contain me? Chapter 63. Speaking ill behind my back? The Kryptonian overlord drops in. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted to one of palpable tension following Terrell's statement. Tony's face darkened. He had prepared a plethora of arguments, devised various strategies, even drafted a proposal for Terrell's salary increase. Yet, the man was not adhering to the script. A piece of paper? Indeed. To a being capable of erasing a nation from existence, a mere document would be as insubstantial as a piece of parchment. Even a mountain would hold no weight. What do you mean? Tony's voice was somewhat hoarse. Terrell scoffed. Is my meaning still not clear enough? He leisurely stepped forward, plucked a grape from the fruit bowl on the table, and tossed it into his mouth. Do you truly think I would obediently serve you merely because of a 200 billion debt? Tony, do you overestimate money and underestimate me? Chewing the grape, Terrell's gaze swept over each individual present. Steve furrowed his brow, unconsciously reaching for his shield beneath the table. Natasha leaned back slightly, discreetly activating the widow's bite on her wrist. Thor, on the other hand, bore a countenance of confusion, whispering to Banner, what is he talking about? 200 billion? Is that a lot of money? Banner adjusted his glasses, replying quietly, a substantial amount. likely enough to purchase several small villages in Asgard. Thor's eyes widened. Terrell ignored the murmurs, his gaze returning to Tony. In my eyes, this agreement you hold, he gestured toward the thick document before Tony, is nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. Just as you mentioned, if one day I am displeased and decide to unleash havoc upon New York, could you possibly stop me? His tone dripped with unabashed mockery. With that, he strode over, and before Tony could react, he seized the Sokovia Accords. He weighed it in his hand, crumpled it effortlessly, transforming the very document that encapsulated the efforts of countless politicians, causing a significant rift within the Avengers, into a mere ball of paper. Plop! The crumpled ball was tossed carelessly into the corner trash bin. The entire conference room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of breathing. Tony's expression darkened to a shade resembling that of a soot-covered pot. I came here purely because Aunt May's cooking exhausted me, Terrell remarked, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. You have food and drink here, and I need not lift a finger. How convenient. Since you all wish to pursue some absurd agreement that displeases me, then I shall not indulge you. It was merely a change of dining venue, nothing of great consequence. Having said that, he turned on his heel, striding towards the exit without a backward glance. Halt! Steve could no longer contain himself and rose from his seat, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Terrell paused momentarily, but did not turn around. What's the matter? Are you going to lecture me, old man? His tone dripped with amusement. We are teammates, Steve asserted in a low voice. Oh, Terrell's response was curt and straightforward. And then? Steve found himself momentarily speechless at that retort. Indeed, what next? Should he resort to force to keep him here? A glance at the crumpled paper in the trash can reminded him of the country that had vanished from the map, and wisely, he chose to remain silent. Terrell did not linger, reaching the door and pulling it open. Just before it closed, he turned his head back to cast a glance at Tony, whose face was ashen. By the way, Tony, next time you want me to throw a punch, the price will be different. Bang! The door to the conference room slammed shut. The group of the planet's mightiest heroes exchanged bewildered glances. So, Thor scratched his golden hair, looking utterly perplexed. He just walked out like that? Natasha exhaled sharply, leaning back in her chair, her heart racing. No, he just informed us that he was never officially on board. Tony plopped back into his chair, covering his face with his hands. Damn, his temples throbbed. In the elevator, Terrell retrieved an item from his pocket. It was Tony's sunglasses, which he had casually swiped from the conference room table, brand new and clearly expensive. He donned the shades, admiring his reflection in the smooth metallic wall of the elevator. Not bad at all, he nodded in satisfaction. The elevator chimed as it reached the lobby. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his floral shorts and flip-flops on his feet, he stepped outside. Standing at the entrance of Stark Tower, he gazed at the blue sky and white clouds of New York, bustling with traffic. He scratched his head. Well, this is splendid. I have nowhere to mooch off a meal. He muttered to himself. Where to now? Should I seek out a blind gang for some protection money? Or simply rob a vault? Or perhaps I should find something to eat first? As he deliberated whether to dine or to procure funds, the image of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, whose smile radiated like the sun, suddenly popped into his mind. Kara. He recalled her embracing him as they soared through the skies, and her expression of worry mixed with frustration. Heh! A mischievous grin spread across Terrell's face. Suddenly, he felt a pang of longing for her. Decision made. I shall go find my little sunbeam. No sooner had he spoken than he shot upward silently, vanishing into the clouds. In Kansas, at the Kent farm, warm sunlight bathed the expansive cornfields, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Yet, within the barn, the mood was decidedly serious. Clark Kent, also known as Superman, stood there in his dirt-stained farm attire, a grave expression etched on his face. Opposite him stood his cousin, Kara Zor-El, dressed casually, with her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was marked by concern. Next to them stood a stern-looking man in a black suit, the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, General Calvin Swanwick. The situation is as follows, Clark. General Swanwick's voice was heavy. Sokovia, the entire nation, has been reduced to its fundamental particles. Our scientists have yet to comprehend how this was accomplished. The world is in an uproar. All nations demand an explanation. According to the intelligence provided by the Avengers, it was that Kryptonian named Terrell who orchestrated this. The general's gaze fell upon Clark and Kara. He is your compatriot, thus I require your insights. Clark remained silent. What could he possibly say? He had witnessed the satellite images, that beam of light piercing the heavens. He was far too dangerous. After a long pause, Clark finally spoke, his voice laced with profound helplessness and guilt. His powers are too unstable. I cannot predict what he might do next. He is not a bad person. Kara immediately retorted. Kal-El, you understand him. He simply needs guidance. Guidance. Clark managed a bitter smile. Kara, how do we guide someone capable of effortlessly obliterating a nation? With love and patience? What if he runs out of patience? He saved the entire world. Without him, that city would have fallen, resulting in millions of deaths. Kara's voice rose with fervor. Yet his method was to erase that city along with its land. We should not possess such power. Clark's volume increased as well. Just as the tension in the barn escalated, a languid, teasing voice suddenly echoed from above. Well, holding a family meeting, are we? It seems quite lively. What is the matter, discussing my faults without including me? Clark and Kara looked up sharply. There, perched on the barn's beam, sat Terrell, legs crossed. Clad in an ostentatious floral shirt and shorts, wearing a bemused expression. Chapter 64. Good news, world peace. Bad news. The cost is too high. General Swanwick felt his blood pressure spike. He gazed up at the carefree figure lounging on the barn beam. Floral shirt, shorts, flip-flops. His attire resembled that of a beachgoer who had just strolled off a Hawaiian shore. Yet this same beach bum had recently reduced an entire nation to dust. General Swanwick's expression darkened instantly, his mood souring. Terrell leapt down gracefully from the beam. Drifting downwards, he walked right past the stationary Swanwick as if he were invisible, plopping down beside Kara on a pile of hay. He turned his head and fixed his gaze intently on her. Then, breaking into a radiant, sunny smile, he said, Kara. She felt a jolt. This was not the demeanor she was accustomed to seeing from him. Typically, he exuded an air of superiority, treating everyone else as inconsequential. What was this sudden shift into a cheerful, warm persona? She instinctively shifted away from him, creating distance. Why are you looking at me like that? Kara's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Terrell's smile faded, returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor as he turned to Clark. Cousin, do you also believe I should be held accountable for this? Clark's face was etched with distress as he pinched the bridge of his nose, fatigue radiating from him. Terrell, this situation has escalated far too much. The world is watching. The people of Sokovia are now displaced, turned into refugees. Oh, that is simple. Terrell interrupted, shrugging. Just let the other countries take them in. What is the big deal? The world isn't as peaceful as you think, is it? That should suffice. Upon hearing this, General Swanwick could no longer contain himself. He felt his rage boil over. What do you mean? What is the big deal? He stepped forward, pointing a finger at Terrell. What about the cost of resettling those millions of refugees? What about the additional financial burdens? Who will clean up this mess? Will you take responsibility for it? Terrell finally met his gaze. He stood up languidly and approached the human general, towering over Swanwick by a head. He looked down upon him with an air of disdain. Hey, old man, I have averted a crisis that threatened to annihilate the world and safeguarded your precious earth. Not only do you fail to erect a statue in my honor, but you also dare to pressure my cousin and Carla? His words sent a chill through the barn, lowering the temperature by several degrees. You will return at once and inform those suited individuals above you to devise their own solutions. Otherwise, Terrell leaned in closer, the threat palpable in the air as he cast a menacing glare at Swanwick. I do not recommend that we have one less nation in this world. General Swanwick felt a wave of cold wash over him, surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Instinctively, he staggered back 2 steps, nearly losing his balance. His eyes locked onto Terrell with fierce intensity, his chest heaving, lips trembling, yet no words escaped his mouth. A threat, the most blatant and unreasonable threat imaginable. Ultimately, he managed to emit a cold snort through clenched teeth, filled with rage and frustration, before hastily exiting the barn. Observing Swanwick's retreating form, Clark felt compelled to speak. Terrell, you cannot behave this way. Silence, Terrell interrupted once more. Cousin, you worry too much. He returned to Clark's side and patted him on the shoulder. This matter is, from start to finish, quite straightforward. Power is what truly matters. This world resembles a vast cattle ranch. Who gets to savor the finest beef is not determined by the bleeding sheep, but by the butcher wielding the knife. You possess the strength to upheave the entire ranch. Yet you persist in seeking the approval of those sheep, asking if they consent to your consuming meat. Are you not exhausted? Terrell's expression was one of exasperation. Reflect on that. With that, he disregarded Clark's stunned demeanor and turned to leave the barn. Aunt Martha, I crave your apple pie. His voice resounded even before he exited, reaching the farmhouse beyond. Upon reaching the door, he paused, glancing back at the still dumbfounded Carla. That resolute and handsome face once again illuminated with a radiant smile. Carla, care to join me? A shiver ran down Carla's spine. She sensed something was distinctly off about him today. Go ahead, I'll be right there, she stammered. Terrell winked at her, satisfied, before strolling out. Inside the barn, only Clark and Carla remained. Clark stood, brows furrowed, seemingly still processing Terrell's ranch theory. Carla watched him, then glanced toward the barn door, her thoughts a whirlwind. She approached Clark and gently touched his arm. Kal-El, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. Clark slowly shook his head, his gaze lost in the expanse of the cornfield outside. No, Carla. He may possess a semblance of truth. We constantly strive to embrace this world with gentleness. Yet it does not always respond with kindness. He looked down at his hands. Perhaps I am indeed overthinking things. Carla opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. Her worry was not for Terrell, but for Clark. She feared that Terrell's twisted reasoning might genuinely undermine the convictions Clark had steadfastly upheld. Meanwhile, Terrell swaggered into the Kent household's kitchen. The kindly Martha Kent was busy at work, and upon seeing him, her face lit up with a warm smile. Oh, Terrell, you're here. Carla mentioned you've been under the weather these past few days. How are you feeling? Absolutely splendid, Aunt Martha. I feel as though I could devour 10 apple pies in one go. Terrell unceremoniously snatched a bright red apple from a nearby basket, wiped it on his shirt, and took a hefty bite. Ha ha ha, you cheeky boy, Martha chuckled at his antics. If you desire apple pie, just wait, I will prepare it for you. Thank you. Aunt Martha, you are truly my savior, Terrell exclaimed, his mouth full of apple, his compliments muddled. He even knelt on one knee, left hand pressed against his chest. Then he leaned against the doorframe, munching on the apple while observing Martha's industrious form, plotting in his mind. This place is splendid. There's food and drink. And no one is keeping tabs on me. But this cousin of mine, his thinking is far too antiquated. He needs a thorough overhaul. And Carla. He recalled Carla's adorable, startled expression from earlier, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The little sunbeam is sweet and has a fine figure. But her timidity is a bit much. I'll need to tease her more. At that moment, Carla walked in. Upon witnessing Terrell slouched against the doorframe, grinning in a way that sent chills down her spine, she felt a surge of anger. She approached him, lowering her voice. Were you serious about what you said to General Swanwick? Why would I jest? Terrell replied nonchalantly, biting into the apple. Do you think he deserves my humor? You. Carla was rendered speechless by his audacity. Do you realize how much trouble you could cause for Clark? Trouble? Terrell laughed. His greatest trouble is overthinking and underacting. I am assisting him. He expertly tossed the core of his apple into a distant trash bin. Then, leaning in closer to Carla, he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Stop worrying about your cousin. You should be more concerned about yourself. That outfit you're wearing today. He assessed her from head to toe, his gaze unabashed. Carla, clad in a light blue fitted t-shirt and jeans that accentuated her youthful vitality, felt her cheeks flush crimson. He has gone mad. Absolutely mad. Chapter 65. The most important thing in life is to be unprincipled. Carla's face flushed a deep red, akin to the apple in Martha's basket. Has this guy's brain been kicked by a mule? Is there a way to comment on a girl's outfit like that? What was with that gaze? You're insane. After a moment of struggle, she managed to utter that one phrase. I'm not insane, Terrell grinned, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth. He lounged against the doorframe, hands in his pockets, exuding a languid demeanor, yet emanating an inexplicable sense of pressure. I'm just a bit thirsty. He licked his lips, his gaze trailing over Carla once more. Seeing you so radiant, I suddenly feel parched. Carla felt as though steam was rising from her head. What a predatory line. Rogue. Scoundrel. Good for nothing. Just as she was about to explode, Martha's gentle voice floated in from the kitchen. Children, what are you discussing at the door? The apple pie is ready. Doesn't it smell delightful? Martha emerged from the kitchen, a steaming tray in hand, her face adorned with a nurturing smile. The rich aroma of cinnamon and sweet apples instantly diffused the tension that had filled the doorway. Delicious. Absolutely divine. Terrell immediately transformed, his face brimming with ingratiating smiles as he eagerly approached. Aunt Martha, you are my reincarnated parents. This skill of yours would earn you a Michelin 3-star rating. Carla watched in astonishment. This guy changes his demeanor faster than one can turn a page. Martha laughed heartily, playfully nudging him with her elbow. You sure know how to flatter. Quick, go fetch Clark. Dinner is ready. All right. Terrell responded with a briskness that was unmistakable. As he turned to pass by Kara, he added in a hushed tone, we'll quench your thirst later. Kara froze, her body stiffening at his words. This guy? He just wouldn't quit. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Terrell wielded a fork in one hand and a spoon in the other, devouring his meal with an alarming speed. As if a storm were sweeping through, he demolished half a large slice of apple pie in mere bites, his cheeks stuffed to the brim, all the while mumbling vague compliments. Aunt Martha, this is simply divine. I feel as though I'm in love. Martha gazed at him with a smile, reminiscent of a mother watching her famished child after 3 days without food. Slow down. Dear, no one is competing with you. Across from him, Clark presented a stark contrast. His apple pie remained nearly untouched. As he poked at it with his fork, his brow furrowed, as if he could crush a fly with his concentration. He was still mulling over the theoretical aspects of cattle ranching. Terrell's misguided reasoning had spread through his mind like wildfire, shattering the beliefs he had painstakingly cultivated over decades. Kara sat beside Clark, equally devoid of appetite. She glanced between the troubled Clark and the gluttonous Terrell, her heart a tumult of emotions. Ever since this fellow appeared, the tranquil life at Kent Farm had slipped away into oblivion. Cousin, Terrell finally swallowed his mouthful and gulped down a generous sip of milk. What's the matter? Is the apple pie not to your liking? He feigned ignorance, sporting an expression akin to a man who had just discovered his wife had been stolen. Clark lifted his gaze, regarding him with a complex expression. Terrell, I find myself pondering what exactly is the justice we uphold. Terrell nearly spewed his milk in surprise. Brother, we are at dinner, and you wish to discuss philosophical quandaries? He set down his cup, an expression of disdain etched upon his face. What is this nonsense about justice? Why tire yourself with such thoughts? Just remember one thing. He jabbed his fork into Clark's slice of apple pie and lifted it triumphantly. A fist the size of my own is justice. If anyone disobeys, we beat them into submission. See, it's that simple. Clark found himself at a loss for words, stifled by Terrell's brazen logic, and could only lower his head once more, aimlessly prodding at his empty plate. He felt an insurmountable chasm between himself and Terrell. Kara could no longer contain herself. Stop instilling him with your flawed reasoning. She glared at Terrell. You are leading him astray. Am I? Terrell chuckled, wiping his mouth with a napkin, leaning back in his chair with a nonchalant gesture. Kara, you misunderstand me. I am merely enlightening him. He possesses the strength to vanquish gods, yet he insists on reasoning with ants. Is that kindness? No, it is foolishness. Kara attempted to retort, but Terrell interrupted, shoving the last bite of apple pie into his mouth and letting out a satisfied sigh. Then, before everyone, he declared a shocking decision. Aunt Martha. He turned to the kindly Martha. This place is splendid. There's food and drink, and the bed is soft. I have decided. He grinned widely. I shall stay for a few days. The air instantly thickened. Clark shot his head up. The fork in Kara's hand clattered onto her plate. Only Martha paused for a brief moment before her smile widened even further. Wonderful. More people, more sets of chopsticks, and the house will be lively. I shall prepare a room for you right away. Thank you, Aunt Martha. You are my savior. Terrell leaped up, performing an exaggerated knightly bow before her. No, absolutely not. Clark and Kara shouted in unison. Clark stood, his face pale with fury. Mom, you cannot let him stay. He is dangerous. Kara chimed in urgently. Yes, Aunt. If he stays here, he will dismantle the entire farm. Terrell observed their fervent reactions with a shrug. He feigned a pitiful demeanor, pointing at Clark and Kara. Aunt Martha, look at them. They are ganging up to bully me, preventing this lonely relative from partaking in a meal. My heart is shattered. In an instant, Martha's maternal instincts surged forth. She turned to Clark and Kara with an admonishing expression. Clark, Kara, how can you speak of Terrell this way? He is family. Families should support each other. What is the big deal? Isn't it just a bit of ruckus? I was even more rambunctious in my youth. Clark and Kara exchanged glances, both at a loss for words, feeling as though a weight had lodged itself in their throats. How had this household suddenly come under his control? Later that night, the lights in the farmhouse had mostly dimmed. Terrell lay serenely on the rooftop, gazing at the moon above. What are you thinking about? Kara's voice broke the silence. Terrell turned his body, propping his head on one hand, adopting a somewhat alluring posture. I wonder how powerful you all will become once you shed all your shackles. Kara felt puzzled. This man seemed to have transformed from a brawler fixated on food into someone far more contemplative. He must be suffering from a split personality. In a sudden shift, Terrell's demeanor turned serious as he focused on a particular direction. Oh, impressive strength. Kara's heart raced. He wore that expression again. Chapter 66. The Alliance Leaders Gather. Captured by Aunt Martha. Meanwhile, in the depths of the distant ocean, a mist-covered island known as Paradise Island existed, not as a heavenly retreat, but as a battlefield. A towering figure adorned with a menacing horned helmet and wielding a colossal axe effortlessly felled the valiant Amazonian warriors, their screams and blood failing to halt this unexpected intruder's advance. Amidst the chaos and cries of despair, this imposing figure seized a cube radiating peculiar energy. And in a flash of crimson light, both it and the figure vanished, leaving behind a ravaged island and survivors consumed by grief and fury. At Kent Farm, on the rooftop, Kara observed Terrell, who had suddenly grown silent, intently staring into the distance. "Hey, what's wrong?" she queried, moving closer to follow his gaze. But all she could see was an expanse of empty blue sky. "What are you daydreaming about?" Terrell sensed a tumultuous and chaotic energy approaching through some spatial conduit, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. He withdrew his gaze, turning to Kara with that familiar, irreverent smile. "Nothing. Just a feeling that a grand spectacle is about to unfold." With that, he flipped over and gracefully descended from the rooftop, hands in his pockets, whistling as he returned indoors, leaving Kara on the rooftop, her face a canvas of confusion. What sort of riddle was he concocting? The following morning, the tranquility of the farm was shattered by the roar of engines. A sleek black Quinn fighter jet descended slowly onto the Kent family's land, the gusts of wind causing the surrounding grass to sway wildly. Clark had just returned from the fields, still clad in his muddy work overalls and clutching a wrench in hand. He stared, bewildered, at the group disembarking from the aircraft, led by a man in a tailored suit exuding wealth, Bruce Wayne. Beside him stood a woman of breathtaking beauty. She donned an elegant robe, her raven curls elegantly swept up, her features as exquisite as those of an ancient Greek sculpture, exuding an air of nobility intertwined with a hint of valor. Kara radiated sunshine and sweetness, reminiscent of the cheerful neighbor next door, while this woman resembled the moon in the sky, cool, regal, and best admired from a distance. Behind her trailed several individuals, a burly tattooed man with a rugged stubble, emanating a wild energy, a young man clad in a tight red outfit, visibly anxious, his eyes darting about, and a young black man dressed in a gray hoodie, shrouded in fabric, his head bowed, as if wishing to conceal his face from prying eyes. "What is going on?" Clark inquired, setting down his wrench, gazing quizzically at the unexpected assembly of his teammates. "Trouble has arisen, Clark," Diana Prince spoke first, her voice clear yet laden with gravity as she recounted the invasion of Paradise Island and the theft of the mother box by a certain individual known as the Wasteland Wolf. Kara, hearing the commotion from within the house, emerged to stand beside Clark. Just as Diana was poised to continue, her voice faltered abruptly. It wasn't he, just her, Bruce. Aquaman Arthur, the Flash Barry, and Cyborg Victor all diverted their gazes beyond Clark, towards the entrance of the house. There stood Terrell, clad in his floral shirt and oversized shorts, flip-flops adorning his feet, casually leaning against the doorframe. He held a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice, leisurely sipping from it. "Why are you all staring at me?" he asked, smacking his lips, an expression of innocence adorning his face. "I didn't mention anything about Paradise Island to my cousin. That is not a spoiler, right?" With that remark, the expressions of everyone present, save for Clark and Kara, shifted dramatically. Diana's countenance was particularly striking, transitioning from shock to anger in a mere second. How could this man possibly know? And judging by his demeanor, it appeared he had been aware all along. "You know?" Diana's voice rose with barely contained fury. "Then why didn't you go and help?" At this, Terrell displayed a look of utter bemusement. "I say, dear goddess, you're all quite peculiar." He shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing. "If I had rushed over and inadvertently made too much noise, leveling Paradise Island in the process, would you then gather me for a meeting to draft some sort of agreement? I'd prefer not to hear any more of your lectures." Diana was rendered speechless by his convoluted rationale. Her chest heaved with agitation, clearly incensed. She had kept an eye on the Sokovia incident. One moment a nation existed, the next it was erased. The consequences of his presence on Paradise Island were too dire to contemplate. Clark furrowed his brow and stepped towards Terrell, his tone a mixture of confusion and reproach. "Terrell, even if you didn't go, you should have informed me." What do you mean?" Terrell interjected, cutting him off. "Cousin, use that kind-hearted brain of yours and think for a moment." He stirred his orange juice with a straw. "Even if I had informed you right away, by the time you changed your clothes and struck a pose, guess what? They'd have already returned home for dinner." Clark opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Indeed, if they could invade the isolated Paradise Island without detection by the time he arrived, it would be far too late. "You." Diana pointed an accusatory finger at Terrell, rendered speechless by her fury. Bruce beside her restrained her hand, shaking his head. His gaze remained fixed on Terrell, his deep-set eyes brimming with analysis and caution. The danger level he attributed to this man had escalated significantly. Not only did he possess the power to obliterate civilizations, but he also wielded some unknown means of intelligence gathering, and worst of all, his behavioral logic was utterly unpredictable. "Hey there, little buddy." Terrell paid no heed to the daggers aimed at him by the others. Instead, he turned his attention to the jittery Barry Allen. "Don't be nervous, we're all familiar now." He waved his cup. "Care for a sip of juice to calm your nerves?" Martha S. Brand, Pure, natural, no additives. Sweeter than first love. Barry shivered at the suggestion, glancing between Terrell and Bruce, whose expression was as dark as a pot's bottom, and hastily waved his hands. No. No, thank you. The large man named Arthur let out an impatient grunt, muttering, "We're here to seek assistance, not to listen to his stand-up routine." Terrell raised an eyebrow at this. "What, are you dissatisfied with my words?" He grinned broadly. "Shall we have a little spar? I'll let you use one hand." Arthur's temper flared, ready to explode, but Bruce silenced him with a mere glance. "Enough," came Martha's voice from within, as she emerged bearing a tray of freshly baked cookies, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Children, stop lingering at the door. Whatever the matter, come inside and sit. I've baked some sweet treats for you all to try." Gazing at the benevolent Martha and the fragrant cookies in her hands, this assembly of individuals capable of shaking the very foundations of the world suddenly dimmed their fervor. The atmosphere transformed from a Justice League gathering to that of friendly neighbors visiting. Bruce rubbed his temples, sensing that this recruitment had veered off course from the very beginning. Chapter 67. Watching the show without caring for the consequences. At the Kent family dining table, the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. On one side, Terrell voraciously devoured Martha's cookies as if they were a meal. On the other sat the founding members of the Justice League, sitting stiffly, their gazes sharp and piercing, launching silent daggers at Terrell as if engaged in some unspoken execution ritual. Bruce Wayne sat with his hands folded on the table, silent. Yet his eyes, hidden beneath the mask of a billionaire, had analyzed Terrell from hair to toenails 1,000 times over. Diana Prince, meanwhile, was seething, her chest heaving. Her sisters on Paradise Island were still mourning, their home destroyed, the mother box stolen, and here was Terrell, casually sipping juice and nibbling cookies as if nothing were amiss. Aquaman Arthur Curry was so incensed that he nearly bent his fork out of shape. Had it not been for Bruce's restraining gaze, he would have overturned the table. The Flash, Barry Allen, hunched over, striving to diminish his presence, silently munching on a slice of apple pie, his eyes darting about. Cyborg Victor kept his head down, the data streams in his electronic eye rapidly scrolling as he attempted to decipher Terrell's true nature. Only Clark wore a furrowed brow, casting a worried glance at Bruce. "Bruce, can we track the Wasteland Wolf's movements? If he managed to come once, he will surely return." Bruce finally shifted his gaze from Terrell to Clark. "I've instructed Alfred to adjust the global satellite energy sensors. If any similar spatial fluctuations occur again, we will be able to pinpoint his location immediately." Clark nodded, his expression easing slightly. Just then, his phone rang. Picking it up, a gentle smile graced his face. It was his girlfriend, Lois Lane. "Lois?" He answered. "Yes. I'm at home, in Kansas." Mid-bite into his third cookie, Terrell paused and turned to Kara, mumbling, "He has a girlfriend?" Kara, sipping her milk daintily, regarded him with eyes wide as if he were an alien. "Yes, is that strange?" "Of course it is." Terrell boldly swallowed the biscuit. Was he not supposed to be wholly devoted to his career and then grow old in solitude? Kara felt that sometimes this guy's thought process was truly on a different wavelength. Ignoring her exasperation, Terrell leaned in closer with a mischievous grin. He lowered his voice, his warm breath brushing against Kara's ear. "So what do you think of me?" Kara's body prickled with goosebumps. She abruptly shifted a considerable distance away. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at him in annoyance. "You must be out of your mind." Terrell, seeing her flustered reaction, smiled even wider, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Just as he was about to tease Kara further, Clark suddenly stood up on the other end of the phone. His expression dramatically altered. "Lewis! Lewis!" He shouted into the phone, panic lacing his voice. However, the response from the other end was not Lewis's voice, but a cacophony of sharp, maniacal laughter. "Surprised, Superman?" A mocking, twisted voice echoed, laden with a chilling malice. "Your little girlfriend is now my guest." Bruce Wayne shot up, his face dark with fury. That laughter, that voice. He would never forget it in his lifetime. The Joker. Want her to live? The Joker's voice was brimming with delight. "Just come to the Gotham chemical plant to find me. Remember, only you can come, Superman. If you bring any other little friends, especially that dark, brooding bat, I shall have the pleasure of twisting this lovely lady's head off for a bit of fun. Ha ha ha." As the last words faded, the call was abruptly terminated. "Lewis." Clark's eyes blazed crimson, his fingers gripping the phone so tightly that they turned white. In the next moment, his farm attire transformed into the iconic red and blue suit, the crimson cape billowing behind him, seemingly defying gravity. Without a word to anyone, he darted out of the house, soaring into the sky. A series of deafening sonic booms erupted as he vanished from sight. The room fell into a profound silence, everyone stunned by the sudden turn of events. Terrell blinked in confusion before turning back to Kara. The Joker? Is that a man's name? He mused, stroking his chin in mock seriousness. Could it be that your cousin has a penchant for men? Puffed. Barry Allen, who had been drinking water, spurted it out, coughing violently. Diana and Arthur wore equally bewildered expressions, utterly unable to follow Terrell's train of thought. Kara held her forehead, feeling her blood pressure rising again. She helplessly explained, no? Someone has kidnapped Lewis, Clark's girlfriend. Oh, Terrell elongated his response, feigning enlightenment. The old hero rescuing the damsel trope. He licked his lips, his gaze not one of concern, but rather filled with a gleeful anticipation for the unfolding drama. He grabbed Kara's wrist, still in shock beside him. Let's go? What for? Kara gasped, startled by his greasy grip. To watch the show. Terrell grinned widely, pulling her along without waiting for a response. Your cousin is fighting, as relatives. Shouldn't we cheer him on? Kara, being dragged along, could only laugh helplessly. It's to help, not to watch a show. And your hands are so greasy. Wash them. It's all the same, I won't wash them. I'll wash them when we pass the ocean. Arthur, hearing this, nearly wished to stab Terrell with his trident. Terrell waved dismissively, dragging Kara out of the Kent farm, transforming into a streak of light as they pursued Clark into the distance. In the now empty dining room, only a few members of the Justice League remained, alongside Aunt Martha, who was serving a freshly baked apple pie with a warm smile. Martha looked at the guests, who were exchanging bewildered glances, her expression still calm and composed. Don't just stand there, children. Eat pie, eat pie. Bruce, Diana, Arthur, Barry, Victor, this family seems a bit off. Chapter 68. Lewis, don't touch me. Superman turned green. High above, two streaks of light tore through the clouds, producing a series of thunderous sonic booms. The leading figure, a red and blue silhouette, was Clark, utterly consumed by his fervor. His speed had escalated to an unreasonable degree, his mind fixated on a singular thought. Lewis. Behind him, Terrell dragged Kara along, his own power at full throttle. Terrell, let go of me. Kara felt she was on the brink of madness. Her wrist was gripped by a warm hand, slick with grease from Aunt Martha's cookies and the apple pie sauce Terrell had licked. Sticky and oily. No, I'll never let go, Terrell declared, his grip tightening as he spouted cheesy lines. I beg you to release me. This is disgusting, Kara shouted in frustration, but against such overwhelming speed, her struggles were futile. Sister, get a grip, Terrell said impatiently, glancing back at her. If I let go, with your speed, you'll lose sight of Clark's pert behind in no time. Where will you witness your cousin's heroic rescue then? He continued. Besides, this is Aunt Martha's special cookies, infused with the essence of home. Can you smell it? He even shoved his greasy hand closer to Kara's nose. She recoiled in disgust, nearly retching. All she wished for was to put as much distance as possible between herself and this lunatic. In Gotham City, today was a haven for criminals. The blaring sirens, women's screams, the frenzied gunfire, and the signature, spine-chilling laughter interwove to create a chaotic symphony. Bang! A jewelry store's window shattered as a group of madmen, painted like clowns, stormed in, scattering jewels into the streets like candy. Ha ha ha! A celebration. This is the festivity bestowed upon us by His Majesty, the Joker. At the police station in the city center, Commissioner Gordon felt his hair thinning even more. Gripping the phone, he shouted into it, What? Not enough personnel? I damn well know there aren't enough. Tell me which precinct has enough officers? The streets are crawling with lunatics. Deploy as many as you can. We must regain control. After hanging up, Gordon slumped wearily in his chair. He understood that ordinary officers were limited in their effectiveness against such chaos. He looked out the window at the pitch-black night sky, which had yet to reveal the familiar bat symbol. Bruce, where are you? In the outskirts of Gotham City. At the abandoned ACE chemical plant, the air was thick with the acrid scent of chemicals. Deep within the factory, a blonde woman in an office attire was tightly bound to a chair, her mouth taped shut. Tears filled Lois Lane's eyes as she struggled desperately. But the ropes were secured tightly. She prayed for Clark to rescue her, while simultaneously fearing his arrival, knowing that her captor was a complete madman. Suddenly, an old, flickering television screen crackled to life before her. A face painted in exaggerated colors appeared, grinning with a blood-red mouth, exuding a chilling aura. Lewis, my sweet, your big hero is on his way. The Joker's voice was sharp and distorted, filled with a theatrical flair. I prepared a small game for him, a classic multiple-choice question. Can you guess whether he will sever the red line beneath your chair or the blue one? Let me share a little secret with you. The clown leaned closer to the camera, whispering in a breathy voice. It doesn't matter which one he cuts, because no matter what he chooses, you will go off with a bang, transforming into the brightest firework in the sky. Ha ha ha. The maniacal laughter echoed through the empty factory, and then the screen went black. In Lewis's eyes, the last flicker of hope extinguished. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the factory roof was torn away by an overwhelming force. A figure cloaked in red and blue descended like divine retribution. Clark hovered in midair, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying crimson light. His X-ray vision penetrated layers of obstruction, locking onto the figure bound to the chair in the depths of the factory. He could hear her heartbeat, panicked, yet all too familiar. "Lewis!" Clark bellowed, transforming into a streak of lightning as he dove downward. Almost simultaneously, Terrell and Kara arrived above the chemical plant. "We have arrived. Passengers may disembark." Terrell finally released Kara's wrist. He glanced at his greasy hands and then at the red mark he had left on Kara's fair wrist, breaking into a grin. "You know, it feels rather nice. So smooth and soft. How about you hold my hand every day from now on?" Kara gasped, her body instinctively floating back several meters to maintain a safe distance from him. Her face flushed with anger as she frantically wiped her hands on her jeans, glaring at him. "Stay away from me, you creep." Terrell's smile brightened at her flustered reaction. Meanwhile, Clark had reached Lewis's side. "Lewis, are you all right?" Clark scanned her from head to toe, sighing in relief when he confirmed she was unharmed. "Superman, you finally made it. I thought I was going to fall asleep." The clown on the television yawned, tears of blood welling at the corners of his eyes. "Superman, please don't cut that one, okay?" "Clark, you can't cut any of them. Whichever you choose will explode." Lewis immediately interjected, relaying the clown's previous warning. Clark's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't afford to use his X-ray vision to inspect the bomb's interior, for if he did, the solution would be simple. He grasped the bomb firmly, intending to tear it away at the fastest speed possible, either to throw it out the window or use his body as a shield. As he placed his other hand on the bomb, the countdown on the bomb strapped to Lewis hit 0. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the depths of the chemical plant. Yet the flames were neither red nor yellow but an eerie, heart-pounding green. "What? It's Kryptonite!" Kara exclaimed in shock, preparing to plunge down to rescue Clark without a second thought. A large hand stopped her. Chapter 69. Superman goes mad, almost hitting his wife. Terrell's hand, like a vice, clamped down on Kara as she prepared to dive. "Are you insane?" Kara's eyes filled with desperation. "There's Kryptonite down there. Clark is in danger." She struggled with all her might, but Terrell's grip remained unyielding. "So what?" Terrell lazily shot her a glance, his other hand casually digging in his ear. "Are you planning to go down and offer yourself up as a sacrifice? To give that green glowing fellow a 2-for-1 performance? If you come into contact with that stuff, you end up on your knees too?" "You." Kara was rendered speechless by his retort. She knew he spoke the truth. Kryptonite was lethal to all Kryptonians. Her descent would only lead to her demise alongside Clark, serving no purpose. "Then you be careful." Kara bit her lip, her face etched with concern. Terrell observed her expression, a smirk involuntarily creeping onto his face before he quickly resumed his nonchalant demeanor. "Don't worry, I've got this. Just stay put and watch me work." With that, he released her and plummeted like a stone into the eerie green mist below. Inside the abandoned chemical plant, the green smoke swirled, carrying a noxious and uncanny scent. Clark knelt on one knee, utterly drained. The Kryptonite radiation had sapped him of all his strength, leaving him feeling as feeble as an ordinary man. Zzz. The old television before him flickered back to life, the clown's paint-smeared face reappearing. "Oh dear, my little Superman. How do you feel?" The clown exaggeratedly covered his mouth, laughing uncontrollably. "I regret to inform you that this specially designed bomb is a limited edition Kryptonite model, effective solely on extraterrestrial beings like yourself. Moreover, oops, I seem to have added a pinch of my custom laughing gas just for you. Take a whiff. Isn't it delightful?" "Ha ha ha." The maniacal laughter reverberated through the factory. Lewis watched Clark, who had collapsed to the ground, her heart filled with regret and despair. She shouldn't have trusted that madman. "I'm sorry, Clark." Her words were cut short as the inhaled laughing gas began to take effect. The world around her spun, twisting into a distorted nightmare. Clark's situation deteriorated further. The combination of kryptonite weakness and the hallucinogenic effects of the laughing gas triggered a terrifying chemical reaction. The scenes before his eyes began to frantically shift. Collapsed walls, rusted pipes, and Lewis bound to the chair all vanished. Instead, he found himself in the ruins of a shattered metropolis. A tall, grotesque gray figure rose from the debris, spines protruding from its body, emitting a deafening roar. "Doomsday! No!" Clark's anguished scream pierced the air. He witnessed Doomsday crush a figure clad in farmer's overalls beneath its foot, reducing him to a bloody pulp. His adoptive father, Jonathan Kent, Then, with a casual punch, Doomsday obliterated his loving mother, Martha, the woman who always baked him apple pies, her body exploding at his feet. The scene shifted again. Corpses lay strewn across the ground in disarray. Bruce, clad in tattered bat armor, had lost his lower half. Diana's limbs were forcefully torn apart and discarded. Arthur was impaled by his own trident, nailed to the wall. Barry's legs were twisted grotesquely, as if crushed. Victor's mechanical head, flickering with red light, lay abandoned on the ground. Doomsday. Clark's sanity was utterly consumed by rage. He lifted his head, his once gentle blue eyes now filled with blood-red, murderous intent. He saw the woman he vowed to protect with his life, Lois Lane, her face distorting, transforming. Her skin turned ashen, her body swelling as bone spurs erupted from her back. She was becoming Doomsday. I will kill you. Clark struggled to rise from the ground. His body severely weakened by kryptonite. All his power, all his fury, coalesced into his right fist. He would avenge his parents. He would avenge his friends. He would personally slay the monster before him that threatened to annihilate the world. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he swung his fist toward the figure before him, now unconscious, but in his eyes, it was Doomsday. In the control room, the clown watched the impending bloody scene unfold on the screen, doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha ha. Now this is art. This is humor. Little Superman. My dear child, when you awaken to the grim realization that you have inadvertently reduced the woman you cherish most, along with the tiny life she carries within her, into a mere pulp, will you not also find yourself transformed into someone as whimsically amusing as I? Ha ha. The gust generated by the force of my fist ruffled Lewis's golden locks. Clark's fist had already descended. In the next instant, the scene of carnage seemed preordained. Just as the situation reached a precarious climax, bang! A resounding thud echoed. No one could discern what had transpired. A dark figure plummeted from the heavens. A large foot clad in flip-flops landing squarely on Clark's waist. The force was terrifying. Clark, whose physique rivaled steel, was sent sprawling like a mere sandbag. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through 3 thick concrete walls, his body ejected from the chemical plant and into the area shrouded in green mist, ultimately landing with a thud on the open ground outside. Terrell slowly retracted his foot, maintaining his casual posture with hands in pockets. He glanced down at the unconscious Lewis on the chair, seized the chair, and hurled it towards Kara's direction. Then he turned to observe the grotesque visage of the painted face on the television screen. He smirked, shaking his head. TSK, quite the show, isn't it? Just a hair's breadth away. Otherwise, my cousin would be doomed to a lifetime of anguish. He extended a finger and beckoned towards the camera. Hey, you clown. Keep laughing. Why the sudden silence? In the surveillance room, the Joker's maniacal laughter froze in place. He stared intently at the screen depicting the man in the floral shirt and oversized shorts, exuding an air of slacker nonchalance. Who is this interloper? He just kicked Superman away? In flip-flops? The Joker's astute mind momentarily faltered. His expression shifted from extreme mania to profound confusion, and finally morphed into a morbid excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a novel curiosity. Oh, how intriguing. A low, sinister chuckle emanated from the Joker's throat as he licked his scarlet lips. A new toy. Chapter 70. Little pig, let me in. In the surveillance room, the Joker's frenzy and confusion melded together like a painter's palette. He gazed at the man in the floral shirt on the screen, then back to the open ground where Superman lay, struggling to rise after the kick. Cousin? The Joker's mind raced. Another Kryptonian? Even better. A buy one, get one free deal. His pathological excitement surged once more. 1 Kryptonian is troublesome. 2 would yield double the joy. First, I shall deal with this meddlesome intruder, and that half-dead little Superman will be at my mercy. The Joker extended his crimson tongue, licking his lips, and without hesitation pressed a red button on the control panel, one he had prepared in advance. This contingency was originally intended for Superman. After Superman unwittingly ended the lives of his beloved and the child she bore, this mechanism would render him a harmless specimen in a state of endless regret and torment, ultimately to be presented to that esteemed individual. Hiss! A shrill sound of gas escaping filled the air. The entire abandoned factory's ventilation system, the sprinkler heads on the ceiling, and even the cracks in the floor began to spew forth a vibrant green powder with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was enveloped in this emerald dust, its concentration so dense that visibility was nearly non-existent. The air was thick with a scent that would send shivers down the spines of Kryptonian genes. Terrell stood amidst the rich green haze. He raised his hand, allowing some of the powder to settle in his palm, glimmering ominously. He even extended his tongue to taste it from a distance. Ugh, what is this? 0 stars. He turned his gaze towards a corner of the factory. Hey, little rat hiding in the tin can, still not coming out? Well, I suppose I'll have to come find you. Terrell's voice resonated clearly through the microphone back to the surveillance room. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the Joker erupted with laughter, tears streaming down his face. You want to find me? Sweetheart, have you inhaled too much kryptonite dust? Your brain must be fried. I prepared enough for 10 people. Enough to take you and your little cousin down, then package you as a double specimen. The Joker was supremely confident in his hiding place. It was a refuge constructed entirely from thick lead plates, ensconced within a warehouse filled with lead materials. Lead, the Kryptonian's nemesis. Unless Superman uprooted the entire chemical plant. Meticulously searching inch by inch, no one would uncover his command center, shrouded in layers of lead. He was the safest director in this farce. Bang! A loud noise interrupted the Joker's maniacal laughter. The floor beneath him trembled. The Joker's smile faltered. He looked down at the smooth lead wall beside him. A clear fist imprint protruded from the outside. The distorted metallic shape seemed to mock him silently. The Joker was taken aback. Curiosity piqued. He approached and prodded the raised fist print with his finger. Outside, Terrell's voice, laced with amusement, drifted in. Little pig, let me in, if you don't. I'll break in. As soon as the words left his mouth. Bang, bang. 2 more heavy thuds resounded. The thick lead wall, capable of withstanding a cannonball, was forcibly breached, creating 2 gaping holes. The Joker recoiled in fright. From one of the openings, a pair of blue eyes peered in, leisurely surveying the interior of the refuge. Johnny's here. Terrell's voice carried a playful tone of triumph. The Joker's scalp prickled. In his life, he had always been the one to instill fear. When had he ever been so frightened? In that moment, he felt like not the Joker, but an innocent bystander being pursued by a clown. Kryptonite is ineffective. This was the first thought that raced through his mind. Impossible. The kryptonite given by that esteemed individual was of the highest quality, with an extremely potent radiation source. How could it be useless? Was the dosage insufficient? Or perhaps, you aren't a Kryptonian. The Joker screamed in terror. Terrell grinned widely, not responding to his query. He extended a hand through the hole, fingers splayed, grasping the edge of the lead plate. The sound of metal twisting and grinding filled the air. With a mere flex of his arm muscles, the heavy lead refuge, weighing several tons, was yanked from the ground as if it were a child's toy buried in sand. No, no. The Joker was utterly panicked. He drew his prized large-caliber revolver and aimed it at Terrell's hand reaching through the hole, unleashing a flurry of shots. Bang, 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 bang. He emptied the chamber in one breath. The bullets struck Terrell's hand, leaving not even a mark, clattering to the ground and transforming into a heap of scrap metal. Suddenly, the Joker felt an absence of gravity. His body propelled upward with force, colliding heavily against the ceiling of the refuge. Stars danced before his eyes. Terrell lifted the tin can above his head and, as if disposing of trash, soared into the sky with it. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the wind howled. The Joker had not yet recovered from the impact when he felt his body lighten, followed by a rapid descent. Thud. Once again, he made intimate contact with the hard floor. He felt as though his very skeleton was about to disintegrate. Then, once again, there was weightlessness arise. Bang. Next, a plummet. Thud. Terrell held onto the tin can, engaging in a childish game of tossing it up and down at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Once, twice, 5 times. When Terrell finally grew weary of his amusement and paused, he seized the torn edge of the lead shelter with both hands and tore it apart with a powerful thrust. Ryup. The heavy lead plates, in his hands, were as malleable as paper, effortlessly torn open to reveal a vast view within the can. The clown lay crumpled in the corner like a heap of mud. The iconic face paint that once adorned his visage had long since been smeared by sweat and impacts, exposing his ghastly pale skin beneath. In this pitiful state, he no longer required makeup. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to emit that signature, maniacal laugh. Heh. He let out a couple of dry chuckles, but the pain coursing through his body stifled him, leading to a violent bout of coughing. Laughter was no longer an option. Terrell casually tossed the shredded tin can aside, letting it hover before the clown. He looked down upon Gotham's criminal kingpin with an air of superiority. Hey, Terrell extended a finger, poking the clown's cheek. Did you just say I'm your new toy? He tilted his head, a radiant yet perilous smile gracing his face. Now, let us discuss your dealings with my cousin. Chapter 71, Batman. Your approach is too eco-friendly. Terrell grasped the clown by his collar, lifting him as one would a stray cat retrieved from a refuse heap. Thus, He hovered in the frigid air at 10,000 meters, the biting wind causing his floral shirt to flap. "Hey, clownfish." Terrell gazed down at the disheveled man, curiosity sparking in his voice. "What do you mean by meddling with my cousin?" The clown, caught off guard by this sudden address, reflexively glanced downward. The unfathomable depths of the cloud layer made his heart skip a beat. Even as Gotham's criminal overlord, being suspended at this height without a parachute was unsettling. "Huh. My cousin Lewis? You, an ordinary person? No, a lunatic. What were you thinking? Provoking my cousin?" Terrell's tone dripped with intrigue. "What does he possess that warrants your attention? Good looks? A shapely derriere?" At this, the clown's madness flared anew. He cracked a smile more grotesque than sorrow, the smeared face paint rendering his visage even more bizarre. "Hey, do I need a reason? I simply wish to witness the expression of a god among men as he shatters his beloved and grinds his unborn child to dust. Would that expression be as amusing as mine?" "Ha ha ha." The smile vanished from Terrell's face. He furrowed his brow and loosened his grip. "Ah." The clown's body morphed into a black dot, plummeting straight downward. The wind howled in his ears, enveloping him in a sensation of weightlessness. The clown feared not death. For him, it was merely the prelude to another jest. "Ha ha." He spread his arms wide, welcoming the earth, laughing maniacally, prepared to complete his final act of performance art. However, just as he was about to kiss the ground and become a splattered mass, a shadow flashed by. "Oh, caught you." Terrell seized his ankle as one might catch a fish. The clown's laughter choked in his throat, and the abrupt pull caused his stomach to revolt, sending bile surging upwards. He coughed violently, still unable to comprehend what had transpired. Then he heard a phrase. "Off you go." With a swift kick, Terrell propelled him back into the 10,000-meter heights. The speed was so rapid that the clown's brain succumbed to a blackout due to the sudden ascent and lack of oxygen. Yet he had no time to savor the tranquility of unconsciousness. The sensation of free fall yanked him back from the depths of oblivion. He opened his eyes to the endless azure above. Then, once more he was caught, and kicked again into the air. Unconsciousness. Consciousness. Again unconscious. Again conscious. Above the suburbs of Gotham City, a surreal spectacle unfolded. A black dot was repeatedly kicked skyward, then fell freely, akin to a yo-yo manipulated by a mischievous child. Members of the Justice League, hurrying from Kent Farm, happened upon this extraordinary scene. All paused mid-air, enveloped in an eerie silence. "Wow, this guy sure knows how to have fun." Aquaman Arthur, wielding his trident, watched with rapt attention. This was long overdue. Such scum should be dealt with in this manner. Beneath the mask, Bruce Wayne's brow furrowed into a knot. Witnessing Terrell's near-torturous treatment of the clown struck him as profoundly inhumane. Diana's expression was complex. Having just endured the pain of her home's destruction, she harbored an intense hatred for the chaos instigator. As she observed the clown's torment, a flicker of indescribable satisfaction stirred within her, yet the Amazonian code made her feel that such actions were fundamentally wrong. Barry Allen shrank his neck, whispering to Cyborg beside him, "Aren't we here to help, not to watch a circus? This is a bit too cruel." Cyborg's red electronic eye flickered as he analyzed every angle and force of Terrell's kicks. From a physics standpoint, he was executing them flawlessly, allowing the target to experience extreme exhilaration without crossing the threshold of death. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the chemical plant, Lewis stirred back to consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Kara's worried visage. "Kara." She struggled to sit up. "Clark, how is he?" Kara quickly supported her, glancing at the tall figure staggering up from the debris. "He is fine, Lewis, don't worry." Kara's tone was soothing. "You're safe, and your baby is safe." When she had caught Lewis in midair, she instinctively used her X-ray vision to check her condition. It was then that she discovered the astonishing secret. The baby. Lewis instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, exhaling in relief. "Thank goodness." Kara offered a gentle smile, softly comforting Lewis's back. "So, you plan to tell Clark about this, right?" At that moment, Clark had regained much of his strength and swiftly appeared before Lewis. His uniform was dust-laden, and his face bore several scratches, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet, he was oblivious to it all. He stared intently at Lewis, a hint of dread flickering within him. "Lewis, are you all right?" "I almost." Upon hearing Kara's revelation that he was to be a father, Clark's entire being froze. His mind went blank. Fury, dread, elation, and astonishment, multitudes of emotions erupted within him. He had nearly taken the life of his beloved woman and their unborn child due to the clown's treachery. An unprecedented rage, potent enough to incinerate an entire planet, ignited within him. He abruptly turned his gaze skyward, his eyes aflame with crimson. At that moment, Terrell had also grown weary of his game. He descended slowly with the completely limp clown in tow, alongside the other members of the Justice League. Thud! The clown was casually tossed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his body twitching intermittently, unable to muster even his signature laugh. All he desired now was to lie still and do nothing, waiting to return to Arkham with his old friend Batman to rest. With this thought, the clown exhaled weakly. As all gathered learned from Kara that due to the Joker's mad scheme, Gotham had descended into chaos, and Clark nearly fatally struck the pregnant Lois. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Bruce gazed down at the puddle of muck on the ground, his voice hoarse. I will take him back to Arkham. This was his ultimatum, as well as Gotham's decree. He could not allow anyone, himself included, to cross that line. No sooner had he spoken than Terrell laughed. He stepped forward, standing before Bruce with an expression that questioned whether he was jesting. What? You're sending him back? He gestured towards the distant Gotham skyline, still shrouded in thick smoke, and then pointed to the unconscious Joker on the ground. Because of him, the entire city suffers. My cousin nearly became a murderer of his wife and child, creating this tremendous upheaval. Terrell approached Bruce, scrutinizing his dark battle armor. And you're just going to send him back to that asylum, as if it were a hotel, where he can come and go as he pleases. Once he is healed, he emerged to wreak even greater havoc? I say, Batman, doesn't this process seem rather environmentally friendly? Have you turned capturing him into your lifelong vocation? Chapter 72, a symbol of hope, nearly crossing that line. Bruce's pitch-black armor appeared particularly somber amid the ruins on the outskirts of Gotham. He looked at Terrell, his voice emerging from behind the iron mask, cold and unyielding. I have already stated that I will take him back to Arkham. Upon hearing this, Terrell burst into laughter. He stepped closer, leaning towards Bruce. Brother, is your signal weak? Did you not hear what I said? Or is your metal suit so soundproof that you cannot comprehend human speech? He pointed a finger, prodding the bat symbol on Bruce's chest. My cousin almost personally killed his wife and child. And now you tell me you wish to return this perpetrator to an asylum more liberating than a five-star hotel. And then what? Wait for him to return with something even more thrilling? Perhaps to blow up Metropolis for kicks? Terrell's tone was laced with mockery. This procedure of yours seems rather familiar. Oh, I remember now. Is this not the legendary sustainability of draining the well dry? Batman, have you turned capturing the Joker into your KPI? Are you counting on reputation points by year end? No one could see the expression beneath Bruce's mask, but the clenched fist he bore spoke volumes. Aquaman Arthur sauntered over, brandishing his trident, and slapped Terrell on the shoulder. Ha! Brother, your words strike a chord with me. This rubbish should be tossed into the trench to feed the fish. Not returned. Why keep him for the holidays? Barry Allen piped up quietly from the side. Killing is wrong, right? We're the good guys. Cyborg's crimson electronic eye flickered, presenting data. According to Arkham Asylum's historical records, the target, the Joker, has successfully escaped 17 times in the past 5 years, with an average escape interval of 3.5 months. Each escape has resulted in exponentially increasing economic losses and casualties. Victor's voice was devoid of emotion, yet the facts he presented were more powerful than any accusation. Diana observed the furious figure not far away, her brow furrowed. She understood Clark's anguish, but the Amazonian creed prevented her from condoning violence for violence. Just as they were embroiled in their heated debate, a terrifying pressure emanated from the center of the battlefield. Clark had stirred. Ignoring the ongoing quarrel, he advanced step by step towards the humanoid puddle on the ground. The earth cracked subtly beneath his footsteps. The blue uniform he donned darkened under the weight of his rage. Those once gentle, spring-like blue eyes now burned with a fiery crimson. It was the fury of annihilation. Clark, stop! Bruce called out sharply, stepping in front of Clark, placing himself between him and the Joker. You cannot do this. We must not cross that line. Once crossed, we are no different from him. Bruce spread his arms wide, attempting to block the cataclysmic wrath. Clark halted. He lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Bruce. He remained silent, yet the pressure radiating from his gaze sent the atmosphere plummeting into an icy despair. Well, the Batman's little classroom is in session, Terrell announced gleefully, ambling over to stand between the two, adopting a peacemaking demeanor. I must say, Bruce, I'm quite weary of your theories. Could you perhaps present something new? He winked at Clark. Cousin, don't listen to him. He can afford to preach because he has no wife or children. If his loved ones were nearly turned into fireworks, let us see if he could remain so composed. Bruce felt his temples throbbing. This Terrell was an absolute instigator. Clark, listen to me. Bruce's voice grew urgent. Think of Lois. Consider what you represent. You are a symbol of hope. Hope. Clark finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly, resonating with his fury and self-mockery. My hope was nearly shattered by my own hands moments ago, and all of this is because of him. He pointed at the Joker behind Bruce. The pent-up rage erupted once more. Clark's form vanished from sight. Bruce reacted swiftly, pivoting around as he fished a small lead box from his utility belt. It seemed reasoning had become futile. However, just as his hand brushed the box's switch, another hand clasped his wrist. It was Terrell. He wore a languid smile, yet his grip was astonishingly strong. Hey, gentlemen settle disputes with words, not fists. Resorting to weapons when you cannot argue is rather unsporting, Batman. This is a family matter. You, as an outsider, should not meddle. Bruce struggled to break free, only to discover Terrell's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Just this moment of delay allowed Clark to seize the Joker by the collar, lifting him from the ground. Ahem. The Joker, jolted awake by the sudden motion, beheld Clark's face, contorted with rage, and those eyes ablaze with fury. Rather than cower, he grinned widely, emitting a faint, hoarse laugh. See, just one bad day is all it takes to turn the most rational person into a madman. You and I, we are the same. Clark's grip tightened around the Joker. The Joker's laughter morphed into pained gasps. The crimson light in Clark's eyes intensified as searing energy began to coalesce. He intended to obliterate this demon from existence. Bruce, frantic, roared at Terrell. Let go. He will kill him. Terrell tilted his head, feigning innocence. So what if he does? It's for the greater good. What is the big deal? I'll have my cousin collect a commendation from Gotham PD for being a model citizen. You. Bruce was rendered speechless with fury. Diana and Barry wished to intervene, but found themselves paralyzed by the aura emanating from Terrell. They could only watch in horror as the light heralding destruction was about to erupt in Clark's eyes. The entirety of Gotham's malevolence seemed poised to culminate in that very instant. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a frail yet resolutely firm voice emerged from nearby. Clark. Lewis, with Kara's support, struggled to stand. Her complexion was pale, yet her gaze radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Don't do it. Merely those 3 words extinguished the raging fire of Clark's wrath. He froze. The crimson glow in his eyes, potent enough to melt steel, flickered violently before gradually receding, reverting to a profound blue. Slowly, he turned his head to face Lewis, gazing at what he had nearly lost, his entire world. The grip in his hand unconsciously loosened. Thud. The Joker tumbled back to the ground like a discarded sack of refuse, coughing violently as he gasped for fresh air. Intermittent laughter accompanied by coughs echoed, a derisive, unbridled mockery. He knew, without a doubt, that these individuals would not slay him. Seeing this, Terrell shrugged, releasing his hold on Bruce. A hint of disappointment crossed his features. TSK. How dull. The hero saving the damsel, only to ultimately heed her words. He turned, slipping his hands into his pockets, adopting an air of indifference. The battlefield was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated solely by the heavy, labored breaths of Clark, suppressing a tide of anguish and dread. He had vanquished the Joker, but had nearly succumbed to his own demons. Thank you. Ha ha. Bruce, I appreciate you. My friend. The Joker's laughter abruptly ceased. Chapter 73. I depart with my world in my embrace. Thank you. Ha ha. Bruce, I appreciate you. My friend. The Joker's signature, hoarse, and maniacal laughter became lodged in his throat. He froze, lowering his gaze in disbelief at his chest. There. A gaping wound the size of a fist had appeared, its edges neatly defined, as if something had pierced through him in an instant. Blood, mingled with visceral fragments, gushed forth from the cavity. The Joker raised his hand, attempting to touch the wound, to confirm whether this was yet another mirage. But he could not make contact. A deluge of blood erupted from his mouth and nostrils, stifling any words he might have uttered. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. His body crumpled to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. He was lifeless, gone with a swift finality, leaving no complete last words behind. The tension that had previously charged the atmosphere abruptly came to a halt. Everyone was rendered speechless. What? Is that it? Barry Allen stammered, breaking the surreal silence. Aquaman Arthur whistled, drawing closer while brandishing his trident. Wow, what a twist. Who wrote this script? It deserves a bonus. Diana covered her mouth, her beautiful face etched with shock. Cyborg's crimson ocular implant flickered as it scanned the corpse on the ground. Vital signs completely absent. Confirmation of death. The first to react was Bruce. He lunged to the Joker's side, crouching down to feel for a pulse with his gloved hand. None. He lifted the Joker's eyelid for inspection. The pupils had already dilated. Dead, utterly and completely. Bruce stood up abruptly, his muscles trembling with unrestrained fury. He pivoted sharply, fixing a fierce glare on Terrell, who stood with one hand in his pocket, the other pointing casually in the Joker's direction, exuding a demeanor of nonchalance. Terrell. Bruce's roar resonated from beneath his mask. Do you even realize what you've done? Terrell slowly withdrew the finger he had just extended. A wisp of ethereal smoke dissipated from its tip. What have I done? He lifted his head, flashing a radiant smile at Bruce. Eliminating a menace. Purifying the air of Gotham. You see, with his demise, doesn't everyone feel a bit more at ease? You should be thanking me, Batman. You. Bruce trembled with rage. Had Kryptonite not been ineffective against Terrell, he would have been tempted to wield it against him. He is guilty, but he should be judged by the law, not executed by your hand. We are not executioners. Terrell scoffed at Bruce's words, shaking his head. He stepped closer, leisurely approaching Bruce. His audacious bravado overshadowed Bruce's presence. Law? Oh, darling Bruce, are you referring to that VIP Arkham Pass that allows him to come and go 17 times? Or do you merely capture him to satiate your pathetic moral superiority of not killing? With a swift motion, Terrell slapped Bruce's heavily armored shoulder. A metallic crunch echoed as the shoulder plate caved inward. Aquaman Arthur squinted, realizing the force Terrell wielded was no trifling matter. Terrell's hand remained on Bruce's shoulder, his smile growing increasingly audacious. Bruce, I am quite accommodating. If my cousin and his wife choose to overlook this, we can consider the matter resolved. However, his tone suddenly chilled. I must insist on addressing this. Your childish rules hold no weight here. His expression morphed into something perilous as he leaned closer to Bruce, whispering in a voice only they could hear. My power dictates that my rules are the only rules. Eliminating one nuisance prevents countless future troubles. Even an elementary school student can calculate that. Surely you comprehend? With that, he withdrew his hand as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Bruce stood frozen, his expression concealed beneath the mask. Yet, the eyes visible through the visor blazed with an unprecedented fury. Terrell, disinterested, turned to Kara, still in a daze, beckoning her with a wave. Time to go, little Kara. Let's treat you to something delicious. In an instant, he was at her side, grabbing her hand without hesitation. Hey, let go of me. You just killed someone. Kara exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger compelling her to pull away. Yet, Terrell's grip was like iron, unyielding. Killed? No. 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 That was pest control. Terrell dragged her away, his voice carrying back to Bruce. As for that guy, he gestured toward the Joker's lifeless body. Bruce, the do-gooder, you can handle the aftermath. After all, it's your specialty. Before his words could fully dissipate, both figures transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving only a drifting remark in the wind. Remember to choose a nice grave for him, one that's secure, lest he rises again. Scoundrel! Bruce roared at the sky, his fist crashing into a nearby crumbling wall. Boom! A section of the wall disintegrated into dust. He whirled around, his furious gaze locking onto the only other person remaining on the scene. Clark, are you not going to intervene? He is your cousin. He just shattered the boundaries we all abide by right before your eyes. Clark remained silent throughout, standing still. When Lewis uttered those words of restraint, the fire within him was doused. Yet, an overwhelming sense of dread and confusion plagued him. He had nearly obliterated everything he held dear. However, Terrell did what he wished to do, but could not. Right or wrong? He was uncertain. Upon hearing Bruce's inquiry, Clark slowly lifted his head. He did not meet Bruce's gaze, but glanced at the cold body lying on the ground. Then, his eyes swept over everyone present. Arthur wore an expression of idle curiosity. Barry appeared conflicted and troubled. Diana's eyes reflected her inner struggle. Victor was silently analyzing the situation. Finally, his gaze settled on Lewis, the center of his world. He chose not to respond to Bruce. Instead, he stepped forward and gently cradled Lewis in his arms. Under the complex scrutiny of onlookers, he bent down, holding Lewis close. Lewis leaned against his solid chest, feeling the familiar heartbeat, remaining silent as well. Clark embraced his world and turned away. He cast one last glance at Bruce, whose eyes held neither agreement nor dissent, only a profound weariness. Cradling Lewis, he soared into the sky, heading homeward. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. What remained was the rest of the Justice League and the lifeless body of the Joker, along with a Batman seething with barely contained rage. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Aquaman Arthur, shouldering his trident, scratched his disheveled beard, shattering the silence. So what's the situation now? Are we waiting for the police? Or should we just call a cleaning service? Chapter 74. Conversations on life and murder at the dinner table. Arthur's ill-timed quip instantly ignited the scene. Call a cleaning service? Arthur, that's the Joker. Barry Allen's voice cracked, pointing at the corpse on the ground, his expression incredulous. I know. Arthur carefully prodded the Joker's face with the tip of his trident. He's as stiff as a board. Gotham's average attractiveness just took a significant leap. You. Bruce whirled around, his voice from beneath the mask sounding as if it had been pulled from an ice cellar. Shut up. Arthur smirked, refraining from stoking the flames further. Yet the expression on his face, one of delight at Bruce's frustration, was more infuriating than 1,000 insults. Diana sighed and stepped forward, attempting to play the peacemaker. Bruce, this isn't the time for anger. We need to handle this matter. Handle it? Bruce scoffed, gesturing at the corpse. How do we handle it? Give him a grand funeral. Broadcast it live across Gotham, and inform everyone that the murderer is one of us? We could say he died from complications of an explosion, Victor Stone interjected, his red electronic eye flickering, presenting the most rational solution. Data models indicate this explanation has a 93% credibility rating and would minimize negative public sentiment. I refuse. Bruce replied, his tone resolute. I will not lie. Commissioner Gordon will know the truth. The Joker is dead. That is all. And then what? Barry asked, looking puzzled at the brooding Bruce. How do we explain this? Tell the world that Superman's cousin killed him with a finger? Then everyone awards us a heroism medal? Just days ago, we obliterated a nation and left the Avengers, and now we're breaking rules again? Bruce's fists clenched tightly, his anger redirecting toward the perpetrator who had already flown away. He is the executioner. Clark is complicit. He could have stopped this. Come on, Bruce, Arthur interjected, shouldering his trident. You, with all your high-tech armor, tell me, if you were in that situation, could you have held back? Your wife and child were nearly turned into Starry Night art pieces, and you'd still talk to the murderer about the law. It's easy for you to say. You don't have a wife. Otherwise, you'd be more furious than anyone. Bruce was momentarily silenced by this remark. He could not fathom how he would react if someone significant in his life were in that chair. Would he cross that line? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Observing Bruce's silence and the exchanged glances of others, Arthur felt utterly drained. All right, you all can hold your little memorial here. The Atlantis Seafood Buffet is waiting for me. With that, he whistled and turned to leave. I'll go see if there's anything happening in Central City. Barry offered an excuse and zipped away like lightning. Victor said nothing, merely nodded at Bruce before activating his thrusters and leaving as well. Diana was the last to depart. She looked at Bruce's solitary figure and softly said, Bruce, you are not alone. Bruce did not turn back. I always have been. A flash of helplessness and sorrow crossed Diana's eyes before she finally turned away, disappearing into the night. Amidst the ruins, only Bruce remained, along with a corpse that would never smile again. He crouched down, gazing at the Joker's lifeless face. After years of pursuit and struggle, he had always believed their conflict would culminate in one party's complete surrender or confinement in an inescapable prison. He never imagined it would end so abruptly. Devoid of any dramatic flair, Bruce now felt absurdity, emptiness, and a profound anger at being utterly invalidated. His lifelong dedication, the principles he held dear, were merely a joke in Terrell's eyes. Bruce stared at the Joker, suddenly letting out a low chuckle. The Joker is actually me. He retrieved his communicator, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Alfred, I'm here, Master Bruce. Initiate the latest armor upgrade protocol. The uncontrollable factors are too significant. Meanwhile, atop the tallest building in Metropolis, Terrell had thrown Kara onto the rooftop. Hey, what are you doing? Kara scrambled to her feet, brushing dust off her uniform, glaring at him in indignation. She felt as though her wrist might snap from being clutched tightly as he flew her from Gotham. Embarrassed and furious, she demanded, Are you inviting me to dinner? Terrell replied nonchalantly, pointing to the opulent glass door beside the rooftop. This restaurant, reputedly, serves Kobe beef airlifted, molecular gastronomy, Michelin 3 stars. You've definitely never tried it. Kara felt driven to madness by his line of reasoning. Who wants to have dinner with you? You just killed someone. Do you even understand what you've done? I do. Terrell frowned slightly, his expression one of incomprehension. I dealt with a significant problem. Saved at least hundreds of innocent lives in Gotham's future, and helped your love-struck cousin maintain his no-kill reputation. He spread his hands. It's clearly a great deed. You should be awarding me a banner instead of yelling at me. That's not the point. Kara stomped her feet in frustration. We do not kill. That's the bottom line. It's the first thing Clark taught me. Oh, did your cousin teach you that when your principles lead to your family's demise, the necessity of that principle still stands? Terrell stepped closer, towering over her. Little Kara, you must understand one fundamental truth. Bruce's rules are predicated on his absolute ability to confine enemies without possessing a fatal vulnerability himself. He pointed to his chest. But the Joker proved that this set of rules has flaws. And Clark, he has vulnerabilities. You are simply too soft-hearted. I, however, have a heart of iron. Kara was momentarily taken aback by his twisted logic. She wanted to argue but felt there was a sliver of truth in his words. Observing her troubled expression, Terrell couldn't help but chuckle. He extended his hand and playfully pinched Kara's pouting cheeks, finding them delightfully soft. "Ah, what are you doing? Don't touch me," Kara exclaimed, recoiling as if jolted by electricity, her face flushing a deep crimson that spread to her neck. "All right, stop overthinking it," Terrell said, retracting his hand with a smirk. "Even the gravest of matters require a full stomach first. Let us go eat. If we don't hurry, they'll close soon." With that, he disregarded Kara and pushed through the glass door, entering the establishment alone. The waiter, taken aback by the sight of a man clad in a floral shirt and oversized shorts, was about to intervene, but a single glance from Terrell silenced him. The look was not menacing, but rather an expression of indifference, akin to how one might regard an ant scuttling across the ground. Kara lingered on the rooftop for a moment, the chilly breeze calming her nerves. However, her stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble. After all the turmoil from Kent Farm to Gotham, she was ravenous. She glanced at the glass door and then down at her conspicuous Supergirl uniform. Ugh, this is so annoying. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and dashed inside after him. "Wait," she called out to Terrell's retreating figure. "You're treating. I want the most expensive dish." "No problem. I've got plenty of money." Chapter 75, Tony, damn it all. The atmosphere in the upscale revolving restaurant at the top of Metropolis was rather peculiar. At a window-side table, a mountain of empty plates towered higher than the table itself. Two waitstaff carefully attempted to clear the dishes, fearful of triggering an avalanche. The surrounding elite, adorned in lavish suits and holding glasses of red wine, observed the spectacle with the same curiosity one might reserve for prehistoric creatures. The two individuals at the center of attention were simply too eye-catching. One, a striking figure in a tight red and blue costume, with golden hair and piercing blue eyes, was none other than the city's renowned Supergirl. Yet, in a most undignified manner, she was belching contentedly while rubbing her flat stomach. The other was even more outrageous. Dressed in a floral shirt, oversized shorts, and flip-flops, he appeared to be ready for a beach day rather than dining in a place where the average bill reached 5 figures. He leisurely picked at his teeth with a toothpick, a look of satisfaction plastered on his face. "Full yet?" Terrell inquired, discarding the toothpick. Kara, still massaging her abdomen, bore a hint of a satisfied blush. "I'd say I'm about half full." Terrell nodded in agreement. "That sounds about right. I merely had a light snack." Their nonchalant exchange drew the attention of nearby diners, who struggled to maintain their grip on their cutlery, utterly flabbergasted. "You call that a light snack with a mountain of plates in front of you? Do your stomachs lead to another dimension?" "Sir, madam, here is your bill," a man, presumably the manager, approached with a forced smile, presenting a leather folder with both hands. Sweat glistened on his forehead. The restaurant's stock, especially of A5 Wagyu and Australian lobster, had been nearly depleted by this duo. The head chef had fainted from distress 3 times already. Kara glanced at the lengthy string of zeros on the bill, her face paling instantly. Instinctively, she patted her Supergirl uniform, realizing it had no pockets. "Oh no, this outfit doesn't even have a pocket." She looked at Terrell for help. Terrell, however, remained unfazed. He waved at the nearly unsteady manager. "May I borrow your phone?" The manager hurriedly handed over his device. Terrell took it, deftly dialed a number, and switched to speaker mode. The phone rang once before it was answered. "Who is this? Do you not realize how busy I am?" A flamboyant yet slightly impatient male voice came through. "Tony, it's me," Terrell interrupted. "What the hell? You scoundrel. You finally decided to call. You just upped and left, and now the Avengers are in complete disarray." The voice on the other end rose in pitch, unleashing a torrent of expletives that reverberated throughout the restaurant. "Tony? Which Tony? Stark Industries Tony?" The nearby diners were captivated, straining to hear the unfolding drama. Ignoring the tirade on the phone, Terrell continued, "I just finished my meal here. Send someone to settle the bill." The Metropolis sky-top revolving restaurant. There was a brief silence on the line. "You want me to pay your bill?" Tony's voice dripped with incredulity, laced with a menacing undertone. "Oh, for crying out loud. Terrell, what do you think I am, your ATM? Let me make it clear, not a dime, even if you starve on the street. Don't expect me to foot your dinner bill. I'm Tony Stark, remember that." As soon as he finished, Terrell leisurely added, "Oh, I'm leaving now. Make sure to send someone. Your woman or your bodyguard will do." On the other end, a profound silence ensued. After a full 5 seconds, Tony's voice returned, seething yet restrained. "Fine, I got it." The call ended with a click. Terrell returned the phone to the dazed manager and then took Kara's hand, leading her out. "All sorted. Let us go." The two exited the restaurant with an air of confidence, leaving behind a room full of stunned patrons. Once airborne, Kara could no longer contain herself. She yanked her hand away from Terrell, her expression one of disdain. Didn't you say you were treating? Why is Tony footing the bill? Oh, you simply don't understand. Terrell grinned, leaning closer. Focus on the outcome, not the process. Did you get to eat? I did. Did you pay? No. Then what is the issue? You ate without paying. That outcome is equivalent to me treating you. No fault in that. Kara found herself at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. She realized she was no match for his logic. Kent Farm. As Terrell and Kara landed in the yard, Martha was the first to rush out. Without hesitation, she enveloped the still-stunned Terrell in a heartfelt embrace. Good boy. Thank you. Thank you for saving Lewis and our grandson. Martha's voice trembled with emotion as she held him tightly. Terrell stood frozen, having never experienced such intimate contact outside of brawls. Soft, warm, and infused with the sweet aroma of freshly baked cookies, he felt out of place, unsure where to put his hands. After a moment of hesitation, he simply patted Martha's back awkwardly. Sis? He looked bewilderedly at Lewis and Clark, who emerged from the house. Clark supported Lewis, his expression softer and filled with relief. Lewis offered Terrell a weak, yet genuine smile. What you said was true, Lewis said softly. Thank you, Terrell. If it weren't for you, it was then that Terrell grasped the gravity of what was being said. Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and extricated himself from Martha's embrace. Oh, that incident. Just a trivial matter, he waved dismissively. That clown was too loud. I merely helped him quiet down. Old Kent approached, patting Terrell on the shoulder, his gaze filled with appreciation and gratitude. I apologize for my earlier behavior. It was unjust. Thank you. Kara stood to the side, observing Terrell, who was caught in the middle of the Kent couple's warm embrace. Looking uncomfortable, yet attempting to maintain his cool demeanor. She suddenly felt that perhaps this guy wasn't so unbearable after all. His words could be sharp, and his actions questionable, yet he had indeed protected his family, in his own way. Observing the awkward demeanor of him, Kara couldn't help but let a smile curve her lips. In an effort to provide Lewis with a tranquil environment for his pregnancy, Kara took the initiative to suggest relocating Terrell. You shall reside in my home, she declared imperiously, leaving no room for dissent. Your home? How vast is your practice space? Terrell inquired with interest. There is no practice space, merely a sofa and a floor. Choose one. That night, in the metropolis, Kara's apartment, Terrell lay sprawled on the living room floor, covered by a pink, cat-patterned blanket, with a Hello Kitty plush serving as his pillow. Madam, this is sheer torment. I am the benefactor who saved your cousin's entire family. Kara, clad in her nightwear, crossed her arms and looked down at him from her elevated stance. Be silent. You've taken a life, after all. It's a mercy that I haven't sent you directly to Bruce. The fact that you have a place to sleep is a privilege. Disturb me further, and I shall cast you into the streets. With that, she emphatically shut the bedroom door. Terrell glared at the ceiling, tugging at the feminine blanket draped over him. Humph. Women are truly vexing creatures. He turned over, pressing the Hello Kitty head beneath him, and closed his eyes. Moments later, his breathing steadied as he drifted into slumber. Days later, in the depths of the ocean, Atlantis. In the profound abyss, a resplendent city stood silently. Arthur Curry had just returned from rescuing an entire ship of fishermen from a storm, his spirits high. Arthur approached a woman clad in a green, form-fitting battle suit, her flowing red hair reminiscent of seaweed. It was Mara, her expression tinged with gravity. As per your instructions, I have tripled the guard near the dungeon. Will he truly arrive? The intoxication faded from Arthur's face as he walked toward the throne, the golden trident of kingship thrusting into the ground. His golden armor sparkled under the water's reflection. His gaze penetrated the palace layers, focusing on the most fortified area of Atlantis, where an entity of ancient origin, endowed with boundless power, was imprisoned, the Mother Box. Arthur tightened his grip on the trident, his voice low and resolute. He will undoubtedly come. Chapter 76, Batman's Wrath. The apocalypse approaches. Gotham, Wayne Manor Underground, the Batcave. The place was as chaotic as a junkyard. High-tech components, twisted metal sheets, and charred circuit diagrams littered the space. Bruce Wayne, bare-shouldered and glistening with sweat and machine oil, was diligently modifying a brand-new bat armor with his mechanical arm. The armor's heft suggested it was not meant for a mere human, but rather designed to contend with a Gundam. Sir, even if you intend to don all the steel of Gotham City, you ought to take a moment to sip some tea and rest, Alfred offered, presenting a silver tray with a steaming cup of Earl Grey, his tone steady yet laced with a hint of sarcasm. Bruce, not lifting his head, tightened a screw with a wrench. I'm upgrading the armor, Alfred. A certain Kryptonian has grown exceedingly arrogant. His voice betrayed the simmering frustration within him. Just then, a soft breeze wafted down from above the cave. A figure landed gracefully, making nary a sound, clad in a red and blue battle armor reminiscent of ancient Greece. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, her physique tall and powerful. The form-fitting armor accentuated her sculpted physique, especially her long legs, which swayed enticingly with each step. It was Wonder Woman Diana. Bruce, isolating yourself in this manner will resolve nothing. She approached him, her blue eyes reflecting concern as they fell upon the new armor. Bruce finally paused his work, wiping the sweat from his brow with a nearby towel, revealing a countenance etched with displeasure. I'm not isolating myself. I'm attending to business. He gestured toward the armor. Someone must prepare for the uncontrollable risks. Diana sighed, fully aware of whom Bruce referred to. The man who had effortlessly dispatched the Joker, trampling Batman-esque principles in the process. Clark needs time. The matters concerning Lewis and the child weigh heavily on him. Do not mention him to me. Bruce interjected sharply, his ire rekindled. He was present. He watched as his reckless cousin obliterated everything. And what was the outcome? He returned home with his world intact. He left behind a wreckage and a deal with it. Bruce's anger crescendoed, delivering a powerful kick to a nearby toolbox, producing a resounding clatter. Diana was about to retort when suddenly, a half-human, half-machine figure descended from above. Cyborg. Victor Stone. He surveyed the tense atmosphere in Bruce's stormy visage before raising a mechanical hand. Apologies for the intrusion. However, your security system is rather outdated. I took the liberty of updating your firewall protocols while entering. Victor stated with utmost seriousness. Bruce's expression darkened further. So, a physical virus has just departed, and now a hacker virus arrives? Do you treat my Batcave as a public restroom? Enter at will. What is it? Bruce gritted through clenched teeth. Victor wasted no time, raising his arm to reveal a peculiar cube adorned with intricate patterns. This was left to me by my father before he passed. It has recently begun to exhibit erratic behavior. Victor's expression turned grave. It is emitting faint signals. It is actively summoning. Diana's demeanor shifted instantaneously. Her gaze fixated on the cube, her body instinctively tensing. According to my tracking, there are two other signal sources in the universe that respond to it. One is located deep within the Atlantic Ocean, and the other in a distant cosmos. Diana took over, her voice imbued with unprecedented gravity. Atlantis and Themyscira. She looked toward Bruce and Victor. My people have conveyed a warning to me. Ancient legends inscribed on an old altar speak of three boxes, known as the Trinity. They are coordinates of calamity. Once all are awakened, it signifies his imminent arrival. Who? Bruce inquired. Meanwhile, in the shadowy depths of the ocean, a majestic city built of gold and coral lay quietly nestled within the trench, Atlantis. Upon the throne, King Arthur Curry drummed his fingers against the seat. The ever-present bottle of liquor was carelessly discarded aside today. A woman with fiery red hair, clad in a green, scaled battle suit, glided toward him. It was Mara. Her face bore a look of concern. Will that thing truly bring about trouble? Arthur tightened his grip on the trident, his voice ominously deep. Let him come. I shall twist his head off and use it as a chamber pot. In the Batcave, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Diana recounted the ancient tale, a new god from Apocalypse. A conqueror known as the Desolate Wolf, who had led an army to invade Earth thousands of years ago, seeking to harness the powers of the three mother boxes to transform Earth into a grotesque replica of his home. Ultimately, he was barely repelled by an ancient coalition of Amazons, Atlanteans, human tribes, and several elder gods. The three mother boxes were the spoils of war, each meticulously safeguarded post-conflict. Bruce remained silent for an extended moment after hearing this. He rubbed his aching forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Thus, to summarize, an alien madman is on his way to our village, with the aim of gathering 3 Dragon Balls. No, rather, 3 boxes. Then he intends to absorb the life equation of Earth and transform into the next apocalyptic star? That is one way to interpret it. Victor nodded, and based on the velocity of the energy signal's transition, it was evident that he had already reached the solar system. Good heavens. Bruce uttered an expletive, a rare occurrence for him. What about Clark? Diana inquired urgently. We need him. At the mention of Clark, Bruce's previously suppressed ire flared anew, and he let out a cold chuckle. Superman is rather preoccupied. He is busy attending to his wife and children, leaving no time for trivial matters such as the apocalypse. The bitterness was palpable, even from 10 meters away. Diana shook her head in exasperation and asked, what about Barry? Victor accessed the internal communications log. There's a minor situation in Central City. A self-proclaimed Captain Boomerang is robbing a bank. Barry mentioned he would be back shortly. 5 minutes tops. Bruce clenched his fists. Very well, One is a stay-at-home dad, and the other is a fisherman. Just then, buzz. The mother box on the table suddenly sprang to life. Bruce and Diana instantly assumed battle stances. Victor's mechanical eye flashed red, frantically analyzing data. The spatial transition portal is forcibly activating. The coordinates are right above us. Oh no, he is coming. Chapter 77, Gotham Crisis. Are humans indeed insects? In Kara's apartment, Terrell lounged on a plush sofa. He held a slice of Hawaiian pizza in his left hand and a remote control in his right, aimlessly switching channels. The television screen flickered from a melodramatic family saga to a children's educational cartoon, then flashed to a food festival showcasing sizzling meats. Ugh, how dreadfully dull. I'm about to rust. He stuffed the last morsel of pizza into his mouth, mumbling incoherently. Just as he was about to close his eyes and indulge in a capitalist afternoon nap, an overwhelming presence descended without warning. The fluctuation of energy emanated from the direction of Gotham City. Terrell's movements halted. The dullness in his eyes gradually rekindled with vitality. The corners of his mouth curled into a rather unsettling, no, rather, a healthy smile. Oh ho, he is here, he muttered to himself, tossing the pizza box into the trash, and sprang from the sofa like a carp leaping from water. Barefoot, he strode directly to the balcony and leaped, soaring swiftly toward Gotham. Simultaneously, in the Batcave beneath Gotham City, Bruce, he is here. Victor had just extricated himself from a wall, his face etched with anxiety. On a platform not far away, an ancient metallic cube emitted a low, buzzing hum, its surface patterns twisting rhythmically. The mother box. Ignoring his own injuries, Victor dashed over and grasped the restless cube tightly. I've sent signals to the others. They need time to arrive. He shouted to Bruce and Diana nearby. We must rely on ourselves. I'll take it first. You two follow. A tremendous rumble echoed through the sky, causing the entire Batcave to shake violently, rocks raining down from above. An energy portal tore open above the cave. Diana unsheathed her sword, positioning it defensively, her expression grave. Bruce, observing the imminent formation of the teleportation portal, remained remarkably composed. All right, you go ahead. I'll be right there. He nodded at Victor and Diana, then turned and sprinted deeper into the Batcave. Victor and Diana exchanged a glance, their hesitation dissipating. They understood all too well that should that entity arrive in the heart of Gotham City, the consequences would be dire. Victor, clutching the mother box, ignited the thrusters on his back, leading the charge out of the cave. Diana followed closely, transforming into a graceful arc, vanishing at the exit. Almost simultaneously, a resounding crash echoed. A figure descended from the heavens, crashing into the center of the Batcave, causing the ground to crack. The newcomer was tall, clad in menacing silver metal armor, sporting a pair of curved, massive horns, wielding a battle axe radiating fiery energy. The Wasteland Wolf. He surveyed the surroundings, spotting two distant, fleeing points of light and the alluring aura emanating from the metallic cube. He began to pursue. Hey, Minotaur. A deep voice emerged from the shadows. You think you can destroy my cave and just walk away? The Wasteland Wolf halted, glancing back. Bruce Wayne emerged from the darkness. However, he was no longer clad in the anti-Superman armor. A brand new suit of armor enveloped his form, its lines more streamlined and elegant than the previous generation. It was a deep black gray, crafted from the latest vibranium material, reflecting a cold sheen in the dim cave light. Most striking was the emblem on his chest. No longer a solid black bat symbol. It was a resplendent golden bat, crafted from vibranium. The Wasteland Wolf regarded this human with disdain, utterly uninterested. Bruce wasted no breath. The thrusters on his back roared to life, propelling him swiftly toward the Wasteland Wolf. His vibranium-clad gauntlet sliced through the air with a whistle, aiming a direct strike at the Wasteland Wolf's face. Yet, the Wasteland Wolf merely raised his left hand casually. Boom. Bruce's fist was effortlessly caught. The backlash reverberated through his arm, making his bones groan. Bruce reacted swiftly, pivoting his waist, twisting in midair to deliver a powerful kick to the Wasteland Wolf's face. The Wasteland Wolf couldn't even be bothered to block. Bang! The kick landed solidly on his faceplate, yet the Wasteland Wolf remained unyielding. While Bruce felt as though his leg would shatter, the damage inflicted was virtually nil. Insect. The Wasteland Wolf spat derisively, seizing Bruce's wrist and flinging him away. Bruce was uncontrollably hurled through the air, crashing into an array of expensive bat computers. Sparks flew, and the screens shattered instantly. The Wasteland Wolf didn't even spare him a glance as he turned to leave. Just then, a series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air. Several bat-shaped darts struck the Wasteland Wolf's nape with precision. Clink, 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 a few crisp sounds, leaving not even a mark. This meager attack was akin to mere tickling for the wasteland wolf. However, the provocative nature of the act irked him. A mere human dared to challenge him repeatedly. The wasteland wolf turned around, noticing that the human, who should have been incapacitated, was once again rising to his feet. Bruce leaned against the shattered control console, slowly straightening his posture. He extended his hand, pressing on the golden bat emblem on his chest. Click. The emblem responded, detaching. He held the golden bat emblem in his hands, and with a twist, he split it in two. Crack. The emblem bifurcated down the middle. With a flick of his wrist, two glimmers of cold light flashed. The original bat emblem transformed, elongating into two broad-bladed swords over a meter long. The golden blades gleamed under the lights. Did you think I'd let you escape? Minotaur. Bruce brandished the swords, assuming an aggressive stance. Observing this audacious human, the wasteland wolf's face twisted into a cruel smile. Bruce activated the thrusters once more, moving faster than before. He leaped high, swords crossed, and struck down fiercely at the wasteland wolf's head. The wasteland wolf raised his battle axe. Clang. A deafening crash resounded. The swords clashed with the axe, erupting into dazzling sparks. Bruce felt an irresistible force emanating from the hilt of the blade, causing his palm to split open instantaneously. He was violently hurled backward, colliding with the unforgiving rock wall of the Batcave with a resounding thud. The tremendous impact created a human-shaped indentation in the wall, embedding him within it, rendering him immobile. A series of electric crackles emanated from his battle armor, the golden emblem on his chest, and the luminescence of his visor, flickering erratically before extinguishing completely. Warning. Energy depleted. Warning. External armor severely damaged. The system's alerts blared in his helmet. Bruce attempted to move, but his body was utterly unresponsive. Damn it, he muttered through clenched teeth. I must have a serious discussion with that bastard Tony about energy issues next time. The wasteland wolf retracted his battle axe, not even sparing a glance at the bat emblem embedded in the wall. With a powerful leap, he soared upward, shattering the cave's ceiling, and pursued the direction of the mother box's escape. The Batcave was left in ruins, filled with wrecked equipment and Bruce Wayne, helplessly trapped within the wall. Chapter 78. Hey, Minotaur, come over here and take a beating. The sky over Gotham's outskirts roared with the howling wind. Victor's thrusters were at maximum power as he surged forward desperately. The mother box he cradled grew increasingly hot, its vibrating hum nearly causing him to lose his grip. Warning. High-energy response pursuing from the rear. Estimated time until contact, 30 seconds. The system in his mind emitted a piercing alarm. Damn it, does this guy have 4 legs? How can he be so fast? Victor gritted his teeth in frustration. Diana trailed closely beside him, wielding the sword of Ares and the god shield, the golden lasso at her waist shimmering. She glanced back, and the grotesque figure in the distance loomed ever closer. Just then, a flash of red lightning shot up from the ground, circling around them twice. Hey, what is up? Guys, is this some new trendy cosplay? You're running faster than I am. Barry Allen kept pace with them, greeting them with an air of ease. Diana snapped back. Barry, cut it out. We have pursuers behind us. No sooner had she spoken than winged, demon-like creatures surged from the sky around them. Whoa, so many, Barry exclaimed, the sheer number sending chills down his spine. They're surrounding us, Victor urged in alarm. From the opposite side of the sky, a green light shot forth rapidly. Ground forces. Your aerial support is online. A man clad in green and black floated in the air. It was Green Lantern Hal Jordan. He extended his right hand, the ring on his finger glowing, and swiftly formed a row of 6-barrel Gatling guns from green light. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Hal, brimming with excitement, pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrential downpour of green energy bullets upon the demon horde. Swathes of the creatures were torn asunder in the air, exploding into clouds of black mist. Yet, the sheer volume of the demons was overwhelming, and their demise was far from complete. The creatures ahead had formed a wall, completely obstructing their path. We have no choice. We must fight our way through. Victor halted midair, his left arm transforming swiftly into a white energy cannon. Boom. A thick beam of energy shot forth, instantly clearing a substantial area ahead. Let us go, Diana cried out, brandishing her sword and shield, charging boldly into the throng of demons. Her movements were agile, each swing of her sword leaving a golden arc as she cleaved through several demons in half. Barry, too, transformed into a streak of red lightning, weaving through the demon army. His speed was so extraordinary that the creatures couldn't even perceive his actions before he dispatched them one by one, leaving chaos in his wake. In the skies, Hal's barrage of firepower never ceased. However, a far more terrifying presence loomed from behind. The wasteland wolf had arrived. He paid no heed to the heroes entangled with the demons, His sole target was the mother box. With a mighty leap, he covered hundreds of meters. Raising his battle axe high above his head, aimed directly at Victor, who was clutching the mother box. The searing energy of the axe distorted the air around it. "Victor, watch out!" Diana exclaimed in alarm, kicking aside the demon before her, desperate to intervene. But it was too far. In that critical moment, a flash of red lightning zipped by. Barry, moving faster than the eye could follow, snatched Victor away just in time. Boom! The battle axe struck the ground with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the earth. The ground fractured instantly, radiating outwards from the impact point. Thankfully, they were in the suburbs. Otherwise, this blow could have crippled half the city. Diana leaped from the crumbling surface, using the broken ground to propel herself higher. The sword of Ares shimmering with divine light as she aimed at the Wasteland Wolf. The Wasteland Wolf, showing no sign of concern, casually raised his left arm. Clang! The fire-forged sword, capable of severing atoms, was caught effortlessly by his menacing gauntlet, unable to breach even an inch. "Get lost!" The Wasteland Wolf growled impatiently. Swinging his battle axe in a backhand motion, uprooting a cement block the size of a truck and hurling it at Diana. Caught in midair, Diana had no means to evade. She swiftly raised the god shield before her. Bang! The massive cement block shattered upon impact with the shield. Yet, the Wasteland Wolf's assault followed in quick succession. He cleaved through the debris, landing a powerful blow with his axe against Diana's shield. Clang! The deafening sound was enough to rupture eardrums. Diana felt an overwhelming, insurmountable force radiate from the shield. She was uncontrollably thrust backward, the god shield slipping from her grasp, arcing through the air before plummeting into the chasm below. The Wasteland Wolf intended to pursue and eliminate the troublesome Valkyrie completely. Just then, a platinum-colored energy sphere, the size of a basketball, trailed by a long tail of flame, struck him squarely in the face, exploding on impact. Boom! The energy sphere collided solidly against the Wasteland Wolf's helmet, the immense force momentarily halting his advance, causing his body to involuntarily arch backward. Irritated, the Wasteland Wolf glared toward the source of the energy blast. A figure clad in Hawaiian attire had appeared in midair, effortlessly catching the fallen Diana in one arm. Terrell cradled Diana against him, glancing down at her. The warrior's face bore a smudge of dust, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. And her dark hair, soaked with sweat, clung to her smooth forehead. Yet, her blue eyes remained bright, brimming with an indomitable spirit. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, the form-fitting armor accentuating her remarkable silhouette. "Hello there, I've arrived." Terrell grinned at her, revealing a set of white teeth. He gently set Diana down onto a relatively flat surface, then dusted off his hands. He turned to face the irate Minotaur not far away. "Hey, is that what you call the Wasteland Wolf?" Terrell pointed at the Wasteland Wolf, then gestured toward the swarm of demons still engaging with Barry and Hal. "Next up is my one-on-one with him. You all go deal with those smaller adversaries." Chapter 79, the Wasteland Wolf brandished his great sword. Terrell's arms were strong, securely supporting Diana's waist. She could catch the mixed scent of pizza and sunshine emanating from him. The presence of this man inexplicably eased the tension in her heart. "He has arrived. Are you all right, Your Highness, Amazonian Princess?" Terrell inquired, looking down at the woman in his embrace. Diana's cheeks were smudged with ash, and a trace of blood stained the corner of her mouth. Yet within her eyes, there was an indomitable spirit and fierce determination, devoid of any hint of retreat. "I am fine." Diana struggled momentarily, attempting to extricate herself from his embrace. Terrell, ever accommodating, gently set her down on a relatively intact patch of ground. "That is good. Stand back and ensure that blood does not splatter upon you." He rolled his neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks, and with an air of nonchalance, strode towards the heart of the battlefield. Diana gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. How could this man possess such an infuriating manner of speech? Goodness! In the distance, Barry transformed into a fleeting shadow, deftly evading several demon-like creatures while vocally lamenting, "Oh my, Terrell has arrived. I wonder if Gotham will be purged?" His energy levels have surged again. This defies logic. Victor's mechanical eye flickered with a menacing crimson light. Who is he? He is not one of our allies. Hal Jordan conjured a green energy grinder and vacuum, sucking a horde of demon-like beings into the grinder, reducing them to a gruesome paste. Impressive, brother. Go and take him down. The Wasteland Wolf regarded the flamboyantly dressed human before him with utter disdain. Another fool come to meet his demise. He dismissed words entirely, raising his massive left hand and aiming a slap at Terrell's face. The gust generated by his hand cut through the air with a resounding whoosh. However, Terrell merely raised his right hand with casual ease. The Wasteland Wolf's palm, capable of crushing tanks, was effortlessly caught by him. Where their hands met, a visible shockwave erupted. Within a 10-meter radius, the demon-like creatures were sent tumbling. Those airborne were torn to shreds. Barry stumbled nearby, nearly face-planting due to the force of the wind. Goodness! The wind generated by that slap could power Gotham for a year. The Wasteland Wolf's expression shifted. The contempt in his gaze was replaced by shock. "You are a Kryptonian?" His voice was low and gravelly. Terrell ignored him. The response came in the form of a fist. Terrell, still gripping the Wasteland Wolf's wrist, delivered a solid punch to his abdomen with his left hand. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the Wasteland Wolf's enormous body bent backward. The ground beneath him cracking under the pressure, forcing him to stumble 2 steps back uncontrollably. Cough! The Wasteland Wolf grunted, a dent forming in the armor covering his abdomen. He glanced down at his belly, then back up at Terrell. The shock faded, replaced by a deeper disdain and cruelty as he laughed. So, merely a bug with a bit more strength. He believed this to be Terrell's limit. Die! The Wasteland Wolf roared, igniting his battle axe with scorching energy, carving a deadly arc towards Terrell's head. Terrell sidestepped, the axe blade grazing the tip of his nose, the intense heat nearly singeing his hair. Yet he evaded the axe, only to be met by another attack from the Wasteland Wolf. A powerful kick connected with Terrell's side. Bang! Terrell was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, crashing into the half-collapsed wall of a derelict building buried beneath debris. TCH, wasting time. The Wasteland Wolf spat disdainfully, not bothering to glance back at the rubble. He turned his blood-red gaze toward Victor once more. The mother box was his true target. He raised his battle axe, the energy on the blade reigniting, preparing to deliver a long-range strike against the flying iron canister. Diana's heart leaped into her throat. Be careful. Just as the Wasteland Wolf was about to swing down his axe, a massive beam of white-yellow energy erupted from the debris, soaring skyward before abruptly changing direction and hurtling towards the Wasteland Wolf's back with unstoppable force. Kamehameha. The Wasteland Wolf sensed the deadly threat behind him and swiftly turned, raising his axe to shield his chest. Boom! The energy beam collided forcefully with the axe. The ground beneath him shattered instantaneously, his massive form being pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force. Deep trenches were carved beneath him. Ugh! The Wasteland Wolf let out an enraged roar, his muscles straining as he braced against the energy's impact. As the brilliance dissipated, he emerged, cloaked in smoke, the axe he used for defense glowing a furious red. Before he could catch his breath, swish, swish, 2 sharp, slicing sounds echoed. He beheld 2 rapidly spinning, flat, circular energy blades, one to the left and one to the right, advancing towards him in a cross-cutting motion. Energy slash. The speed of this attack was too swift, and the distance too short. The Wasteland Wolf had no time to evade. Splat, splat. The 2 energy slashes struck his shoulder guard and the armor around his waist. Sparks flew. His armor bore 2 deep, charred gashes, marking the first significant damage it had sustained since the onset of battle. You have provoked my wrath. The Wasteland Wolf was utterly enraged. Yet, his response came in the form of a third attack. Whoosh! A figure materialized before him. Terrell emerged from the ruins, dusting himself off, his entire being radiating a white-yellow aura. The energy surged, pushing aside the surrounding debris. In a mere instant, he traversed nearly 100 meters, appearing before the Wasteland Wolf, too fast for the latter's eyes to follow. This punch is interest. Terrell's tone was unperturbed. However, his fist was anything but ordinary. The fist enveloped in energy struck the Wasteland Wolf squarely in the face. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated. The Wasteland Wolf's grotesque head snapped back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His colossal frame could no longer maintain its balance. His feet left the ground, and he was sent flying. After flipping several times in the air, he crashed into a distant hill, raising a cloud of dust. Barry halted in his tracks, mouth agape. Hal's green energy fly-swatter also froze mid-air, forgotten. The alarm in Victor's mind ceased. Diana gripped the hilt of her sword, her knuckles turning white from exertion. She gazed at the man ablaze with energy. He had grown even stronger. From within the dust cloud, the sound of tumbling stones echoed. The Wasteland Wolf clawed his way out of the hollow in the mountainside. He shook his head, wiping the blood from his face. His eyes glimmered with a mix of excitement and cruelty. You have surprised me, Kryptonian. The Wasteland Wolf nodded in satisfaction. You are unlike the Kryptonian survivors I have slain in other universes. He extended his right hand toward the sky. As a reward, a warship of the deep-sea beasts tore through the clouds above, revealing its fearsome form. A beam of red light shot from the ship, landing in the Wasteland Wolf's hand. As the light faded, it revealed a massive sword, entirely crimson, with a broad blade adorned with magma-like patterns. The Wasteland Wolf grasped the sword's hilt, pointing it at Terrell. I have decided to use you as my banner. Chapter 80. The God of War unleashes his fury. Is this upgrade progress bar stuck? The Wasteland Wolf hoisted the blazing red sword onto his shoulder, gesturing with the battle axe in his other hand. He pointed in Terrell's direction. You come here, with a bellowing roar. The sky and ground erupted with frenetic energy as the hordes of aberrations entangled with the heroes suddenly seemed invigorated, abandoning their immediate adversaries to swarm en masse towards Victor Stone. The scene was so overwhelming that even those afflicted with a fear of tight spaces would be rendered utterly incapacitated. Good heavens, have these grotesque creatures gone mad? Hal Jordan had just conjured a massive electric swatter of green light, obliterating a swath of them, yet more of the aberrations disregarded him entirely, forcing their way past. Barry, transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, came to a halt, surveying the impenetrable wall of monsters that surrounded him, rendering him incapable of finding a foothold. Victor, they're charging at you, Barry shouted over the comms. I know. Victor gritted his teeth, unleashing a barrage of fire from the energy cannon on his left arm. Yet, for every aberration he blasted apart, more rushed in to fill the void. Their singular objective was clear, the mother box cradled in his arms. The creatures clamored over one another, utilizing claws, teeth, and sheer force to drag Victor upwards. Bang! Victor was slammed back to the ground, only to be completely engulfed by the relentless tide of aberrations. Meanwhile, in the heart of the battlefield, Terrell and the Wasteland Wolf had collided. The Wasteland Wolf's speed had noticeably increased from when he had wielded merely an axe. His massive red sword and battle axe danced in a lethal ballet, each slash and cleave executed with deadly precision. Clang, clang, clang. Terrell used his fiery-imbued arms to block the strikes. The axe was manageable, albeit powerful, but the red sword, with each impact, sent a searing energy coursing through Terrell's arm and into his body. Hiss! Terrell was cleaved by a sword strike, momentarily dispersing the flames that enveloped his arm, leaving a charred mark on his skin. Interesting, he remarked, his healthy smile betraying the thrill of the fight. The Wasteland Wolf offered him no respite, intensifying his assault. The great sword swept horizontally while the battle axe came crashing down. Terrell could do little but retreat, using his fists and elbows to deflect the onslaught, momentarily finding himself on the back foot. Damn it! He executed a backflip to evade a lethal cleave, barely landing on his toes to create distance. I haven't felt this stifled in ages. Diana observed the unfolding situation with mounting urgency. On one side, Terrell was clearly at a disadvantage. On the other, Victor had been buried beneath a mountain of aberrations, with only intermittent flashes of blue lightning visible through the monstrous pile. Who should she assist? This was a classic trolley problem. Just as she was consumed by indecision, her communicator crackled to life. Diana. It was Bruce's voice. Steady and composed. Go aid him. I will assist Steele. Diana looked up to see a bat-shaped black aircraft slicing through the clouds, its undercarriage-mounted firestorm cannon whirring to life. Rat-a-tat-tat. A searing metal storm rained down, engulfing the mountain of aberrations. The bullet barrage swept through, reducing clusters of aberrations to mere shards and dark mist. The previously impenetrable mass of monsters was forcibly cleared, creating a significant gap. Seizing the opportunity, Victor crawled from the remains of the creatures, his body drenched in the ichor of the aberrations. Well done. Hal whistled. Could you arrive a bit earlier next time? Barry quipped. Silence and focus. Bruce's voice remained unperturbed. Diana no longer hesitated. She pivoted, sprinting towards the chasm where her shield had fallen. Her toes danced upon the crumbling edges, gracefully descending into the depths of the abyss. Soon, she discovered the circular shield adorned with ancient engravings. Grasping it, she held the shield in her left hand and the sword in her right, channeling her strength. Boom! She launched from the chasm, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, landing deftly beside Terrell. Clang! She raised her shield just in time to deflect a heavy axe strike aimed at Terrell's back. The immense force staggered her back half a step, creating a shallow dent in the ground beneath her. Terrell enveloped Diana in his embrace, his face devoid of gratitude, instead etched with displeasure. What are you doing here? I can manage alone. Diana nearly laughed in disbelief at his obstinacy. She turned her head, regarding him as though he were a fool. Alone? Is that how you define being beaten like a dog and running about? Mind your own business. This is my battle. Terrell retorted defiantly. Shut it. This is a 2-against-1 scenario, do you understand? Teamwork. You primitive fighter. TCH, Terrell scoffed, turning his head dismissively. Yet, despite his words. He recognized that her arrival was most opportune. The energy of that cursed sword was too peculiar. If this continued, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. Observing the two standing side by side, the wasteland wolf laughed. "Insects, do you enjoy huddling together for warmth? Then let us perish together," he bellowed, brandishing his battle axe and great sword as he charged forward. "The left is mine, the right is yours," Diana shouted, taking the initiative to engage. The divine shield absorbed the crushing blow of the axe. The firestorm sword, aglow with golden light, sliced towards the wasteland wolf's wrist that gripped the great sword. Terrell grunted, following suit, his own flames surging once more. The once white flames now blazed with an intensified yellow hue, radiating with brilliance. "Huh," he shouted, delivering a powerful punch. The force of his fist collided with the wasteland wolf's red great sword. Boom. This time, Terrell was not consumed by the strange energy. His violent flames held that energy at bay. "Oh, there's some progress," the wasteland wolf remarked, surprised. With Diana restraining him from the front, Terrell felt the weight of the battle diminish. No longer did he need to withstand the onslaught. Instead, he capitalized on his speed and agility. "You strike me with an axe, I return the favor with a punch. You cleave at me with a sword, I retaliate with a kick." In that moment, the three engaged in a cataclysmic clash, the ground beneath them repeatedly upheaved by the reverberations of their combat. Diana's fighting style was grand and filled with a sense of the divine and powerful. Terrell's approach was primal, driven by a desire for destruction, each move aimed at vulnerable points. Together, their contrasting styles, one firm and one fluid, proved surprisingly effective against the wasteland wolf. Damn it! Terrell landed another punch to the wasteland wolf's side, leaving a dent in his armor. He sensed a more profound power stirring within him. Yet an unseen barrier held it back. Just a bit more anger. Terrell's breath grew heavy, his flames flickering wildly, the white and yellow light alternating in an unstable dance. "Damn it, so close," he muttered under his breath, frustration and resentment etched across his visage. Chapter 81. Even Kryptonians have their nemesis. Clang. The divine shield met the red great sword in a shower of sparks. Diana's arm went numb from the force of the impact, her palms nearly splitting. "For heaven's sake, can you aim a bit better?" "Go for his kidneys." Terrell executed a slide to evade the sweeping axe, then landed a kick to the back of the wasteland wolf's knee. Bang! The wasteland wolf stumbled slightly. Seizing the moment, Diana thrust the firestorm sword like a beam of golden light towards the wasteland wolf's throat. The wasteland wolf reacted with lightning speed, thrusting the axe's handle upward. Clang! The long sword was deflected, forcing Diana to retreat 2 steps to regain her stance. "You think you can handle it?" "Easier said than done," Diana shouted back at Terrell, exasperated by her troublesome teammate. "Am I not doing my part here?" Terrell roared, his fury surging once more as he delivered a powerful punch to the back of the wasteland wolf, producing a dull thud. A dent formed in the creature's armor. In that moment, Terrell's composure shattered, his rhythm thrown into disarray. "Damn it! So close. So very close," he raged inwardly, his face flushed with pent-up frustration. The wasteland wolf seemed to sense his predicament, grinning mockingly as its assault intensified. The combination of the great sword and battle axe created a tempest of death, forcing Terrell and Diana to retreat step by step. This minotaur must be on drugs. Why is he getting stronger with every blow? Terrell thought, dodging swiftly while searching for an opportunity to close in. Enough chatter. Focus. If your mind is in chaos, your strength is of no use. Diana deflected the battle axe with her sword, her shield absorbing the impact of the great sword, but she found herself kneeling on one knee under the pressure. Above, the Batfighter and Hal Jordan's green energy constructs were fervently clearing out the demon-like foes. Barry transformed into a streak of red lightning, effortlessly dispatching those that slipped past Victor. The battle seemed to reach a stalemate. Yet, everyone understood that if Terrell and Diana faltered, all would be lost. In this critical moment, a figure, resplendent in blue and red, shot across the sky like a meteor. Boom. The figure collided forcefully with the wasteland wolf's flank. The tremendous impact sent the massive creature hurtling sideways. It adjusted in midair, landing with a thud, gouging a trench into the ground as it finally came to a stop. The entire battlefield paused, taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Terrell and Diana stood in stunned silence, gazing at the figure that gracefully descended to the ground. The familiar blue bodysuit, the red cape, the prominent emblem on her chest, and that radiant golden hair. It was Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. Kara landed lightly, her fists clenched. She turned to the bewildered Terrell, offering a brilliant smile. "I could feel the commotion from my work. Terrell opened his mouth, words stuck in his throat, unsure of how to respond. What are you doing here? Why are you joining this chaos? Diana, meanwhile, exhaled in relief, rising to her feet and nodding at Kara. Your timing is impeccable. Wow, Kara's here. Hal Jordan exclaimed from a distance, astonished. Awesome. It's Kara. We should have no problem with 3 against 1. Barry's voice crackled through the communication channel, brimming with excitement. Inside the Batfighter, Bruce observed the footage displayed on the screen, silent yet resolutely relocking his targets. The Wasteland Wolf shook its head, gingerly touching its cheek where the impact had landed. The armor there lay shattered, exposing the ashen skin beneath. Turning to face Kara, its gaze shifted from disdain to one of intensity and eagerness. Another remnant of Krypton. Excellent. It raised the great sword, pointing it menacingly at Kara. You all seem eager to join forces. Let us embark together. Enough with the chatter, Kara retorted, rolling her eyes. She was not there to debate. In the next instant, she surged toward the Wasteland Wolf. Terrell felt a gust of wind rush past him. Kara's speed was a notch above his own when he unleashed his fury. She threw a punch at the Wasteland Wolf's face, simple, direct, and brutal. The creature raised its battle axe to block. Clang. The sound echoed louder than any previous collision. The Wasteland Wolf was forced back several paces, both man and axe. Wow, Terrell thought, a twinge of irritation flaring within him. His inability to break through his own limitations had led to reliance on others for assistance. The complexity of his emotions only added to his turmoil. Well done, Diana praised. Kara, seizing the momentum, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the Wasteland Wolf. Punches, knee strikes, and elbow jabs. Each blow radiated pure strength, forcing the creature into a defensive stance. The peculiar red great sword seemed to lose its efficacy against Kara's overwhelming power. Curse you, Kryptonian, the Wasteland Wolf bellowed. As Kara's kick sent it crashing into a dilapidated building. Is that all you've got? Is that truly all? Kara hovered in midair, clapping her hands nonchalantly. I expected far more from you. She cast a glance at Terrell, her eyes seemingly conveying, see, this is how you fight. Terrell's expression darkened further. Damn it. I've been outshone by this woman. At that moment, the ruins erupted with a deafening explosion. The Wasteland Wolf reemerged, its armor battered, and its demeanor more frenzied and cruel. You forced my hand, insect. It roared, raising the red great sword high above its head. The molten-like patterns on the blade began to writhe with an ominous red glow. A wave of searing, malevolent energy erupted from the sword, warping the surrounding air with heat. Kara's smile faded, replaced by a sense of discomfort as she sensed the overwhelming presence. The red light enveloped her, causing her powers to wane, becoming sluggish and obstructed as if exposed to the spectrum of a red sun. This is... Kara's expression shifted to one of alarm. Ha ha ha. Do you feel it, Kryptonian? The Wasteland Wolf cackled. This weapon is forged from the core of a red sun captured from a dying universe. It grants me unparalleled might in my cosmic conquests. Before the last word left its mouth, the Wasteland Wolf transformed into a blur, charging at Kara. The red greatsword, imbued with the essence of destruction, descended upon her. Kara attempted to evade, but her strength was rapidly depleting. Her body felt heavy and unresponsive. She could only watch as the sword loomed larger in her vision. Damn it! She barely managed to raise her arms, crossing them defensively in front of herself. Kara! Both Terrell and Diana shouted in unison, rushing toward her. But it was too late. Clang! The great sword struck her arm with brutal force, driving down onto her shoulder. Splutter! She coughed up blood, dropping to one knee, desperately trying to maintain her stance. The Wasteland Wolf withdrew the sword, placing a foot upon Kara, suddenly realizing something. It seems my sword has an advantage over Kryptonians. Ha ha ha. Perfect. You shall be the first sacrifice today. Before its words could fully escape, the Wasteland Wolf plunged the sword through the wounded Kara. Chapter 82. Goku, I understand your grief over losing Krillin. The blade, ablaze with the essence of the red sun, effortlessly pierced Kara's form. Time seemed to slow. In Terrell's eyes, only the blue figure, impaled by the sword, remained. Diana's gasp, Barry's roar. Hal's curses faded into a blurred background. Ha ha ha. The Wasteland Wolf's maniacal laughter pierced the air. It relished the agony etched upon Kara's face, as if admiring a masterpiece. The Wasteland Wolf lifted Kara's body with the sword, blood gushing from her wound. Grabbing her by the neck, it withdrew the sword, tossing her aside as if she were a mere rag doll. Here is a gift for you. Terrell instinctively extended his arms to catch the incoming body. The person in his embrace was burning with fever, yet she was rapidly losing warmth. A pungent metallic scent invaded his nostrils. He looked down at her, and saw Kara's face was ashen, her golden hair matted with sweat and blood. The remnants of red solar energy still lingered, while a gaping wound in her chest continually oozed crimson. She gazed at Terrell, her lips moving as if to utter something, but only a spurt of blood escaped. Terrell felt a choking sensation constricting his throat. The overwhelming frustration and suffocation that had previously besieged him faded into oblivion. He reached out, gently caressing Kara's pale cheek, attempting to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. His hand trembled. A warm tear slipped from the corner of his eye and landed on Kara's face. She looked at him weakly, the light in her eyes dimming gradually. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she managed to utter a few words. "Stop thinking about fighting." After saying this, her raised hand fell limply to her side, her pupils beginning to glaze over. "No." Terrell stared at her in a daze, tightening his embrace around her. "Hey, wake up. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Don't sleep. I command you. Open your eyes." He shouted incoherently, but the person in his arms offered no response. Meanwhile, the Wasteland Wolf exhibited no interest in the tragic scene unfolding before him. He hefted his crimson greatsword and battle axe, pivoted, and strode purposefully towards Victor, his true target being the mother box. "Halt!" Diana bellowed in fury. She could not accept that Kara was perishing right before her eyes. The Amazonian princess, a warrior of demigod lineage, was thoroughly enraged. She transformed into a streak of golden lightning, thrusting her sword of the god of fire toward the Wasteland Wolf's back. Without looking back, the Wasteland Wolf retaliated with a fierce axe swing. Clang! Diana parried with her sword, yet the sheer force sent her hurtling backward, rolling several times before coming to a stop. As she lifted her head, the Wasteland Wolf loomed before her. The massive sword descended upon her. Crash! In a hurried response, Diana raised her divine shield. The shield blocked the blade, but the immense force drove her into the ground, causing the earth beneath her knees to crack. The Wasteland Wolf twisted his wrist, pressing the greatsword downward, rotating the blade, and the hilt slammed into Diana's abdomen. Gasp! She coughed up blood, her body curling like a shrimp. The Wasteland Wolf lifted his foot and delivered a crushing kick to her chest. Bang! Diana was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing through a crumbled wall. Before she could catch her breath, the Wasteland Wolf was upon her again. He seized her ankle, lifting her before slamming her down onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive blows reverberated through the earth. Diana's armor was warped, blood trickling from her mouth, her gaze beginning to fade. "It's over, Amazon." The Wasteland Wolf's voice was devoid of emotion. He raised his battle axe, its blade shimmering with searing energy, aiming for Diana's throat. Just then, a roar filled with boundless sorrow and fury tore through the battlefield. The sound waves transformed into a tangible shockwave, altering the very fabric of reality. The dim sky, previously cloaked in demonic shadows, was enveloped by even darker clouds, capable of devouring all. A powerful aura churned the clouds, revealing a vortex above Terrell, as destructive purple lightning surged wildly, howling, causing the heavens to tremble in response to this overwhelming rage. Every onlooker, friend or foe alike, found their attention inexorably drawn to the source of this disturbance. Terrell. He had risen to his feet, cradling the now-cold girl, and gently laid her on a relatively clean patch of ground. He tenderly arranged her blood-matted golden hair, using trembling fingers to brush away the dirt from her pallid cheek. Having completed these gestures, he slowly turned around. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, devoid of any emotion. Yet all understood that beneath that profound silence lay an inferno capable of incinerating the entire universe. His lips parted in a whisper. "Yukong, now I finally understand the anguish you felt when Kobayashi perished. It truly is unbearable." Memories of moments shared with Kara flashed through his mind. Buzz, accompanying his final murmur. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from Terrell, no longer the pale yellow of before, but a pure golden hue akin to the sun. Boom. The golden aura surged skyward like a tsunami, tearing apart the clouds above, forming a golden column of light that pierced the heavens. Amidst the tempestuous golden flames, streaks of blood-red lightning crackled and danced violently, suffused with a sense of destruction and foreboding. His black hair stood on end, flickering between black and yellow, ultimately transforming into the most dazzling golden hue. His once azure eyes had morphed into a deep emerald, brimming with murderous intent on annihilating his foes. The ground trembled with a mournful cry, fracturing under his presence. Countless massive boulders were lifted by this energy, suspended in mid-air, only to be instantaneously crushed and vaporized by the violent force. An indescribable sense of absolute oppression weighed down upon every soul present, like an invisible mountain pressing upon their very spirits. In the distance, the demonic army began to stir, gripped by panic, instinctively seeking to flee, yet paralyzed by the pressure. Emitting shrill cries, Diana, Barry, Hal, and the others stared in astonishment at the figure enveloped in golden radiance. What they felt was not merely power, but a fury that made their very souls tremble. The contempt on the Wasteland Wolf's face transformed into disbelief. He sensed that the energy of this Kryptonian was surging uncontrollably. Terrell slowly lifted his head. His emerald eyes locked onto the Wasteland Wolf. Minotaur, you are doomed. Chapter 83. The Wasteland Wolf faces Terrell's ultimate power. The shirt adorned with Hawaiian motifs had become tattered in the course of battle. Terrell, expressionless, raised his hand to grasp the collar. Rip. The sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply. He tore away the remnants of his shirt, discarding it onto the ground, revealing a physique reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. Each muscle was defined with explosive power, glimmering like flowing gold in the golden flames. Even the air around him grew heavy. Step by step, he advanced toward the Wasteland Wolf. Yet with each step he took, the ground beneath him cracked like spider webs. The atmospheric pressure surged dramatically, causing the earth to shatter with each footfall. As he passed by Diana, he paused momentarily. Diana, tense all over, instinctively gripped the sword of fire more tightly. Merely being beside him made her feel as if she were suffocating. This Terrell before her was a completely different entity from the one she had known. The palpable pressure radiating from him compelled even this demigod to take a step back. Go assist your comrades. Terrell did not glance at her. His emerald gaze remained fixed on the Wasteland Wolf in the distance. His voice was devoid of its usual nonchalance, now replaced by a chilling indifference that sent shivers down one's spine. What followed was a matter solely between him and me. Diana parted her lips, gazing at his silhouette enveloped in golden flames, her throat constricting slightly, yet ultimately, she refrained from uttering a single word. She harbored no doubt that her intervention at this moment would merely render her a burdensome trifle, easily crushed in an instant. Resolutely, she pivoted and dashed toward Hal, Barry, and others who were valiantly battling the demon-like adversaries. In the heart of the battlefield, the Wasteland Wolf beheld the approaching golden figure with a rapidly shifting expression. From initial astonishment to confusion, it ultimately morphed into exhilaration and fervor. He grinned widely, his ashen face brimming with a sanguinary thirst. How intriguing, truly intriguing. He bellowed in a deep, resonant voice. The energy coursing through your veins is magnitudes stronger than before. I have slain countless Kryptonians from other universes, yet you are the first to possess such prowess. The Wasteland Wolf raised his battle axe and crimson greatsword high, his arm muscles bulging with power. However, a sneer of contempt flickered in his eyes once more. Even if a worm evolves, it remains a worm. Die. As his words fell, his massive form lunged forward. The battle axe slicing through the air with enough force to cleave mountains, aimed straight at Terrell's neck. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Terrell merely raised his right hand, expression unyielding. Clang. The deafening clash of metal reverberated as the searing battle axe was firmly grasped by Terrell's 5 fingers in midair. The ferocious flames surged along the axe handle, yet could not even compel him to budge an inch. The terrifying force, potent enough to rend tectonic plates, dissipated upon contact with his palm, as if it were mere mist. The Wasteland Wolf's pupils constricted. He attempted to withdraw the axe, only to discover it had become rooted in Terrell's grip, immovable. Die. The Wasteland Wolf roared, his other hand following suit. The crimson greatsword carving a lethal arc toward Terrell's waist. This greatsword contained energy specifically designed to counter Kryptonians. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact with Terrell's body, his other hand shot up with the speed of a fleeting shadow. Clang. Another muffled thud echoed as the very greatsword that had recently devastated Carla was effortlessly seized by Terrell's other hand. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his gaze, which remained steadfastly fixed upon him. The battlefield fell into an instant silence. In the distance, Barry stood aghast. Did he just catch 2 blades with his bare hands? Hal's green lantern ring flashed alarmingly. Good grief, my energy detector just maxed out. What manner of beast is this? Diana's heart raced as she recalled firsthand the terror those weapons embodied. The fervent smile on the Wasteland Wolf's face froze entirely. Clutching his weapons with both hands, he exerted every ounce of strength to break free, yet Terrell's hands felt like 2 immovable mountains, rendering him utterly immobilized. At that moment, Terrell's arms tightened around the weapons with a sudden surge of power, propelling him high into the air. In mid-flight, he adopted an oddly graceful posture, legs together, and delivered a crushing kick squarely to the Wasteland Wolf's face. Thud! A solid impact resounded. The Wasteland Wolf's monstrous head was struck with full force by Terrell's feet. A bizarre tableau unfolded. The Wasteland Wolf, arms raised high, clutched his divine weapons, while Terrell, suspended in midair, had both feet firmly pressed against the Wasteland Wolf's face, creating a strange tug-of-war. The Wasteland Wolf staggered backward, his head thrown back, yet he refused to relinquish his weapons. The two remained locked in this stalemate. "You damned insect." The Wasteland Wolf spat through clenched teeth, his voice a mixture of rage and horror. He felt an unprecedented humiliation wash over him. He was being trampled upon by what he deemed an insect. Terrell's emerald eyes betrayed no emotion. The feet planted on the Wasteland Wolf's face suddenly began to emit a blinding radiance. Golden energy converged like a tidal wave toward his soles, forming two miniature suns beneath his feet, compressing. A surge of dread filled the Wasteland Wolf's heart. He yearned to evade, to withdraw, but it was too late. "Turtle." A low syllable escaped Terrell's lips. "Send." The brilliance at his feet intensified, reaching a point where it was blinding. Energy. The Wasteland Wolf gazed in terror at the feet upon his face, sensing the gathering energy exuding a deathly aura that sent tremors through his very soul. Blast. Before he could react, a massive beam of golden energy erupted from Terrell's feet, hurtling forth with unrelenting force. Zero distance. A point-blank detonation. Boom. The ear-splitting explosion finally erupted. The golden light consumed the entirety of the Wasteland Wolf's head in an instant. Instinctively, he clung to his weapons. But the ferocious shockwave swept through his skull, drowning out his anguished cries in a cacophony of obliteration. Everything in its path, from abandoned structures to solid rock, was vaporized upon contact with the energy beam, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. This colossal golden beam, which seemed to pierce the very fabric of the earth, carved an unfathomably deep chasm into the ground, extending beyond the limits of vision. It appeared as though the beam sought to traverse the entire planet, leaving an everlasting mark upon the world, a testament to absolute power. Chapter 84. The bullheaded one wants to flee? Did he consult me first? The golden energy beam persisted for several moments before gradually dissipating. The vast chasm that had cleaved the battlefield still emitted wisps of white smoke. All combatants halted, turning their gazes toward the source of the energy. In the distance, Barry leaned against his knee, gasping for breath. Did this guy just stuff a nuclear bomb into someone's mouth and detonate it? Hal Jordan removed the energy shield before him, the green glow of his ring dimming considerably. My ring indicated that the energy reading from that last attack fried its processor. It's now demanding compensation for emotional distress. At the very center of the battlefield, the Wasteland Wolf remained standing, his body swaying slightly. The iconic massive curved horns atop his head were gone. The menacing helmet that adorned his head was reduced to mere fragments, revealing ashen skin and a few singed tufts of hair. His once impenetrable silver armor had been partially vaporized, exposing the sinewy muscles and a network of intricate scars beneath. Shaking his dazed head, he emitted a series of guttural sounds. He lifted his gaze to the golden figure hovering several meters away. "Ha ha, cough." The Wasteland Wolf scoffed derisively. "I thought you were formidable." He attempted to point a finger at Terrell, ready to mock him, but as he spoke, his words faltered. He realized something peculiar. The golden-haired Kryptonian stood several meters away. Yet his two prized weapons, the battle-axe and the crimson greatsword, seemed to remain in Terrell's grasp. No, this was puzzling. The Wasteland Wolf's mind faltered as he stared at the battle-axe and crimson greatsword clutched by Terrell. On the handle of the battle-axe, a silver arm adorned with fearsome gauntlets remained firmly attached. The same was true for the crimson greatsword, which was also gripped by an identical arm. At the jagged edges of his severed arms, dark green blood continued to drip down. The laughter of the Wasteland Wolf ceased abruptly. He lowered his head and gazed at his shoulder, which was now eerily empty. Where his arms had once been, only two ragged stumps remained, from which the viscous, dark green blood gushed forth. That fiend had brutally torn his arms from his body. A perplexed sound escaped the Wasteland Wolf's lips, a mere syllable of confusion. In the distance, Terrell glanced down at the items in his grasp. One hand clutched a battle-axe while the other gripped a large crimson sword, both still adorned with a complete severed arm. With an impassive expression, he released his hold on the battle-axe. Clang! The heavy axe, along with the severed limb, fell to the ground with a dull thud. Then, as if discarding refuse, he flung the other arm hanging from the red sword to the ground as well. Having completed this grim task, he held the glowing crimson sword in one hand, and in an instant, his body vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before the Wasteland Wolf. In the wolf's shocked eyes, a bright red light surged from below, illuminating the scene. With a swift thrust, The edge of the crimson sword pierced through the wasteland wolf's lower abdomen, slicing upward and leaving a gaping wound that revealed bone. Muscles rolled, and internal organs were partially visible. Without a pause, Terrell spun around, drawing the sword in a graceful arc. Once more, the blade plunged into the same location but from a different angle, carving a grotesque X into the wasteland wolf's chest. The wasteland wolf managed to utter a single word through clenched teeth. Yet, before he could finish, Terrell reversed his grip on the sword, driving the entire blade deep into the wolf's wound. A pained roar erupted from the wasteland wolf. But it was not over. Terrell pressed down on the sword hilt to prevent any retreat. With his other hand, fingers poised together, he aimed directly at the wasteland wolf's face, which was now barely recognizable. Farewell, Minotaur. With a thunderous blast, a golden torrent of energy surged forth, smaller in scale than the previous one, but far more concentrated. The energy beam slammed into the wasteland wolf's body, propelling him violently away. He tumbled through the air, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing heavily into a pile of ruins. Raising a cloud of dust, a chilling howl echoed from deep within the rubble, filled with agony, rage, and commands. At the edge of the battlefield, the throng of monstrous creatures, engaged in combat with Diana, Hal, and Barry, suddenly ceased their attacks. They twisted their grotesque heads, their crimson compound eyes all fixated on the same direction. In the next moment, a deafening hum filled the air. The dark horde of monsters had received some directive, swiftly splitting into two factions. One group, smaller in number, comprising about a third of the horde, had a singular focus, the figure that had just crashed into the ruins. They surged forward, several robust creatures burrowing into the debris to drag the severely injured wasteland wolf out. Meanwhile, the larger faction, overwhelming in number, pivoted and surged en masse toward Terrell. Good heavens, they've gone mad, Barry exclaimed, his scalp prickling at the sight of the dark swarm. Terrell, get out of the way, Diana shouted, raising the sword of the fire god. Yet, Terrell stood still, his turquoise eyes coldly observing the approaching tide of darkness, showing no sign of defense. In mere seconds, the black wave completely engulfed the golden figure. Layer upon layer, creature upon creature, an innumerable mass of monsters piled together, forming a small mountain of flesh and chitin that writhed and emitted a disturbing gnawing sound. Meanwhile, several creatures had managed to drag the bloodied, armless wasteland wolf from the rubble, desperately flying toward the sky. Above, a massive alien warship slowly pierced through the clouds, lowering a beam of light for extraction. We cannot let him escape, Hal roared, his ring radiating light as it conjured a vast green net, attempting to intercept the wasteland wolf's escape. However, a relentless tide of creatures charged forward, using their bodies and claws to viciously tear at the energy net. Sizzle. The net held for only a few seconds before being shredded into fragments by the unending swarm. As the wasteland wolf's silhouette neared the beam of transport light, a furious roar erupted from within the mountain of monsters. Immediately, intricate, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the black mound, multiplying and glowing with intensity. A pulse of energy, causing trepidation in all who witnessed it, began to brew within. Boom! A burst of golden light erupted. The entire mound of monsters exploded from within. Countless severed limbs and dark green blood vaporized in the cataclysm. The golden flames surged forth like a tempest. Terrell's figure re-emerged, unscathed, his turquoise eyes gleaming brighter and colder than before. He raised his gaze toward the fleeing wasteland wolf, shooting upward and arriving before the beam of light in the blink of an eye, blocking the escape route of both the wasteland wolf and the lesser monsters. Trying to flee? Did you consult me first? Chapter 85. You threaten me? I shall relocate to another planet. The transport beam loomed ahead, its white light representing hope, the only chance for survival. Behind the wasteland wolf, several loyal creatures strained to reach the beam. Yet, in front of them, the golden figure obstructed all paths. Terrell regarded the wasteland wolf from above, his green eyes as tranquil as still waters, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, the palpable intent to kill had begun to fracture the once unshakable resolve of the wasteland wolf. Kryptonian. The wasteland wolf hissed through gritted teeth, glaring at the figure blocking his escape. Let me go? I swear, I shall never set foot on this planet again. His tone remained defiant. Yet a hint of desperation could be felt. But if you kill me, my master Darkseid's endless army will inevitably raze this filthy planet. Everything here will turn to ashes. He was gambling, wagering the fate of an entire planet for a chance at survival. He had won this gamble countless times before. Those self-proclaimed heroes, in pursuit of a so-called greater good, would invariably compromise, ultimately being crushed by their own despair. Regrettably for him, This time he had miscalculated. Suspended in midair, Terrell's golden flames burned steadily, his turquoise eyes betraying no ripples of emotion. He did not even raise an eyebrow. What does that have to do with me? His voice was flat, devoid of any sentiment. At worst, I shall relocate to another planet. The wasteland wolf's mind faltered. Relocate to another planet? What sort of response is that? Shouldn't he be tormented, conflicted, and ultimately compelled to let him go in order to protect this planet? Terrell had no interest in savoring the look of bewilderment on his face. He raised a hand, palm directed at the wasteland wolf, now surrounded by several monsters. Brilliant golden light coalesced in his palm. The wasteland wolf, snapping out of his shock, beheld the compressing energy, sensing the devastating power it contained. No. A torrent of formidable energy erupted from Terrell's palm, instantaneously engulfing the small area. Several class demons, valiantly defending their master, were vaporized without uttering a sound, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The first to bear the brunt was the wasteland wolf, whose armor and flesh were once again stripped away, propelled backward by the immense shockwave plummeting from the sky. At that moment, the colossal warship in the heavens sensed its commander's peril. The previously retracting white beam of light abruptly altered its course, precisely enveloping the falling wasteland wolf. The transmission speed of the beam was astonishing, seemingly about to retrieve the wolf's body. Yet, a figure darted faster. A golden streak illuminated the air. Terrell appeared in the wolf's trajectory. Without a glance at the sword that pierced through the wolf's chest, he extended his right hand, firmly grasping the hilt of the red greatsword embedded within the beast. With a powerful yank, the sword was yanked free with a sickening squelch, accompanied by a cascade of dark green blood and shattered entrails. The wasteland wolf convulsed violently in midair. Terrell did not hesitate. He reversed his grip on the sword and began to swing it casually at the now defenseless massive form before him. The golden figure intertwined with the crimson sword light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arcs of light flashed. The wolf's vision began to spin. First, he witnessed his own legs severed from his body, then his torso, and finally, he beheld his head, devoid of a body, locking eyes with its own horrified gaze. His last conscious thought lingered. I arrived intact, a whole being. How did I end up as mere fragments on my return? In the next instant, his awareness slipped into darkness. His dismembered form, under the influence of gravity, was captured by the beam of light and swiftly propelled toward the warship above. The transmission beam was about to close. Terrell casually flicked his wrist, sending a basketball-sized compressed energy orb, trailing a golden tail, soaring alongside the mass of flesh into the beam. Inside the Ark of the Apocalypse, several class demon guards anxiously awaited their commander's return. A flash of white light illuminated the chamber. A pile of still dripping dark green remnants landed with a splatter on the platform. One of the guards tilted its head, extending a claw to poke at a particularly large piece, which still bore half an eye. This fragment seemed oddly familiar, did it not? Before they could discern the identity of the remains, a gleaming golden energy sphere, spinning at high speed, plummeted alongside it. The class demons were collectively bewildered. What is this? A souvenir brought back by the commander? In the next heartbeat, the so-called souvenir violently expanded. Boom! A blinding golden radiance engulfed the entire transmission chamber. On the ground, Hal, Barry, and others clearly witnessed the massive warship suspended among the clouds suddenly erupting into a violent explosion of flames from its belly. The ship's hull visibly shuddered, billowing thick smoke. At the battlefield's edge, the class demon army, still engaged in combat with Diana and others, abruptly ceased all actions. Their grotesque heads turned in unison toward the sky, their scarlet compound eyes flickering with anxious light. The buzzing of wings returned, shrill and piercing. This time, they altered their course, frantically fleeing toward the damaged warship above. In an instant, only the members of the Justice League remained, surrounded by devastation. Did we win? Barry leaned on his knee, gasping for breath, incredulous as he watched the retreating class demons. Did that guy just dismember a Minotaur and send a bomb back as a package? My ring's energy is nearly depleted. Hal Jordan lowered the energy shield before him, his expression one of lingering trepidation. Meanwhile, Victor Stone's blue electricity had dimmed considerably. He gazed silently at the golden figure hovering in the air, one hand still tightly clutching the mother box. Terrell released his grip. The great red sword, which had once gravely wounded Kara and was now used to vanquish the wasteland wolf, was plunged into the ground, vibrating slightly. He descended beside the still body lying on the ground. Diana watched him, her mouth opening as if to speak. But Terrell neither glanced at her nor anyone else. He simply bent down, carefully lifting Kara's body. The man who had just unleashed cataclysmic power now cradled the girl gently in his arms. He turned and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Diana could not help but pursue him. Terrell's footsteps paused momentarily, yet he did not turn back. He said nothing, merely cradling Kara as his body slowly ascended, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon, leaving the Justice League members exchanging glances, along with the great sword still embedded in the ground, radiating a lingering red glow. Chapter 86. The delayed S finally takes over. Amidst the war-torn ruins, a profound silence prevailed. Only the red great sword, still stubbornly flickering with a faint crimson light, remained. My goodness. Barry gazed at the devastated Gotham suburbs, his mouth agape for a prolonged moment. The destructive force here would surely send any renovation company fleeing in the dead of night. He blinked and appeared beside the discarded massive axe of the wasteland wolf. Reaching out to grasp it, heave. With effort, the axe lifted slightly. What the hell is this thing so heavy? Hal Jordan descended from above, green light coalescing into a massive hand that seized the battle axe. This thing is genuinely heavy, with a high density. Yet Terrell wielded it with such ease. His strength is truly formidable. Just as he finished speaking, the Batwing landed smoothly, and Bruce Wayne emerged from the cockpit. His expression obscured beneath the mask. The gazes of the group converged upon the red great sword. Diana stepped forward, and the surrounding air seemed to grow dense with her presence. She extended her hand, grasping the hilt. It felt icy to the touch, yet radiated a searing malevolence. The lava-like patterns along the blade had dimmed, shrouded in a lifeless gloom. Taking a deep breath, Diana channeled her divine energy through her arm into the sword. Buzz. The once dull red patterns suddenly reignited, the molten designs beginning to flow once more. Stop. Victor Stone's blue light flared, his arm transforming into an energy cannon aimed at the great sword. High-risk energy reaction. Radiation type matches the red sun spectrum. The red sun spectrum, the bane of Kryptonians. Thus, Barry's words caught in his throat as the realization of Kara's fate dawned upon him. Hal muttered a curse under his breath. No wonder. No wonder that always sunny and cheerful Supergirl suffered such a devastating defeat. Diana's brow furrowed slightly. With a determined tug, she wrenched the massive red weapon from the ground. The sword was heavy, weighing down her arm. Victor, you take this back. She passed the sword to Steel. We must understand its nature. You all handle things here. Diana's gaze swept toward the distance, where Terrell had vanished. I'm going to find them. Without waiting for any response, she propelled herself skyward, leaving the remaining men exchanging uncertain glances. Bruce surveyed the land ravaged by the aftermath of battle, with the distant flicker of city lights barely visible, and spoke in a low tone through the communicator. The Wayne Group's Disaster Recovery Fund will intervene immediately. Barry, assess civilian casualties and relocate them to safety. Harl, assist with the evacuation. Do not allow anyone to approach this area. Victor, seal off the network in this vicinity and erase all eyewitness footage and data. His commands were succinct and direct. Acknowledged. No problem. Leave it to me. The superheroes, after the battle concluded, embarked on yet another tedious task of cleaning up. Above the atmosphere, this was the closest point to the sun, where the blinding rays illuminated everything in a golden hue. Terrell hovered at the silent edge of the cosmos, cradling Kara in his arms. He appeared somewhat fatigued, his vacant gaze cast downward upon the girl nestled in his embrace. Kara lay quietly, her complexion pale, devoid of any color. The penetrating wound on her chest resembled a black hole, devouring her very essence. Terrell extended a hand, pressing it against the wound. A nearly imperceptible stream of white energy continuously flowed from his palm into Kara's body. He was using his own vitality to sustain hers. Kara, cease pretending to be dead. His voice was hoarse, resonating with a sense of solitude in the absolute silence surrounding them. Did you not declare your intention to teach me how to be a competent earthling? Have you abandoned that endeavor? What of your professional integrity? Unbidden, a series of images flashed through his mind. Terrell, I told you to control your strength. Control. The repair costs for this wall will be deducted from my salary. Kara stood with hands on her hips, glaring at the individual responsible for breaching the training room wall. TCH, troublesome woman, he muttered, though inwardly he mused that the wall was rather flimsy. Hey, he channeled another surge of energy into Kara, sensing her faint life force stabilize slightly. That essence flickered like a candle flame in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. And he was the one desperately shielding that flame. Are you not the so-called Supergirl? How can you be more fragile than I? I told you I could transform, yet you remain skeptical. If you do not awaken soon, I may have to obliterate the Earth. Another image flashed by. This is a microwave. It is used to heat food. You cannot place metal inside. Do you wish to blow up the kitchen? Kara frantically unplugged the device, staring at the still-smoking metal box with exasperation. The energy output of this contraption is far too unstable, he commented disdainfully. Terrell continued to hold Kara, motionless. The Earth gradually rotated, and he followed the sun's trajectory, ensuring Kara remained bathed in the most intense sunlight. A day passed. The girl in his arms showed no signs of awakening. Her life force remained feeble, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. 2 days passed. Terrell's Super Saiyan form could no longer be sustained, reverting to his black hair and blue eyes. The continuous output of energy left him feeling drained, yet he did not relent. As long as that flickering flame persisted, he would not cease. Hey, Kara. If you do not awaken soon, I may have to relocate to another planet. This world is far too dull without you. His voice grew quieter, his eyelids beginning to droop. 3 days and nights. He could no longer perceive the passage of time, only aware of the pursuit of that golden sun. His own consciousness began to blur. Hey, what happened to our promised duel? If you do not rise soon, I shall no longer acknowledge our agreement. His voice became so faint it was almost inaudible, just as he felt he could no longer endure. On the verge of plummeting with the girl in his arms towards the blue planet, a shadow enveloped him. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his vision now obscured. A figure clad in a blue and red bodysuit appeared before him. The large S emblem emblazoned on his chest stood out with striking clarity. Terrell could not discern the man's face, only that he blocked the blinding sunlight. A steady voice, containing immense power yet tempered with restraint, reached his ears. I apologize, Terrell. I should have arrived sooner. I will take over from here. Chapter 87. Aquaman slams the table. Let us just take him down. The man with the prominent S on his chest floated there quietly, exuding a reassuring strength. He gently took Kara from Terrell's arms, his movements tender. The tension that had gripped Terrell for 3 days and nights finally snapped at that moment. He could no longer hold on. His vision darkened as his body fell straight towards the azure planet below. Clark Kent cradled Kara in one arm, while swiftly grasping Terrell's ankle with the other. Rest for a while. His voice was soft, infused with an indescribable weariness. You have done well. The Arctic. Here lies the edge of the world. A realm forged from ice, snow, and crystal. The lonely fortress. A massive crystal spire pierced the clouds, reflecting mesmerizing hues in the glow of the aurora. Within the fortress, a medical pod radiated light. Kara lay quietly inside, submerged in a pale blue healing fluid, connected to numerous intricate life support conduits. The wound on her chest had ceased to bleed, yet, submerged in the restorative liquid, the gruesome gash remained a stark sight. Terrell stood outside the medical pod, now clad in a fresh black combat suit, yet he appeared as if his very soul had been drained. Gone was his former arrogance and bravado. He leaned against the cold crystal wall, motionless, his gaze fixed on the girl within the pod, his blue eyes hollow. A faint sound of footsteps approached, and Diana entered the hall. She had been searching in Terrell's direction, but his speed had been too swift, causing her to lose track of him. After aimlessly searching for a while, she received Clark's signal. Dressed in battle-worn armor, a few strands of disheveled hair clung to her cheek, lending her a touch of humanity amidst her divine nature. At first glance, she spotted the desolate figure. The man who had just moments ago descended upon the wolves of the wasteland like a celestial being now resembled a lost child, exuding an aura of despondency. Diana's heart was inexplicably pricked, causing a twinge of pain. She approached Terrell, following his gaze towards Kara in the medical pod. She will be all right. Diana spoke gently, her lovely brows furrowing slightly, her starry eyes fixed on the man before her. Terrell did not respond, as though he had not heard her. Clark said the medical technology here will prevent Kara's life from slipping away. He will find a way to help her recover. Diana added. Terrell finally stirred, turning his head to glance at Diana before redirecting his gaze back to the medical pod. A single syllable stifled all conversation. Diana found herself at a loss for words. She had never seen Terrell like this. Typically, he was either sharp-tongued enough to infuriate anyone or exuded an arrogance that made him appear as though he saw everyone as mere punching bags. This demeanor was unsettlingly unfamiliar. She even felt an urge to reach out and pat his head. The thought startled her as it surfaced. She adjusted her posture, cleared her throat, and shifted the topic. Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't acted in time during that last blow from the wasteland wolf, I would have either died or been gravely injured. Terrell did not even turn his head this time. Just a matter of convenience. His voice, deep and hoarse, carried a heart-wrenching indifference. Do not flatter yourself. Still that foul temper. Diana let out a breath of relief, a smile of reassurance gracing her lips. The fact that he could still retort meant he had not completely withdrawn into himself. She ceased speaking, remaining quietly by his side, sharing the vigil with him. Justice League Headquarters, Watchtower Space Station. The atmosphere around the vast, circular conference table was so oppressive it felt as if one could wring water from it. Barry Allen fidgeted restlessly, his fingers drumming a rapid, almost indecipherable rhythm upon the tabletop. So, does no one wish to indulge in a midnight snack? I know of a pizza place in Gotham that serves an extraordinary pie, with cheese that stretches a full meter. His words lingered in the air, met with silence. Well, let me retract that, Barry muttered, closing his mouth in disappointment. At the head of the table, Bruce Wayne sat shrouded in shadows, his hands clasped before him, chin resting upon them, offering no utterance. Hal Jordan, in a fit of boredom, conjured a wrench with his Green Lantern ring, assembling and disassembling it repeatedly. Across from him, Clark Kent wore a somber expression. His blue and red attire remained pristine, yet he seemed enveloped in a veil of despondency. Whenever he closed his eyes, he envisioned Kara's wound, Terrell cradling her, helplessly floating beside the sun. If only he had arrived sooner. No, there were no ifs. When Lois and the child she bore were used as pawns by that jester, he, too, felt the foundations of his resolve to refrain from killing begin to crumble. The confusion and fury within him compelled him to retreat from the world outside. It was this moment of hesitation that led to irrevocable consequences. I have an idea. A deep voice shattered the silence, drawing every gaze towards Victor Stone. His eyes rested upon the center of the table, where a metallic cube lay. The mother box. After my incident, my father used the power of this mother box to reshape me. Victor spoke slowly. It can manipulate matter and energy, even distort the fundamental forms of life. It brought me back from the brink of death. Therefore, we can utilize it to save Kara. At these words, a spark of energy ignited within the group. Barry left a streak of lightning as he clapped Victor on the shoulder. Really? Victor, why didn't you mention this sooner? However, Victor's voice faltered. Bruce lifted his head from the shadows, his masked eyes fixed intently on Victor. What consequences? A summoning signal, Victor explained. Every time the mother box operates at high intensity, it emits a signal deep into the cosmos. When my father first used it to save me, the duration was brief and the intensity low, likely only transmitting a short signal. When the mother box from Themyscira was stolen, the mother box in my possession triggered a chain reaction, activating automatically. That was the second time, akin to igniting a torch in the dark universe. His electronic eye flickered with urgency. If we activate it again, using its power to restore a Kryptonian-esque body, it would no longer be a mere torch. It would become a searchlight, a lighthouse that never extinguishes. The signal would be powerful enough to tear through space, precisely reaching its master. Victor surveyed the assembly. Darkseid would receive an unmistakably clear coordinate. Then, his endless army would descend upon us. Earth would become the next apocalypse. He ceased speaking, and an understanding dawned upon all. To wager one life against the future of an entire planet was a burden too heavy to bear. The hall fell once more into a stifling silence. Just then, the teleportation device in the chamber flickered to life, bathing the room in a cerulean glow. Two figures emerged. The leading man, bare-chested and adorned with wild tattoos, wielded a golden trident. It was Aquaman, Arthur Curry. Beside him walked a tall woman with cascading, seaweed-like fiery red hair, clad in a form-fitting, emerald-hued scale armor that accentuated her every curve. She was none other than Mera, the Queen of Atlantis. Arthur strode confidently to the table, slamming the Atlantis mother box down with a resounding thud. He surveyed the grim faces around him and flashed a grin. What else with the hesitation? It's just a matter of saving someone, isn't it? Why act as though it's the apocalypse? He gestured toward the two mother boxes on the table. Count me in. Regardless, that Kara is one of ours. We can't simply stand by and watch one of our own perish, can we? As for that fellow named Darkseid Arthur, Trident tapped lightly on the table dismissively. If he dares to come, I'll show him just how salty the seven seas can be. Arthur's nonchalant attitude breathed life into the previously oppressive atmosphere of the conference room. His wild grin starkly contrasted with the somber ambience. Hey, you lot, Arthur remarked, poking the floor with the tip of his trident. Why the long faces? It's just a fight. If he shows up, we'll take him down. What's the big deal? Mera, with her shimmering red hair catching the light, stood beside him, her emerald armor accentuating her every alluring curve, particularly the graceful arc of her waist and hips, a true masterpiece of creation. Barry Allen couldn't help but steal a glance in her direction before quickly averting his gaze. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he stammered, "Your sister is lovely." Mera merely nodded politely, her attention firmly on Arthur. Hal Jordan donned a pair of small sunglasses conjured from his Green Lantern ring, muttering under his breath. What is improper should not be seen. Arthur, a low voice emerged from the shadows of the head seat, interrupting this brief diversion. Bruce Wayne finally spoke. His figure sunk into the massive chair, with only the lower half of his face illuminated, etched with resolute lines. This is not merely a brawl. We have all witnessed the power of the Apocalyptian Warhound. Bruce's voice carried no emotion, merely stating a fact. Before Terrell transformed, he and Diana could barely hold him at bay. Kara was struck down with a single blow. Together, we all would falter before him. As he spoke, the atmosphere ignited by Arthur's words quickly dimmed once more. Barry fell silent. The mere thought of facing the Warhound sent shivers down his spine. Hal halted his wrench's movements, recalling how his Green Lantern shield had nearly shattered under the unrelenting assault of the Warhounds. Victor Stone's red electronic eye flickered, having not yet confronted the Warhound directly. But the ceaseless onslaught of the Warhounds had already proven formidable. Darkseid, as the master of the Warhound, will only be stronger, not weaker, Bruce continued. His legion of Warhounds overwhelms us in sheer numbers. If we manage to win today, what happens when Darkseid himself arrives? We cannot afford that risk. Arthur surveyed the despondent faces of his companions and scoffed. So what? Just because we're afraid, we'll choose not to act? Shall we simply watch as one of our own lies in a medical pod, waiting for their body to decay? He stepped forward, leaning over the table, locking eyes with Bruce's shadow. Batman, I thought you were tough. I never expected you to be so timid. Hey, Barry interjected, unable to contain himself. Watch your tone. Bruce didn't mean it that way. Arthur ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed on Bruce. That Darkseid fellow will come, sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Victor had stated it clearly. The signal has already been sent out. We are now a glowing beacon in the universe, one that cannot be extinguished. Since he is bound to come regardless, why not prepare all our combat capabilities before his arrival? Arthur pointed to the mother box on the table. Kara is a formidable warrior, as you have witnessed firsthand. The more allies we can save now, the greater our chances of victory later. Instead of sitting here, dissecting how powerful the enemy is and how weak we are, only to wait for our demise. Isn't that the crux of the matter? Arthur's voice echoed in the conference room. His words were rough, yet they held a profound truth. Clark Kent, who had remained silent, shifted slightly at the mention of Kara's prowess. With his head bowed, no one could discern his expression. Hal Jordan crushed the wrench in his hand into dust. Enough. Arthur is right. What are we afraid of? We are the Green Lantern Corps. We never cower. Barry also stood up. Yes, we must save lives. Victor Stone's electronic eye turned toward Bruce. Bruce, statistically speaking, adding a variable of Kryptonian caliber would indeed significantly enhance our chances of survival. Everyone voiced their agreement, their gazes ultimately settling on Bruce. The figure shrouded in shadows remained silent for a long time. Fine. Bruce finally uttered a single word. Save. The decision was made, and the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Yet, before they could relax, Victor doused them with cold water once more. However, there is one more thing. He pointed to the two mother boxes on the table. To simultaneously activate these two mother boxes and focus their power on restoring Kara's body requires an immense amount of energy. How immense? Barry asked curiously. I have calculated it. Victor's electronic eye projected a complex stream of data. It would require the instantaneous output of an entire year's worth of energy from a large nuclear power plant. Moreover, this energy must be stable and continuously supplied, without any fluctuations. Otherwise, we may fail to resurrect Kara. Hiss. Barry gasped. That sounds rather troublesome. But he quickly straightened up. His chest puffed out. No problem. Leave it to me. He raised his hand, a beaming expression on his face. It's just electricity. I can generate power just by running. With my super speed, I could illuminate the entire solar system with just a sufficiently large treadmill. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Just wait and see my performance. I guarantee a steady supply of energy, direct current when needed, alternating current when required. Bruce's voice cut through once more, somber and resolute. No. Huh. Barry's smile froze on his face. Why not? Is my electricity impure? Your energy output is explosive and unstable, Bruce explained. We need a sustainable and stable power source. Barry pouted, somewhat disgruntled, but found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Then what do we do? Where can we find such a superpower bank? Bruce rose from the shadows, approaching the conference table. As for the energy issue, I can consult someone else. He paused. Someone capable of providing stable and immense energy. Barry was bewildered. Who? Did you hide an antimatter reactor in the Wayne Enterprises basement? Or has Lucius built you a Dyson sphere? Before Bruce could respond, Victor's electronic eye suddenly flickered red. He was rapidly searching for and matching information from Bruce's words. A few seconds later, he reached a conclusion. Thor. Victor spoke the name for Bruce. Thor. Oh, Barry exclaimed in realization. That hammer-wielding powerhouse. He clapped his hands. Right. He controls thunder and lightning. This is a perfect match. With that, he had nothing more to say. Comparing power generation with a true god was a different matter altogether. And thus, the decision was made. Bruce turned and walked toward the conference room exit, his black cloak trailing behind him in a graceful arc. I will contact the Avengers. Watching Bruce's retreating figure, Clark, who had remained silent, also stood up. He said nothing, merely following him out. Throughout the entire meeting, he had not exchanged a single word with Bruce. The Man of Steel felt a turmoil within. He recalled the time when Lois was kidnapped by the Joker, and how he had ended the lives of both Lois and the unborn child with his own hands, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. He remembered how, in a fleeting moment, he had decided to eliminate that madman. The principles he had steadfastly upheld had cracked in that instant. It was precisely due to that period of self-imposed isolation and struggle that he had missed the optimal moment to support Kara and Terrell. This guilt and confusion left him at a loss on how to face Bruce, the man who valued rules above life itself. The two departed one after the other, leaving a room full of bewildered individuals. Eventually, it was Arthur who broke the silence, hoisting his trident and casually wrapping an arm around Mara's waist. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Come, my wife, let me treat you to some earth beer. Chapter 89. Heroes Gather, All for One. Fortress of Solitude. In the vast crystal hall, Terrell stood alone. He leaned against the cold wall, completely still. In his blue eyes, there was nothing. The cataclysmic golden aura from days prior had vanished, leaving no trace. Inside the medical pod before him, Kara remained suspended, clinging to life. Terrell. A calm voice broke the silence. Clark Kent approached, his towering figure blocking some of the refracted light. Terrell did not even lift his eyelids. Clark, unfazed, stopped beside him, his gaze also focused on the medical pod. We have found a solution. Clark's voice was steady. Bruce has contacted Thor. They have a way to provide sufficient energy to activate the mother box, and it will be stable and controllable. Victor stated that as long as the energy is adequate, the mother box can activate Kara's bodily tissues and allow her to fully recover. Terrell's rigid body finally exhibited the slightest sign of movement. The tension in his shoulders eased a fraction. Oh, he emitted a single syllable from his throat. Finally, someone is doing something constructive. His tone remained as acerbic as ever, but the lifelessness within him had dissipated. Clark did not press the matter, merely patting his shoulder. It will be fine by tomorrow. With that, Clark turned and left. Granting him space, Diana emerged from behind another crystal pillar, having been present all along. She observed the dullness on Terrell's face, which finally displayed a hint of vitality, and a smile broke through her concern. Yet, almost immediately, an indescribable feeling welled up within her. A pang of jealousy. Why does it discomfort me to see him so invested in another? Diana shook her head, dispelling this strange emotion from her mind. It must be an illusion. This guy is merely an irritating jerk. Yes, it must be. The next day, in the Arctic, an endless expanse of ice, blindingly white. The biting cold wind cut like knives against their faces. Today, this eternal life-devoid zone buzzed with activity like a bustling market. Two distinctly different groups stood apart. One side comprised familiar faces from the Justice League. Bruce Wayne, wrapped in a specially designed cold-resistant batsuit, stood at the forefront, exuding an imposing presence. Clark and Diana flanked him on either side. Barry Allen rubbed his hands together, hopping in place, exhaling white mist. My goodness, it's freezing. My suit doesn't seem to provide much warmth. Arthur Curry stood bare-chested, showcasing his muscular, tattooed physique, entirely immune to the frigid temperatures. He bore a trident upon his shoulder, curiously surveying the group before him. Mira stood beside him, her fiery red hair strikingly vivid against the stark, white surroundings. Victor Stone's mechanical form was indifferent to temperature, his crimson electronic eyes rapidly scanning the opposition. On the other side stood the Avengers. Tony Stark donned an ostentatious suit of red armor, his faceplate raised as he critiqued Bruce Wayne. Bruce, is this how you approach me for assistance? No ceremonial ribbon cutting? How dull. I hardly wish to discuss energy cooperation with you now. Bruce maintained an impassive expression. This is not the time for levity. Tony raised an eyebrow. TCH. Still so rigid. Steve Rogers stepped forward in his star-spangled uniform to mediate. I sincerely apologize for our delayed response to the invasion a few days ago. He spoke with an air of regret. We were occupied with some internal conflicts. Tony interjected coolly. The internal conflicts he refers to involved a friendly exchange regarding company regulations, which unfortunately resulted in a minor financial loss. Steve shot him a resigned glance. Had it not been for Bruce contacting Tony, seeking Thor's assistance, The two might still be embroiled in a dispute over the Superhero Registration Act. Barry Allen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In a flash, he appeared before Steve, stammering with excitement. "Oh my gosh, Captain America, you're alive. Can you sign my suit? Just the anti-static one will do." He then turned to Tony, "Iron Man, I absolutely adore you. You're my idol." Natasha and Clint stood at the back, stifling laughter at the antics of this exuberant character. Bruce Banner adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, T'Challa hovered alone in the air, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the center of the icy expanse. There lay an enormous metallic coffin, its silvery surface sleek and infused with a sense of futuristic technology. "Allow me to present," Tony exclaimed, spreading his arms as if showcasing a prized creation. Stark Industries' latest invention, codenamed the Sleeping Beauty Awakening Device, crafted from vibranium, with only one unit available globally. Inside, it contains the life essence extracted from that crystal palace. No deception here. Within, Kara lay in tranquil repose, as if merely slumbering. Thor approached, gazing at the vibranium coffin before glancing back at Vision, who stood nearby. The Mind Stone embedded in Vision's forehead emanated a gentle golden glow. Thor scratched his head, murmuring, "What gives? Are all recent operations so uniform? Last month, I revived a robot with a single strike, and this month, I must save a Kryptonian maiden with another? Am I becoming a professional defibrillator?" Hearing his muttering, Tony rolled his eyes. "Enough chit-chat, Blondie. Let us get to work. Strike those two cubes with all your might." He gestured to the two mother boxes floating beside the coffin. Got it, Thor replied impatiently, gripping Mjolnir tightly as he turned his gaze to Kara within the coffin. He then ascended into the air. Everyone stepped back. Thor bellowed. He began to spin his hammer. Gaining momentum, the sky darkened within moments, thick clouds converging from all directions to form a massive vortex overhead. Silver lightning danced chaotically within the clouds. The air grew oppressive, and everyone felt a tightness in their chests. Thor raised Mjolnir high. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, not towards the ground, but into the hammer's tip. Thor was engulfed in a tempest of raging electricity, radiating like a miniature sun. The lightning coalesced around him, ultimately forming a fearsome dragon of electricity that roared with deafening ferocity. For the glory of the northern god, Thor roared, descending with the lightning dragon aimed squarely at the two mother boxes. In the next instant, the dragon collided with them, unleashing a blinding flash of light that spread rapidly. The entire Arctic transformed into a pure white expanse. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, raising their hands to shield themselves. The brilliance persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Trembling, they lowered their arms and opened their eyes. The icy landscape remained unchanged, yet the sight at its center left everyone breathless. The two mother boxes radiated light, their metallic surfaces twisting rhythmically as they fervently infused energy into the vibranium coffin. The coffin hummed with intensity, white lightning coursing across its surface. Inside, the brightness obscured Kara's form. Did it work? Barry asked anxiously. No one responded. Everyone's heart raced, lodged in their throats. At that moment, a low hum echoed ominously. The vibranium coffin began to emit cracking sounds. Chapter 90. You want to fight right after I wake up? The blinding light faded. The Arctic returned to its eerie silence. Save for the howling winds, all eyes were drawn to the center of the ice. Thor descended from the air, the electric glow from Mjolnir having vanished. That was quite a charge, he muttered to himself. Barry Allen was the first to dash forward, circling the vibranium coffin before abruptly halting in front of the others. It's empty. The coffin is empty. Where is she? Tony Stark's faceplate clicked shut as he initiated a rapid scan. No life signals, no heat signatures. Even the pool of water remained, devoid of any being. This realization weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Clark Kent clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on the hollow coffin. Bruce Wayne's expression remained obscured behind his mask, unreadable. Amidst the oppressive silence, T'Challa, still hovering with his arms crossed, slowly lowered his arms. He did not gaze at the coffin, but instead lifted his head to the clear sky. An expression of excitement appeared on his otherwise stoic face. She's there. His voice resonated across the desolate ice, clear to all. Following his gaze, everyone instinctively looked up. High above, the sun's rays were somewhat blinding. Within that luminous halo, a figure floated serenely, bathed in golden sunlight. She spread her arms wide, as if embracing the entirety of the sun. The horrific wound that had pierced her chest days prior had vanished, her skin radiant and new, golden locks dancing in the sunlight. It was Kara Zor-El. Oh my gosh. Barry gasped, mouth agape. After absorbing sufficient solar energy, she began to descend gracefully. She did not glance at anyone else, landing directly before Chala. Her face wore a warm smile akin to sunlight, her azure eyes reflecting Chala's figure. I could feel you were always there. Kara reached out, gently wishing to touch Chala's face, which still bore traces of exhaustion. Smack. Chala swatted her hand away, turning his head aside. I wasn't he. His voice was firm. Don't get delusional. Unfazed by the rejection, Kara only smiled wider. Though she had previously succumbed to a near-fatal coma, she could distinctly sense the presence of a person steadfastly remaining by her side, tirelessly channeling energy to prevent the last flicker of her life from extinguishing. In the next moment, Kara spread her arms wide and enveloped Terrell in a tight embrace. The suddenness of her action left Terrell utterly bewildered. He froze, his hands suspended in midair, unsure of where to place them. After several moments, his stiff arms gradually descended, tentatively wrapping around Kara in return and then tightening their hold. On the ground, a joyful exclamation erupted from Barry and Hal, who leapt and bounded in celebration. Kara had been revived. Arthur Curry, wielding his trident, let out a loud whistle of approval. Well done. Bruce Wayne observed the two embracing in the air, and the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. He turned to Tony Stark. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just remember to settle the bill. Vibranium is quite costly. Tony lifted his helmet and winked at Bruce. How about we celebrate? Throw a party? I brought the finest wine. No. Bruce declined without hesitation. We have much to attend to. You really have no sense of fun, do you? Tony shrugged. Steve Rogers approached, placing a hand on Bruce's shoulder. Now that she is all right, we should return. Indeed. Soon, both groups boarded their respective aircraft. The Avengers Quinjet ascended slowly, and Tony waved at the ground from the window. Diana stood at the boarding ramp of the Justice League's Batjet, glancing back at the two figures still locked in embrace on the icy plain before silently turning and stepping into the cabin. As the aircraft took off, the thunderous roar faded away, leaving only Terrell and Kara on the vast Arctic expanse. After a long while, Terrell's muffled voice emerged from Kara's shoulder. Have you had enough of hugging? Kara released him, stepping back with a cheerful smile. Not yet. Terrell's expression became somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat. You look absolutely dreadful. Kara scrutinized him from head to toe. He still wore his black combat suit, but it was smeared with dust, his eyes deeply set, and stubble peppered his chin, his entire demeanor exuding exhaustion. Is that not due to you? Terrell retorted with a hint of annoyance. You're far heavier than you appear. Carrying you for 3 days and nights nearly killed me. Kara let out a laugh. Thank you, Terrell. Her tone turned serious. For everything. TCH, Terrell scoffed, shoving his hands back into his pockets. Next time, try not to get stabbed through so easily. It's a hassle to clean up. All right. Kara nodded, her heart warmed by the presence of this seemingly tough, yet soft-hearted individual. By the way, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. When that energy entered my body, I saw something. What did you see? Terrell inquired. A face. Kara strained to recall. A face that appeared to be carved from stone, immense in size, with eyes that burned a fiery red. Terrell furrowed his brow in confusion. Oh, a face, and then? Then I felt something terrifying, cold and brutal. A desire to conquer and annihilate everything. Kara's brow knitted in concern. It seemed to be staring at me from a great distance. Terrell, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow. Is that all? What do you mean, is that all? Kara's impatience grew. That feeling was incredibly real. Whatever. Terrell shrugged dismissively. Whether it's a stone face or a wooden one, if it dares to come, I'll smash its face too. He cracked his neck, producing a series of popping sounds. I'm off. I'm hungry. He turned to fly away. Wait. Kara called after him. What now? Terrell turned back, exasperated. Where are we going? Where else? Terrell flashed her a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. Let's find a place to celebrate. Celebrate? Kara's eyes lit up. Are we going for burgers? Or hot dogs? To celebrate that you didn't die. Terrell's smile turned wilder. And also, let me see how well you've recovered. His aura began to surge, the fighting spirit rekindling in his blue eyes. Let us go. Let us have a fight. However, Kara's gaze shifted, her expression intense as she locked eyes with Terrell. Slowly approaching him, she left the battle-ready Terrell momentarily stunned. First, let us return home. I want to show you my prowess. Chapter 91. Kara, let me show you my strength. Terrell was momentarily taken aback. He followed Kara in the direction of home, his mind filled with questions. Fight at home. Wouldn't it be better to fight in the Arctic? The space is vast and open. We could demolish anything. Fight at home. My tiny little apartment. I'd be afraid of punching a hole through the wall just by stretching. He watched Kara lead the way, her flight graceful, golden hair streaming behind her. The sunlight bathed her in warmth. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Terrell muttered to himself. scratching his head as he followed. He reasoned that perhaps Kara, having just recovered, did not wish to brave the cold wind outside. That is acceptable. They could spar a little at home, just enough to gauge each other's strengths. Soon, they landed on the balcony of Kara's apartment. Upon entering, she pointed towards the bathroom. Go wash up. Huh. Terrell was bewildered. Were they really going to shower before a fight? Wouldn't that be pointless once they started sweating? Kara crossed her arms, giving him a disapproving once-over. Look at you, scruffy and dusty. We have a serious battle ahead. You must be in peak condition. As she spoke, she nudged Terrell towards the bathroom. Hurry up, don't dawdle. All right, you win. Terrell was pushed into the bathroom, murmuring as he undressed. So many demands. Hot water cascaded from the showerhead, washing away the fatigue he deaccumulated over the past few days. He closed his eyes, contemplating the upcoming battle. Should he go easy on her? After all, she had just returned from the brink of death. Yet, if he didn't give his all, she would surely be displeased. What a hassle. After a little over 10 minutes, Terrell emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his lower body. I'm done. Where are we fighting? His words faltered as he noticed the living room was empty. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, warm yellow light spilling through the crack. He approached and pushed the door open, and instantly froze in place. Kara lay on the bed, propped on one elbow, her golden hair cascading over the pillow. She wore a sheer, short silk nightgown that clung to her form, accentuating every curve. Her long legs were intertwined, glowing alabaster in the light. She said nothing, simply gazing at him with her cerulean eyes, sparkling with mischief. Terrell's mind short-circuited. As a man who had lived for many years, undefeated in battle yet inexperienced in romance, his internal alarm bells blared wildly. However, the nature of the warning was entirely different from what he had anticipated. He felt heat rising to his cheeks. What are you doing? His voice came out slightly hoarse, his throat dry. Kara giggled, her voice soft and melodic. Didn't you say we were going to fight? She sat up, the strap of her nightgown slipping down, revealing her smooth shoulder. Come on, allow me to showcase my true prowess. Terrell's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he finally comprehended the situation. So this is what a brawl entails. Are today's youth truly this extravagant in their pursuits? For the next 3 days, the residents of the apartment building endured an excruciating ordeal. On the first day, Mr. Hank, a retired truck driver residing below, lounged in a tank top, sipping beer while watching a football match. Suddenly, he felt the ceiling and floor begin to resonate rhythmically. What on earth? Another earthquake. Hank placed his beer can on the floor, observing the liquid within slosh violently to the cadence of the thumping. He picked up the phone and dialed the apartment manager. Hey, is that Raj? Listen, are those youngsters in 17B undertaking some sort of renovation? They're about to bring my ceiling down. Raj, the manager on the other end, sighed in resignation. Mr. Hank, I've checked, and 17B hasn't applied for any construction permits. You know I can't enter without one. On the second day, the residents' email group erupted with complaints and grievances. Can anyone elucidate what 17B is up to? I feel as though I'm living inside a washing machine. I barely slept last night. Blast it. My Funko figurines on the bookshelf have toppled, and one has broken a corner. That was a limited edition. Are they practicing Irish step dancing up there? Or perhaps they've taken in an elephant? This is utterly ridiculous. Has anyone called the police? I did. The officers came. Knocked for ages, but no one answered. They said they were powerless without a search warrant. Manager Raj sent out a group email, his tone laden with fatigue and official jargon. We are actively communicating with the tenants of 17B. Please remain patient. On the third day, the irate residents gathered at Kara's doorstep, ready to stage a collective protest. However, knocking and ringing the doorbell yielded no response. Inside, only the persistent, rhythmic vibrations continued, almost taunting those outside. Faces exchanged glances, and eventually, all eyes fell upon the leader, Mr. Hank. He sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, folks, let us disperse. He lowered his voice, adopting the tone of a seasoned veteran. Young people have boundless energy. We cannot contend with them, but we can certainly evade them. I'm heading to my daughter's house for a few days until this battle concludes. Thus, in the next half day, the residents gradually evacuated with their families, seeking refuge with relatives and friends. 3 days and nights passed. When the last eruption in the room finally subsided, tranquility enveloped the space. Terrell lay on the disheveled mattress, feeling utterly drained in body and spirit. He turned his head to glance at Kara, equally exhausted and reluctant to lift a finger. Her cheeks were flushed. Wisps of hair dampened by sweat clung to her forehead, and her eyes sparkled like sapphires forged in fire. Terrell opened his mouth, a myriad of words coalescing into a singular admission. I concede. Kara let out a soft laugh, rolling over to rest languidly atop Terrell. Now do you understand my prowess? Terrell felt the soft, heavy weight upon him and surrendered with a wry smile. Yes, yes, you are indeed the eternal goddess. This arduous battle had proven more exhausting than wrestling with a coyote. Yet, he reached out, embracing Kara in his arms, feeling an indescribable bliss. Half a month later, in Smallville, Kansas, an aging Ford pickup truck pulled up at the entrance of Kent Farm. Terrell and Kara stepped out of the vehicle. Kara donned a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding the essence of an all-American sweetheart. Terrell, still clad in Hawaiian attire, buttons firmly fastened at Kara's insistence, wore sunglasses, appearing invigorated. Before the farmhouse, a woman in an apron was hanging bed linens. Upon spotting them, her face lit up with a warm smile. Kara, Terrell, Aunt Martha Kent trotted over and enveloped them in a hearty embrace. You've finally arrived. Come in. I've just baked an apple pie. Aunt Martha, Kara sweetly called out. Terrell echoed, Good afternoon, Aunt Martha. She held their hands, her gaze affectionate as she surveyed them. How is your recovery coming along? Quite splendidly, Aunt Martha. Look. Kara twirled around, radiating vitality. Martha nodded approvingly before shifting her gaze to Terrell, her eyes glimmering with teasing understanding. Our Terrell has also been working hard. He seems to be, well, in good spirits. Terrell's face flushed, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, I'm doing all right. At that moment, a woman in a plaid shirt, exuding an air of competence, emerged from the house, a cup of coffee in hand. It was Louise Ryan. Upon seeing Kara and Terrell standing side by side, especially the unspoken intimacy between them, she raised an eyebrow before breaking into a smile. Well, look who's here, our world-saving heroes. Louise approached, winking at Kara. It seems someone has completely recovered from her ailment. Kara's cheeks flushed crimson. Louise, Terrell, beside her, feigned interest in the Kent family's cornfield, determined to avoid the attention. He swore he could almost hear the word illness emphasized in Louise's statement, as though it were bold, underlined, and glittering. The minds of earthly women are so convoluted. Chapter 92. The overbearing CEO meets his wife, instantly transformed into a timid lamb. Louise's words landed like a precisely thrown pebble, sending ripples through the already ambiguous atmosphere between Kara and Terrell. Kara's cheeks heated rapidly, turning a deep shade of crimson from her neck to the tips of her ears. Louise, what are you talking about? She stamped her foot, her voice a blend of embarrassment and urgency. Terrell, displaying remarkable tactical composure, abruptly turned his head, fixating on the flourishing cornfield in the corner of the Kent's yard. His brow furrowed, his expression serious, as though contemplating the agricultural development of the entire universe. This year's corn looks plump. It should yield a good harvest. This clumsy attempt to divert the topic was nothing short of textbook awkwardness. Louise leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed, her smile growing more pronounced. She delighted in witnessing the flustered demeanor of these two reticent individuals. All right, Louise, stop teasing them. Aunt Martha Kent appeared like a warm spring breeze, timely diffusing the tension. She took one of each by the hand, ushering them inside. Come in, don't linger outside. My apple pie is going to get cold. Stepping into the cozy wooden house, they were greeted by the sweet aroma of cinnamon and baked apples. On the dining table in the living room sat a golden, tantalizing apple pie, emitting steam. Martha divided the pie among everyone and poured them glasses of warm milk. Without hesitation, Terrell seized a fork and dug into a generous slice, stuffing it into his mouth. Delicious, sweet yet not cloying, the crust was flaky and the filling tender. He resolved to silence himself with food and, in turn, quieten others. However, he underestimated the professional tenacity of a seasoned journalist. Louise, cradling her coffee cup, elegantly seated herself across from him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Honestly, I received a joint complaint email this morning from your neighbors in the apartment. Gulp. Terrell abruptly spewed out a mouthful of pie, but fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to cover his mouth with his hand. Kara, on the other hand, wished fervently to bury her face in the pie. Louise continued to deliver her commentary with an air of solemnity. They described how, over the past 3 days, they felt as if they were residing within a tumble dryer undergoing a dehydration cycle. One gentleman's limited edition figurine had been shaken from its shelf, resulting in a broken leg, and he vowed to take revenge on them. So could you two elucidate? What were the results of the seismic resistance test conducted in the apartment? Kara picked up a cushion and hurled it at Louise. Enough of this, Martha observed from the side, unable to contain her laughter, her eyes brimming with affection. Youth, after all, is characterized by boundless energy, which is a good thing. Terrell buried himself in his meal, pretending he was invisible. Louise dodged the cushion and shifted to a more challenging angle. Fine, let us not discuss that. Instead, I shall pose a different question. She leaned forward, lowering her voice as if sharing a monumental secret. So, who truly holds the reins between the two of you? I mean, in your day-to-day interactions, who takes the lead? The pointed nature of the question was overwhelming. So much so that Terrell felt a lump rise in his throat. He lifted his gaze, only to meet Kara's, which bore a warning glint. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to reclaim his authority. Was there any doubt? Of course it is. Kara's voice rose slightly, laced with a dangerous tone. Terrell looked into her bright blue eyes, and his mind replayed the scenes from the past 3 days where he had been pushed to the brink of pleading. He swiftly changed his tune. It is, of course, mutual respect and democratic discussion. His survival instincts peaked in that moment. A chuckle escaped Louise's lips, finally unable to restrain herself. Amidst the cheerful yet awkward atmosphere, a faint thud resonated from outside. The occupants of the room fell silent. The door to the wooden house creaked open, revealing a tall, robust figure. He donned the most ordinary plaid flannel shirt and blue jeans, his black hair slightly tousled, a smile gracing his face, and his blue eyes still exuding warmth. Clark Kent had returned. Upon seeing the circle of people in the living room, he paused momentarily. Then, his gaze settled on Kara, a complex expression of relief, joy, and deep remorse crossing his features. Kara. His voice was somewhat hoarse. You're all right. I'm fine, Clark. Kara rose to embrace him. It's all over now. Clark held her tightly for a moment before releasing her, his attention shifting to the man who was diligently tackling the last piece of apple pie with a fork. Terrell. Clark began, his tone gravely serious. Thank you, and I apologize for not arriving sooner. Terrell didn't even look up, merely extending his plate. Is there more pie? Clark's apology lodged in his throat. Martha, smiling, took his plate and served him a generous helping. This boy is famished. Only then did Terrell glance up and meet Clark's gaze. Apologies are futile. Next time, remember to be the first to charge in. His tone was flat, devoid of emotion. Yet it was his way of expressing forgiveness, direct and unambiguous. Clark regarded him, ultimately nodding as he took a seat at the table. After dinner, Martha, using some pretext, ushered both Clark and Terrell to the old barn in the yard, under the guise of having them fix the long-neglected old tractor. The barn was suffused with the mingled scent of hay and oil. Clark approached the massive green tractor, effortlessly lifting the front half to reveal its intricate inner workings. Maintaining that posture, he glanced over at Terrell, who leaned against a haystack. I am truly sorry, he reiterated. Terrell expelled a piece of grass he had been chewing. I've already stated, apologies are of no use. He stood up and walked over to the tractor, patting the dusty engine cover. You always ponder what you ought to do. Meanwhile, I am solely concerned with what I am about to do. He gestured towards Clark. You bear too many burdens. Hope, responsibility. The mantle of humanity's exemplar. Don't you tire of it? Clark fell silent. Terrell flashed a grin, revealing his stark white teeth. My existence is much simpler. Whoever crosses me, I retaliate. Whoever harms my people, I vanquish. You see, living this way is far less burdensome. Clark gazed at him, his expression complex. He could not refute this, for Terrell's words rang true. The atmosphere between them grew tense. Just then, Louise's voice rang out from outside the barn. Hey, you two big oafs. Stop whispering in there and come out to watch the news. Kara and Clark made their way to the living room, where they beheld the news report showcasing enormous spaceships breaching the atmosphere above the city. 2 of them. Terrell, Clark, that's one of them. Kara exclaimed, pointing at one of the spaceships directed at the 2 men. Chapter 93. Aliens descend on the farm. Terrell, let us do this. In the living room, the television news broke in urgently. As you can see, 2 unidentified flying objects arrived over New York 5 minutes ago, their size immeasurable, nearly eclipsing the skies above southern and northern Manhattan. The female anchor's voice trembled with barely contained fear as the camera captured the shaky footage. A dark shadow loomed over the entire city, the sky seemingly carved out in 2 large sections, filled by this metallic presence. On the streets, cars collided in chaos, and people screamed as they scattered in all directions, plunging the world into turmoil. My heavens, Martha gasped, covering her mouth, her face lined with worry. Louise's journalistic instincts ignited instantly. She pulled out her phone, her fingers flying over the screen, her brow furrowed tightly. 1 ship to the north, 1 to the south. Perfectly symmetrical. Motionless, with no attempts at communication. She murmured the information she had just received, her tone grave. Kara's gaze was fixed intently on the screen. Locked on the northern ship, the contours, materials, and that raw, aggressive design evoked a visceral familiarity and distaste within her. Terrell. Kara's voice tightened. Terrell had forgotten about the apple pie altogether, He dropped his fork and stood up, moving to the window to gaze at the sky, locking onto a specific direction. I can sense it. He grinned, excitement igniting in his blue pupils. Very familiar. Just then, the television footage shifted once more. The previously silent southern ship opened a hatch at the bottom, releasing a much smaller shuttle that soared out, tracing an arc as it sped towards a specific destination. It's moving, the news anchor exclaimed. Kara watched the small ship depart, her heart racing as she abruptly turned to Clark. Clark was also looking at her, his expression gravely serious. Simultaneously, Terrell turned his head to face another direction, his smile growing even brighter. He turned to Clark, tilting his chin as casually as if inviting him to a game of basketball. Shall we? New York. Indeed, it's that unfortunate New York once again. Wade Wilson, better known as Deadpool, was leisurely perched on the edge of the highest building in Times Square, his legs dangling in the air. He lifted a corner of his mask, preparing to take the last bite of his burrito. And then, darkness enveloped him. He looked up to see two enormous metallic masses, one to the north and one to the south, completely blocking out the sunlight above him. What on earth is happening? He stuffed the burrito into his mouth, mumbling his discontent. Here we go again? New York once more? Is the writer merely a master of copy and paste? Can't they choose another city to wreak havoc? Perhaps neighboring New Jersey? I've heard their donuts are quite delightful. He rose, brushed the dust from his backside, and placed his hands on his hips, resembling a general inspecting his troops. Let me take a look. These two styles are incongruous. One embodies the dark aesthetic from DC, while the other resembles our Marvel's mass-produced grunts. What is this? A cross-universe collaboration, a team-building exercise? Or perhaps this year's KPIs are excessively demanding, prompting both companies to scramble for performance? He stroked his chin, analyzing with a serious demeanor. Now this is quite the spectacle. I wonder if this bento will be palatable. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters, alarms echoed throughout the floating aircraft carrier. Agents scurried about, reports overlapping in a cacophony of urgency. Nick Fury stood before the massive command screen, one hand clasped behind his back, his expression as somber as a winter's night. Sir, the scanning results from the ship to the north are in. There are no matches in our database. It appears to be a first-time visitor. And to the south? Fury inquired without turning. As for the southern vessel, sir, its structure and energy fluctuations align with our interstellar battleship models at a remarkable 92. Fury's solitary eye narrowed. Here we go again. That individual isn't even on Earth. Why do our adversaries always choose this place? He fell silent for a few moments. An unfamiliar entity and an old foe, both stationed at our doorstep without uttering a word. What are they planning? A demonstration? He picked up a secure phone from the table and dialed a number directly. The phone rang once before being answered. Stark, do you have a moment to glance out the window? Two uninvited guests have arrived. On the other end, Tony Stark's languid voice responded, Don't mention it, Fury. One has disrupted my morning sunbathing, and the other has blocked my view of the Hudson River. J.A.R.V.I.S. is analyzing honestly. The aesthetic of aliens these days shows no sign of improvement. Enough with the banter. Fury's tone turned frosty. The southern one is an old acquaintance. A brief silence lingered on the line. Oh, dear, Tony's voice shifted to seriousness. Then this is no ordinary neighborhood dispute. In the underground headquarters of Checkmate, Amanda Waller sat at the head of the table, her expression inscrutable as she perused the reports submitted by her subordinates. The atmosphere in her office was colder than the Arctic tundra outside. So, we know nothing of one vessel's origins. And the other has dispatched a smaller craft with an unknown destination? Indeed, sir. We have lost track of that smaller vessel. Waller's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, producing a steady sound. Activate Task Force X, she commanded coldly. Ma'am? A hesitant aide queried. Are we deploying them now? We still lack insight into their intentions. Waller shot him a withering glance. I require some expendables to probe the waters. They are the most suitable for the task. Additionally, inform the Justice League to enter a state of heightened readiness. Understood. Once arrangements were made, Waller picked up another phone and dialed Bruce Wayne. Batman, have you seen the news? I suspect you won't appreciate their style. At Kent Farm in Kansas, the atmosphere inside the wooden cabin was thick with tension. Tell Rolls' remark. Shall we fight? Heated the air. Clark remained silent, gazing out the window with a complex expression. He was torn between safeguarding this planet and protecting his family before him. Each battle represented a heavy choice for him. That smaller ship is heading straight for us. Kara suddenly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Closing her eyes, her acute hearing detected the unique frequency of the approaching ship's engine, drawing nearer by the moment. Louise's expression shifted, instinctively cradling her abdomen. Martha approached, grasping her hand in silent reassurance. Upon hearing Kara's words, Telroll's smile morphed into that of a predator who had spotted its prey. Hey, if you're dozing off, I'll bring a pillow. He stepped in front of Clark, nudging him with his elbow. Cousin, stop moping like a girl. They've already arrived at our doorstep. And you're still pondering life? Telroll jabbed a finger into Clark's chest. You, me, and her. He gestured towards Kara. 3 of us. One small adversary across from us. What has to think about? His tone brimmed with impatience and an air of entitlement. Let's just do it. Clark inhaled deeply, turning to face Louise and his mother, Martha. Their faces were etched with concern, yet their eyes held more trust. He then turned to Kara, whose gaze reflected unwavering resolve to protect Earth. Finally, his eyes returned to Telroll, this ostensible cousin whose actions were dictated by whim, yet always managed to awaken him to clarity in pivotal moments. Indeed, why overthink? Protecting family. Safeguarding home. The principle is that simple, isn't it? He nodded slowly at Telroll. All right. Chapter 94. The God of War is wanted, can you believe it? As soon as Clark uttered the word good, the atmosphere in the wooden cabin shifted drastically. No longer was it the warm ambience of a family gathering, but rather the taut anticipation of an impending battle. Telroll grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, his joints cracking with excitement. He glanced at the spirited Kara and then at the serious-faced Clark, whistling to himself. All right then, a family must present a united front. Shall we? He was already eager to step outside. You all go ahead. Louise stood, pulling Martha's hand as they took a few steps back, her expression remarkably composed. We'll await your triumphant return here. She even casually picked up the half-eaten apple pie. Remember to make it quick. It won't taste as good when it cools. Martha patted Clark's arm, her eyes reflecting deep concern, yet her words were reassuring. Be careful. We're here waiting for you. Clark nodded firmly, offering both his mother and beloved a reassuring glance. The 3 exchanged a knowing look, and in an instant, their forms shimmered, appearing in the open expanse of the farm outside. No sooner had they settled than the cacophony of a roaring engine above became deafening. The black shuttle descended with tremendous force, crashing directly into the cornfields of Kent Farm. A thunderous boom resounded, sending tremors through the ground. Vast swathes of corn were flattened and shredded by the violent gusts, creating a colossal circular crater. The shuttle came to a halt in the center of the pit, its dark metallic exterior glimmering coldly under the Kansas sun. Such a lack of civic responsibility, Telroll remarked disdainfully as he surveyed the devastation of the cornfield. Wasting food is inexcusable. With a hiss, a hatch lowered from the front of the shuttle, kicking up a cloud of dust. A figure clad in black metallic armor emerged, walking with a steady and powerful gait, exuding confidence. Following closely were 4 similarly clad warriors, moving in unison as they swiftly spread out to form a standard combat formation. The leader, with a sharp click, retracted her helmet, revealing a woman's face, distinctive in its features, her gaze icy and expression grave. Her eyes scanned Telroll and Clark, finally settling on Kara. Upon recognizing the face, Kara stiffened momentarily. Fiora. The name escaped her lips almost instinctively, unlocking a long-buried memory. General Zod's most capable aide. A cold-blooded and ruthless female warrior with astonishing combat prowess. Wait a moment. Kara furrowed her brow, pointing toward the sky. That is not right. This shuttle descended from the southern vessel. But Fiora, you are followers of General Zod. Your warship should be located to the north. Clark also noticed this discrepancy. Why did this woman emerge from an unidentified spacecraft? What does it matter where she comes from? Terrell was wholly unconcerned about such details. He took a couple of steps forward, beckoning at Fiora with a brazen demeanor. Hey, you in the black armor, making such a fuss. Landing in someone else's territory without even a greeting? Do you understand the concept of etiquette? Fiora's gaze finally shifted from Kara to Terrell, but her expression was as indifferent as if she were observing a mere stone by the roadside, devoid of any emotion. She couldn't even be bothered to respond. Seeing himself ignored, Terrell chuckled, unfazed. Instead, he became more emboldened. All right, no words, is it? Then let us get right to it. As he cracked his knuckles, he boldly declared, we have 3 here, and you have 5 over there. Why not all come at once? I'm quite fair and can allow you one hand. His remarks elicited a facepalm from Louise, who had been eavesdropping at the door. This guy is truly desperate for a fight. Fiora continued to disregard Terrell's provocation. Her gaze passed over him and fixed directly on Clark. Kal-El. Her voice was cold and devoid of any sentiment. Clark's heart sank. This address signified the clarity of her identity and intentions. We are not here to be your enemies. Fiora's tone was flat and matter-of-fact, as if reading a military report. We have come to rebuild Krypton. Rebuild Krypton? Kara stepped forward, questioning with fervor, By what means? Transform Earth into a new Krypton, sacrificing all its inhabitants in the process? The continuation of one species inevitably accompanies the extinction of another. Fiora's response was chillingly unforgiving. This is the law of the universe. It is neither right nor wrong. Nonsense. Terrell exclaimed, his voice rising. Your extinction is your own failure. What does Earth have to do with it? Did you ask us before trying to seize our territory? Fiora finally cast a glance at Terrell. The bloodline of the Kryptonians is mingled with other elements. Half-breeds. The 4 Kryptonian soldiers behind her raised their energy weapons, aiming at Terrell. Oh, are you about to make a move? Terrell laughed in defiance, advancing rather than retreating, the energy within him beginning to surge. Come on. Let us see who can pulverize him first. Enough. Clark interjected with a low voice, positioning himself between Terrell and Fiora. I will not allow you to harm this planet. This is my home. Fiora regarded Clark with a haughty smile. We are not here for that, Kal-El. She shifted her tone. Not long ago, we detected a massive energy surge originating from this planet. That was the energy fluctuation of the cradle of life. She referred to the energy produced when the mother box was activated. That energy has also confirmed one thing for us. Fiora's gaze locked onto Clark's chest. The future of Krypton resides within your cells. The central artifact. Once we obtain it, we can cultivate pure-blooded Kryptonians on any planet. We can rebuild our civilization. Her previously haughty voice finally bore a hint of warmth. Hand over the central artifact to us, Kal-El, for the sake of our common race. I refuse. Clark's response was simple and direct. What resides within your body does not belong to you alone. It belongs to the entire Kryptonian people. Fiora's voice abruptly rose, filled with an oppressive force. You have no right to refuse. Then come and take it. Clark slowly raised his fist. A battle was imminent. Terrell was grinning from ear to ear. He relished this straightforward manner of communication. Kara also assumed a battle stance, determined not to let Zod's conspiracy succeed. The atmosphere on the farm had frozen to an icy standstill. Fiora slowly raised her hand, and the soldiers behind her were poised to charge. Just at this critical moment. Ding 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 ding. An extremely untimely ringtone echoed across the entire farm. All movements halted. The Kryptonian warriors were left in utter bewilderment. Terrell, too, was taken aback as he turned to the source of the sound. There stood Louise at the cabin door, flustered as she fumbled to retrieve her phone from her pocket. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot to silence it. She mumbled softly, pressing the answer key and inadvertently hitting the speakerphone. In the next moment, a familiar one-eyed figure with a stern expression appeared on the screen, the backdrop a bustling S-H-I-E-L-D command center. It was Nick Fury. His demeanor was exceptionally grave. Kent, do not engage. Fury's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears through the phone. I know you have uninvited guests, but there are more pressing matters at hand. Hold on. Listen to me. Fury, observing the standoff on the screen, spoke rapidly. Just now, that southern ship, it's the one resembling an interstellar battleship. They broadcasted a message to the entire world. Clark frowned. A broadcast? What did they say? Fury's singular eye bore into the camera, enunciating each word meticulously. They stated, they are the fleet of the Kree Empire. They have come to Earth to apprehend the fugitive responsible for the previous murder of Kree. Fury paused, seemingly weighing his words. The name of that fugitive is Terrell. Chapter 95. The entire universe is after me? Me? Just in time for dinner. Nick Fury's serious expression, projected through the small phone screen, emanated an IMAX-level intensity of pressure. The name of that fugitive is Terrell. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The wind ceased, and the craters in the cornfield stopped emitting smoke. All beings present, including a passing field mouse, turned in unison to the focal point of the event. Terrell. He remained poised in his stance ready to charge, but upon hearing those words, his movements froze. He blinked, extending a finger in confusion, pointing at his own nose. Me? His expression was not feigned. He was genuinely bewildered. A fugitive? How long have I even been in this world? He turned to Clark and Kara, seeking answers from their faces. What he found were mixed emotions. One was I knew you were trouble, and the other was what mess have you gotten into now? The Kree Empire? Terrell struggled to recall this term within his limited cerebral capacity. After a few seconds, he gave up. Not familiar. He shook his head decisively. Never fought them. Standing opposite him, Fiora scrutinized Terrell with newfound interest, as if weighing a piece of meat at a market, considering its worth, hardness, and chewiness. Louise, at the door, was the quickest to react. She leaned against the doorframe and whispered to Martha beside her. Mom, I have a bold hypothesis. Terrell might have enemies scattered all over the galaxy. Martha patted her hand, her face etched with concern. On the phone screen, Nick Fury rolled his eye, fatigue evident in his voice. Stop standing there. This isn't a family reunion. Terrell, think carefully. The Kree Empire, the blue-skinned one with the hammer. The one you kicked away. Terrell tilted his head, his right fist tapping rhythmically against his temple, embodying an expression of profound constipation. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with realization. I remember now, the blue creature I sent flying with a kick. Wasn't he just a mere minion? On the other end of the line, Nick Fury fell into silence. The entire command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., with agents eavesdropping on the conversation, was equally silent. Terrell waved his hand dismissively. That fellow was far too fragile. I hardly exerted any force, and his hammer shattered, leaving him non-existent. I had thought he was merely a faceless minion sent from some distant planet. Fury's face twitched on the screen. That so-called minion was the vanguard of Ronin, the supreme leader of the Kree Empire's Accuser Corps. Oh, Terrell acknowledged with a nod, then posed a critical question. Is he well known? Fury opted not to respond, fearing a cerebral hemorrhage. At that moment, the previously silent Fiora spoke up, her tone laced with amusement. The Kree Empire? Just a band of ruffians expanding their territory under the guise of maintaining peace. Her gaze flitted between Terrell and Clark. Our objective is solely the Codex. She extended her hand toward Clark. Kal-El, hand it over. This does not concern Earth. It is a matter of our Kryptonian affairs. Hey, Terrell protested, stepping forward to position himself between Fiora and Clark, his expression one of displeasure. Can we get our facts straight? Right now, I'm the one in demand. There's a proper order to these things. Those blue-skinned individuals called dibs on me first, so you'll have to wait your turn. His tone held no hint of the awareness befitting a wanted criminal. Rather, there was a hint of pride. Kara, standing behind, rubbed her forehead and smiled wryly. A bastard. A traitor. Fiora regarded Terrell and Clark with disdain. You two are a disgrace to the bloodline of Krypton. Say that again. Terrell's smile evaporated. I said, enough. Clark interjected sharply, interrupting Fiora. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Terrell, facing Fiora and the 4 Kryptonian soldiers behind her. I will not hand over the Codex to you. He glanced at Fiora, then at the Kree warship faintly visible in the sky. Furthermore, Earth is facing a far greater threat. Your presence will only exacerbate the situation. Fiora laughed, a cold, knowing laugh. What you imply is that you intend to protect this planet and these feeble humans while simultaneously confronting General Zod's army and the Kree Empire's fleet. She shook her head. Kal-El, your misguided compassion will be your undoing. With that, she waved her hand. The 4 Kryptonian soldiers behind her uniformly sheathed their weapons. We're in no rush. Fiora's gaze resembled that of someone savoring a fine performance. We shall remain on this planet to witness how the sun of Krypton is torn apart by the wrath of the Kree Empire. Of course, we will always be prepared to reclaim the Codex. After speaking, she turned and departed with a swift, decisive motion. 5 dark figures leaped back into the shuttle, and the hatch closed. The shuttle's engine roared to life, swiftly vanishing into the sky. The farm returned to tranquility, with only the ruined cornfield bearing witness to the recent events, proving that everything that transpired was not a mere figment of imagination. This is troublesome. Fury's voice crackled back through the phone, pulling their attention back. All right, the appetizer is over. It's time for the main course. The Kree have issued a final ultimatum to the world. Within 24 hours, surrender the wanted fugitive Terrell. Fury paused momentarily. Otherwise, they will initiate the planetary purification protocol. Planetary purification? Louise echoed from the doorway, immediately grasping the implication. They intend to launch indiscriminate attacks on Earth? Correct. Fury's tone was devoid of any jest. Therefore, Mr. Terrell, congratulations, you are now the most wanted individual on the entire planet. No, the entire universe. The fate of the whole Earth rests on your shoulders. With this revelation, even Martha's expression shifted. All eyes once again focused on Terrell. However, the anticipated tension, panic, or guilt did not manifest on his face. Upon hearing the news, Terrell initially appeared taken aback, but then a broad grin split across his face, growing larger until it transformed into a dazzling smile that bordered on frightening. Planetary purification? He rubbed his hands together excitedly, every bone in his body cracking in response. Are you saying they will all come down to fight me? Fury, Clark, Kara, splendid. Terrell slammed his fist into his palm with a dull thud. Finally, I want to have to hunt them down one by one. This is a buffet. He gazed at Clark and Kara, his eyes ablaze with fervor for battle. Isn't this far more entertaining than squaring off against those cowardly turtles? If Clark weren't somewhat acquainted with Terrell, he'd likely be feeling a great inner turmoil, managing only a wry smile. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Terrell's shoulder. Terrell, this isn't a game. The lives of 7 billion people on this planet rest upon this. I know that. You are tasked with protecting Earth. I am responsible for taking them down. Just don't forget, if you wish for my forgiveness, you must lead the charge this time. Terrell, hands in his pockets, regarded Clark with a smirk. Above New York, a Kree ship projected the figure of a man. Terrell, in light of your murder of my vanguard, I command you to surrender unconditionally. Do not resist. Chapter 96. Earth must surrender its heroes? The Kree commander's enlarged blue visage was projected high above New York, his voice amplified through some technology to reach the entire globe. Terrell, in light of your murder of my vanguard, I command you to surrender unconditionally. Do not resist. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue figure added a statement that left the world leaders in a state of unrest. Furthermore, inform the Earth government to surrender Carol Danvers as well. Her crime is treachery against the Kree Empire. Regardless of whether she is currently on Earth, you must deliver her up. You have 1 day. If the day passes without compliance, the Kree Empire will wage total war against Earth. The projection vanished, leaving only the massive Kree warship hovering above New York. A silent steel mountain proclaiming its threat. Kent Farm. On the phone, Nick Fury's voice was imbued with an unprecedented urgency. You've all heard the situation. Terrell, Clark, Kara, come to SHIELD headquarters immediately. Hurry. The call ended. Clark turned and walked toward Louise at the door. He opened his mouth, intending to utter words of comfort, but all his sentiments coalesced into a heartfelt embrace. Louise returned the embrace, whispering softly in his ear, "Go, return soon. I will be waiting for you." Clark nodded earnestly, releasing her and giving Martha one last embrace. Martha simply smiled serenely at him, her expression conveying all the trust and encouragement he needed. Meanwhile, Terrell, hands in his pockets, was already levitating in the air. He whistled and gestured toward Kara. Walking, Kara soared upward, lightly pinching him, but her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. The next moment, bang, 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 3 deafening sonic booms erupted in succession, stirring up dust and grass from the ground, creating 3 tiny whirlwinds. The figures of Clark, Kara, and Terrell had vanished into the horizon, leaving behind 3 gradually fading white trails in the sky. At SHIELD, in the Trident headquarters, the atmosphere in the vast circular conference room was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. The individuals within this chamber, should one randomly select any of them, are capable of causing tremors across the globe. The members of the Justice League have nearly gathered. Gotham's Dark Knight, Bruce Wayne, clad in his perpetually unchanging Batman attire, rests his chin on his hands, obscuring his expression. The half-human, half-machine cyborg, Victor Stone, has his electronic eye flickering. Arthur Curry, the monarch of Atlantis, exhibits signs of impatience, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Green Lantern Hal Jordan crosses his arms, his brow furrowed as he attempts to contact the Lantern Corps, though they are unlikely to arrive in time. The Flash, Barry Allen, unusually refrains from his usual quips, shifting restlessly in his seat. Diana Prince, the Amazonian Princess Wonder Woman, is clad in her battle gear, exuding an aura of strength, though her gaze occasionally drifts towards the entrance. On the opposite side, the stalwarts of the Avengers await. Tony Stark, the billionaire playboy, currently lacks his customary flamboyant grin. The embodiment of American ideals, Steve Rogers, sits upright, his demeanor grave. Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Clint sit quietly alongside him. Dr. Bruce Banner adjusts his glasses, striving to maintain his composure. There's also Vision, a being composed of artificial intelligence and vibranium, quietly hovering in the corner. As the conference room doors slide open, Chala, Clark, and Kara enter, drawing the attention of all present. Diana observes the close proximity of Chala and Kara, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flitting across her beautiful eyes before she quickly regains her warrior's poise. All are assembled. Nick Fury stands at the head of the table, his solitary eye surveying the room. He produces an object from within his coat, gently placing it on the table. It resembles an antiquated beeper from the previous century. Although everyone present is well versed in various matters, this relic leaves them momentarily bewildered. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, is currently traversing the depths of space and is not on Earth. Fury gestures toward the archaic device. This is her emergency communicator, and I have already informed her, he states, pausing briefly before adding. However, the universe is vast, and whether she can return within 24 hours is left to fate. Chala, languidly speaking, poses a question. So, are you suggesting we hand over both myself and that captain? He settles into an empty seat, nonchalantly resting his feet upon the prestigious conference table. Bruce Wayne speaks up, his voice a low rasp. We do not wish to resort to such measures. However, we are facing two extraterrestrial civilizations, both technologically and militarily superior to Earth, Krypton and the Kree Empire. A simultaneous assault on Earth. Your concerns are unwarranted, Bruce, Tony Stark interjects. From the moment Fury contacted Captain Marvel, this conflict became inevitable. We cannot relinquish our heroes. That is a non-negotiable boundary. He regards the Assembly. I have also reached out to the X-Men. Professor Charles has agreed to send support, though the numbers may be limited. Just then, a screen in the conference room illuminates, displaying the icy visage of Amanda Waller from Task Force X. Fury. I have activated the highest level emergency protocol. The Justice Society and other registered superheroes will respond to the forthcoming battle. Her gaze travels across the screen, finally settling on Chala and Clark. However, if we can avoid combat, it would be preferable. After all, the battlefield is in New York, which would result in immeasurable losses for the entire nation. The implication is evident. Wow, wow, wow. A cheeky voice suddenly pierces the heavy atmosphere of the meeting, startling everyone and drawing their wary gazes to the source. A figure clad in a red and black bodysuit leaps down, having dislodged a vent cover. He bears two katana on his back, a variety of firearms at his waist, and a classic mask upon his face. Greetings, esteemed superheroes, he exclaims, waving exuberantly as he approaches the conference table. With time being so pressing, why are we still convening? This is dreadfully inefficient. He plops down right at Chalia's feet. Oh, and before I forget, allow me to introduce myself. He produces a crumpled business card from his pocket and hands it to Barry Allen, the nearest individual. I am Deadpool, a mercenary devoted to love and justice. I'm eager to join the fray. Meanwhile, General Zod gazes out at the Kree fleet from the window, and the proud and haughty Fiona enters. General, what are your orders? Zod retracts his gaze, addressing his capable lieutenant. Fiona, wait for the opportune moment tomorrow. Fiona's cold demeanor reflects a hint of frost. Chapter 97. Tony, the door is to your side. I apologize, Mr. Deadpool. Nick Fury's single eye scrutinizes the unexpected intruder. A hint of exasperation in his tone. This is a high-security meeting, not a taco party, please. Oh, come now, one-eyed man, Deadpool interrupts, shoving Chalia's foot aside and casually sitting at the conference table, crossing his legs nonchalantly. What is the situation? Aliens are at our doorstep, and Earth is doomed. Everyone seems rather frantic. He gestures towards Chala. Isn't this fellow the one who stirred up the trouble? Chala raises an eyebrow, about to retort, but Deadpool continues, thumping his chest. Here I am, a mercenary endowed with super healing abilities, proficient in various martial arts, and undeniably handsome, voluntarily offering my services for free. Shouldn't you all be overwhelmed with gratitude and present me with a solid gold medal? Silence envelopes the conference room, as all present regard him with looks of disbelief. Barry Allen leans towards Hal Jordan, whispering, where on earth did this guy escape from? A mental institution? Hal shakes his head, equally perplexed. Tony Stark strokes his chin, intrigued by this newcomer. So, your superpower is just your mouth? No. Deadpool shakes his finger. My superpowers include being unkillable and breaking the fourth wall. Greeting all the fabulous folks watching on screen. He turns back to Chala. Hey, buddy, I hear you're the most wanted man across the universe? How does that feel? Exciting, right? Chala grins broadly, revealing a set of pearly whites. It's all right. I just think they're rather inefficient. They still haven't shown up. And I'm getting hungry. Good point. Deadpool slaps his thigh. How can one fight on an empty stomach? I happen to have a limited edition Mexican chicken wrap. Spicy sauce flavored. Care for one? He pulls out a slightly squished, warm Mexican wrap from his pocket. The atmosphere in the conference room shifts dramatically. Enough. Bruce Wayne can no longer contain himself, rising abruptly. He strides over to Deadpool, fixing him with a steely glare. You are not welcome here. Leave. Oh, come on, Batman. Deadpool retorts playfully, looking up at him with a grin. I know you, the Dark Knight of Gotham. I've bought quite a few of your merchandise. Bruce remains unyielding, merely staring. All right, I'll take my leave. Deadpool raises both hands and hops off the table. But remember to call me for the fight. My appearance fee is quite reasonable, just feed me. With that, he whistles and struts toward the exit. As he passes Diana, he stops to greet her. Wow, goddess. Single and ready to mingle. Diana frowns and shifts her chair aside. Deadpool shrugs and reaches the door, pulling it open before peeking back in. Indeed. I almost forgot to mention that upon my arrival earlier, I spotted a Kryptonian spacecraft to the north, which seems to have dispatched some small entities. Farewell. With a resounding slam, the door shut. The conference room was once again enveloped in silence, with all eyes turning toward Nick Fury. Fury's expression was grim. He spoke the truth. He gestured toward the screen, which displayed a new tracking signal, the target also being the Kent farm in Kansas. Clark's countenance shifted dramatically. They intend to harm my parents. Stay calm, Clark, Bruce Wayne interjected immediately. I've instructed Alfred to activate the farm's defense systems. They are temporarily safe. Temporarily? Terrell scoffed, implying that they would still be at risk. He stood up, stretching, his bones cracking. Enough with this meeting, it's a waste of time. His gaze swept over the assembled heroes. Iron Man, he began, focusing on Tony. Are your metallic toys sufficient? Let us hope the skies aren't filled with your scrap metal. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark merely chuckled, raising his gauntlet, its energy light flickering. I can demonstrate my financial prowess at any moment. Terrell then turned his attention to Steve. Old man, can you still hold your ground on the battlefield? Don't let a mere alien minion knock you to pieces. Steve Rogers said nothing, merely tightening his grip on his shield. His eyes spoke volumes. He was ready for a challenge. Finally, his gaze landed on Bruce Wayne, a hint of amusement in his voice. Batman, I know you possess a myriad of cunning ideas and have your own grievances with me. However, my sole responsibility is to eliminate their leader. The rest is up to you. Do not disgrace the Earthlings. Bruce Wayne's face was obscured by his mask, his voice cold and unyielding. Mind your own business. Though he spoke those words, the fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes was unmistakable. Satisfied, Terrell turned to Clark and Kara, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. As for the Kryptonians, this is a family matter. The woman named Fiora is your responsibility. He paused, his gaze becoming somewhat menacing. Zod and that Ronin are mine. No one shall take my trophies. Clark nodded gravely, uttering no further words. Understood. Terrell approached Kara, leaning down to meet her gaze. The chaotic conference room seemed to fall silent in that moment. You will accompany Clark to confront Fiora. And what about you? Kara's voice betrayed an unrecognized concern. Terrell smiled, his teeth gleaming white. He did not answer, but instead gently tucked a stray lock of her golden hair behind her ear. Wait for my return. His voice was soft, yet it instilled a sense of reassurance. Just as he finished speaking, he abruptly stepped back, pivoting. In that instant, the tenderness vanished from his face, replaced by an exhilarating eagerness for battle. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the exorbitantly expensive special glass of the conference room was shattered by his body, creating a gaping hole. Glass shards flew through the air, and the wind rushed in from outside. Terrell, like a cannonball, shot skyward, heading straight for the massive Kryptonian warship obscuring the sun. Everyone in the room was momentarily stunned by this action. Kara stood rooted, her hand instinctively brushing her ear, still lingering with the sensation of his fingers. She gazed at the gaping hole, her expression slowly transforming. Only Tony Stark looked at the breach with a resigned expression. Hey, the door is right there, buddy. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Kryptonian warship, General Zod stood before the massive viewport, observing the streak of light racing toward the Kree ship. He smirked slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips. An ignorant fool. Just what I need to deplete the Kree's resources. Fiora stood poised behind him. General, our operatives are already in position. Excellent. Zod did not turn around, his voice as frigid as ice. Fiora, I've changed my mind. He slowly turned, his dark eyes fixated on her. The Central Codex is undoubtedly significant. However, to rebuild Krypton, we do not require two sun gods. Nor do we need a tainted disgrace of impure lineage. I want you to personally snap the neck of his Earth parents before his very eyes. Then, return with their corpses and the head of that half-breed. His tone was calm, yet the content was chilling. I intend for Jor-El's son to perish in despair and regret. Fiora's expression remained impassive, her obedience absolute. As you command, General. Chapter 98. All forces mobilized? I shall charge first. Fury stared at the enormous humanoid hole and the cold wind rushing in, finally unable to contain himself and uttering a curse. He had spent a fortune customizing that special glass. Bulletproof, blast-proof, radiation-proof, yet it was no match for this. Tony Stark whistled, approaching the edge of the hole and pinching a shard of glass. Fury, next time, remember to replace the windows with vibranium. He turned to Fury, wearing an expression of understanding. Fury shot Tony a fierce glare, having no time for banter. He turned back, shouting into the communicator. All units, pay attention. The target has moved. Repeat, the target has moved. Engage. Simultaneously, on the screen of the eye in the sky, Amanda Waller's face was as cold as ice. She watched as Terrell transformed into a streak of light, diving toward the Kree ship, her voice devoid of emotion. Task Force X, unleash the hounds. In an unremarkable building in Queens, New York, a young man clad in a red and blue skin-tight suit, adorned with a spider emblem, was hurriedly donning his uniform. Aunt May, I need to step out for a moment. There's an urgent matter at school. What urgency? A gentle voice called from the kitchen. You haven't finished your meat roll. No time. The world needs me. Peter Parker shouted as he swung out of the window, his webbing expertly adhering to a distant rooftop. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor Charles Xavier sat in his wheelchair, his fingers pressed against his temples, a serious expression on his face. Tony says we can move out. Beside him, Cyclops, Scott Summers, adjusted his visor, his demeanor grave. Let us go. Storm, with her white hair, gazed out the window, noting the ominous clouds. Phoenix, Jean Grey, appeared distant, as if witnessing something dreadful. Beast, Hank McCoy, adjusted his glasses. Only one man, muscular and exuding an air of "don't mess with me," seemed impatient. Wolverine, Logan, unsheathed his adamantium claws, slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Why waste time talking? Let us just do it. In the SHIELD headquarters conference room, the large hole created by Terrell served as the exit for all heroes. Kara, let us go? Clark called to Kara, and they exchanged a knowing glance, instantly transforming into two streaks of red and blue as they soared through the hole, heading straight for Kansas. Their speed was unparalleled, leaving only a series of sonic booms in their wake. Diana observed the direction Terrell had vanished, then glanced at the departing Clark and Kara, her brow furrowing. She turned to Bruce Wayne and stated, I'm going to assist him. Bruce had yet to respond. Whoosh. The golden lasso of truth had already been cast. Ensnaring a cloud, Diana propelled herself towards the enormous Kree warship. Bruce observed her vanishing silhouette, his lips pressed into a thin line beneath the mask. He uttered not a word, merely pressing his communication device at his ear. Alfred, send that thing over. Tony Stark surveyed the group of individuals who had abruptly departed, raising his hands in resignation. Well, it seems the party's been cancelled for today. The helmet on his face snapped shut with a clang, and the thrusters of his suit belched forth blue flames. Jarvis, play some AC/DC at maximum volume. Let us go. Iron Man soared forth from the opening. Steve Rogers grasped his shield, casting a glance at his comrades. Black Widow Natasha inspected the stun device on her wrist, while Hawkeye Clint knocked an arrow to his bow. Bruce Banner adjusted his glasses, a pained expression crossing his face, green energy swirling beneath his skin as he leaped from the flying vessel. Vision hovered in midair, the Mind Stone on his forehead radiating a gentle glow. A young couple stood together, the girl's fingers entwined with red energy, while the boy took a poised stance, ready to sprint. Wanda, stay close to me, Quicksilver Pietro urged Scarlet Witch Wanda. Captain America's voice resonated with authority. Assemble. One by one. Everyone surged from the conference room in their unique fashion. Hal Jordan's ring flickered with green light, and in an instant, a Green Lantern suit enveloped him. Time to get to work, fellas. He called out to Barry Allen and Arthur Curry beside him. Barry Allen crackled with electricity. I'll scout ahead. Before the words left his mouth, he transformed into a streak of red lightning and vanished. Arthur Curry hefted his trident, striking it against the ground. Damn it. I hate fighting in the air. Though he complained, he followed Hal into the sky. Cyborg Victor Stone trailed closely behind. System connected, ready to fire at any moment. In an instant, the skies over New York transformed into a gathering point for heroes. Various streams of color and numerous types of aircraft converged from all directions, their sights set firmly on the two colossal ships hovering above the city. The world's gaze was fixated here. Meanwhile, Terrell crashed straight into the Kree warship. Boom. He had no intention of using the door. An energy blast penetrated the warship's thick outer armor, leaving a gaping hole in the alloy walls. Alarms blared throughout the ship. Countless uniformed Kree soldiers surged from the corridors, brandishing energy rifles and unleashing a frenzied barrage upon him. ZZZT. The concentrated energy beams struck him, leaving no mark. Akin to mere tickles. Is that all you've got? Terrell brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulders, a look of disdain on his face. He couldn't even be bothered to dodge, striding boldly forward, allowing the beams to strike him. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the ship's atmosphere. Just a bunch of grunts. Found it. At the very center of the ship, there was a particularly powerful presence. That aura brimmed with anger and arrogance. Ronan, right? Terrell grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. Raising his hand, he unleashed a powerful energy wave that pierced through layers of thick metal walls. In the ship's command room, a tall man with blue skin clad in black armor, wielding a massive warhammer, was observing the chaos unfolding in his ship via a screen. He was none other than Ronan, the supreme leader of the Kree Empire's Accuser Corps. Is this the wretch who killed Talos? Ronin's voice seethed with fury. Commander, he's heading for the bridge. Our firepower cannot penetrate his defenses. A subordinate reported in terror. A cruel smile unfurled on Ronin's face. Perfect. Let him come. I shall crush his bones with my own hands and use his blood to cleanse the Empire's shame. Just as the words left his lips, a wave of energy smashed through the side of the command room. As the smoke cleared, Terrell strolled in, clad in his flamboyant Hawaiian shirt, hands casually tucked into his pockets, as if meandering through his own backyard. He surveyed the room, his gaze finally settling on Ronin. So, you are Ronin? He scrutinized Ronin and the enormous hammer he wielded. Quite the peculiar appearance. He whistled. I hear you've been looking for me? Chapter 99. Earth Heroes Beat Up Aliens. Terrell sauntered into the command room he had just breached, as nonchalantly as if he were strolling through his own garden. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the blue-skinned giant wielding a massive hammer. Ronin, supreme leader of the Kree Empire's Accuser Corps. Terrell sized him up, along with that hammer taller than a person. So you are Ronin? He whistled, an irreverent grin spreading across his face. Quite the distinctive look. I hear you've been searching for me? Ronin's blue complexion darkened with anger, and he slammed his warhammer heavily onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. You are the one who killed Talos. His voice emerged from deep within his chest, laced with fury. Upon hearing this, Terrell didn't grow angry. Instead, he laughed even harder. He glanced around the command room at the tense Kree soldiers holding guns, then back at Ronin. Your vanguard? That blue-skinned guy with the hammer? I remember now. He was so pathetic that I kicked him away. What's the matter? Not used to being kicked? You seek death, Ronin roared, his bellow causing the surrounding Kree soldiers to wince in discomfort. Terrell, however, appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed on Ronin's enormous warhammer. At the center of the hammerhead, a purple gem was embedded, pulsing with a haunting glow, emanating a colossal energy that made one's heart race. Oh, you've even got a diamond on your hammer? Terrell raised an eyebrow, his previous levity dimming slightly, realizing its apparent worth. Though he continued to jest, he sensed the formidable power contained within that purple gem. Enough with the chatter. Ronin was incensed by Terrell's indifference. Terrell shrugged and raised his hand dismissively towards Ronin. Let us see what you've got. A solid energy blast erupted from his palm, hurtling straight towards Ronin's face. Ronin's expression was one of disdain as he raised his warhammer with one hand, the purple gem glowing brilliantly. He exerted minimal effort, merely sweeping the hammer horizontally. Buzz. The warhammer, tracing a purple energy arc, accurately struck the energy blast. The projectile, capable of penetrating the warship's hull, was forcefully deflected. The energy blast veered off course, slamming into another wall of the command room, adding yet another ventilation hole to the ship. Ronin gazed at Terrell with contempt. With such lackluster skills, you dare to claim the life of my subordinate? Terrell's smile widened. This is getting interesting. He cracked his neck, producing a series of pops. All right, I'm a bit pressed for time today, so I won't indulge you for long. As soon as the words left his lips, a tremendous energy erupted from Terrell's being. ZZZT. All electronic screens in the command room began to flicker wildly, signals severely disrupted, culminating in a loud explosion as they all burst. The surrounding soldiers stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the energy. A golden aura erupted from his being, enveloping him entirely. His once black hair transformed in an instant into a dazzling golden hue, standing upright in every direction. His previously blue eyes shifted to a piercing emerald green. The essence emanating from him was strikingly different from before. Ronin's disdain faded away. The power of the individual before him surged at a terrifying velocity, the pressure compelling him to involuntarily tighten his grip on the warhammer. Aren't you a Kryptonian? That is not for you to know. Ronin ceased any further chatter, gripping the warhammer tightly, channeling the power of the purple gem embedded in its head to its utmost potential. Oh, he let out a furious roar, exerting force through his legs, leaving two deep impressions in the hardened alloy floor beneath him. His colossal form transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly propelling him towards Terrell. The massive hammer, infused with purple destructive energy, came crashing down towards Terrell's head. This strike was enough to obliterate a small asteroid. Terrell raised a hand, preparing to intercept the blow. However, just as the hammer was about to make contact with his palm, the energy from the purple gem surged dramatically. Terrell's eyes narrowed, and the hand that was poised to catch the hammer swiftly withdrew. He leaned back at an improbable angle, narrowly evading the cataclysmic strike. The warhammer grazed past the tip of his nose. In the fleeting moment as they passed each other, Terrell's form vanished from sight. He reappeared behind Ronin, delivering a powerful kick, charged with super Saiyan energy, directly into Ronan's lower back. Bam! A dull thud reverberated. Ronan's massive frame stumbled forward, yet astonishingly, he managed to withstand the blow. He whirled around, the warhammer sweeping back toward Terrell. Quite resilient, Terrell advanced rather than retreating, launching a punch that collided head-on with the purple glowing warhammer. Boom! The clash of golden flames and purple energy erupted violently, sending shockwaves radiating from the two combatants. The entire command room was instantly reduced to rubble. The Kree soldiers within were hurled outside the spacecraft by the sheer force. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Kree battleship, Diana Prince, wielding a divine shield and the Sword of Ares, donned in red and blue armor with a bronze skirt accentuating her allure and playfulness, approached the vessel. As she neared, she was immediately bombarded by a barrage of energy projectiles. Clang, clang, clang. She deftly maneuvered her shield, deflecting every energy beam aimed at her. Your hospitality is quite rude. Diana's voice was icy, and in an instant, she vanished, plunging into the breach of the battleship. In the corridor, a squad of Kree soldiers spotted her and raised their weapons to fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Diana's Sword of Ares traced graceful arcs through the air. In a flash, several Kree soldiers were severed at the waist, unable to even utter a scream. Blood stained the cold metallic corridor. More Kree soldiers surged from all directions, recklessly unleashing a torrent of firepower upon Diana. For the Empire, Diana's gaze remained unwavering. She resembled an elegant, yet lethal machine of destruction. With every swing of her sword, lives were extinguished. With every strike of her shield, foes were crushed. She moved as if in a realm devoid of opposition. At that moment, in the heart of New York City, the battle had erupted in full force. The underside of the Kree battleship opened countless hatches, unleashing thousands of small aircraft that swarmed towards the bustling metropolis like a locust plague. Open fire. The Kree soldiers aboard the aircraft commenced indiscriminate attacks on the streets and buildings. The sounds of explosions and screams echoed, transforming the peaceful city into a battlefield. Jarvis, lock onto those leading the destruction. Iron Man, Tony Stark, flew through the air at high speed, his shoulder-mounted missile launchers deploying, unleashing a volley of small tracking missiles that accurately struck down one aircraft after another. Captain, 3 o'clock. A building is about to collapse. The voice of Captain America, Steve Rogers, resonated through the communication channel as he worked on evacuating civilians on the ground, using his vibranium shield to shield against falling debris. Hulk, smash. A thunderous roar accompanied the descent of a massive green figure, crashing heavily onto a Kree ground vehicle, crushing it into a flat disc. Red lightning zipped through the streets as Barry Allen, moving at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye, rescued civilians from perilous situations. Hey, big guy, try this. Hal Jordan conjured a gigantic fist with his Green Lantern ring, smashing several aircraft to smithereens. The sky and ground were engulfed in chaos. The Avengers, the Justice League, and the X-Men who had rushed from Xavier's school were all engaged in combat to protect the city. New York had become the front line of a cataclysmic clash between two worlds. Chapter 100, A Purple Gem? A fine prize, I shall take it. Amidst the wreckage of the command room, Terrell's golden aura burned steadily, casting a golden glow upon the surrounding steel debris. Ronan crawled from beneath a heap of twisted metal, his armor marked with several cracks, his blue visage etched with astonishment. Such power you possess. He fixed his gaze on Terrell's upright golden hair and emerald eyes. This is not Kryptonian power. Terrell casually dug at his ear, displaying visible impatience. What does it matter to me what kind of being I am? As long as I can defeat you, that is all that counts. He cast a glance at the massive warhammer in Ronan's grip. That hammer of yours is quite impressive. Yet regrettably, it is in the hands of the wrong person. Ronan's fury reignited. As the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, the Empire's blade, he was now being mocked by an unknown upstart. For the Empire, Ronan bellowed, swinging the warhammer. The purple gem's glow reigniting as crescent-shaped waves of purple energy were cleaved from it, tearing through the air towards Terrell. Terrell casually placed his hands in his pockets, swaying slightly from side to side, effortlessly evading all the energy waves. The blast struck the ship's hull behind him, creating gaping holes and worsening the already ravaged battleship. Is that all you've got? Terrell yawned. I've had gentler treatments during a massage. In a blur, he vanished, reappearing directly before Ronan. Ronan reacted swiftly, swinging the warhammer with immense force. Terrell raised a fist, enveloped in golden flames, colliding with the purple glowing hammerhead. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the battleship. A visible shockwave expanded outward, obliterating the remaining structure of the command room, causing the deck beneath them to crack in every direction. Ronan staggered back several steps. his arm holding the hammer tingling with numbness. Terrell, however, remained perfectly still. Still relying on that hammer? Have you not eaten? Your strength is rather lacking. He flexed his wrist, vanishing once more. The next moment, countless shadows of fists and feet rained down upon Ronan. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of strikes melded into a single cacophony. Ronan's massive frame was forced backward repeatedly. He attempted to retaliate with the hammer, but he simply could not match Terrell's speed. His armor continuously buckled and shattered. Were it not for the protective energy emanating from the gem atop the hammer, he would have been reduced to a mere smear of flesh long ago. Terrell paused his assault, hovering in midair, observing the breathless Ronan with a contemplative expression. His gaze ultimately settled on the purple gem. Ah, so your reliance on this trinket explains your shortcomings. No wonder you're so inept yet still play the leader role. You've got to cheat, Haven to you? Meanwhile, within another corridor of the warship, Diana's god of war sword dripped with blood as the corridor before her lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of Kree soldiers, dismembered limbs scattered about. She flicked the blood from her blade and pressed onward. Suddenly, a towering figure loomed in her path. It was a Kree warrior possessing 4 arms, each hand brandishing a battle axe shimmering with energy. With a roar, the 4-armed warrior unleashed a simultaneous assault of axes towards Diana. A smile graced her lips. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. She raised her divine shield to deflect 2 of the axes while her god of war sword traced a cunning arc, colliding with the remaining 2 axes. Sparks flew. Diana's combat style contrasted sharply with Terrell's ferocity. She moved like the most graceful dancer, each evade and block imbued with aesthetic elegance, yet her strikes were precise and lethal. She crouched low, slipping beneath the warrior's armpit, her sword sweeping upward. With a sickening sound, the warrior's arms were severed at the shoulders. Before his anguished cry could escape, Diana had already pivoted, her sword piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. She withdrew her blade, casting not a glance at the fallen corpse, and continued deeper into the ship. Terrell, that rascal, I hope he enjoys himself. Elsewhere, in the skies above Kansas, 2 streaks of light sliced through the heavens, hurtling towards Kent Farm. Clark's face was etched with urgency as he pushed his speed to its limits, the surrounding scenery blurring into indistinct smudges. We must hasten. Kara, beside him, spoke with equal gravity. Those madmen. They shattered the sound barrier time and again, sonic booms erupting behind them. At Kent Farm, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the golden cornfields, infusing the scene with an unsettling tranquility. Martha and Louise were in the kitchen, anxiously peering out the window. Suddenly, a slight tremor rippled through the ground. A petite black shuttle descended silently into the distant cornfield. The hatch opened, and Fiona emerged. Clad in a black Kryptonian combat suit, her indifferent gaze sweeping across the serene farm before settling on a small wooden cabin. She strode purposefully towards it. Aboard the Kree warship, amidst the ruins, Terrell's taunts had driven Ronan to the brink of madness. What do you know? This is power. This is judgment. Ronan channeled all his fury and strength into his warhammer, the purple gem erupting with an unprecedented radiance, nearly suffusing the entire ship with its violet hue. I shall use this power to eradicate you from this universe. He raised his warhammer high and took a mighty step forward, bringing it crashing down upon Terrell's head. This strike harnessed the gem's overwhelming energy, potent enough to annihilate all in its path. Terrell did not flinch. A grin spread across his face, revealing a row of white teeth. Come at me. He struck a classic pose, golden flames swirling madly towards his palms. A brilliant orb of light swiftly formed. Kamehameha. A golden energy beam, significantly thicker than before, erupted from his palms, colliding with the world-destroying purple hammer. Boom. The clash of these 2 terrifying energies sent shockwaves through the entire Kree warship, causing it to explode violently as the massive hull split apart. Countless fragments drawn into the energy tempest. Ah! Terrell bellowed, amplifying his energy output. The golden beam surged, overpowering the purple brilliance and inexorably engulfing Ronan. No, Ronan barely had time to let out a desperate scream before he was hurled away by the immense energy, crashing through the last layer of the ship's hull and plummeting below. The massive warhammer was also jolted from his grip, tumbling through the air. Terrell's form flickered and appeared beside the hammer, seizing the handle. Hey, it's quite heavy. He weighed it in his hand, his curiosity drawn to the still glimmering purple gem atop the hammerhead. He extended a finger and poked the gem. No reaction. TCH, growing bolder. He reached out with his other hand, fingers splayed, enveloping the purple gem in an attempt to pry it free. Let us see what sort of treasure you truly are. The moment his skin made contact with the gem, a violent energy erupted forth. A torrent of purple energy surged into Terrell's body. Ugh! Terrell grunted as his golden flames flickered violently, uncontrollable arcs of purple electricity dancing across his form. The sheer primal force was overwhelming even for a super Saiyan like him. This power threatened to burst him apart. Centered upon him, the chaotic purple energy erupted outward. The already crumbling Kree warship could no longer withstand this surge. The massive steel structure began to disintegrate, a cataclysmic explosion brewing. Chapter 101. Ronin, this is not over. In the skies above New York, the colossal Kree warship could no longer endure the internal chaos of energy. A blinding purple light emanated from the ship's core, and then the entire vessel shattered like a broken cookie, splintering noiselessly into countless pieces. Enormous metallic debris and flaming wreckage rained down upon the city of New York. Oh my, look at the sky. That ship is breaking apart. On the ground, heroes and soldiers evacuating the crowd beheld this spectacle. Within Tony's armor, Jarvis issued a warning. Sir, large-scale high-energy debris detected falling. I recommend activating the city defense grid. It's too late. Have others intercept. We must not let those pieces fall on civilians. Tony cursed, redirecting his flight, his palm-mounted repulsor blasting a football field-sized section of debris into smithereens. Kansas, Kent Farm. 2 streaks of light descended from the sky. One red and one blue. Bang, bang. Clark and Kara crashed heavily to the ground, their feet sinking into the earth, leaving 2 deep impressions. They surveyed the scene before them, their expressions grave. Where there should have been a sturdy metal defense wall, only a heap of twisted, wrecked metal remained. The high-tech defensive installations Bruce had set up had evidently not lasted long, now completely dismantled. They exchanged a glance and hurried into the wooden cabin. Upon entering, they found a figure reclining casually on the living room sofa, nonchalantly propping up her legs. It was Fiona. Upon seeing Clark and Kara, her playful expression deepened. You're back? Her tone was reminiscent of welcoming family home. Clark ignored her, his figure a blur as he darted with super speed across the entire farm, including the basement. They're gone. His adoptive parents and Louise have vanished. Clark reappeared before Fiona, his once gentle visage now darkened with fury. Fiona, where have you taken them? His voice simmered with suppressed rage. Fiona raised her hand, admiring her perfectly manicured nails. She shifted into a more comfortable position, resting her hand on the back of the sofa, her demeanor decidedly nonchalant. Is there really a need to ask? Of course, I've taken them to meet General Zod. Clark and Kara exchanged a heavy glance, dread settling in their hearts. Without a word, they turned to launch themselves into the air. Yet, at that very moment, Fiona, who had been languidly seated on the sofa, sprang into action. The sofa beneath her crumbled into a chaotic mess of splintered wood and scattered cotton. Her figure transformed into a streak of black lightning. Thud! Kara felt a sharp pain in her back as she was propelled uncontrollably forward, Fiona's swift hand strike having landed squarely upon her. Simultaneously, Fiona executed a fierce spinning kick that struck Clark squarely at the base of his skull. Boom! Clark stumbled, his body lurching forward as his face scraped along the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. The rapid exchange of blows was so swift that even the 2 superhumans were momentarily caught off guard. Fiona sauntered leisurely to the doorway, her silhouette swaying as she leaned against the frame. She regarded the disheveled duo with disdain, remarking, "Did I grant you permission to leave? My dear Kryptonian compatriots." She paused, her words dripping with mockery. "Oh, no, my mistake. You should be referred to as traitors." Kara burst forth from the cornfield, her golden hair streaked with mud. Hovering midair as she glared fiercely at Fiona, she descended beside Clark. "Clark, you go first. I'll hold her off." Clark had just managed to rise from the ground, shaking off the daze, eager to join Kara in her advance. "No, we go together. Have you forgotten about Louise's situation?" Kara's voice rang out sharply, halting him. "She's just an ordinary person. Every second we delay puts her in greater peril." Her words struck a chord with Clark. Indeed, while he and Kara could endure, Louise and their parents could not. As Kara's words faded, she transformed into a flash of blue light, hurtling towards Fiona. Fiona smirked, meeting her charge head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 superwomen engaged in a fierce struggle amidst the farm, the sound of their fists and feet colliding creating a cacophony of sonic booms. Their speed was so extraordinary that to the naked eye, only 2 blurred figures, one black, one blue, could be seen colliding and separating. Clark observed this scene, clenching his jaw. He needed to locate Zod's ship with utmost urgency. Closing his eyes, he unleashed his super hearing, allowing the sounds of the entire North American continent to flood his mind. Soon, He detected the unmistakable sound of an engine in the northern skies. Found it. Clark hesitated no longer, casting a glance at the fierce battle unfolding between Kara and Fiona before propelling himself upwards, leaving behind a resounding sonic boom as he vanished into the sky. In Queens, New York City. Hey, little spider, who do you think set off that big firework? It's rather beautiful, Deadpool quipped, dodging falling fragments of the spacecraft while engaging in casual conversation with Spider-Man. Wait, what time do you think it is? Can you be serious for once? Peter Parker swung on his web, rescuing a little girl from a billboard that was about to fall. I am serious. I'm just contemplating whether to grab barbecue or pizza after this fight, Deadpool replied, taking a large bite of a burrito. Pizza it is. Peter shot another web. Just then, boom. A blue figure plummeted from the sky, landing not far behind them in the park, creating a large crater. Benches and flower beds were obliterated upon impact. Peter and Deadpool jumped in surprise, turning to see the dust settle, revealing a tall figure with blue skin clad in tattered armor, clambering out of the pit. It was Ronan. His body bore the scorch marks of energy blasts. He glared up at the now disintegrating Kree warship, unleashing a furious roar. Kryptonians, I am Ronan. This is not over. His voice echoed, audible throughout the entire block. Peter Parker assumed a combat stance, his eyes beneath the mask fixed intently on the unexpected visitor. This guy must have fallen from that ship. Beside him, however, Deadpool's eyes widened. Holy crap, little spider. We hit the jackpot. That's the Kree leader, Ronan. I've seen his projection on television. Deadpool's face lit up with excitement. Let us take him down. Before he could finish his sentence, Deadpool brandished his dual swords and charged forward with a battle cry. Wait. We don't know. Peter attempted to stop him, but it was too late. Just as Ronan finished his roar and took a breath, he was met by a maniac in a red and black suit charging towards him with two blades drawn. You're asking for trouble. Although injured, Ronan was not one to let just anyone provoke him. He raised a hand to strike back. Whoosh. At that moment, white webs shot in from another direction, ensnaring his arms, body, and legs. Caught off guard, Ronan found himself thoroughly bound, unable to move. What the hell is this? Ronan struggled fiercely, but the webs proved unexpectedly resilient, tightening with each attempt to escape. After firing the webs, Peter swung over, landing before Ronan. Apologies, big guy, but no matter who you are, you're coming with us today. Meanwhile, Deadpool had already reached Ronan, swinging his swords mercilessly at Ronan's forehead. Clang, clang, clang. This is for being a menace. For vandalism. For being uglier than me. For not paying your property fees. Bound and unable to retaliate, Ronan endured the blows. His blue visage flushed with rage. The supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, a figure renowned throughout the cosmos, was being subdued by a chatterbox and a child in pajamas? How could he ever show his face in the universe again? Chapter 102. The golden-haired overlord sends Ronan flying with a single punch. The street park in Queens, New York, was utterly devastated. Ronan was wrapped in webs like a blue burrito, while a maniac in a red and black suit continued to clang his swords against him. I'll take you down. I'll take you down. I'll call you Blue, Deadpool shouted, providing commentary as he struck. Ronan's fury reached its peak. When had he, the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, ever endured such indignity? Aya! Ronan let out a beastly roar, his muscles swelling with power. With a tremendous force, he broke free from the resilient webs, sending white strands flying in every direction. Damn it, the quality is subpar, little spider. Deadpool yelped. Jumping back a step. Now free, Ronan fixed his furious gaze on the most animated figure in front of him. He took a step forward, the ground cracking beneath him, and his massive fist, propelled by a fierce wind, descended towards Deadpool's chest. Wham! A dull thud resonated. Deadpool was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, twisting into an exaggerated C-shape, hurtling dozens of meters away. He skidded across the concrete, carving a deep trench before crashing against a car, crumpling its door. He lay there, motionless, appearing lifeless. Wait, Peter Parker shouted. Yet he had no time to check on him. Ronan's attention had shifted to him. Immediately, Peter shot a web, anchoring himself to a nearby building, deftly swinging away. He executed a roll mid-air, narrowly dodging Ronan's heavy paw. Hey, big guy, don't you think it's rude not to announce your punches? Peter taunted, using his agility and high mobility to evade Ronan's attacks. He buzzed around Ronan like a pesky fly, continuously shooting webs or landing quick strikes before darting away, disrupting Ronan's movements. Frustrated, Ronan grasped a web aimed at his face. Instead of tearing it away, he yanked it hard. Aya! Peter, swinging in midair, was utterly unprepared for this maneuver. A tremendous force yanked him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Ronan swung his arm, using Spider-Man, who was clinging to the web on the other end as a makeshift flail. Bang! Peter was slammed into the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake. Ronan released the web and charged forward, delivering a brutal kick to Peter, who lay in the pit. Thud! 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 Fists and feet rained down upon him relentlessly. Not far away, the sound of bones cracking back into place echoed. The previously limp Deadpool staggered to his feet, shaking his neck with a satisfying crack. Damn it, that punch nearly knocked my leftovers out. He drew 2 golden desert eagles from his waist, aimed at Ronan's back, and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames spewed from the gun's muzzle, and shell casings clinked onto the ground. Yet, the bullets striking Ronan felt like mere tickles, sparking only a few embers without leaving a mark. Thick-skinned, aren't we? Deadpool grumbled, holstering his weapons and brandishing his twin swords once more. In the pit, Peter managed to grasp Ronan's descending fist. Though dazed and battered, he persevered. With a swift motion of his other wrist, he unleashed a torrent of webbing from his web shooters, ensnaring Ronan's entire head. Taking advantage of Ronan's obscured vision, Peter summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful kick to his chin. Bam! Ronan's towering form was propelled backward, lifting off the ground. Simultaneously, amidst the wreckage of the Kree warship hovering above New York, Talror floated in the air, enveloped in a golden aura. In his palm, the purple gem rested silently. A tempest of violent purple energy intertwined with the golden flames on his arm, crackling with electric arcs. An indescribable surge of power coursed through every cell in his being. This sensation, Talror clenched his fist, relishing the explosive strength within him. This feels damn incredible. Ha! He struggled to contain the newfound power, tempering its wildness. Closing his eyes, he expanded his senses, locking onto Ronan's presence. There were also 2 little pests nearby. In an instant, Talror vanished from sight. In Queens, Ronan, just kicked away and still airborne, frantically tore at the web on his face. Oh, at that moment, a flash of gold appeared. Talror materialized between Peter and Ronan, wearing a tattered floral shirt, engulfed in golden flames, with the purple gem radiating a dangerous glow. Deadpool, poised to strike, froze upon witnessing this spectacle. His sword clattered to the ground. Holy crap, a super Saiyan, with golden hair, and he glows and crackles with electricity. Deadpool's eyes sparkled with excitement, his enthusiasm palpable. So cool. A first-level Super Saiyan, merged with the Power Stone. And he is a Kryptonian. This setup is top tier. He hurriedly dashed to Talror, wearing an expression of a fervent fan. Big guy, after this battle, remember to sign my autograph. Please. Talror regarded the energetic lunatic before him, his stoic demeanor nearly faltering. This guy was utterly surreal. Peter swung over, landing nearby, eyeing Talror warily. He had no knowledge of this sudden golden-haired figure, but the energy radiating from him sent chills down his spine. Talror, uninterested in Deadpool's antics, shifted his gaze to Peter and the now web-free Ronan, who was glaring at him. You two, go play elsewhere. His voice was calm, but bore an undeniable command. I must deal with him. Sure thing, boss. You do you. Deadpool raised his hands in surrender and then threw an arm around Peter's shoulders, forcibly dragging him back. Little spider, let us go. Don't hinder the big guy from doing his thing. Wait. We can't just... Peter attempted to protest, but it was too late. Talror had already vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before Ronan. Just as Ronan caught sight of the golden-haired man's face, he had no time to react. A fist, crackling with purple arcs, expanded rapidly in his vision. Bam! Without any unnecessary movements, it was a simple straight punch. The fist struck Ronan squarely in the face. His body shot upward like a cannonball, crashing through a nearby towering building. Glass, concrete, steel. He shattered through the first floor and continued upward, piercing the rooftop and soaring into the sky. Talror vanished again, reappearing above Ronan, delivering another punch to his chest. Ronan altered his trajectory, plummeting like a blue comet toward the earth. He struck the ground with such force that a massive crater, dozens of meters wide, formed, sending dust billowing into the air. Talror slowly descended, hovering above the crater, gazing at the motionless Ronan below. He smirked. Pathetic. Pre-spaceship, command room. General Zod stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expressionless as he observed the live feed on the screen. Upon witnessing Ronan being pummeled by Talror like a punching bag, he emitted a derisive snort. The highest prosecutor of the Kree? Merely that. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the figure engulfed in golden flames on the screen, his demeanor grew serious. This hybrid. His power has escalated. Chapter 103. Good news, family safe. Bad news, fighter jet crashed. In the center of the crater, Ronan lay like a heap of sludge, embedded in the earth. With each breath, blue blood bubbles escaped from his mouth and nostrils. Talroor hovered directly above him, looking down imperiously. Now, do you still wish to capture me? Ronan laboriously raised his head, forcing a bloodied laugh from his throat. Even if you kill me, the entire Kree Empire will avenge me. This planet beneath your feet will meet its end. Ha ha ha, cough cough. A violent fit of coughing interrupted his manic laughter. Oh, is that so? Talroor, bored, idly scratched his ear. Then I'll dismantle you, their leader, before they arrive. He raised the hand clutching the purple gem. A swirling amalgamation of golden and purple energy rapidly coalesced in his palm, transforming into a solidified energy longsword. The blade shimmered with vibrant colors, radiating a disquieting energy. Talroor flicked his wrist lightly, sending the energy sword soaring into the air, splitting into 4 streams of light, precisely targeting Ronan at the bottom of the pit. Swish, 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 swish. For muffled thuds echoed as the energy blades impaled Ronan's limbs to the ground. The excruciating pain elicited a shriek of agony from Ronan. Talroor paid him no mind, raising his other hand with fingers splayed, aimed at Ronan's head. A sphere of gold and purple energy gathered in his palm, swelling larger and larger. From the distance, 2 heads peeked out from the ruins. Oh snap! Finishing move! Deadpool exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. I know this one. It's about to go by you, and poof, he's gone. Wait, shouldn't we stop him? Peter Parker felt a surge of urgency. He's about to kill him. Do not, little spider. Aliens do not count as humans. Deadpool confidently pressed down on Peter's shoulder. Besides, this is the big boss clearing out the minions. Why should we join the fray? Let's enjoy the show. Just as Terrell was poised to launch his gas bomb, a shadow as dark as night plummeted from the sky at an astonishing speed, targeting Terrell's back. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Terrell was propelled forward by the immense force, causing the gas bomb in his hand to spiral out of control. A golden-purple energy beam grazed the ground, carving a profound chasm beside Ronan that extended for hundreds of meters. Terrell steadied himself in midair, shook off the tingling sensation in his back, and turned to face his assailant. A figure clad in black Kryptonian battle armor silently gazed at Terrell with cold eyes. Meanwhile, in the northern sky, a bizarrely shaped black shuttle was racing through the air. Inside the cockpit, Martha and Louise were restrained by 2 soldiers in Kryptonian armor. Suddenly, a screeching sound of metal tearing filled the air as a massive force ripped open a gaping hole in one side of the shuttle. Clark Kent hovered at the opening, his gentle face now etched with frost. The 2 Kryptonian soldiers inside the cockpit were startled, but they reacted swiftly, raising their energy rifles. Yet their movements appeared sluggish, akin to that of snails, before Clark. A flash of red and blue zipped past. Clark had already dashed into the cockpit, cradling Martha and Louise in one arm, and hoisting old Kent on his back, returning to the outside in the blink of an eye. The entire process took less than a second. The soldier shots only struck empty air. Clark, holding the 2 women, directed a powerful exhale toward the gaping hole in the shuttle. Whoosh! An intense blast of icy air surged forth, instantly sealing the opening with a thick layer of ice. Without pausing, he sped off with the women in another direction. Hold on tight. The pursuing shuttle quickly shattered the ice layer, changing course in relentless pursuit. Energy beams shot from behind, all deftly evaded by Clark. Just then, a black fighter jet appeared above the shuttle without warning. It was the Batmobile. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. The jet's Vulcan cannon and missiles fired simultaneously, striking the shuttle's engine and critical components with pinpoint accuracy. The Kryptonian shuttle immediately spiraled out of control, trailing black smoke as it plummeted into the forest below. A tremendous explosion reverberated from deep within the woods, flames soaring skyward. The cockpit canopy of the Batmobile slid open, revealing Bruce Wayne seated inside, his expression grave. Need a lift? Clark flew over, cradling his family, and nodded. The rear hatch of the jet opened, and Clark carefully placed Martha, Louise, and old Kent inside. Clark, are you all right? Martha inquired with concern. Louise said nothing, merely clinging to him tightly, her body still trembling slightly. I thought I was going to die. I'm fine. You're safe now, Clark reassured gently. Bruce closed the hatch and immediately pulled the control stick. We need to leave this airspace quickly. No sooner had he spoken than the entire jet shuddered violently. Bang! A colossal object collided forcefully with the side of the jet, sending sparks flying. The cockpit was illuminated by flashing red lights, accompanied by a piercing alarm. Clark immediately glanced outside. Below, amidst the burning forest, 4 black figures rose from the flames. The 4 Kryptonian soldiers were, astonishingly, still alive. One soldier brutally uprooted a towering tree, hurling it toward the Batmobile like a javelin. Damn it! Bruce yanked the control stick sharply, executing a perilous roll to narrowly evade the incoming tree. The two leading Kryptonian soldiers had already launched themselves skyward, transforming into two dark shadows barreling toward them. Clark's expression darkened. "Bruce, you take them away first." His voice was low and resolute. "Clark." Louise grasped his arm. He turned back, offering her a reassuring glance. "Go to a safe place and wait for me." Then he turned to Bruce. "Head to Tony's tower. It's the safest place." Without waiting for Bruce's response, Clark's figure vanished from the cockpit. The rear hatch had not fully closed when a red and blue streak shot forth, unhesitatingly meeting the four pursuing Kryptonian soldiers head-on. Bruce watched that figure on the screen, remaining silent for a moment before pushing the jet's thrusters to maximum. "Alfred, how are we on preparations?" Below, 5 figures collided in midair, the resulting shockwave snapping trees within a 100-meter radius cleanly in half. Chapter 104. Superman Unleashed rips apart Kryptonians. A tremendous crash resounded. The red and blue figure barreled through the partially collapsed Kent barn, crashing heavily onto a mound of hay. Kara coughed blood as she struggled to rise from the haystack. Her uniform was torn in several places, revealing her fair skin beneath. At the barn's broken entrance, a black figure stepped in. It was Fiona. Her Kryptonian armor bore some damage, her face expressionless as always. TSK. The farm outside is a complete wreck. The house is collapsed, the fields are gouged with numerous trenches, and the cornfield looks as if it has been gnawed by dogs. "Look at how fragile the home you protect truly is," Fiona taunted. Kara remained silent, propping herself up on her knees, gasping for breath. After being resurrected by the Mother Box, her powers had surged significantly. However, facing a warrior like Fiona proved to be insufficient. Fiona's combat skills were honed from a lifetime of struggle, while Kara relied purely on her strength and resilience. With a swift kick, Fiona closed the distance, delivering a knife-hand strike toward Kara's neck. Kara raised her hand to block. Slap. Her arm was deflected, and Fiona followed up with a sweeping kick aimed at her lower body. Kara stumbled back clumsily, but Fiona's relentless attacks came in a seamless chain, providing no respite. Fists, palms, elbows, and knees all aimed at her vital points. Kara could only defend passively, retreating under the onslaught. Fiona's frustration grew as she realized this Kryptonian woman was remarkably resilient. Moreover, her rate of improvement was alarming. The same move could only be executed twice before Kara discovered how to counter it. This remarkable learning ability was utterly absurd. As they exchanged blows, neither could gain the upper hand. Realizing time was of the essence, Fiona leaped backward to create distance. "Kara, stop holding on to your delusions," she attempted to persuade. "What's worth protecting in a lowly civilization like Earth? Join us, and we can rebuild the glory of Krypton. That is our true calling." Kara, head bowed, her shoulders trembling, absorbed Fiona's words. Fiona assumed she had swayed her. Spit. Kara expelled a mouthful of bloodied saliva. She raised her head, wiping her mouth. "Is that all you have to say?" The next moment, 2 scorching red beams erupted from her eyes. "I'll make you speak." The laser vision swept across. Fiona's expression shifted as she hurriedly sidestepped. The red beam grazed her cheek, slicing through the barn wall behind her. Yet, it was still too late. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as the respirator mask on Fiona's face was struck by the searing heat of the laser, creating a fissure. Following that, the mask shattered entirely. Earth's air, mingled with various scents, surged into her mouth and nose. Fiona's body suddenly stiffened. Her face flushed instantly, her features contorted in agony, and her eyes bulged in terror. She gasped as she sank to her knees, desperately clawing at her throat, struggling to breathe as if her lungs were about to burst. Sensory overload. Everything on this planet was unbearably loud to her. Kara observed Fiona's torment without a shred of sympathy. With a swift stride, she seized Fiona's head and pressed her face into the ground. Then a punch. Another punch. Bang, bang, bang. Kara's fist struck with brutal force. Fiona's head was hammered into the dirt, utterly defenseless. Soon, she lay still, her body merely twitching slightly. Kara's fists hovered in the air, her chest heaving violently. Golden strands of hair wildly plastered to her face. To kill her? The thought flickered in her mind, and hesitation washed over her. The other was also a Kryptonian. One of the few compatriots she had encountered aside from Clark and Tur. In those fleeting seconds of indecision, Fiona's convulsions began to diminish. Meanwhile, in the burning forest, Clark hovered in midair, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the 4 approaching Kryptonian soldiers below. The thought of Lois and Martha, the fear etched on old Kent's face, ignited a blaze of fury within him that shattered the dam of reason. "You all shall perish here." He ceased issuing any warnings. and with a sonic boom that tore through the air, he plummeted towards the ground. The 4 Kryptonian soldiers reacted with lightning speed. They were the finest warriors under Zod. Seasoned by years of combat across the cosmos, their instincts honed to perfection. They quickly formed a battle formation, 2 charging head-on, while the other 2 flanked from the sides. Clark's target was the soldier directly in front of him. He gathered all his strength into a single punch capable of leveling mountains. The soldier did not attempt to absorb the blow. At the moment of impact, he executed a technique to dissipate Clark's force, propelling himself backward. At the same time, the 2 soldiers attacking from the sides closed in. Bang! Bang! 2 powerful punches landed squarely beneath his ribs. Clark felt 2 waves of destructive force pierce through his body, the agony forcing a grunt from his lips and momentarily stalling his assault. Just at that moment of vulnerability, the 4th soldier approached from behind, his hands morphing into blades. Aiming a fierce strike at the back of Clark's neck, he intended to incapacitate this formidable compatriot with a single blow. Clark sensed the lethal threat. Despite the excruciating pain, he shifted his body, absorbing the strike with his shoulder. The intense pain caused his vision to darken, yet the murderous intent in his eyes only intensified. He withstood the attack and, in a flash, seized the neck of the soldier behind him. The soldier was taken aback, realizing it was too late to retreat. Clark offered him no chance. He clamped his hand around the soldier's helmet, his muscles bulging, and with sheer force, twisted in the opposite direction. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the soldier's cervical vertebrae were violently snapped. The black figure slumped, lifeless. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 soldiers witnessed their comrade's brutal demise, and rather than fear, they were incited by a primal rage. For Lorca's vengeance, they roared, their attacks becoming more frenzied. As Clark dispatched one foe, the other 2 unleashed a relentless barrage of fists and feet upon him. He crossed his arms defensively, retreating under the onslaught, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. The first soldier he had sent flying now circled back, seizing a charred giant tree and, with all his might, hurled it at Clark's back like a javelin. Clark was caught between foes, with no room to evade. He roared in defiance, twisting his body, his eyes blazing red as a searing laser beam instantly reduced the incoming tree to splinters. However, in that brief moment of distraction, the 2 soldiers in front seized their opportunity. One executed a sweeping kick aimed at his knee joint. Bang! Clark's legs buckled, forcing him to kneel. Die, Kal-El. One soldier leapt into the air, feet together, descending like a war axe aimed at Clark's head. The shadow of death loomed. Clark abruptly lifted his head, inhaling deeply before unleashing a powerful blast. Whoosh! An icy gust of wind surged forth. The airborne soldier, caught off guard, was instantly frozen into a human ice sculpture as he descended. Clark's laser vision shot forth, shattering the icy figure into fragments. 2 down. The last 2 soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions grave. No longer engaging individually, they coordinated their assault, one attacking while the other feinted, their teamwork seamless. Clark found himself in a desperate struggle. His body was bruised and battered, blood seeping from wounds on his mouth and shoulder. Yet the red light in his eyes burned ever brighter, fueled by an unyielding madness. It could not drag on any longer. He absorbed a heavy punch from the soldier behind him, every bone in his back groaning under the strain. Harnessing that momentum, he surged toward the enemy in front. The soldier, caught off guard by Clark's reckless yet determined approach, could only raise his arms in a hasty defense. Clark disregarded the defense entirely, his hands clamping down like iron vices around the soldier's arms. Then he rammed his head into him with brutal force. Boom! The collision of Kryptonian skulls echoed like a drumbeat. The soldier was sent reeling, dazed and seeing stars. Clark's eyes blazed with fury as he pressed his face close, unleashing twin beams of scorching laser light that pierced through the soldier's skull. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. Only one remained. The soldier let out a desperate roar, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed squarely at Clark's chest. Clark did not evade. He allowed the blow to land on his already wounded torso. His hands firmly gripped the soldier's arms. For Zod, that madman, let him join in death. Clark's voice was hoarse and menacing as he yanked with all his might. The soldier emitted a heart-wrenching scream as Clark tore his arms from their sockets. Blood gushed forth. Clark did not relent. He lifted a leg and delivered a fierce kick to the soldier's chest. The latter was sent flying, crashing through dozens of trees within 100 meters, ultimately embedding himself into a mountainside, utterly motionless. Panting heavily, Clark knelt on one knee, his chest heaving, trembling all over, unable to discern whether it was from rage or pain. His fists were smeared with the blood of his compatriots, warm and viscous. Gradually, he rose to his feet, swaying momentarily before finally steadying himself. He looked up towards New York, his gaze devoid of any compassion, replaced solely by a bone-chilling intent to kill. Chapter 105. The Overwhelming Zod. One Step into Oblivion. Kent Farm. Kara's fist hovered above Fiona's skull. Golden strands cascaded down, obscuring her eyes. This was a compatriot. One of the few she had encountered on this planet apart from Clark and Tur. To kill her like this? The thought caused her hesitation. A mere fraction of a second. For beings like them, that brief moment was ample time for countless events to unfold. Fiona, who had been convulsing on the ground, suddenly stiffened into stillness. Moments later, a terrifying power erupted from within her. Fiona's eyes snapped open, no longer reflecting the agony of sensory overload, but instead igniting with a newfound, burning battle fervor. She twisted her waist, her body coiling like an overcompressed spring, launching upward with explosive force. A knee strike, swift and fierce. Crack. The sharp sound of bone colliding echoed. Her knee connected solidly with Kara's jaw. Kara's head tilted back, causing her to lose her balance and soar straight towards the sky. Fiona executed a swift somersault, her feet landing firmly on the ground, creating two shallow impressions in the earth. She straightened her posture, closed her eyes, and felt new waves of power surging through her entire being. With a determined motion, she raised her hand and tore away the shattered breathing mask from her face. The sound of shattering echoed as the mask fell onto the grass. Sunlight, fresh air, the sound of the wind, those elements that had once driven her to the brink of madness had transformed entirely. An infinite strength seeped into her body through every pore, each cell rejoicing in its newfound vitality. So, this is what it feels like. Fiona spread her arms wide, tilting her head back, allowing the sun's rays to wash over her face. It was magnificent, truly magnificent. She lowered her gaze towards the sky where Kara had vanished, a sinister smile creeping across her face. No wonder you traitors cling to this inferior world. Thank you, Kara Zor-El. You have revealed to me the immeasurable treasure this planet is for us Kryptonians. Thus, it must belong to Krypton. With her legs slightly bent, the ground beneath her began to crack like a spider's web. In the next moment, the earth erupted into a crater. She transformed into a shadowy figure, a piercing shriek accompanying her ascent into the sky. In midair, Kara continued her upward flight, the sharp pain in her chin momentarily disorienting her. Just as she attempted to stabilize herself, a dark figure surged from below, its speed exceeding hers by more than double. Fiona. The two collided violently at several thousand meters above the ground. A wave of white energy rippled through the clouds. New York. Above the massive crater, General Zod turned his head, glancing at the armored figure that had crashed into his back. The newcomer's battle armor was more ornate, exuding a sense of oppression, adorned with the emblem of the Zod family. General Zod. He leapt from his ship. Zod cast a brief glance at the nearly lifeless Ronin at the bottom of the crater, then fixed his gaze on Terrell. His eyes roamed over the golden aura enveloping Terrell, the purple lightning, and the right hand gripping the gemstone. You are formidable. Zod's voice was heavy. A hybrid possessing such power is indeed remarkable, but your blood ultimately hails from Krypton. Come with me, Terrell. He extended his hand. Submit to me, serve me. Together, we shall restore the glory of Krypton. Your strength should not be wasted on protecting these insects. In the distance, Deadpool prodded Spider-Man with his elbow. Hey, Peter. Did you hear that? That Kryptonian boss is trying to poach us. Do you think our golden-haired brother would switch sides? Sounds like a sweet deal. Plus he's offering a planet. Peter Parker clenched his fists, anxiously staring at the sky. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Terrell would never. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. Huh. Deadpool chuckled. Kid, you're still naive. Did you see how fiercely he fought just now? Does that look like a good guy to you? That's called the allure of a villain, you know? Terrell listened to Zod's words with a blank expression. He tilted his head. Instead of looking at Zod, he glanced down at Ronin in the pit. He raised his right hand, gripping the power stone, as purple energy gathered at his fingertips, coalescing into a translucent energy short sword. Then, with a flick of his arm, whoosh, the purple energy sword shot forth. Not aimed at Zod, but directly at Ronin below. Thwack! The energy sword pierced through Ronin's left thigh. Ag! Ronin let out a horrifying scream. Zod, you treacherous bastard. Have you forgotten our agreement? The Kree Empire will help you rebuild Krypton. Zod's expression darkened. He felt disregarded. This hybrid dared to deal with an inconsequential ant before his very eyes. His figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared beside Ronin. Without even glancing at his former ally beneath him, he raised his fist and smashed it into Ronin's face. Bang! Ronin's cries ceased, his head driven deep into the ground. The agreement is nullified. Zod retracted his fist, his tone flat. The Kree Empire is capable of little more than this. He slowly raised his gaze, once again locking onto Terrell in midair. It seems you have made your choice. Terrell smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. That smile radiated wildness and defiance. When have I ever needed to make a choice? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zod propelled himself with immense force, leaving a dent in the ground. Boom. A loud explosion echoed through the air as he shot towards Terrell like a cannonball. He intended to crush this reckless hybrid with absolute power. Faced with this onslaught, Terrell did not flinch or evade. He twisted his waist, lifted his leg, and with his right leg entwined in golden flames and purple lightning, he unleashed a series of afterimages, striking out in a sweeping motion. Crack! A resounding impact echoed as Terrell's whip-like kick landed squarely on General Zod's face. Zod's momentum was halted, and he was sent flying sideways. His speed surpassed that of his initial charge by over 3 times. Boom! He crashed into a nearby towering building, penetrating it from the center and leaving behind a massive gaping hole. Deadpool's mouth dropped wide open. What the hell? One kick. The final boss is down just like that? He excitedly shook Spider-Man's shoulders. Did you see that? Little Spider. Did you see that? The max-level boss just obliterated the newbie village. That kick. So damn cool. Peter Parker was equally stunned. That Kryptonian had such an imposing presence upon arrival, and yet it ended like this? Terrell retracted his leg, casually shaking his ankle as if dismissing a small stone from the roadside. He refocused his attention on Ronan at the bottom of the pit. My apologies. Someone cut in line. He raised his left hand, palm upward. A sphere of light, infused with golden flames and purple energy, rapidly expanded in his grasp, flickering with electricity and exuding a heart-stopping aura. Now, allow me to send you on your way. He waved his arm, releasing the energy sphere, which drifted leisurely towards Ronan at the bottom of the pit. Pinned to the ground, Ronan watched helplessly as the death sphere grew larger in his field of vision. Just then, from the distant edge of the city, a tremendous roar erupted. A dark figure, brimming with fury and smoke, soared back into the sky. It was Zod. He hovered in midair, his mask shattered halfway, Earth's oxygen flooding in. His enhanced vision and hearing surged into his brain, rapidly adapting. He also discovered the secret of the yellow sun, feeling the power within him grow incessantly, igniting his desire to transform Earth into Krypton to its zenith. You have successfully angered me. Zod's voice dripped with barely contained fury. Hybrid bastard. Terrell paid him no heed, merely watching as his energy sphere descended lazily. The violet-hued sphere made contact with Ronan's body. The light flared briefly, and a massive pillar of energy shot skyward, expanding outward from Ronan's center, vaporizing everything it touched in an instant. When the energy dissipated, it left behind a circular pit in the heart of New York City, 7 to 8 meters deep. Having completed this act, Terrell finally turned to face the enraged Zod. What are you shouting about? Are you in a hurry to meet your end? Don't worry. You're next. Chapter 106. Internal Strife on Krypton? Superman roars at Zod. The chaotic battle in New York has reached the prologue of its conclusion. With the combined might of the X-Men, Avengers, and Justice League, the front lines have been firmly established. The remaining Kree soldiers began to scatter. But it no longer mattered to the overall situation. At this moment, above the vast chasm in the heart of the city, all eyes were fixated on the two figures. General Zod hovered in midair, his chest heaving violently. The sunlight of Earth was enhancing his formidable physique at an unprecedented rate, each muscle bulging with explosive power. Yet, this strength, capable of crushing stars, appeared utterly laughable in the presence of the man opposite him. Ha, 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 ha. Zod's form transformed into a blurred black line, breaking the sound barrier. His fists trailed hundreds of afterimages, each strike containing the mass of a miniature star, relentlessly bombarding Terrell's head. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony of impacts merged into a muffled thunderstorm. However, every punch from Zod was effortlessly blocked by Terrell's casually raised fist. At the center of their clash, the air was compressed into a tangible white shockwave, rippling outward, shattering all remaining structures and glass within a radius of several kilometers into dust. Zod grew increasingly alarmed and furious with each strike. Why? My power continues to surge, yet why can I not even budge his defense? With sheer physicality, he toyed with Zod's full strength as if it were nothing. Is that all? After deflecting another heavy blow from Zod, Terrell finally spoke. Have you not eaten? Your strength is hardly greater than that of the previous blue-skinned fool. You seek death. This statement ignited Zod's pride and fury as the highest commander of Krypton. He swiftly retreated, creating a distance of 100 meters, his biological force field spiraling out of control due to his extreme rage. Bastard! With a roar, Zod's eyes instantly turned a blood-red hue, two deep crimson beams shooting forth. The concentrated energy of destruction, fueled by his utmost fury. Zzz. The air warped and twisted, emitting a sharp, mournful wail. Where the heat vision passed, the earth was carved into two unfathomable chasms, their edges melting into magma. In the distance, amidst the ruins, Deadpool exaggeratedly whistled. Oh, cool. Kryptonian laser eyes. This special effect is burning the budget. Faced with this attack capable of melting everything, Terrell finally took action. He couldn't even be bothered to evade, simply raising his left hand slowly, fingers splayed, palm forward. A pure white light point appeared in his palm. Initially the size of a pinhead, yet radiating a heart-pounding energy wave. Buzz. The light point rapidly expanded, transforming into a high-speed spinning energy sphere, continuously absorbing the energy from the surrounding light. Surrounding the pure white orb were spiraling, otherworldly purple lightning bolts emanating from the Infinity Stone in his other hand. He parted his lips, uttering 3 words. Kamehameha wave. Boom. A terrifying energy beam, over 10 meters in diameter, pure white within and surrounded by purple lightning, erupted fiercely from his palm. The momentum was so immense it seemed to aim to bore a hole through the entire sky. Red and white. Two forces representing utter annihilation collided violently in midair. In that instant, an expanding, blindingly bright hemisphere of light formed. A terrifying shockwave spread at the speed of light, lifting layers of the ground and sweeping them into the sky. The standoff lasted less than half a second. Break for me. Zod's eyes widened in fury, pouring all the energy he had absorbed from the sun into his gaze. The red heat vision beam thickened once more, resembling 2 enraged blood dragons, attempting to engulf the white light. However, Terrell merely squinted slightly. Pathetic. He gave a gentle push with his wrist. The seemingly maximal white beam's core brightness surged 100-fold. The purple lightning grew more ferocious, instantly entwining, shredding, and consuming the 2 red beams. What? Zod's face filled with disbelief. He watched helplessly as his attack was torn apart, the unstoppable white torrent crashing heavily into his chest. Thud. Zod couldn't even let out a scream, his body flying backward at a speed surpassing visual perception. The black Kryptonian armor on him emitted a piercing wail under the energy's impact, disintegrating and vaporizing from the chest where it was struck. Boom, 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 boom. He was forcefully pinned to the ground by the Kamehameha wave, plowing backward for over 1,000 meters, ultimately being driven into a newly formed chasm, 100 meters deep, with a thunderous crash. Zzz. The Kamehameha wave did not dissipate, continuing to pin him to the bottom of the pit, relentlessly scorching and grinding against his body with destructive energy. Zod let out a pained howl. He struggled desperately, his limbs carving deep grooves into the rocky bottom, yet he could not budge, the energy pressing down on him in the slightest. What kind of power is this? Terrell maintained a single-handed thrusting posture, stepping through the air, slowly drifting above the chasm. He gazed down coldly at the charred, unrecognizable body at the pit's bottom, his expression as frigid as ice. Enough. He relaxed his fingers. The Kamehameha wave that spanned heaven and earth vanished into nothingness in an instant. The world fell silent once more. Zod had no time to catch his breath when an even more terrifying, despair-inducing energy wave emanated from above him. He strained to lift his head, seeing Terrell raise his right hand, clasping the purple gem. Crackle, crackle. Golden flames erupted from within him. Yet within this golden blaze, there intertwined the tyrannical purple destructive lightning from the Power Stone. The 2 energies converged, compressing at the tip of his fist, forming a luminous point. It is time to end this, General. Terrell's voice was devoid of emotion as he addressed Zod at the pit's bottom, delivering a downward punch. This blow required no direct impact. The energy storm generated merely by the punch's force was sufficient to erase Zod and half the street beneath him from existence. Just as that fist of annihilation was about to descend, whoosh, a sonic boom echoed from the edge of the sky, a red and blue figure, moving so swiftly that it could only be perceived as a comet trailing a long stream of light, hurtled toward the scene at an incredible speed. Stop! Boom! An indescribable thunderous sound erupted. The red and blue figure landed precisely between Terrell's fist and Zod just before the punch could make contact. His feet struck the ground, instantly shattering the hard bedrock. A massive chasm over 20 meters in diameter exploded outward from his center, the circular shockwave carrying millions of tons of debris and dust swirling into the sky. Terrell's fist, capable of annihilating all, was slightly deflected by this overwhelming force. grazing Zod's cheek before crashing heavily into the ground. Boom! A violent earthquake shook all of New York as a result. Zod felt a chill on his cheek, followed by a searing pain as half of his facial skin was torn apart by the punch's wind, leaving him bloodied and mangled. He stared in shock at the broad back of the figure that had descended like a deity. As the smoke gradually cleared, the newcomer, clad in a red cape and a blue suit stained with blood, bore an eye-catching S emblem upon his chest. Clark Kent, Superman. He paid no heed to Terrell. He simply stood upright, his once gentle blue eyes now ablaze with a furious, icy blue fire, fixated on Zod, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Zod. Clark's hoarse, deep voice carried a chilling intensity, emanating from the depths of his throat. Chapter 107. A game. Whoever moves dies. Terrell looked dumbfounded at Clark, who had suddenly descended before him. The energy still coalescing in his fist, comprising golden flames and purple arcs, had already torn apart half of Zod's face, leaving it a bloody mess. No, what are you doing? Terrell retracted his fist and shouted at Clark. Why are you even here? I could just end him with one punch. Clark slowly straightened his posture, his tattered blue suit stained with blood and dirt. Yet the emblem on his chest remained strikingly prominent. He offered no response, merely fixing his fiery gaze upon Zod, who was struggling to rise from the ground. That look, Terrell had only witnessed once before, when Lois was kidnapped by the Joker and nearly lost her life. Observing Clark's taut demeanor, Terrell scoffed and flew back several dozen meters, landing steadily at the edge of the massive pit. He crossed his arms, adopting an amused posture as if preparing for a spectacle. All right, go ahead. Vent your frustrations. Don't bottle them up, Terrell mused internally. This fellow was perpetually shackled by the so-called morals and standards of humanity, living a life more burdensome than anyone else. If it were him, who would dare to threaten his family? Not just one planet, but the entire solar system would pay the price. Today, this rage deserved to be unleashed. However, Terrell cast a glance at his right hand, which clasped the Power Stone. If Clark ultimately hesitated to deliver a lethal blow, he wouldn't mind playing the villain once more. In the pit, Clark and Zod stood at a distance, locked in a tense standoff. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Terrell, Clark intoned without turning his head, his voice gravelly and alarming. Go assist Kara. No worries, Terrell shrugged dismissively, gesturing in another direction. The battle over there is quite lively, but rest assured, that Kryptonian woman won't be able to kill Kara. I've been keeping a close watch. She won't die. In that brief moment of their dialogue, a glint of cunning flashed in Zod's eyes. He stomped the ground, transforming into a dark shadow, attempting to soar into the sky to absorb more sunlight to restore his strength. Given time, he was certain he could trample these two damn Kryptonian traitors beneath his feet. Unfortunately, his plans were thwarted. General, high above, the hatch of the hovering Kryptonian ship swung wide open. A dozen figures clad in identical black armor leaped from the vessel, racing towards Zod with clear intent to buy time for their commander. Witnessing the descending figures, Terrell grinned broadly. Oh, you want to gang up, huh? I can't allow you minions to interrupt my cousin's emotional release. Ah! His aura surged explosively. Golden light shot into the heavens as he maximized the energy of the Power Stone, and countless bolts of frenzied purple lightning crackled around him, casting him as a god of destruction. In a flash, Terrell vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared amidst the descending figures. A stream of golden-purple light weaved through the black-clad forms, accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions and the sound of bones cracking. In the blink of an eye, 10 of those figures plummeted straight to the ground. Some had their heads completely obliterated, red and white splattering onto their comrades. Others had gaping wounds in their chests, the edges still smoldering. Bang, bang, bang. 10 corpses crashed to the earth in quick succession, stirring clouds of dust. The remaining 8 Kryptonians barely managed to land, each injured and trembling in fear as they gazed up at the figure looming over them. What manner of monster is that? They scarcely comprehended the movements of their foe. Terrell wiped the blood from his hands, a mocking smile gracing his face. Now it's quiet. He extended a finger towards the 8 quaking Kryptonian soldiers. Let us play a game. It's called 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man. The rules are simple. Whoever moves dies. His words rendered the 8 Kryptonians utterly motionless, even their breathing slowed. One of them, whose left arm Terrell had just casually broken, stumbled in agony. Just that single misstep. Whoosh. A faint sound of air being sliced through was heard. A beam of purple-golden light shot from Terrell's fingertip, precisely piercing the heart of the Kryptonian. The soldier gazed down in disbelief at his chest before toppling over, lifeless. The game begins. Terrell's face twisted into a savage, bloodthirsty grin. The remaining 7 Kryptonians stood frozen, not daring to move an inch. Meanwhile, the battle between Clark and Zod had escalated to a fever pitch, or rather, it was a one-sided massacre. Clark unleashed his pent-up fury upon Zod. Boom. Clark's fist drove Zod into the ground, and then he seized Zod's ankle, swinging him violently to the side. Bang, bang, bang. Zod was akin to a rag doll, battered by Clark as the pit grew deeper and wider, dust billowing around them. Die, Zod roared, unleashing heat vision in an attempt to repel Clark. Clark stood firm, countering with his own heat vision. The two streams of deep crimson energy collided at close range. Erupting into a cataclysmic fireball, Clark braced against the explosion's force, emerging from the flames to deliver a brutal headbutt to Zod's forehead. Thud. The sound echoed ominously. Zod was left dazed and reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. Already injured from his fight with Terrell, he was utterly defenseless against the frenzied onslaught of Kal-El. Why? Why have you become so strong? Zod was kicked away by Clark, crashing against the wall of the pit, coughing blood as he shouted defiantly. You're just a worthless farm boy. Clark offered no reply. He advanced step by step towards Zod, each footfall cracking the ground beneath him. The long-buried rage within him, the worry for his family, and the sorrow over the conflict among his kin coalesced into a chilling intent to kill. He grasped Zod by the throat, lifting him from the wall with one hand, holding him aloft. You threaten my family. Clark articulated each word with lethal intent. Zod's face turned purple from asphyxiation, his hands futilely pounding against Clark's arm, yet he could not budge him an inch. For Krypton, Zod gasped out the words with great difficulty. To hell with Krypton. Clark roared, his other hand forming a fist and striking Zod's abdomen with tremendous force. Gah! Zod's body curled in agony, blood spilling forth. Clark's fists rained down, each blow eliciting the sound of cracking bones. In the distance, Terrell whistled. Goodness, my cousin has really lost it. Just then, Zod's pain-clouded gaze suddenly sharpened. With the last vestige of his strength, he directed his fiery crimson eyes towards a specific direction. There, amidst the ruins where Spider-Man and Deadpool had just concealed themselves, a few daring civilians who had not yet evacuated peeked out, capturing the celestial clash on their phones. Two deadly beams of deep crimson light arced over Clark's shoulder, aiming straight for the group of onlookers. Chapter 108. Good news. Superman has gone berserk. Bad news. Earth is no more. Zod's underhanded maneuver was both cunning and malicious. Those two lethal beams of deep crimson light were not aimed at Clark at all. Their target was the civilians, who were all too eager to gawk at the spectacle. Snapping photos. Get the hell out of there. With a sudden exclamation, Deadpool seized Spider-Man's arm, intent on making a hasty escape. At such proximity and speed, who could possibly evade? Just as the two scorching beams of light were poised to cleave the crowd in two, a figure materialized out of thin air, standing defiantly before them all. It was Terrell. He lazily lifted his left hand, palm facing the twin beams of annihilation, as a golden luminescence of energy ignited forth. The intense rays, capable of melting through the steel hull of an aircraft carrier, collided with Terrell's radiance, dissipating instantly, without so much as a ripple. Gradually lowering his hand, he stretched his neck with a series of audible cracks. Turning slowly, the playful smile vanished from his face. Hey, I'm in the midst of a game here. He glanced at Zod, who was being throttled by Clark. Are you so inept that you dare to disrupt my enjoyment? The threat Zod felt eclipsed even that of Clark's grip around his throat. Among the 7 Kryptonian soldiers, paralyzed with fear, one failed to comprehend the situation. Seeing Terrell make a move, he presumed the Wooden Man's game had concluded. Or perhaps it was his singular chance to rescue the general. For Krypton, he roared, transforming into a shadow as he charged at Terrell with reckless abandon. Fool. Terrell did not even lift his gaze, merely flicking a beam of light towards the oncoming shadow with palpable annoyance. Whoosh. A slender point of purple-gold energy shot forth from his fingertips. The diving Kryptonian soldier abruptly froze mid-attack, a small hole appearing at the center of his forehead, transparent from front to back. The next instant, he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust spiraling into the air. The remaining 6 Kryptonians felt a wave of dread wash over them. What manner of demon is this? The game is far from over, Terrell's voice echoed ominously. Should anyone else dare to move, they will meet the same fate as him. With that, he disregarded the now statue-like Kryptonians, redirecting his attention back to the massive pit. He flashed a grin at Clark. Cousin, stay focused. I've got the audience covered. You concentrate on your task. Let loose, don't hold back. Zod's attempted ambush not only failed to create an opportunity for himself, but ignited the last flicker of rationality within Clark's heart, threatening innocence, using those he vowed to protect as leverage against him. Clark's breath hitched for a moment. The world around him became suspended in time, Zod's triumphant visage looming ever larger in his view. The suppressed fury erupted into a roar from the depths of his being. Ah! Boom! Zod's body collided with the pit wall, the solid rock yielding to create a vast, human-shaped indentation, countless fissures radiating outward. Clark propelled himself forward, transforming into a blur of red and blue, arriving before Zod in an instant. A simple yet powerful straight punch. Bam! This strike landed squarely on Zod's chest. The terrifying force coursed through his Kryptonian armor, causing his insides to churn as his body bent backward, embedding him further into the rock wall. Clark did not relent. His fists, akin to the most sophisticated of hammers, were swift, precise, and merciless, yet he deliberately avoided all vital areas. Bam! 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 The rapid-fire sounds of impact melded into a cacophony, resembling the wildest of drumbeats. Each blow held the power to shatter mountains, systematically dismantling Zod's capacity for resistance. As Zod attempted to fight back, he raised his hand in a futile effort to grasp Clark's fist. Clark responded with a swift chop to his elbow joint. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed as Zod's right arm twisted at a grotesque angle, falling limply to his side. He opened his mouth, aiming to unleash his heat vision. Yet Clark's other hand was swifter, delivering a resounding slap to his face, forcefully driving his head against the adjacent rock wall. Boom! Zod's skull was driven into the stone, his vision blurring. He was utterly dazed. The farm boy, Kal-El, whom he had dismissed, now displaying combat prowess and absolute strength that instilled a primal fear within him. Why? He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice faltering. We are of the same kin. You are unworthy to utter the word kin. Clark seized Zod's other intact arm, his gaze chilling. Zod looked at him in terror, fearing his left arm would suffer a similar fate. Instead, Clark wrenched him free, as if discarding a worthless sack, flinging Zod into the center of the pit. Boom! The earth trembled once more, and Zod, devoid of arms to resist, collapsed like a puddle of mud, reduced to mere gasps. Clark loomed over him, his chest heaving violently, the inferno of rage in his eyes seemingly capable of incinerating everything. He slowly raised his foot, aiming it at Zod's head. With this stomp, Zod's skull would burst like a rotten watermelon. He could finally eradicate this threat once and for all. In the distance, Terrell watched with keen interest, even whistling in approval. Nice one, cousin, quite the punch. He called out to Deadpool and Spider-Man amidst the rubble. See that? Give him a good lesson, but keep him breathing. That's true artistry. Deadpool shrank back, whispering to Spider-Man, why do I feel like this golden-haired one is even scarier than that corrupted Superman? Within the pit, Clark gazed down at the barely breathing Zod, the flames of fury in his eyes beginning to waver. If I kill him, Earth will be safe, and Lois and Mother will no longer be threatened. But the kind faces of the Kents surfaced in his mind. You are destined to change this world, Clark. Jonathan Kent's words echoed in his ears. His foot paused in midair. TSK. Terrell, at the edge of the pit, clicked his tongue in displeasure. Here we go again. That damn saintly heart. He muttered to himself. Fine. If you refuse to do the dirty work, I shall take it upon myself. With that, Terrell's right palm glowed with the radiance of the purple power gem, a torrent of chaotic energy beginning to coalesce. However, just then, Zod, sprawled on the ground, summoned the last vestiges of his strength, emitting a deep, sinister chuckle. Hee. Kal-El, do you truly believe you have triumphed? Clark furrowed his brow, looking down at him. The world engine has been activated. Zod bellowed with all his might. Soon, this planet will become the new Krypton. And you, those traitors adapted to the filthy air of Earth, along with all the inferior beings on this planet, will perish. You will all die. As Zod's maniacal laughter rang out, a colossal beam of light shot down from the heavens, plunging into the depths of the distant Indian Ocean. Simultaneously, at the opposite end of the city, another massive Kryptonian ship descended from the clouds, unleashing an identical beam of light. Both beams raced toward the Earth's core. The entire planet began to tremble violently. Chapter 109, Deadpool Plays Peacemaker. Are you charging in for nothing? Zod's maniacal laughter became the backdrop of the unfolding catastrophe. Boom. The ground began to undulate like ocean waves, rippling outward. Countless glass facades of skyscrapers shattered instantaneously, millions of shards raining down. The earth cracked open, vast fissures devouring streets, cars, and panicked crowds. Fortunately, some superheroes reacted swiftly, flying down to rescue those in peril. In the distance, the skyline was irrevocably transformed by the twin beams of light. One beam of light emanates from the city, while another stretches across the globe to the opposite end. Yet both share a singular goal: to reach the Earth's core. These two luminous pillars are fervently reshaping the very essence of this planet. My goodness, the commotion is simply overwhelming. Deadpool clings to a nearby lamppost, his body billowing like a flag in the tempest. Spider-Man, hold tight. If we plummet, we'll have to start all over again. Spider-Man, however, is too preoccupied. He shoots out webs, deftly maneuvering between collapsing structures, rescuing civilians on the brink of being entombed in the rubble. Ladies and gentlemen, stop filming. Run. At the bottom of the pit, Clark's foot ultimately fails to make contact with the ground. He slowly retracts his leg, his body trembling slightly from an overwhelming mix of fury and struggle. Zod's words gnaw at his nerves. Earth is transforming into Krypton. The cost, the annihilation of all life above. Look, Clark gazes at Zod, who continues to laugh maniacally beneath him, then shifts his gaze to the apocalyptic scene in the distance, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Just look at the devastation you've wrought. His tone is laden with profound exhaustion. TSK. Terrell, perched at the edge of the pit, expresses his displeasure with a click of his tongue. Honestly, why are you still engaging him at a time like this? Terrell crosses his arms, wearing a mask of amusement. Isn't this more thrilling than a movie? A global broadcast, a simultaneous transformation. What a grand spectacle. He even offers a commentary with evident enthusiasm. Clark doesn't turn back. He knows well the nature of his cousin. You cannot win, Kal-El. Zod, coughing blood, wears a victorious smile. Soon, I shall stand upon this new Kryptonian soil, while you, along with the insects you seek to protect, will be reduced to cosmic dust. Clark closes his eyes. When he opens them again, the flames of fury have extinguished, replaced by a chilling resolve. He raises his hand and delivers a swift chop to Zod's neck. Zod's laughter abruptly ceases. His head tilts, and he falls into unconsciousness. How dull. Terrell grimaces. Are we keeping him for the holidays? As he speaks, he turns his gaze toward the 6 Kryptonian soldiers who remain frozen in place, petrified by the unfolding scene. The general has fallen. Terrell beckons them with a finger. Game over. His grin is radiant. You have all lost. The 6 Kryptonian soldiers attempt to muster a response. PFF. 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 6 beams of purple golden light shoot forth from Terrell's fingertips, piercing each soldier's forehead with precision. One by one, their bodies collapse, silenced forever. All right, the rabble has been dealt with. Terrell claps his hands, not casting a glance at the fallen corpses. He strides to the edge of the pit and leaps down, landing beside Clark. Cousin, stop looking like you've just lost your parents. What do we do now? Those 2 beams look rather intimidating. Clark looks up, gazing toward the 2 directions. We must stop them. His voice is heavy with gravity. So what are we waiting for? Terrell flashes a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. One for each of us. Let us see who is faster. The power gem in his right hand crackles with vibrant purple arcs. Just then, Clark's communicator buzzes to life. It is Bruce Wayne's voice, laden with the sounds of alarms and explosions in the background. Clark, where are you? The Stark Tower's shield 1T hold much longer. This damn thing is altering Earth's gravity. The Batwing is currently struggling to navigate the skies over New York, its body swaying perilously under an invisible gravitational field. Jarvis, report the situation. At the top of Stark Tower, the virtual screen before Tony Stark is awash in crimson. Sir, the energy beams are reconstructing Earth's molecular structure. The global gravitational field is rapidly intensifying, and atmospheric composition is changing. It is predicted that within 12 hours, Earth's environment will no longer be habitable for humans. Jarvis's tone remains steady, yet the content of the report sends chills down one's spine. Damn it. Tony curses. Notify every living Avenger. Those who can still breathe. Get over here now. At the bottom of the pit, Clark cuts off the communication. He looks at Terrell. I'll head to the Indian Ocean. Fine. Terrell shrugs nonchalantly. I'll go to the other one. It's on the way. The 2 exchange a knowing glance. No further words needed. In the next instant, 2 figures, a red and blue one, and a gold and purple one, rocket skyward from the pit. They soar towards opposite directions, surpassing the speed of sound, leaving behind a ravaged New York and the unconscious Zod at the pit's bottom. Deadpool watches them vanish into the distance and whistles. Wow. The dual protagonists are splitting up. This is the rhythm for a new map. He turns to Spider-Man. Hey, little spider, what shall we do? How about we tie up that charcoal head and hang him in Times Square for exhibition? Spider-Man shakes his head, his expression grave beneath the mask. We need to save people. He shoots out another web, swinging toward another ruin. However, scarcely a minute after Clark and Terrell depart, a resounding boom echoes. Two entwined figures plummet from thousands of meters above, crashing down near the giant pit. As the dust settles, Fiona plants her foot firmly on Kara's chest, pinning her to the ground. This Kryptonian warrior has managed to subdue Kara after a vigorous struggle. Surrender, Kara Zor-El. Fiona gasps for breath. Her battle armor has long vanished, replaced by a tight black bodysuit that accentuates her curves, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Look, this is the future of Krypton. It is our future. She points excitedly at the distant beam of light that reaches the Earth's core. Kara struggles, yet cannot budge Fiona in the slightest. She gazes at the surrounding ruins, at the people crying out in despair, her heart swelling with rage. Just then, Fiona notices Zod, unconscious and clad in tattered armor, at the bottom of the pit. "General," she exclaims, darting towards Zod's side in an instant. "General, how are you?" She kneels beside him, anxiously inspecting his injuries. Kara seizes the opportunity to rise, clutching her painfully throbbing chest as she glances at Fiona, then at the distant world engine. It seems she must take action. Taking a deep breath, her eyes begin to glow with a crimson light. However, a hand suddenly rests on her shoulder. "Little girl, don't act rashly," a languid voice calls out. Kara turns to see a figure clad in a red and black bodysuit, twin blades strapped to his back. "Deadpool?" Kara blinks in surprise. Indeed, it's the dashing one. Deadpool points at Fiona, who is tending to Zod. "I'm your backup, you nincompoop. Look, the boss over there has help. If you rush in now, it would be utterly pointless, wouldn't it? How embarrassing that would be." He winks as he speaks. Kara's mind reels, struggling to comprehend. Backup? What is this all about? Yet, his last remark seems to carry a hint of logic. On the other side of the pit, Fiona has managed to lift the unconscious General Zod, quickly checking him over, relieved to find that he has only sustained severe injuries, but his vital signs remain stable. She finally exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning Zod against a relatively intact rock. After completing this task, she cast her icy gaze in this direction. Upon seeing Deadpool's flamboyant demeanor, her brows furrowed in irritation. Another pest had arrived. She dismissed Deadpool entirely. In her eyes, this absurdly clad figure was no different from the ordinary people strewn across the ground. Her sole target was Kara. "Traitor, today shall be your demise." With Fiona's declaration, the ground beneath her erupted violently, and she transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards Kara. Kara's pupils constricted as she prepared to confront her. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. It was Deadpool. He drew two Desert Eagles and unleashed a barrage towards the oncoming Fiona. The bullets struck Fiona, sparks flying, clattering to the ground like discarded metal. "Oh dear, Kryptonian skin, completely natural and bulletproof." Deadpool puffed at the smoke curling from the gun's muzzle, his face a mask of astonishment. "This effect is even better than D-Ray's." Fiona's momentum showed no signs of abating. Her focus remained solely on Kara. Just as she was about to reach Kara, Deadpool's figure flickered and unexpectedly positioned itself in front of Kara. "Hey, beautiful. Don't you think we should chat about life before we brawl?" Fiona's eyes flashed with disdain, barely sparing him a glance as she raised her hand and slapped him. Crack. The sharp sound echoed as Deadpool was sent flying, spinning 720 degrees in midair, before splattering against the wall of a decrepit building several dozen meters away. Like a freshly made human pancake, he slowly slid down the wall. Having dealt with this bothersome fly, Fiona redirected her assault towards Kara, no longer hesitating. Kara charged towards Fiona. Boom. The two women, both possessing Kryptonian blood, collided with ferocity. A violent shockwave erupted from their clash, sending debris swirling around them. Fists collided. Knees clashed. Fiona's combat skills were evidently superior. Each of her moves was concise, efficient, and lethal. Meanwhile, Kara's capacity to learn was alarmingly rapid. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield. At that moment, the Deadpool who should have been flattened into a pancake emerged from the rubble, humming a cheerful tune. As he walked, he adjusted his head. With a crack, he remarked, nothing beats the original. Spotting the two in fierce combat, his eyes lit up. Wow, a catfight. Up close and personal. I like it. He whipped out two katanas from behind him and shouted, "Darling, I'm here to help." Then he charged forward with a wild whoop. Fiona, just as she was about to push Kara back with a punch, saw the black and red figure rushing towards her. Annoyed, she executed a sweeping kick. Deadpool crossed his swords in front of him to block. Clang. Sparks flew. The two adamantium blades in Deadpool's hands bent at once. He stared at his warped weapons in disbelief. Fact. I've been duped into buying a $9 free shipping knockoff. Fiona, however, did not care whether he had purchased counterfeit goods. She delivered a kick to his chest. Uffed. Fiona's foot pierced straight through Deadpool's torso. Wow. Deadpool glanced down at the gaping hole in his chest, and at the foot encased in tight spandex. Beautiful, we just met, and you're already so forward. Isn't that a bit too fast? Fiona's face twisted in disgust as she exerted force with her foot, sending Deadpool flying. In the next moment, her expression shifted, for she realized that the peculiar figure had firmly grasped her ankle. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Deadpool grinned, and the wound in his chest began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Take this, the leg sweep from hell. Before Fiona could react, Deadpool seized her leg and swung her around. Spinning, jumping. I'm closing my eyes. Deadpool twirled her like a meteor hammer, spinning furiously in place. Fiona was utterly bewildered. She was one of the strongest warriors of Krypton. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Let go, you damn insect. Fiona bellowed, repeatedly kicking at Deadpool's head. Bang. Deadpool's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splattered all over Fiona. Finally free from her binds, she landed on the ground, staring at the headless corpse with revulsion. But before she could catch her breath, the headless body stumbled upright once more. At the severed neck, flesh began to writhe, and a new head sprouted forth. The newly formed Deadpool shook his head, his expression a patchwork of frustration. You messed up my new hairstyle. Compensation. Oh, I have no hair, so I owe you nothing. Fiona was genuinely taken aback. What on earth was this creature? Indestructible? At that moment of distraction, Kara seized her opportunity. Without hesitation, her eyes blazed with crimson light. Two scorching beams of laser vision shot directly at the ground beneath Fiona. Boom. The already burdened ground collapsed instantly. Fiona's footing vanished, and her body lost its balance. Now's the time. In the blink of an eye, Kara appeared before Fiona, delivering a powerful punch that struck Fiona squarely in the abdomen. Bang. Fiona's body was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, curling into a shrimp-like shape as she careened backward. Crash. She crashed into the wall of the massive pit, creating a deep human-shaped indentation, rubble cascading down to bury her. Panting heavily, Kara landed on the ground, catching her breath. Well done, darling. Deadpool approached, giving her a thumbs up. Our synergy is simply divine. How about we form a duo? Let's call ourselves the Immortal Supergirl team. Kara lacked the energy to respond to him. She lifted her gaze towards the towering beam of light at the other end of the city. The world engine was still operational. She had to act. However, at that very moment, an invisible wave surged forth from the world engine at the city center. Thud. Kara felt as if a mountain had descended upon her, forcing her down to one knee, struggling for control. What the hell? What's happening? Deadpool exclaimed beside her, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Has gravity increased? Not just them. The entirety of New York City, every person and object, was suddenly pinned to the ground by a tremendous gravitational force. Car alarms blared in unison. Aircraft like the Batwing and various flying vehicles spiraled uncontrollably towards the Earth. At the top of Stark Tower, sir, the gravitational field's intensity is rising exponentially. It has exceeded normal levels on Earth. Tony Stark, clad in his armor, struggled to maintain his footing. Fact, are they trying to kill us? In the pit, Kara and Deadpool were pinned to the ground, unable to move. Just then, a mechanical synthetic voice resonated from the Kryptonian spacecraft. World Engine, Stage 2, initiating. Kara's eyes widened as she looked towards Zod's direction. He remained unconscious. That voice was not his. Detected severe damage to Kryptonian combat units. Highest authority transferred. Authorizer, World Engine. The mechanical voice continued. New directive. Eliminate all non-Kryptonian life forms. Scanning for priority targets. In the next instant, a golden-purple figure appeared before the beam of light. Chapter 111. You're tough, but not tougher than me. Floating before the blinding beam of light, Terrell was enveloped in golden flames, resembling a miniature sun. He stretched languidly, his bones cracking in a symphony of sounds. The weight pressing down upon him felt almost like a mere tickle. Is this the world engine? A grin spread across his face, revealing a set of pearly whites. Such a grand spectacle, and yet he expected something far more formidable, as he sensed the familiar gravitational pressure enveloping him. Memories of his days in the temple of another realm flooded back. This gravity, in comparison to what he experienced there, was rather lackluster. Just a trivial burden. Terrell muttered to himself, a look of ease settling on his features. At that moment, a graceful figure soared to his side, Diana, clad in her divine battle armor. Dust clung to her attire, strands of dark hair plastered against her damp cheeks, yet her eyes remained bright and vibrant. She hovered next to Terrell, casting a disapproving glance at the colossal spacecraft incessantly channeling energy towards the Earth's core. Terrell, are you certain you can shut it down? She inquired with urgency. Do you need my assistance? Terrell turned to examine her, assessing her from head to toe. What brings you here instead of aiding below? Diana was momentarily taken aback by his question, but quickly responded with conviction. I came to see if you required help. Is that so wrong? No. Terrell waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested she would only complicate matters. Stand back. Just be ready to applaud when the time comes. With that, he disregarded Diana and began to assume his stance. Bringing his hands together at his waist, a golden aura surged chaotically towards his palms, coalescing into a blue-white energy sphere. Compressing tightly, Kamehameha, he murmured, and with each word, the energy pulsed with increasing intensity. Diana watched his peculiar starting pose, finding it amusing despite having witnessed it before. Yet, the energy gathering in his palms tightened her chest. It was overwhelmingly vast. With a powerful shout, a formidable golden beam erupted from Terrell's palms. The energy wave, imbued with a force capable of tearing through anything, slammed into the midsection of the Kryptonian vessel. A thunderous boom resonated through the air. The ship lurched violently, and the point of impact on its hull ignited with blinding radiance. However, it remarkably withstood the assault. The black metallic exterior merely dented slightly, failing to breach. Terrell's smile faltered momentarily. Is it truly that resilient? The technology of Krypton is rather impressive. Witnessing the event, Diana wasted no time. Her wrist flicked, summoning the sword of Hephaestus and her divine shield. I shall carve you an opening, she declared, preparing to charge forward. Halt! Terrell barked. What nonsense is this? A scion of my stature, in the presence of a lady, proclaiming a solo endeavor against a boss, and yet I cannot even breach its defenses? Must I rely on assistance? If word of this spreads, how shall I maintain my reputation in the realm? I told you, just applaud, he shouted at Diana, his expression tinged with embarrassment and indignation. In the next instant, the aura within him erupted in full force. Terrell's muscles bulged, veins standing out prominently as his purplish-golden aura swelled exponentially. The Kamehameha in his palms reached maximum power. The beam, initially the width of a barrel, rapidly expanded into a terrifying torrent of energy exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Open up for me. With crackling sounds, the ship's resilient exterior finally succumbed. First, fine fissures appeared, swiftly escalating into gaping cracks. Boom! A colossal explosion ensued. The vessel's hull was completely breached, unveiling a massive hole before the astonished onlookers. The golden energy beam surged straight through, piercing the ship and creating a gaping void in the clouds above. The internal energy core of the ship ignited in a catastrophic explosion. The beam connecting heaven and earth flickered several times before vanishing entirely. The terrifying gravitational force that had enveloped New York, and indeed the entire planet, dissipated in that very moment. Within the colossal crater, a thud echoed. Deadpool, crushed to the ground, felt an instant lightness and sprang up like a fish out of water. Finally, the pressure's gone. My back was about to snap. Beside him, Kara slowly rose, gazing skyward at the massive Kryptonian ship, now resembling a punctured beehive. Sir, the gravitational field has returned to normal, Jarvis reported. In flight. Tony glanced at the screen displaying restored data, breathing a sigh of relief. Well done. In the sky, Terrell withdrew his hands, dispersing the aura and exhaling a plume of white vapor. He turned to Diana, lifting his chin, his meaning unmistakable. It was time for applause. Diana, amused by his triumphant demeanor, sheathed the sword of Hephaestus and the divine shield, then genuinely raised her hands, clapping rhythmically. The applause rang clear. Impressive, she sincerely praised. Terrell nodded in satisfaction, relishing the moment. This feeling is delightful. Unbeknownst to them, at the bottom of the massive crater in the city center, General Zod's fingers twitched slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision transitioning from blurred to clear. The first sight that met his gaze was the ravaged city and the disintegrating Kryptonian vessel. Inside, explosions erupted in rapid succession, fiery blasts surging from the breaches, while massive metallic debris began to detach and plummet to the ground. Zod's pupils dilated in shock. The world engine, was it destroyed? His mind went blank. Rebuilding Krypton had been his lifelong aspiration, the ultimate goal for which he had fought tirelessly, wagering all his hopes. Was it all lost just like that? No. A hoarse growl escaped his throat. He struggled to rise, helplessly watching as the ship that bore all his dreams disintegrated and exploded in the sky. No. A piercing, despair-filled scream, laden with boundless hatred, erupted from the depths of his throat, echoing throughout New York. Chapter 112. Double despair, double joy. Zod's anguished cries reverberated across the scarred skyline of New York. Within his voice lay resentment, fury, but more prominently was the hollow void of faith stripped away. That colossal Kryptonian vessel had once been the ark of hope for the revival of Kryptonian civilization, now utterly devastated by a mere hybrid, crumbling in midair. Burning metal fragments, shrouded in black smoke, rained down, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Each piece that fell struck Zod's heart like a dagger. Hope was extinguished. Everything was lost. General, a shadowy figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily beside Zod. It was Fiona, who emerged from the rubble and immediately beheld the remnants of their ship. She glanced at the disintegrating vessel above, then at Zod, who knelt trembling on the ground, her face betraying no excess emotion. General, we have not yet lost. Fiona maintained her composure, exuding the calmness characteristic of a soldier. She knelt beside Zod. You need time to acclimate to this planet's sun. Its energy will make you stronger. Recover first. I will hold them off. Rising, she turned to face Kara, who approached through the debris, along with that annoyingly verbose figure in the red and black bodysuit. Kara's expression was a complex mix of emotions. As she gazed upon the obliteration of the Kryptonian spacecraft, a sense of victory eluded her. Rather, an indescribable heaviness settled within her heart. It was the last remnant of her homeworld civilization, now reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal before her eyes. Hey, I say, Kara. Shouldn't you rush over and give your kneeling boss a warm embrace of love, urging him to lay down his weapons and attain enlightenment? Deadpool's voice shattered the somber atmosphere. With one hand on his hip and the other gesticulating towards Zod and Fiona, he rambled incessantly. Or perhaps you could hold hands, and I could snap a photo for your social media, caption me in my last act of defiance. What do you think? Guaranteed to trend. Fiona could scarcely muster a glance in his direction, her attention wholly fixated on Kara. Just then, two figures descended slowly from the sky, Terralur and the atmospheric specialist, Diana, who had just punctured the ship with a column. Terralur stood with his hands buried in his pockets, his golden aura now subdued. Yet his green eyes gleamed with amusement as they settled on the two below. So, are you two done yet? I'm starving, he remarked, glancing at the kneeling Zod before casting his gaze towards the observing Fiona. One's weeping while the other watches. What a tragic performance. Hurry up, if we're going to fight. Let us do it together so I can get to my meal. Diana, standing behind him, wielded the sword of Hephaestus, her expression stern as she regarded the two Kryptonians before her. Fiona, observing the encroaching circle of figures, tensed her body further. This would be a fierce battle, and she was undeniably the one in a passive position. She had resigned herself to the possibility of dying here, as long as it bought enough time for the general. But at that moment, a resounding boom echoed from behind them, more thunderous than the earlier explosion of the ship. The ground quaked violently beneath them, and instinctively, everyone, including Terralur and Fiona, turned to look. Not far behind them, a circular metallic object, still emitting wisps of white smoke, had crashed into the earth, leaving a hemispherical crater in its wake. The object bore an uncanny resemblance to the core of the Kryptonian ship that Terralur had just obliterated. A towering figure stood quietly beside the metallic contraption, a red cape billowing gently amidst the lingering dust. Clark had returned, and he brought with him an unexpected gift. General Zod slowly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the familiar metallic core. His body trembled uncontrollably. He recognized that object. It was the world engine, the one he had deployed in the Indian Ocean, the last remnant of his hope. How could it be here? Wasn't the other engine meant to be transforming the Earth's core? No, it was impossible. Zod's murmurs escaped his lips as he struggled to rise from the ground, stumbling a few steps towards the metallic core. That object shouldn't be here. Clark remained silent, merely observing Zod with an expression devoid of emotion. The gentleness that usually adorned his features now absent. Fiona, too, was rendered speechless. Her mind went blank. Both world engines had been destroyed. This meant the plan to reconstruct Krypton had utterly failed. Thud. General Zod's legs gave way, and he collapsed once more to the ground, this time devoid of the strength to even scream. He knelt there like a statue, motionless, engulfed in complete despair. In the distance, Deadpool observed this scene, surprisingly silenced. He scratched his head and mumbled to Kara beside him. It's over, Barbie QD, this is it. This General Zod, perhaps, would shatter right here and ascend on the spot. Kara ignored him, her gaze fixed on the kneeling Zod, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Terralur regarded Clark, then glanced at the enormous metal mass on the ground. Wow, your efficiency is impressive, he whistled. In under 2 minutes, you made a round trip to the Indian Ocean and even dismantled a big one? Seems you're not just good at crying with your wife and kids. Clark did not turn around. He simply replied calmly. I've brought back the core of the world engine. His voice was tranquil. The reconstruction of Krypton ends here. This statement became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ha ha, ha ha. Zod, kneeling on the ground, suddenly began to laugh softly. His laughter grew louder, more frenzied. He lifted his head, and the rationality and pride that once filled his eyes were replaced by an insatiable madness for destruction. Reconstruction? Krypton? Ha ha ha. Zod laughed maniacally as he stood up, pointing at Clark, then at Terror, and finally at everyone present. You have destroyed my world. You have taken everything from me. Since Krypton cannot be reborn. Zod spread his arms wide, howling to the heavens, his voice filled with venomous curses. Then let this damned planet perish alongside it. Chapter 113. The villain's grandiose claims? Since Krypton cannot be reborn, then let this damned planet perish alongside it. Oh boy, classic villain declaration. An ill-timed voice chimed in, as Deadpool crossed his arms and earnestly critiqued. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. Dude, that line is so cliché. Can't you come up with something fresh? How about, I don't know, doing a three-point turn or something? Done? If you're finished, then let's wrap this up. Don't delay my meal. Terror wore an impatient expression. This world-destroying lunatic was far less important than his plans for a meal of Mexican burritos. Zod's manic laughter abruptly ceased. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Clark with unwavering intensity. It was this man. He had taken everything from him. Kal-El, Zod roared, the ground beneath him erupting as he surged forward, fueled by a tempest of rage, colliding directly with Clark. Clark charged forward in response. Bang! The blue and black figures crashed violently in the center of the ruins. A ferocious shockwave radiated outward from the two, sending debris and rubble flying into the air. Meanwhile, Fiona also sprang into action. Her target was clear. Kara, traitor, meet your end. Before her words could fully escape, she transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards Kara. Beautiful lady, please hold. Deadpool executed a flamboyant slide, positioning himself in front of Fiona with exaggerated flair. Before we fight, shouldn't we exchange contact information? My bird number is. Fiona, full of disdain, was a woman of few words. She raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. Crack. Deadpool's head spun a full 360 degrees. His forehead now facing the front. Wow, Deadpool exclaimed in a ghostly tone. That slap had some serious power. It opened my meridians. He lifted his hand and, with a crack, twisted his head back into place. Fiona's assault showed no sign of slowing. She maneuvered around this peculiar figure and delivered a swift strike aimed at Kara's neck. Kara raised her arm to block, and in an instant, the two were locked in combat. On the other side, the battle between Clark and Zod had escalated to an all-out frenzy. The two Kryptonians collided like two uncontrollable comets, wreaking havoc through the steel jungle of New York. They fought from the ground to the skies, then crashed back down. Each punch and kick carried the destructive force of annihilation. Skyscrapers swayed precariously in the aftermath of their clash, collapsing with thunderous roars. Why did you betray us? Why choose these insects? Zod's heat vision raged wildly, melting the ground into a sea of magma. Clark retaliated with an equally searing beam, his voice as frigid as ice. This is my home. In the deep pit. Bang. Fiona delivered a fierce kick to Kara's abdomen, sending her hurtling backward with a muffled groan. Just as Fiona prepared to pursue and deliver a fatal blow, several bullets clanged against her back. Hey, beautiful. Deadpool shouted while firing his weapon. Look over here. Check out my new SpongeBob-themed underwear. Interested? This provocative and harassing remark momentarily halted Fiona's movements. She spun around, her gray eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In that brief window, Kara seized the opportunity, landing a powerful punch squarely on Fiona's cheek. Fiona staggered from the blow. She was thoroughly incensed. Abandoning Kara, she charged toward the incessantly chattering fly beside her. Well done. You've successfully captured my attention. Deadpool exclaimed excitedly. Come on. Let's have a primal showdown between man and woman. Before he could finish his sentence, Fiona's fist was already upon him. Thud. Fiona's punch pierced through Deadpool's chest. Oh, how rude. Deadpool glanced down at the transparent hole and winked at Fiona, but I like it. Fiona disdainfully withdrew her arm and kicked him away. Yet in the next moment, the body that should have remained lifeless was rapidly healing the gaping wound in its chest, and he rose from the ground, drawing two katanas from behind him. Round 2. Begin. Deadpool charged forward once more. Fiona felt her sanity being slowly eroded by this seemingly immortal freak. Meanwhile, from a distance, Terrell watched with great interest. He had even managed to pull out a bag of popcorn from who knows where and offered it to Diana beside him. Care for some? Freshly made, butter-flavored. Diana declined. her grip tightening around the sword of Hephaestus as she anxiously watched Clark in the sky. Clark's situation was dire. Zod had completely lost his mind. He had entirely forsaken defense, adopting a strategy of exchanging blows, attacking Clark with reckless abandon. Zod took a punch from Clark directly to his chest, causing his recently healed torso to cave in once more, but his own fist landed solidly on Clark's face. Clark plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground like a meteorite. General, seizing the opportunity, Fiona kicked Deadpool aside and rushed to aid Zod. Trying to leave? Did you ask me first? Deadpool's leg was broken by Fiona's kick, but he used his other leg to spring up and clung tightly to Fiona's waist. Let go, you bug, Fiona bellowed. Not unless you kiss me. Fiona, she was truly losing her mind. Above in the sky, Zod pursued the falling Clark, his eyes glowing ominously. Two beams of heat vision shooting down with relentless force. At that moment, a golden-purple figure appeared in the path of Zod's attack. It was Terrell. He had finished his popcorn without anyone noticing. Casually, he raised his right hand, spreading his fingers. Buzz. The power gem on his hand pulsed with brilliant purple light, and a miniature golden-purple beam erupted, intercepting Zod's heat vision. Disturbing others during a performance is quite impolite. Terrell casually pushed the energy blast away. The blast, trailing flames, sped back at Zod's chest at 10 times the velocity of the initial heat vision. Boom. Zod spat blood as he plummeted toward the ground. Clark soared from the deep pit, witnessing this scene unfold. Without hesitation, he accelerated in midair, catching up with the falling Zod, then seized his head, forcefully directing it toward the ground. Rumbling, Zod's face made intimate contact with the earth, plowing a terrifying trench from Wall Street all the way to Central Park, leaving a 1,000-meter-long scar on the ground. When everything came to a halt, Zod lay like a puddle of mud at the end of the trench. Clark hovered in midair, his chest heaving violently, gazing down at the architect of chaos, his eyes slowly shifting from fury to exhaustion and struggle. He descended slowly, approaching Zod. It is over. He raised his hand, ready to knock Zod unconscious and deliver him to where he belonged. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Zod on the ground coughed up blood, laboriously lifting his head. His face smeared with blood and mud, yet his eyes gleamed with malicious light. He looked at Clark, grinning. Not yet, Kal-El. I will find them. I will find your Earth Mother, that reporter woman named Lois. I will snap their necks, inch by inch, right before your eyes. Let you taste the agony of losing everything. Clark's raised hand froze in midair. In the distance, Terrell, witnessing this, ceased his teasing of Fiona and Deadpool, raising an eyebrow. Oh, the big moment is upon us. Clark glared down at the man beneath him, still hurling the most venomous curses. His previously calmed emotions turned to ashes in an instant. He extended both hands, gripping Zod's neck with unyielding force, and twisted. Crack. A sharp sound resonated throughout the battlefield. Zod's curses abruptly ceased, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. The eyes that once burned with ambition and madness were now utterly devoid of life. Chapter 114. Zod is finished. Bruce is in a panic. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking halted Fiona's charge toward Deadpool mid-action. Deadpool, his freshly healed head momentarily forgetting to continue his banter, covered his mouth with one hand, pointing in disbelief. Zod has been killed by Clark. Diana's grip on the sword of Hephaestus trembled slightly. Terrell's popcorn chewing slowed as he stared at Clark in surprise. All eyes were drawn to the same direction. There lay the last general of Krypton, the man who had boasted of annihilating Earth, his head drooping limply, neck twisted. His eyes remained open, the remnants of malice and madness forever frozen in that final moment. Clark Kent, who had always been regarded as a symbol of hope and light for Earth, released his grip on Zod's neck. He lowered his gaze to his hands, those hands that had once saved countless lives, that had lifted collapsing skyscrapers, were now stained with the blood of his own kind, having personally ended a Kryptonian-esque life. Oh, a suppressed roar erupted from the depths of Clark's throat. It was as if all his strength had been siphoned away, his legs buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. Aya! In the next moment, a scream filled with endless pain and self-loathing pierced the heavens. It was a lament of faith shattered, the desperate wail of one who had fractured all they had steadfastly upheld. He knelt before the very kin he had slain, his fists pounding the earth, creating two deep craters in the hard rocky surface. This man, who had always been a pillar of reliability, now resembled a lost child, his shoulders heaving violently as he cried out in anguish. General, a piercing scream shattered the scene. Fiona's eyes turned blood red. She watched helplessly as the general she had sworn allegiance to was so humiliatingly slain by a traitor. An overwhelming rage and madness consumed her reason. I will kill you. She abandoned the bothersome Deadpool, charging straight toward the collapsing Clark with the determination to perish alongside Zod. Hey, don't be impulsive, sister. Deadpool was taken aback, reaching out in an attempt to intervene, but only grasped a fleeting shadow. Kara's complexion shifted dramatically as she too sought to impede the advance. Yet Fiona's speed was unparalleled. In a heartbeat, the blade of her hand was poised to strike Clark's unguarded nape. The noise was unbearable. A voice, tinged with amusement, echoed. A figure clad in gold and purple materialized unexpectedly in Fiona's path. It was Terrell. Fiona's pupils constricted, her fury intensifying. This Kryptonian scoundrel was also an accomplice to Clark. Without his interference, the grand ambitions of Krypton could have been revived. She accelerated, charging directly at the obstructing Terrell. He extended his hand to grip Fiona's face, pivoting his body, causing her head to spin completely around. Fiona's forward momentum halted abruptly. The madness and rage etched on her visage froze, yet her body limply crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Deadpool, having just struck a pose to utter something, witnessed the scene and fell silent once more. He scratched his head, murmuring softly, "I can't take on this Saiyan Kryptonian overlord. His methods are even more ruthless than mine." Diana observed Fiona, then glanced at Terrell's indifferent expression, opening her mouth, but ultimately saying nothing. Terrell didn't spare a glance at the woman sprawled on the ground. He shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled over to the weeping Clark, striding with an air of indifference. He tilted his head, regarding his cousin, who was engulfed in profound sorrow, with a mix of confusion and disdain. "Hey," he nudged Clark's hand with his flip-flop. "What's with the crying?" Clark remained unresponsive, his head down, howling in anguish. Terrell frowned, finding the situation somewhat irksome. "I said, why the hell are you crying? Didn't you kill him? He's dead. And here you are, putting on a tragic performance for whom?" Upon hearing this, both Kara and Diana, who had just arrived, exchanged alarmed glances. "Terrell," Diana's voice carried a hint of anger. "He is not you. He has his own principles and boundaries." Kara rushed to Clark's side, seeking to comfort him while casting an angry glare at Terrell. She could not comprehend how he could utter such cold-hearted words. Principles? Boundaries? Terrell scoffed disdainfully at the mention of those terms, gesturing with his resolute chin towards the lifeless Zod. Is his boundary to allow this guy to snap the necks of his wife, children, and Aunt Martha, as well as old Kent, one by one? If so, that boundary is truly worthless. Diana was left speechless. "What about me?" Terrell rolled his eyes, uninterested in debating with her. He crouched down to meet Clark's self-inflicted torment at eye level. "Listen, Clark, this world is a damned mess. It's either you kill him or he annihilates your entire family. If you don't snap his neck today, tomorrow you'll be cradling your wife's corpse and weeping. Now that you've killed him, you've saved your family and, incidentally, this wretched planet. You ought to be rejoicing, not sobbing like a child. If you want to cry, go find my cousin and do it there. It's utterly shameful." This vicious consolation silenced Clark's cries. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. His blue eyes were bloodshot, filled with confusion, pain, and profound self-doubt. He stared at Terrell's face, which was etched with annoyance, and his lips moved, hoarsely squeezing out a few words. "I killed him." "Yes, you did. So what?" Terrell shrugged nonchalantly, as if killing a few people was trivial. "Look at me. I just casually dispatched 7 or 8. Did I cry?" He gestured towards the Kryptonian soldiers' corpses he had dispatched with energy blasts. Clark followed his gaze, his body stiffening once more. He wished to speak, but ultimately only lowered his head again. "All right, enough of this morose display." Terrell stood up impatiently, brushing off the dust from his pants. "I'm starving. Let us hurry and find Aunt Martha and Louise. They must be quite worried about you." He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on Kara, his tone softening considerably. "Kara, let us go?" "Huh." Kara was momentarily taken aback. "What's the matter?" "Dinner." Terrell gestured with his chin. "I can smell the tacos. They're just around the corner." He then ambled off towards Deadpool and the chaotic street corner. However, Kara's attention remained on her cousin, who was still kneeling on the ground, worry etched on her face. "Let him be. Men have their moments of despair." Terrell waved dismissively without looking back. "When he figures it out, he'll understand that filling his stomach is what truly matters." Kara stood rooted to the spot, glancing between Clark and Terrell's retreating figure. Torn in indecision, Diana sighed, stepping closer to her, speaking softly. "You should go, Kara. I'll stay here." She gazed at the kneeling Clark, her expression complex. Clark needed time, a moment of solitude. Though Terrell's harsh logic sounded jarring, it might not be a bad thing for Clark in his current state. Kara hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. She cast one last glance at Clark and then hurried to catch up with Terrell. Upon seeing the two approach, Deadpool immediately greeted them with enthusiasm. Hey, Saiyan Kryptonian Overlord. Kara, are you guys going for tacos? I know a super authentic place. The owner got a great. Shut up and lead the way, Terrell interrupted him directly. All right. The trio's figures swiftly vanished into the remnants of the battlefield, leaving behind only the kneeling Clark and the quietly accompanying Diana, along with the two Kryptonian corpses. After a prolonged silence, Clark gradually rose to his feet, not looking at anyone, merely lifting his gaze to the gray sky, his expression hollow. He walked step by step towards the body he had personally slain. Just then, a suppressed voice crackling with anger emanated from the communicator at Diana's waist. Clark, it's Bruce Wayne. Report to me immediately. What have you done? Chapter 115. Good news. Zod is dead. Bad news. Superman has crossed the line. The voice from the communicator was devoid of warmth. Clark. The voice pierced through the air, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. Report to me immediately. What have you done? Kneeling on the ground, Clark's body trembled, and the rising motion of his shoulders ceased. He did not raise his head, did not respond, merely maintaining a pose of anguish like a broken statue. Diana could no longer bear it. She picked up her communicator, attempting to explain. Bruce, listen to me. The situation is complicated. Zod, I didn't ask you. Diana. Bruce's voice abruptly cut her off. I'm asking him. Clark Kent. Answer me. The stern rebuke finally elicited a response from Clark. He slowly lifted his head, his handsome face streaked with tears and dirt, the emptiness in his blue eyes haunting. His lips moved, his voice hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. I killed him. On the other end of the communicator, there was a prolonged silence. A silence as heavy as death. After this pause, Bruce's voice emerged, strained to the utmost, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. You have crossed the line. That is not an excuse, Clark. You have crossed that line. The line that all of us must abide by. He, along with you, me, and all of us, has changed irreversibly. The Watchtower bears witness. A conversation is imperative. The communication has been unilaterally severed. Diana gazed at the silent communicator in her hand, then turned her attention to Clark, who knelt on the ground. Once again ensnared in his own world, her face etched with concern. This matter cannot be so easily brushed aside. Bruce harbors an almost obsessive adherence to the no-kill rule. Now, the very symbol of the League has shattered this ironclad edict. This will unleash an unimaginable storm within the Justice League. Meanwhile, on another corner of New York City. Boss, how much for your Mexican burritos? I'll take 10. No, 20. Terrell stood with 1 foot atop an overturned fire hydrant, his well-defined chest and abs on display, impatiently shouting at a quivering uncle huddled in a food cart. His wild grin made the owner's legs tremble even more. And me? I want a super double cheese and sour cream chimichanga. Hurry up, I'm starving. Deadpool joined in, waving a few crumpled bills. Kara followed behind, observing the antics of these two clowns with an exasperated expression. Approaching the terrified owner, who appeared on the verge of wetting himself, she extracted several dollars from her pocket, offering them with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, sir, they're a bit eccentric. Is this enough? If not, I can. That is plenty. More than enough. The owner, seeing a semblance of normalcy in Kara, snatched the money in a flurry. Terrell, indifferent to the exchange, snatched the freshly made burrito from the owner's hands and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, took too long, and it's mediocre. As he chewed, he turned and caught the amused yet exasperated gaze of Kara. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man eat before? You should join me. You need energy to continue fighting. He elongated his words, leaning closer to Kara, whispering in a tone meant for just the two of them. We can resume our brawling at home. Kara's face flushed instantly. Memories of the grueling 3-day battle flooded her mind, leaving her both embarrassed and irritated. She playfully punched Terrell's solid arm, though the force was akin to a tickle. Shut up. Terrell burst into hearty laughter, feeling rather jovial. He relished the post-fight meal and the playful banter with his girlfriend. Life couldn't be more delightful. As for that emo cousin of his, why should I care? Men are so fragile, why bother? Deadpool observed the flirtation between the two, his mouth stuffed with a chimichanga, his eyes darting around. He leaned towards Terrell, conspiratorially whispering, Hey, boss, can we discuss something? Speak. Terrell grabbed another burrito. You see, you two are such a perfect match. Isn't there something missing? Missing what? A wedding officiant. Look at me, Deadpool exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I can host, shield you from bullets, and liven up the atmosphere. Plus, I can double as a flower girl. Discount for you. Terrell shot him a sidelong glance. Scram. All right. Deadpool quickly sidled away, resuming his harassment of the food cart owner. As night descended upon this war-torn land, the heroes began their gradual withdrawal, with SHIELD's follow-up teams taking over the scene for cleanup and rescue operations. Clark remained motionless, kneeling amid the ruins. Diana stayed by his side. Just as everyone's attention was diverted elsewhere, several unmarked black heavy trucks silently entered the periphery of the battlefield. The doors swung open, and a group of armed personnel clad in high-tech black combat suits, their faces obscured by full-cover masks, jumped down. Their movements were synchronized and silent. Their target was unmistakably the two Kryptonian corpses lying on the ground. They produced silver briefcases, opening them to reveal intricately designed instruments. Beams of blue light scanned Zod and Fiona's bodies, quickly uploading data. Sample viability confirmed. Target structural integrity at 87. Prepare for recovery. A massive refrigerated container was lowered. They carefully placed Zod and Fiona's bodies inside. In the distance, aboard a similarly black helicopter, a man in an expensive suit, his bald head gleaming under the cabin lights, observed the scene through a screen. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He picked up a satellite phone and dialed a number. Samples recovered. 2 perfect specimens. A respectful voice responded from the other end. Congratulations, Mr. Luthor. Prepare for research. Lex Luthor's voice was tinged with an uncontainable excitement and madness. Chapter 116, Batman. You truly excel. Under the cover of night, New York lay in disarray, the disaster site being meticulously addressed. Meanwhile, deep beneath the city, in a vast secret laboratory, the lights blazed bright. Lex Luthor, clad in a suit, stood before a massive glass container. Inside, 2 Kryptonian bodies leaned against each other, submerged in a murky green nutrient solution. Zod. Fiona. A fervent obsession gleamed in Luthor's eyes. On the large screen behind him, complex genetic sequences scrolled rapidly, finally pausing on a double helix structure marked in red. Incredible. Luthor's pupils reflected the screen's glow. A perfect biological template, with minor modifications. It can become our ultimate weapon against those gods. His assistant recorded the data, his voice trembling. Sir, the extracted genetic samples exhibit extreme aggression and adaptability, but they are unstable. Instability signifies boundless potential. Luthor pressed his hand against the cold glass, gazing at Zod's face, still etched with defiance and madness. Prometheus stole fire for humanity, and I, Lex Luthor, shall create a monster capable of slaying gods. Prepare accordingly. Yes, Mr. Luthor. Meanwhile, beside the Mexican food truck on a New York street corner, Terrell contentedly belched, crumpling the wrapper of his last burrito and tossing it into a nearby trash bin. The flavor was decent, just too little. He smacked his lips, feeling slightly unsatisfied. Deadpool, his mouth stuffed with chimichanga, mumbled in agreement. Right. The boss is too stingy. Next time, we should tie him up and make him cook nonstop for 24 hours. The food truck owner, hiding inside, shuddered at this suggestion. Kara shook her head in resignation, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Although her appetite was scant, watching Terrell and Deadpool devour their food compelled her to eat a little. Shouldn't we head back? Kara glanced at the sky, the New York night illuminated by the lights of various rescue ships, yet still oppressive. Clark. He.S. a grown man. He won't just vanish, will he? Terrell shrugged dismissively. Stretching his arms, the joints cracked audibly. I'm full. Time to find a place to sleep. He turned to Kara, flashing a grin that revealed a set of white teeth. Shall we go home? Kara's cheeks flushed slightly at the recollection of the previous harrowing 3 days. Clearing her throat, she shifted the topic. I believe we should check on Clark. His current state is troubling. What is troubling about it? He merely killed someone, right? Terrell rolled his lips in disdain. He made his own choices, and he must bear the consequences. We are not his parents. Can we really oversee him for a lifetime? However, no buts, Terrell interjected, suddenly lifting his gaze toward a particular direction in the sky, a glint of amusement flashing in his blue eyes. Oh, it seems there is some entertainment to be had. What kind of entertainment? Deadpool curiously leaned in. Terrell offered no reply, merely gesturing with his chin toward Kara. Do you wish to witness how your noble companions are embroiled in infighting? In the circular conference room of the Watchtower space station, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive, as if the very air dared not stir. Core members of the Justice League were present, all gathered. Clark Kent remained clad in his drab Superman attire, his head bowed. Enveloped in a shroud of gloom, silent as a tomb. Diana stood behind him, gently resting her hand on his shoulder, her face etched with concern. At the opposite end of the table, Bruce Wayne donned his heavy bat armor, even keeping his helmet on, his cold white lenses fixed intently on Clark. The others occupied their respective seats, silence prevailing. Barry Allen contemplated breaking the tension with a joke, but upon opening his mouth, merely managed an awkward grin. Hal Jordan silently scrutinized the tabletop before him. Ultimately, it was Arthur Curry, the Aquaman, who first shattered the silence. He slammed his golden trident forcefully against the ground. Thud. What's with all of you acting like you're in mourning? Arthur's gruff voice rang out as he surveyed the room, his gaze landing squarely on Bruce. So what if an alien lunatic has died? That guy was bent on destroying Earth. Clark dealt with him. What's the issue? The problem is profound, Bruce retorted, his tone grave. He has crossed a line, Arthur. He stood up, striding toward Clark. What distinguishes us from those criminals? It is our moral compass. We do not take lives. Once we step over that threshold, we become indistinguishable from them. Crap about moral lines. Arthur rose to his feet, retorting without restraint. That guy threatened to kill his wife and kids right in front of him. If it were you, Bruce, could you endure it? Bruce halted, the white lenses of his helmet shifting to Arthur. I would find another way. Another way? What way? Wait until he kills your entire family before throwing him in prison? Arthur scoffed. Your rules might work for dealing with petty thieves in Gotham, but against a world-ending madman? It's a joke. Enough, Diana interjected, halting the quarrel between the two. She turned to Bruce, her tone earnest. Bruce, Clark had no choice at that moment. He always has a choice. Bruce's voice rose in agitation as he pointed at the still silent Clark. He could have chosen to sever his limbs, to knock him unconscious, to hurl him into the sun, but he opted for the simplest, yet gravest error. He succumbed to rage. He chose vengeance. He is no longer the Superman we once knew. Bruce's words struck a chord in Clark's heart, causing him to bow his head even lower. Self-doubt swirling within his eyes. Bruce sighed softly, regaining his usual cold demeanor. We must initiate the Fortress Protocol. The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. Bruce, have you lost your mind? Barry was the first to leap up, incredulity etched on his face. The Fortress Protocol is the highest level response scheme activated only for uncontrollable Kryptonian threats. You intend to deal with Clark? Not to deal with him, Bruce corrected, but to contain him. His mental state is highly unstable. He must be isolated until he regains his composure. This is for everyone's safety. I disagree. Diana stepped in front of Clark, gazing intently at Bruce. What he needs is help and guidance, not to be treated like a prisoner. Arthur also rose to stand beside Diana, equally astonished at Bruce's stance, clearly stating his position. You've crossed a line, Bruce. Who will guarantee that next time he 1T snap and break someone else's neck in a fit of rage? Bruce countered. Who will ensure that this being with divine powers 1T turn into the next tyrant? The conference room fell into a tense standoff once again. At that moment, a languid voice tinged with mockery unexpectedly resonated within the chamber. Oh, are we in a meeting? Why is the atmosphere so somber? Are we holding a memorial for someone? Everyone jolted in surprise, turning in unison toward the source of the voice. There, at the center of the conference room, three figures stepped in from outside. Terrell, hands stuffed in his pockets, wore an expression of someone thoroughly entertained. Kara followed closely behind, appearing somewhat anxious, and a fellow clad in a red and black bodysuit was excitedly taking in his surroundings. Wow, is this the legendary watchtower? Quite the decor. Much more impressive than Professor X's old relic of a school, Deadpool exclaimed exuberantly. Bruce's white lenses instantly locked onto Terrell. Who permitted your entry? When I found your front door ajar, I simply walked in, Terrell replied, pausing before adding, I flew in, actually. I just overheard that you all seemed to be discussing how to deal with my cousin. He tilted his head, looking at Bruce with keen interest, a provocative smirk on his face. What's this? Unable to defeat an alien. So you're preparing to turn against your own? Batman, you truly have remarkable aspirations. Chapter 117. Are you seeking death? Terrell's derisive remark shattered the taut atmosphere within the conference room. Bruce, clad in the latest battle armor, had a glint of hostility flash through his lenses. Terrell, do you truly believe you can evade culpability? Those Kryptonians, along with the Kree Ronin, were all slain by you. Terrell regarded Bruce's accusatory demeanor, chuckling in amusement. Then pray tell, what should I have done? Invite them for a meeting to discuss the partitioning of Earth? Thud. Bruce slammed his fist on the conference table, producing a dull thud. Please, take this seriously. We are discussing the issue of crossing boundaries. Terrell shrugged, spreading his hands. You see, I raise a question, and you want to revert back to your concerns. You want it both ways. He took a step forward, surveying each person present. Without us capable individuals standing in the front lines during this invasion, do you believe Earth would fare well? You desire us super beings to intervene while simultaneously fearing us? Batman, are you suffering from a split personality? You. Bruce's voice deepened, laced with anger. Terrell paid him no heed, instead glancing around at the other Justice League members, finally casting a look at Deadpool, who was watching from behind Kara. Let me take a guess. Each of you ought to have a corresponding contingency plan, right? Upon hearing this, Barry Allen's awkward smile froze. Hal Jordan instinctively touched his Green Lantern ring. Arthur Curry furrowed his brow tightly. Diana's expression shifted as she gazed incredulously at the black figure seated at the head of the table. Everyone's faces paled, all eyes turning to Bruce. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Is what he said true? Barry asked, his voice hoarse. Bruce stood there, silent. His silence served as the most potent answer. You bastard. Arthur Curry suddenly sprang to his feet, his trident aimed at Bruce. I knew you were an untrustworthy paranoid. We're here risking our lives while you plot behind our backs to eliminate us. Disappointment clouded Diana's face as well. Bruce, we are your allies, your family. At last, Bruce spoke, his tone unremarkable. I require insurance. For the sake of the Earth, for humanity, I must have a safeguard. He turned to Clark, who still kept his head bowed. If one day he is no longer the Clark we know, who will stop him? He glanced at Barry. If one day, in your desperate attempt to save your mother, you recklessly disrupt the timeline again, who will restrain you? His gaze swept across everyone present. Power must be balanced. Unchecked power is the greatest calamity. Such eloquence, Terrell remarked, lightly applauding. Applauding your grandiloquent rationale. He stepped close to Bruce, their faces nearly touching. So tell me, where was your insurance when Zod sought to annihilate Clark's entire family? Where was your safeguard when Ronan attempted to conquer Earth? Oh, I see, Terrell exclaimed with feigned enlightenment, clapping his hands. Your insurance is to wait until we have battered the enemy, and then you leap forth, using your absurd gadgets to imprison us alongside them? That is not insurance, it is cowardice. You lack the capacity to confront real threats, so you aim your ire at your allies. For only then can your pitiful desire for control find some semblance of satisfaction. Enough. None of this has happened. It is all your imagination. Bruce growled. Imagination? Not yet occurred? My heavens, have I struck a nerve, provoking your ire? Terrell laughed with increasing delight. You fear us. Fear all that you cannot comprehend. You confine yourself in that dark pit, cocooning yourself in metal, thinking you can control everything? You are not a hero, Bruce. You are merely a pitiful creature hiding behind a mask. Wow. Deadpool had somehow taken a seat at the conference table, clutching popcorn he had procured from who knows where. What a tearjerker. Make it louder. This plot is far more captivating than Batman v Superman. That movie was utterly nonsensical. Come on, big guy. Strip away his armor. I want to see if he's wearing a black bodysuit beneath that mask. Kara swiftly covered Deadpool's mouth, attempting to drag him away. But he clung stubbornly to the table. Bruce's body trembled slightly with rage. His proud logic, the convictions he had upheld throughout his life, were today shattered by a barbarian. And all in front of everyone. Diana observed Bruce, who was on the brink of losing control, and sighed softly before speaking. Terrell, enough. What about him? Is he an infant? Untouchable? Terrell turned to Diana. Don't tell me you've also been brainwashed by his theories. Diana opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Terrell dismissed them, striding over to Clark, still kneeling on the ground, and yanked him up. Enough of the tears. A grown man, weeping? How disgraceful. Clark stumbled as Terrell pulled him, his gaze still hollow. Do you see? Terrell pointed at Bruce, addressing Clark. You are here, tormented over the death of a scoundrel, while your best friend plots how to imprison you. Tell me, is that not laughable? Clark's pupils finally regained some focus. He raised his head to look at Bruce, his eyes filled with profound confusion and misunderstanding. Bruce met his gaze, as well as the skeptical and alienated looks of everyone present. Behind the white lenses of his mask, madness flickered. Was he wrong? No, he was not wrong. The fault lay with this world. The fault lay with those endowed with divine powers who failed to exercise self-restraint. Today, he would make them understand who was truly right. Since you cannot comprehend. Bruce's tone was as frigid as Arctic ice. I shall make you experience it firsthand. He issued a command to the air. Watchtower. Initiate protocol. Red alert. No sooner had he spoken than the lights in the conference room transformed into blinding red. From the ceiling, several concealed launchers descended, targeting the 3 Kryptonians present. A hum filled the air as a special radiation enveloped the entire space. It was the radiation mimicking that of a red sun. Ugh! Kara gasped in pain, her body weakening as she sank to one knee. Clark, bathed in the crimson light, writhed in agony, nearly collapsing. Diana rushed to support him. Bruce. This is far from necessary. Shut down the equipment. Bruce. Only Terrell stood unyielding. The purple gem in the palm of his right hand emanated an eerie glow. Slowly, Terrell turned to face the figure standing in the heart of the red radiance. The amusement and mockery on his face vanished entirely. In his bright green eyes, only murderous intent remained. You. He grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. Wanna die? Chapter 118. Wanna make a move? You'd better ask my fist first. Bruce's white lenses remained fixed on Terrell, showing no sign of retreat. Terrell's patience wore thin. Do you think that by restraining Clark and Kara, you can contain me? He spoke softly, as if posing a question to a simpleton. The next moment, a golden-purple aura erupted from him. Boom. A terrifying shockwave radiated from his center, sweeping across the entire conference room. Tables, chairs, and various high-tech devices were sent flying, crashing violently against the walls, reduced to heaps of scrap metal. Everyone present, including Diana and Arthur, was pushed back by the sudden surge of power. Damn, Arthur swore, plunging his trident into the ground just to maintain his balance. Diana shielded Clark and Kara beside her. Only Deadpool, inexplicably affixed to the ceiling, stuffed his mouth with popcorn. Oh, the big one is coming. Anyone want drinks or popcorn in the front row VIP seats? No one paid him any mind. All attention was directed at the man engulfed in golden-purple flames. Terrell's hair stood on end, and his green eyes gleamed with pure malice. The purple gem in his right hand flickered with wild arcs of electricity, intertwining with his own golden aura. The entire building trembled violently. The ceiling above the conference room, where the three instruments targeting the Kryptonians emitted red light, began to crack with numerous fissures. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sharp sounds echoed as the 3 red light spectrometers erupted into fiery explosions. The crimson radiance vanished. Kara exhaled in relief, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. Clark was no better off, propping himself against the wall, gasping for air. Bruce. Diana looked incredulously at the shadow pinned against the wall by the shockwave, then glanced at the nearly unhinged Terrell. Stop this. Terrell ignored her, striding deliberately toward Bruce. With each step, the floor beneath him buckled and cracked, leaving distinct footprints. The oppressive pressure caused Bruce's newly donned vibranium armor to creak ominously. I will say this one last time. Terrell loomed over Bruce, looking down at him. Clark and Kara are both mine. Before you lay a hand on them, you best consider whether Earth can withstand my wrath. The golden and purple aura enveloping him surged once more. A deafening roar echoed as the entire building lamented. Outside, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with lightning flickering ominously within the layers. This force was even more terrifying than when the world engine was activated. Terrell raised his left hand. Golden flames and purple lightning swirled chaotically around his fist. He struck towards the golden bat emblem on Bruce's chest with a powerful punch. Bruce was pinned down by the surging waves, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the fist loomed larger in his visor. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The new battle armor, crafted from vibranium mixed with various rare metals, was obliterated at the chest, leaving a gaping hole. Countless fragments scattered in all directions. Gasp! Blood spewed from Bruce's mouth through the crevices of his helmet. The wall crumbled, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. Terrell, Clark weakly called out, struggling to rise. You can't kill him. For my sake. Terrell laughed mockingly, not sparing a glance. Clark, are you foolish? He intends to imprison you as if you were a criminal. And yet you expect me to spare him? Clark staggered toward Terrell, thankfully feeling his weakness begin to wane. Terrell, you cannot kill him. His voice was hoarse from exhaustion. I have no qualms about you killing Kryptonians, Zod, or Fiona, but he is different. He is merely an ordinary man. Ordinary man. Terrell scoffed dismissively. A mere ordinary man capable of activating red sun radiation at will, intending to confine you all. Such a so-called ordinary man is more dangerous than Zod. He gazed at Bruce, who was still struggling, his murderous intent unwavering. Clark positioned himself in front of Terrell, his eyes pleading. I beg you, Terrell. Terrell regarded him, then glanced at the worried expressions of Diana and Kara beside him, running a hand through his hair in irritation. Fine. He uttered one word. Clark exhaled in relief. But Terrell's tone shifted abruptly. His figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared before the fallen Bruce. Another punch struck with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained, landing squarely on Bruce's abdomen. Boom. The wall behind Bruce could no longer withstand the force, exploding outward. Bruce curled up, a pained howl escaping his throat. He needs a lesson. Terrell retracted his fist and clapped his hands, as if dusting off his palms. Bruce lay on the ground, his body convulsing violently, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. He wished to move, but his lower body was entirely unresponsive. His legs felt numb. Through the helmet, an anxious voice crackled over the encrypted channel. Master, Master, can you hear me? Master. It was Alfred's voice. The conference room was enveloped in a deathly silence. Arthur Curry observed the scene, swallowing hard, yet remained silent. Barry Allen gaped, at a loss for words. Diana's expression was a tumult of emotions. Terrell turned around, surveying the so-called heroes, his emerald eyes brimming with unmasked mockery. "Time to go home," he said to Kara. "I didn't eat enough earlier. Shall we grab some Spanish barbecue?" Deadpool broke free, excitedly trailing behind. "Boss, wait for me. I know an ultra-authentic place. It's just a bit far in Queens. Just not sure if it's still open." As the three prepared to leave, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Deadpool clung to Terrell's leg as the trio departed. Diana and Clark exchanged glances before making their exit, her trust in Bruce now shattered. Arthur cast a glance at Bruce, sighed softly, and followed Diana out. Clark attempted to step forward but was halted by Bruce's agonized command. "Stay back. Leave." He withdrew his outstretched hand and turned away. Only Barry, Steele, and Hal remained, exchanging bewildered looks. Chapter 119. Batman severely wounded. The Justice League disbanded. In the Justice League headquarters, the circular conference room had devolved into chaos. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt metal and the metallic tang of blood. Barry Allen stood amidst the wreckage, glancing at the enormous humanoid hole in the wall, then at the motionless Bruce lying among the debris. He was utterly dazed. What on earth was happening? How did a mere meeting result in crippling one of the strongest alliances on Earth? What are we to do now? Barry looked to Hal Jordan and Victor Stone for help. Hal, agitated, tugged at his collar and cursed. "How the hell should I know what to do? Blame who? Terrell for being so barbaric? Or Bruce for courting disaster?" Hal kicked the twisted piece of metal beside him. "I just don't understand why he thought he could outsmart everyone. Who does he think he is?" Victor's electronic eye flickered as he rapidly processed data. Bruce has a comminuted fracture of the fourth and fifth vertebrae, with near total disruption of the nervous system connections. His vital signs are highly unstable, and he is suffering from severe internal bleeding. If immediate medical attention is not administered, he will die, Victor stated gravely. Barry shuddered, darting to Bruce's side. "Bruce, hang in there. I'll get you to the hospital." Just as he moved to lift Bruce, a calm voice resonated through the conference room speakers. "Do not move him, Mr. Allen." It was Alfred. Any unprofessional handling could cause further injury. As soon as he finished speaking, the floor beneath Bruce began to rise slowly, elevating him gently. A soft blue energy shield enveloped Bruce completely. Life support systems activated. Medical pod is docking. Alfred's voice revealed no hint of emotion. "Gentlemen, please stand aside." The ceiling of the conference room silently slid open, revealing a massive mechanical arm that descended, precisely grasping the white medical platform. The mechanical arm slowly retracted, carrying the severely injured Bruce away, disappearing behind the ceiling. The entire process was quiet and efficient. Clearly, Alfred had rehearsed this emergency protocol countless times. He had been preparing for every conceivable mishap that might befall Bruce. Yet, he likely never anticipated that this mishap would arise from within. The vast conference room was left with only Barry, Hal, and Victor, all three in a state of utter confusion. "So is that it?" Barry asked, bewildered. "It's over? I think it's just the beginning." Hal plopped down on a relatively intact tabletop, rummaging through his pocket for a crumpled cigarette, only to find he had no lighter. Damn. He stuffed the cigarette back. Clark had left, Diana had left, and Arthur had departed as well. Bruce was taken away. The Justice League, it seemed, had disbanded today. Hal chuckled bitterly. Barry yanked off his cowl and tossed it to the ground. But Bruce's paranoia has indeed escalated recently, especially since Terrell killed the Joker. Victor remained silent, his thrusters emitting blue flames as he floated gently in midair. His electronic eye scanned the enormous hole in the wall, beyond which was frantic disaster relief. System logic analysis. Probability of alliance dissolution, 783. Probability of internal conflict outbreak, 426. Due to a lack of leadership and internal divisions. The probability of civilization surviving the next catastrophic attack on Earth has been reduced to 137. Upon hearing this figure reported by Victor, both Barry and Hal fell into a solemn silence. "What shall we do?" Barry inquired for the third time. This time, no one could provide him with an answer. Meanwhile, deep beneath the metropolis, 300 meters below the surface, in a clandestine base belonging to Lex Corp, Lex Luthor stood before a massive pane of one-way glass, a satisfied smile adorning his face as he cradled a glass of red wine. Opposite the glass, a brightly lit laboratory buzzed with activity. The bodies of Zod and Fiona were restrained on two specially designed metallic beds, their forms adorned with an array of colorful tubes. Dozens of scientists clad in white lab coats busily attended to their tasks. An assistant hurried over to Luthor, respectfully presenting a tablet. "Sir, We've detected severe energy fluctuations at the Justice League headquarters. Preliminary assessments suggest an internal conflict. This is a recently intercepted encrypted communication fragment, of which only a small portion has been deciphered. The tablet played an audio clip. You've crossed the line. The Fortress Protocol. You cannot kill him. Are you trying to die? The audio was chaotic, yet the information within was enough to make Luther's smile grow ever brighter. Ha 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 ha. Luther erupted into laughter, spilling some of his wine in his excitement. Even gods bleed. Even gods have infighting. What a splendid script. He turned to gaze fervently at the Kryptonian bodies behind a glass. They believe they are saviors? No, they are merely more powerful beasts. And humanity requires a hunter capable of truly controlling these beasts. He pointed at the rapidly scrolling genetic data on the screen. How is the data model coming along? The assistant quickly replied, It's progressing exceptionally well, sir. The Kryptonian genetic sequence exhibits astonishing adaptability and evolutionary potential. Luther approached a control panel, where a complex humanoid biological schematic was displayed, accompanied by a code name, Doomsday. Initiate the final fusion program. I want them to understand that human intellect is the mightiest weapon. I shall ensure that the so-called Superman is forced to confront the despair he has wrought. The assistant shuddered and whispered, Sir, this is exceedingly risky. Should it spiral out of control? Risky? Luther turned, regarding him with disdain. The greatest risk lies in surrendering our fate to a band of extraterrestrials. Proceed. Yes, sir. The assistant dared not speak further and swiftly departed. In the laboratory, a dark green liquid was being frantically injected into the multitude of tubes connected to Zod's lifeless body, which suddenly convulsed violently. In New York, in the Queens District, Terrell, Kara, and Deadpool traversed a street littered with debris. Boss, trust me, just around that corner. Deadpool gestured excitedly. The Spanish barbecue from that place is to die for. The owner is an old man in his 60s, and his grilling skills are ancestral. I just hope the shop is still standing. Kara, following closely, surveyed the destruction surrounding them and glanced at the nonchalant Terrell, unable to contain herself. Terrell, are we really just going to walk away? Bruce, he won't die. Terrell interrupted dismissively. I know my limits. He'll just be bedridden for a year or so at most. Mention him again, and I'll eat all the barbecue myself. Not sharing a single bite with you. Kara puffed her cheeks in frustration, yet found herself powerless to retort. We're almost there, Deadpool exclaimed with excitement. The trio rounded a toppled bus and found themselves before a small shop that had miraculously withstood the devastation. The crooked sign above the entrance read, Old Man Barbecue. An elderly man in a chef's hat was sweeping away debris from the entrance. Old man, I'm back. Deadpool cheered as he dashed forward. The old man, upon seeing Deadpool, momentarily brightened before grabbing his broom again. You rascal. We still have unfinished business from last time. Just then, Terrell abruptly halted. He slowly raised his right hand, palm open. The purple power stone lay quietly in his hand. How do you use this thing? Chapter 120. Want to fight? The seduction tactic takes the lead. Terrell scratched the back of his head, staring at the shimmering purple stone in his palm. This thing was indeed powerful. A single punch could shatter anything. Far more efficient than his usual energy blasts. Yet, he quickly grimaced. But if I get used to this, I wouldn't even need to think when fighting. Where's the fun in that? He smacked his forehead, contemplating the perfect candidate for this task. It settled then. After finishing their Spanish barbecue, the three of them contentedly belched. The old man behind the barbecue counter stared at the now empty storage area, and then at the towering stack of dishes, his jaw nearly unhinged. This is a locust plague. Not long after, they found Tony Stark amidst the chaos, directing the Iron Legion in rescue efforts. Dozens of robots of various models were methodically clearing debris and searching for survivors, operating with remarkable efficiency. Hey, Tony, looks like you're busy today, Terrell remarked. Hands in pockets, whistling playfully. Tony's Iron Man suit touched down, the helmet clicking open to reveal a face etched with fatigue. You could say that. This spectacular scene owes at least half its credit to you. He gestured at the ravaged streets around them. Terrell, instead of feeling embarrassed, puffed out his chest with pride. Not bad, not bad. I was just holding back. Otherwise, this area might have vanished from the earth. Tony, observing Terrell's unabashed demeanor, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, deciding not to engage with this man of peculiar logic. So what do you need? You didn't come all the way here just to inspect my progress. Terrell grinned, extending his right hand. The stone radiating an otherworldly purple glow rested in his palm. Help me out and store this thing for now. Tony's fatigue vanished, his eyes widening in shock. The power stone. He rushed forward, fixated on the gem, his breath quickening. This time, it was Terrell who was taken aback. Oh, you recognize it? Tony nodded, quickly explaining the origins of the Infinity Stones and the terrifying power they contained. Terrell succinctly summarized, "This thing is incredibly powerful. It can annihilate worlds." Moments later, an Iron Man suit descended from above, delivering a precisely designed cylindrical metal container. Terrell casually tossed the Power Stone inside. Tony carefully sealed the container, which emitted a series of complex mechanical locking sounds, the surface inscriptions lighting up and dimming, effectively isolating the volatile energy. "For now, I'll leave it with you." Terrell patted Tony on the shoulder, his tone relaxed and casual. "Whenever I feel like playing with it, I'll come back for it." Tony stared at him, mouth agape. He was just casually entrusting one of the universe's most dangerous weapons to this man. This level of trust was astonishingly sudden. At that moment, a black Chevrolet Suburban screeched to a halt in front of them. The door swung open, and Nick Fury and Maria Hill emerged. Fury's face bore the unmistakable expression of exasperation. Almost simultaneously, a dazzling golden streak, trailing a long tail of luminescence, hurtled forth from the depths of the cosmos. With a thunderous crash, a figure landed, sending a shockwave that carved a shallow crater into the ground. As the brilliance faded, a striking woman adorned in a tricolored combat suit of red, blue, and gold, with resplendent golden locks, emerged before the onlookers. Upon her descent, she cast no glance at anyone else, striding directly towards Nick Fury. "Fury, I have received your message. Where's the enemy?" Her voice was icy, imbued with a soldier's precision, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Fury rubbed his aching temple, his solitary eye reflecting weariness. "You are late, Carol. The battle has already concluded." He sighed, turning slightly to indicate the man beside him, who was bare-chested, clad in floral shorts and flip-flops. "Allow me to introduce this individual, who has just saved the Earth, Turlough." He then gestured towards Carol Danvers. "Turlough, this is Captain Marvel, Carol." Carol's gaze fell upon Turlough, scrutinizing this seemingly carefree individual, her brow furrowing slightly. From him emanated a staggering power that sent shivers down her spine, wild, primal, and rife with aggression. Meanwhile, Turlough was also appraising her. "Wow, quite formidable." His eyes sparkled with excitement. The energy contained within her was on par with that of Zod. No, she surpassed that wretch by a considerable margin. "Excellent. This is splendid." Fury observed the increasingly tense atmosphere between the two, anxiety gnawing at him. If it were merely a flirtatious undertone, it would be manageable. But it was evident that both were inclined to engage in a confrontation. "Carol, do not look at him like that. Turlough, you need to tone it down. We cannot afford another colossal battle right now." "What? A fight?" Turlough selectively ignored the latter part of Fury's statement, his eyes brightening. "Fantastic." Boom. A golden aura erupted from him. The surrounding air grew oppressive, and the debris on the ground began to tremble. His demeanor shifted from that of a languid beachgoer to a ferocious predator poised to strike. "You appear quite robust. You should be able to withstand a few punches." Carol's expression hardened, her body instinctively tensing, golden light radiating from her hands. As the two stood on the brink of confrontation, Carol rushed over, seizing his arm with a hint of playful persuasion. "Let us not cause a ruckus. We have matters to attend to later." Her cheeks flushed as her voice diminished. The terrifying aura that threatened to obliterate everything dissipated in an instant. The golden glow around Turlough vanished, and he reverted to his previously languid demeanor. He turned to face the blushing Carol, grinning widely. All right. He pivoted back, extending his hand towards Captain Marvel, wearing an innocuous smile. Hello, I am Turlough." This abrupt shift in demeanor left everyone present momentarily stunned. Captain Marvel regarded him with a look of utter confusion. Tony Stark silently closed his visor, adopting an expression that suggested he had seen nothing. Only Deadpool, having approached at some point, murmured, TSK, charm works wonders, doesn't he it? Chapter 121. Luther is up to no good again? Carol stared at the man before her, who had shifted from menacing to displaying a fool's grin in the blink of an eye, her mind swirling with questions. She turned to Fury, silently inquiring, "Are you sure this fellow is a hero who saved the Earth and not an escapee from a mental institution?" Fury rolled his single eye dramatically, his expression seemingly saying, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Turlough paid no heed to the thoughts of others, draping an arm around Carol's shoulders and leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Shall we head home?" Carol's face flushed a deep crimson as she gently elbowed his side. Deadpool leaned in once more, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. "Hey, Chief, take me along. I promise to keep quiet, just to observe." Without a backward glance, Turlough delivered a precise kick, sending Deadpool soaring through the air, accompanied by the cry, "I'll be back," as he vanished into the horizon of the ruins. Turlough whistled, raising an eyebrow at Carol, before effortlessly lifting her into his arms. With a startled yelp, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. In the next instant, they soared skyward, transforming into a golden streak, disappearing in the blink of an eye. All that remained were a bewildered Captain Marvel, a weary Fury, and a knowing Tony. Youth is synonymous with impulsiveness. Come along, Carol. Fury sighed, leading the way to the armored SUV. Back to Stark Tower. I require a comprehensive post-battle report. And Tony, remember to bill Wayne Enterprises for the repair costs. It's only fair we split the expenses. Tony grimaced. I suggest we let them cover it all. Carol followed behind the two, her eyes scanning the ravaged streets of New York, her brow furrowed in concern. So, who was the enemy? Is everything resolved? Fury opened the car door and slid into the seat. There were multiple foes, 2 factions of extraterrestrials. The Kree fleet has been dismantled single-handedly by Turlough. The other threat was a Kryptonian warlord, who was almost defeated by Turlough and subsequently dealt with by Superman. As Carol settled into the vehicle, hearing the name Superman piqued her interest. I've heard of him, the last survivor of Krypton. Is there another Kryptonian girl here? Indeed, Tony affirmed as he took his seat. And the vehicle began to move smoothly. By the way, the Justice League also played a significant role in this battle, particularly Wonder Woman, who single-handedly breached a corridor of the Kree warship. Oh, Carol's interest was piqued. Is she very powerful? Extremely, Tony responded with high praise. In pilot terms, she's the ace of aces, she's their leader. As Tony continued, he shook his head. That Batman, however, is far too obsessive. Fury shot him a glance through the rearview mirror. You have no right to criticize others, Tony. Tony shrugged. Better safe than sorry. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Tony poured himself a glass of whiskey and offered one to Fury and Carol. Fury declined, while Carol took a moment to sniff it before setting it aside. I do not drink. All right then, Miss Carol, Tony shrugged. You are missing out on one of the greatest inventions on Earth. Ignoring his playful banter, Carol approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city where rescue efforts were underway. So, where's the Justice League now? Just as Fury was about to reply, Maria Hill's projection suddenly appeared on the conference table, her expression grave. Director, we have a situation. Fury's brow furrowed. Speak. Just 5 minutes ago, our satellites detected severe energy fluctuations at the Justice League headquarters. Hill spoke rapidly. The energy signature matches the aura emitted by Turlough. The fluctuations lasted approximately 30 seconds before the building went entirely dark. Tony froze, his hand holding the glass of whiskey suspended midair. What does dark mean? All communications have been severed. External scans yield no signals, and energy readings have dropped to minimal levels, Hill replied, her expression serious. The light-hearted demeanor that had adorned Tony's face vanished, replaced by an unmistakable shock. The Justice League's headquarters, Earth's formidable bastion, had quietly crumbled? Have our people attempted to contact them? Fury's voice was low and gravelly. We have tried, sir. All channels are unresponsive. Carol's cerulean eyes were filled with an icy detachment. So, the current predicament is that the individual known as Terrell has just vanquished an alien foe and then turned to obliterate his ally's stronghold? And we remain in ignorance of the fate of those within? She struck the adjacent wall with her fist, producing a muffled thud that left a shallow imprint. You truly know how to play the game. Fury rubbed his temples, feeling as though his mind were on the verge of exploding. One Terrell was already enough to give him a headache, and now there was the added complication of a missing Justice League. This band of superpowered beings was akin to a collection of walking nuclear bombs, all freely mobile and uncontrollable. Jarvis, elevate the defensive protocols of Stark Tower to the highest level. Tony's voice had turned cold. Simultaneously, reorganize all analytical data concerning Terrell and establish a file denoting the highest threat level. Fury's singular eye gleamed with cold determination. He was utterly exasperated. Hill, instruct all undercover agents to enter a state of silence. Until we ascertain what transpired at the Watchtower, I do not wish for any further surprises. Just then, Hill's projection spoke again, her tone more urgent. Sir, there is one more thing. While clearing the battlefield, we discovered that the bodies of General Zod from Krypton and his aide Fiona are missing. Surveillance indicates that their corpses were taken by a group of unidentified armed personnel. Their equipment is highly advanced, and their operational efficiency is remarkable, resembling that of a professional recovery team. Fury's eye narrowed. Can we trace them? No, they possess counter-tracking technology. The vehicles vanished into Gotham's underground tunnels. However, we detected a company's logo from the equipment left at the scene. Hill stated, projecting a logo into the air. A large, technologically advanced letter L. Tony's gaze turned icy as he recognized the logo. Lex Luthor. Chapter 122. Clark's guilt for slaying his kin. Louise, you are saving. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Clark descended slowly. Tony Stark had been awaiting his arrival, simply gesturing towards a prepared lounge nearby. I will send someone to handle matters at the Kent farm. Tony's voice rare in its absence of sarcasm. They are resting inside. Clark nodded, his movements somewhat stiff. Martha observed the hollow blue depths of her son's eyes, a pang of pain striking her heart. She approached Clark and gently patted his arm. Clark, we are unscathed. You did exceptionally well. Clark's body trembled, yet he dared not look into his mother's eyes. Louise approached from behind, grasping Clark's large hand. She could feel the tension in every muscle of his body. Let us return to the apartment, Clark. Louise's tone was soft and gentle. I want to go home. Very well. Clark managed to squeeze the word from his throat. He did not look at anyone else, taking Louise and Martha aboard the aircraft Tony had prepared. Louise's apartment was distanced from the city center, having miraculously escaped the recent calamity. Aside from some cracks in the window glass, everything remained as it had been. This familiarity and tranquility stood in stark contrast to the shattered remnants of the outside world, rendering the atmosphere even heavier. Martha instinctively led old Kent towards the kitchen, beginning to prepare some hot drinks and food for them. The elderly lady asked nothing, for this space belonged to her son and her future daughter-in-law. Clark sat motionless in the center of the living room. His gaze was unfocused, staring blankly ahead. Louise closed the door, walked up to him, and reached out to smooth the disheveled curls from his forehead. However, the moment her hand made contact, Clark recoiled as if burned. Do not touch me. His voice was hoarse, laden with self-loathing. He lowered his head, fixating on his hands. These hands, moments ago, had taken the lives of his kin. The crisp sound of shattering bones, the sensation of warm blood staining his skin, replayed in his mind over and over. Louise's heart ached. She did not retreat. Instead, she stepped closer, stubbornly extending her hand once more. She cupped his face, forcing him to lift his gaze and meet hers. Clark Kent, look at me. Clark was compelled to raise his head, and when his eyes met Louise's clear, worry-filled gaze, the tension that had been taut within him finally snapped. His tall frame shook violently. He buried his face deep into Louise's embrace, resting against her slightly rounded belly, like a child lost for so long finally finding his way home. Scalding tears soaked Louise's clothing. I killed them, Louise, I killed them. He clutched her arms tightly, his entire body trembling. I felt the snap of their necks in my hands. I have become a monster. I have betrayed my father's teachings. I am not a hero. I am a murderer. He sobbed incoherently. Louise said nothing. She merely held him tightly, allowing him to vent all of his anguish. Her hands stroked his broad back gently. Time and again, in the kitchen, Martha heard the muffled cries emanating from the living room, pausing with the warm milk suspended in midair. A silent tear rolled down her cheek. After what felt like an eternity, Clark's cries gradually subsided, leaving only heavy, weary breaths. He held onto Louise, immobile, as though all his strength had been drained. Are you done crying? Louise lowered her head and softly asked. Clark did not respond, only buried his face deeper. Once you have finished, listen to me. Louise cradled his face, urging him to look at her once more. Her eyes were red-rimmed, yet her gaze was unwavering. Clark, I know you are in pain, deeply saddened. Because you are a good person, you feel anguish for having taken a life. This does not make you a monster. On the contrary, it affirms your humanity. Clark's lips moved, hoarsely articulating, but I could have made a different choice. Could you? Louise interrupted him. He threatened to kill Mom. Dad, to kill me, to destroy every person in this world that you hold dear. Tell me, Clark, at that moment, what other choice did you truly have? You did not choose slaughter. Louise's words, clear and precise, struck deep into his heart. You chose to save. You saved that innocent family filming with their phone. You saved Mom, and you saved me and our child. She lifted Clark's large hand and gently placed it on her flat, yet life-bearing belly. Clark's body stiffened. He could feel, beneath that warm palm, a faint yet resilient heartbeat responding to him. That was his child, the future of him and Louise. He was needed by his father. Tears glistened in Louise's eyes, yet her lips bore a gentle smile. He does not need a flawless God, nor a savior burdened with the weight of the world. He only needs his father, the one who clumsily repairs tractors on the farm, who nervously fumbles his words in front of me, who would be elated for an entire day upon tasting his mother's apple pie. Clark Kent. That is who you are, Clark. You are not a god. You are merely a Kansas farm boy endowed with extraordinary abilities, yet with a heart softer than anyone else's. Her words shone like a warm light, dispelling all the shadows and darkness within Clark's heart. He gazed blankly at Louise, at the gentle smile on her face. Feeling the hopeful heartbeat beneath his palm, the iceberg in his heart began to melt. This time, His embrace was no longer a cathartic release filled with pain and despair, but rather a cherished reunion imbued with infinite affection. He uttered not a word, merely resting his head upon her shoulder, quietly closing his eyes. A profound weariness washed over him like a tide. He was utterly exhausted. In the embrace of his beloved, inhaling the familiar fragrance of her hair and listening to the rhythm of their two heartbeats, one large, one small. This man who had safeguarded the world and vanquished its foes finally shed all burdens and sank into a deep slumber. Louise adjusted her position, ensuring he was more comfortable. She gazed out the window, faint echoes of the city's rescue sirens filtering through, yet within this small apartment, tranquility reigned supreme. Martha emerged silently, bearing 2 cups of warm milk, and handed one to Louise. Observing her son, who had fallen asleep in Louise's arms like a child, a smile of both relief and tenderness graced her face. "Thank you, Louise," Martha whispered. "You will always be his antidote." Louise smiled gently and shook her head. "No, mother. We are his world." Chapter 123. Urgent. Sudden mutation? The birth of a new species? The neighbors of Kara's apartment once again felt the tremors akin to an earthquake. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting mottled shadows upon the apartment floor. Clark had not slept a wink. He sat on the sofa, his tall frame casting a long shadow in the morning light. Louise emerged from the bedroom, draped in his flannel shirt. She approached him from behind, gently wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. "What are you thinking?" Clark stirred slightly, his voice hoarse. "Louise, if I were to give up being Superman, would you still love me?" he asked, his tone soft and cautious. Louise offered no reply, merely holding him tighter. She turned to face him, crouching down to gaze into his bloodshot blue eyes. "Silly," she said, cradling his face, their foreheads touching. "I love Clark Kent, not the Superman that everyone idealizes. It has always been him." Clark's eyes brimmed with tears. He extended his arms, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Half a month had passed since the alien invasion incident. Everything had returned to a semblance of calm. The reconstruction efforts in New York proceeded in an orderly fashion, bolstered by the financial might of Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises. The once destroyed buildings rapidly rose anew. Life for the populace seemed to revert to normalcy, save for the occasional peculiar news reports. This is CC News, bringing you the latest updates. On the television screen, a slender blonde reporter stood on a university lawn. A long barrier cordon stretched behind her. As a popular field reporter, her signature was the unfathomable chasms and the buttons ready to launch at any moment. Just this morning, on the lawn of Ohio State University during an ordinary student gathering, an inexplicable wave of green mist suddenly enveloped the area. The scene shifted to a blurry video captured on a mobile phone. In the footage, the green mist appeared without warning, shrouding the entire lawn as students screamed and fled in all directions. After approximately a minute, the mist dissipated, and when people regained visibility of the lawn, they were horrified to find 2 massive grayish-white cocoons at its center. The camera returned to the scene. The reporter pointed to the 2 cocoons, each over a person's height and adorned with bizarre patterns, her voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. "I am currently at the site of the incident. SHIELD has swiftly cordoned off the area, yet numerous students and citizens are gathered at the perimeter to observe. Everyone is speculating. What could these be? Are they new extraterrestrial life forms, or some unknown natural phenomenon? More importantly, what lies within these 2 cocoons?" Outside the barrier, a throng of onlookers buzzed with chatter. "Wow, it's a live broadcast. Double tap 666, my friends," shouted a boy in a baseball cap, excitedly directing his phone at the screen. "That mist is definitely Terrigen, right? I read a post online that said it can cause mutations." His friend beside him looked on with envy. "If only I could take a hit. Maybe I'd awaken some incredible power and wouldn't have to go to school anymore." "Get real." A girl clutching books rolled her eyes. "What if the power I awaken is to fart sparks or grow an extra leg? I don't want to become a monster. That is still better than being an ordinary person. Just think, those cocoons might give rise to the future Captain America. What if it's the future Godzilla?" At the SHIELD Triskelion headquarters, in a stark white office, Carol Danvers crossed her arms, observing the holographic screen before her. The screen displayed live footage from the university lawn. Fury was preoccupied with handling the fallout from the Justice League headquarters disappearance and tracking Lex Luthor's movements, leaving the day-to-day operations of SHIELD to her. "Report, Director." Maria Hill entered, handing over a document. "The scene has been completely isolated. Our scientists are analyzing the residual components of the mist and have preliminarily determined it to be consistent with the Terrigen mist data in our database." Carol nodded, her gaze fixed on the screen. "What about the students? Have there been any anomalies?" 2 students fainted in the mist, but upon examination, their physical condition is stable. They merely experience psychological shock. I've arranged for psychological counseling and follow-up observations. Hill paused before continuing. Director, are we really going to do nothing? Just leave those 2 things there? Carol turned, her azure eyes revealing no discernible emotion. She walked back to her desk, resuming her seat. Fury had instructed her not to act impulsively until the situation was fully understood. Since that madman Talro single-handedly defeated 2 alien fleets half a month ago and nearly demolished the Justice League headquarters, rumors had circulated that he incapacitated Gotham's hero, Batman. Carol realized that what Earth needed was not a slow-reacting defensive organization, but a more formidable, proactive force capable of nipping all threats in the bud. She had been preparing for this, yet struggled to find a suitable opportunity and powerful, controllable allies. She had considered reaching out to Tony, but he was too slippery. She thought of Steve, but he was too rigid and had been elusive lately. As for that Talro, just the thought of his reckless demeanor and penchant for conflict, coupled with his absurd strength, gave her a headache. He was hardly teammate material. Yet today, she felt a premonition that her plans might see significant progress. Maintain surveillance. Carol commanded, redirecting her focus to the screen. I want to be informed of every change occurring within those 2 cocoons. Understood, Director, Hill replied, turning to leave. The office fell silent once more. Carol rose, standing quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing below. Time ticked by. Just as the sun was about to dip below the horizon, the screen suddenly flickered with activity. Director, Hill's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Cocoon 1 is exhibiting energy fluctuations. The surface temperature is rising rapidly. Carol squinted. On the screen, the slightly larger gray cocoon on the left began to emit a faint red glow from its surface. A faint crackling sound resonated clearly through the high-sensitivity audio equipment, reaching the command room. A fissure appeared at the apex of the cocoon. Shortly thereafter, a second and then a third crack followed. Snap, crackle. The fractures spread rapidly, resembling a spider's web. Everyone on site held their breath. Countless cameras fixated on the colossal cocoon on the verge of rupture. Carol's body instinctively tensed, and she took 2 steps forward. Finally, bang. A muffled explosion echoed as the upper half of the cocoon violently burst apart. A figure slowly emerged from within. Chapter 124, Earth's Biodiversity. Can it withstand a blow? Upon the cocoon's rupture, a youth stood up. He casually tied his slightly long hair at the back, a faint stubble gracing his chin. And he stepped out from the shattered shell with a bewildered expression. Instantly, a cry arose from the crowd as a student recognized him. Ulysses. Good heavens. It's Ulysses. And the cocoon beside him contains Michelle. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the slightly smaller cocoon next to Ulysses was forcefully thrust from within. Bang! The shell exploded. And a creature, entirely crimson, sprouting wings and trailing a long, slender tail, screeched as it burst forth. It resembled the legendary Red Demon, its scarlet eyes scanning the crowd as if searching for something. It flapped its wings and lunged directly toward the throng, inciting a greater uproar. However, before it could soar far, several blue-white energy nets descended from above, ensnaring it tightly and slamming it down onto the lawn. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly approached, employing specialized weapons to fully subdue it. A few agents were about to restrain the still-dazed youth, Ulysses. Stop! A cold yet authoritative female voice rang out. From the rear of the crowd, a group began to emerge. At the forefront stood a man and a woman. The man was tall, clad in a black uniform adorned with silver cross patterns on his chest, his expression grave, exuding an unspoken air of oppression simply by standing there. The woman possessed a waterfall of fiery red hair cascading to her ankles, dressed in a form-fitting outfit of purple and black that accentuated her graceful figure and stunning features. Though her gaze held the aloofness characteristic of royalty, her red locks seemed to possess a life of their own, gently swaying even in the absence of wind. It was she who spoke. He is not your prisoner. Medusa approached the boy named Ulysses, her crimson hair flowing like a gentle serpent, lightly brushing his shoulder. Soothing his emotions, she gazed at him, her expression softening considerably. Hello, child. I am Medusa, and I have come to take you home. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters. Maria Hill reported the situation on site in detail to Carol. The Inhumans had taken the boy named Ulysses, and the red creature had been taken as well. They stated they would formally contact you later, sir. The Inhumans. Carol observed Medusa and Black Bolt's retreating figures on the screen, a flicker of understanding passing through her azure eyes. Why would this ancient race, known for their reclusiveness, come forth to retrieve a child? She nodded. I understand. Meanwhile, in Metropolis, at Kara's apartment, Terrell sat cross-legged on the sofa, a French fry dangling from his mouth, engrossed in the rebroadcasted news on television. Wow. He turned his head to glance at Kara, who was busily working in the kitchen. Honey, Earth's biodiversity is impressive. New species pop up every now and then. That red-haired girl. Her hair even moves on its own. How amusing. Kara emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of perfectly fried sunny-side-up eggs and bacon, giving him an exasperated look. What do you mean new species? Those are the Inhumans, a race that has supposedly existed on Earth for thousands of years. They just prefer to remain low-key. She placed the plates on the coffee table before Terrell and shoved a glass of milk into his hands. Hurry and eat. After you're done, wash the dishes. Oh, Terrell responded, picking up his fork and quickly devouring an entire plate of breakfast, then gulping down the milk. His gaze, however, remained fixated on the television screen. The Inhumans sound quite impressive. He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Honey, do you think they can take a hit? As Kara settled down to enjoy her own breakfast, she nearly dropped her fork upon hearing his words. She knew it. This guy's thought process is stuck on whether something can be fought or if it tastes good. You better behave, Kara warned, glaring at him. They are not the enemy. Don't go stirring up trouble. I don't want to clean up your mess again. I was just curious. Terrell chuckled, leaning closer and wrapping his arms around Kara's waist from behind. He rested his chin on her shoulder, watching the television, where the queen named Medusa was displayed. But seriously, that girl's hair is more entertaining than yours. Kara's face flushed slightly as she nudged him with her elbow. What are you saying? Terrell chuckled, about to say something more, when the television abruptly switched to an urgent news bulletin. Breaking news. Mr. Bruce Wayne, chairman of Wayne Enterprises, has unfortunately sustained injuries during the recent alien invasion in New York and is currently receiving treatment at Wayne Manor, with an uncertain return date. The screen showed Alfred, standing in for Bruce Wayne at a press conference, his expression one of profound sorrow and solemnity. Wayne Enterprises has initiated its highest emergency protocol. All operations will be overseen by the board jointly and will not affect the company's normal functioning. Upon hearing this news, Kara's expression darkened. Bruce was injured to that extent. It was far from just an unfortunate injury. He had been harmed by Terrell. Terrell's smile faded as well. He watched the sorrowful old butler on the screen, scoffing slightly. What a show, he muttered. He knows full well that punch was meant to teach Bruce a lesson. See, Kara turned her head, giving Terrell a reproachful glare. He is not your enemy. You were too rough. He had it coming. Terrell exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Who told him to meddle in our affairs? It would be a miracle if he survived. The atmosphere in the apartment suddenly grew tense. Just then, buzz. Kara's phone on the coffee table vibrated. It was an unfamiliar encrypted number. Kara hesitated for a moment, then answered, switching to speaker mode. On the other end, a cool and commanding female voice spoke. Is this Kara Zor-El? Kara paused. Yes, it is. May I ask who you are? I am Carol Danvers. The caller introduced herself. Acting Commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. I need you and Terrell to come to the Triskelion headquarters. There is a very important meeting regarding the Inhumans and the future of Earth. Carol's tone left no room for refusal. You must be present. Upon hearing his name, Terrell's ears perked up and an intrigued expression crossed his face. A meeting? About the Inhumans? He glanced at Kara, grinning widely, revealing a set of white teeth. Honey, did you hear? We've been invited to a meeting. Chapter 125. The fortune teller also comes to the meeting? At S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters. Terrell held Kara's hand as if strolling through their own backyard, following Agent Hill into a conference room. The circular seating was already filled with numerous attendees. Terrell scanned the room and noticed several familiar faces. The most conspicuous figure, of course, was Tony Stark, seated in the center, clad in a casual suit, legs crossed, and sporting sunglasses. Beside him sat Steve Rogers, whose well-defined physique was accentuated, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. Black Widow, Natasha, and Hawkeye, Clint, were engaged in a hushed conversation, while Dr. Bruce Banner huddled in the corner, striving to diminish his presence. Vision and Wanda appeared to be sharing an intimate chat. In addition to them, there was a sorcerer in a red cloak, a regal figure in black armor, and a green-skinned female giant. On the other side, Diana, Hal Jordan, Barry, Cyborg, and the green-skinned Martian Manhunter were present, though the atmosphere on their side was palpably somber. Terrell's gaze eventually settled on 2 particularly notable individuals. One boasted flowing red locks, while the other wore an expression as blank as a stone. They were the Inhuman Queen and her mute consort, whom he had seen on the news that day. Hey, Tony. Terrell greeted casually, striding over with Kara in tow. I heard you sent the bill for this skirmish to Wayne Enterprises? Quite frugal of you. Tony removed his sunglasses and raised an eyebrow. What can I say? Some barbarian tends to be rather heavy-handed. My losses are significant. Someone has to foot the bill. He glanced at Kara beside Terrell, then whistled suggestively. Some are heavy-handed, while others show a certain tenderness. Kara's face flushed crimson as she turned her gaze elsewhere. Terrell then turned to Steve. Old man, haven't seen you in a few days. And your chest muscles seem to have grown even more impressive. Steve chuckled helplessly. Terrell, it's good to see you're well. Terrell patted his shoulder before turning to Dr. Banner. Big Green, fancy a rematch? This time, I'll let you use one hand. Dr. Banner's expression turned a shade of green as he frantically waved his hands. No, I'm quite fond of peace these days. The once serious atmosphere of the conference room had been disrupted by Terrell's antics, creating an odd ambience. Terrell's gaze finally landed on an uneasy young man beside the Inhuman Queen. The youth appeared to be around 17 or 18, his face still bearing traces of youthful innocence. Sitting among a host of superheroes, nervously unsure of where to place his hands. He was none other than Ulysses, the Inhuman who had emerged from his cocoon. As reported in the news yesterday. Just then, Carol Danvers, who had been standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, arms crossed as she surveyed the panoramic view of New York, turned around. Her golden hair shimmered under the lights, and her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over everyone present. She nodded to Hill, who understood and cleared her throat. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. The following meeting will be led by Commander Carol Danvers. With those words, all eyes turned to Carol. She approached the head of the conference table, resting her hands on its surface and getting straight to the point. I trust you are all aware of the situation. Her voice was icy, imbued with an undeniable military authority. The Justice League headquarters has been destroyed, Batman is severely injured, and Superman is missing. Meanwhile, Lex Luthor has taken the body of the Kryptonian. What his intentions are, none of us can discern. The Earth's defensive capabilities are more fragile than ever. Carol paused, her tone growing more resolute. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a more powerful and responsive alliance of heroes, an organization with unified command and coordinated action. She emphasized her words. Furthermore, this organization must be subject to oversight by SHIELD, which is to say the World Security Council. No sooner had she finished speaking than a languid voice interrupted. Wait a minute. Terrell leaned back in his chair, one leg draped over the other, swinging his flip-flops. Why should we listen to you? He flashed a toothy grin. Just because you have a loud voice? Carol furrowed her brow at his remark, her sharp gaze boring into Terrell. Yet she chose to disregard the provocateur and pointedly addressed the silent young man, Ulysses. Because we now possess a weapon that can avert disaster. She stated clearly for all to hear. This is Ulysses, a member of the Inhumans. His ability is to foresee the future. He can anticipate impending dangers, allowing us to extinguish threats in their infancy. As her words echoed through the conference room, a wave of murmurs ensued. What a joke. Tony Stark was the first to voice his dissent, springing to his feet. Foreseeing the future? Are you serious, Captain Danvers? We are to base global security strategy on a child's visions? That's not called preparation. That's called leaving it to fate. He recalled Ultron, his tone growing heated. That being attempted to protect the Earth with the best of intentions. What was the cost? Everyone here knows better than I. Terrell joined in, stoking the flames. Exactly. What's the difference between this and fortune-telling? He pointed at Ulysses, directing his sharp tongue at Carol. What if one day he dreams I stole a lollipop from the neighbor's kid? Should we send a team to arrest me for ideological education? That's called being overly cautious? I see it as creating problems where none exist. You. Carol's face turned a shade of fury, golden energy flickering around her hands. She hadn't anticipated that her meticulously planned meeting would be derailed at the first mention of her most crucial proposal by these two rascals. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to an icy stillness. On one side stood Carol and her faction advocating for stringent control, while on the other stood Terrell and Tony, questioning this approach. All the heroes exchanged glances, uncertain of where to align themselves. Diana watched the scene unfold, shaking her head in resignation, realizing that a storm more troublesome than an alien invasion had already begun. Carol fixed her gaze on Terrell, forcing out the words through clenched teeth. Terrell, this is not a discussion. This is an order. Chapter 126. Terrell, I've been wanting to hit you for a while. Carol Danvers' voice reverberated in the silent conference room. This is an order. Terrell initially froze, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke, before bursting into laughter. He chuckled, dramatically slapping his thigh, nearly sending his flip-flops flying. An order. He finally managed to compose himself, lifting his head and looking at Carol as if she were a fool. Sister, who do you think you are? Do I know you? It hasn't been long since we last met, and now you're giving orders? Carol's features tightened, her hands instinctively clenching into fists, golden cosmic energy flickering between her fingers. Terrell, say that again, and remember, we are in extraordinary times. The safety of Earth supersedes everything, including your personal freedom. Oh, starting to lay down the law, are we? Terrell casually propped his feet on the conference table, resembling a ruffian. If that's the case, what happens when this kid dreams that someone plans to destroy the world? Are you all going to team up to take them down? He gestured toward the fidgety Ulysses. And what if he dreams you're wearing your underwear inside out tomorrow? Should that be announced to the world, so you can publicly remove it for inspection, lest it affects the city's appearance? A suppressed laugh erupted from the corner. It was Barry Allen. Upon realizing all eyes were on him, he hastily covered his mouth, his face turning scarlet. Meanwhile, Jordan, seated beside Barry, wisely buried his head, tightly pressing his lips together. Even the ever-serious Steve Rogers couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Carol forcefully pinched Terrell's arm beside her, lowering her voice. Say less. Terrell, unconcerned, rubbed his arm but retorted, I am merely employing reason. Enough. Tony Stark slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly. He did not look at Terrell but fixed his gaze on Carol. Captain Danvers, I do not care how many years you spent as a savior on some distant planet. Here on Earth, we do not engage in thought crimes. The last individual who sought to protect the planet with a perfect algorithm was Ultron. Tony's words caused a pall to fall over everyone present. His optimal solution was to format humanity entirely. So tell me, what fundamental difference exists between your prophecy and Ultron's logic? Carol's expression darkened. Ultron was a rogue artificial intelligence, while Ulysses is a living, breathing human. He sees the future. He sees the truth. Truth? Tony scoffed. A possible future is also called truth. Should I now predict that your obsessive desire for control will eventually lead to all our deaths? You are conflating concepts. A resonant female voice interjected. Everyone turned to see the green-skinned giantess, Jennifer Walters, also known as She-Hulk. In a lawyerly tone, she stated, Mr. Stark, Commander Danvers' proposal aims to establish a more efficient crisis warning and intervention mechanism within the existing legal framework. This is not about judging thoughts, but rather preventing known imminent significant crimes. Sounds nice, Terrell whistled. But if I wanted to punch her right now, could this kid foresee that? He pointed provocatively at Carol. Ulysses, trembling under Terrell's finger, instinctively shrank behind Medusa. Carol stepped forward, her golden aura intensifying. You can certainly try. All right, everyone, calm down. Steve Rogers finally spoke up, attempting to mediate as he stood. Carol, Tony's concerns are valid. We cannot condemn someone who has yet to commit a crime based solely on an unverified prophecy. He turned to Tony. Tony, Carol's intentions are also to protect everyone. We have just emerged from a great battle. We cannot afford to turn on each other. Diana also stepped forward, feeling weary after the recent Justice League split. We need unity, not division. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room began to ease slightly, the previously silent youth, Ulysses, suddenly began to tremble violently. His eyes were shrouded in darkness, his pupils turning red, and he found himself transported to an incredibly vivid scene. Hulk roared in fury, surrounded by fallen heroes. He is coming. Ulysses. Medusa rushed to steady him. I saw it. I saw it. Ulysses lifted his head. Terror etched across his face, extending a trembling hand toward a corner of the conference room. There, Dr. Bruce Banner appeared, looking bewildered. The green flames of fury are consuming the city. Everyone is dead. Hulk has killed us all. The boy's fearful tone froze the air in the conference room. Doctor. Banner's face paled instantly as he sensed the unusual gazes directed at him, attempting to explain, No, it's not me. I didn't. Did you see that? Carol's voice shattered the silence, wearing an expression of see? I was right. This is the prophecy. This is the future we must prevent. Nonsense. It's a damn prophecy. Tony erupted. This is merely a possibility. Banner has done nothing. Are you going to condemn him for a dream? This is not a dream. Carol sharply countered. This is an impending tragedy. Our actions now are to save millions of lives, including our own. Terrell stroked his chin, intrigued as he observed Banner. Oh, is the big green guy about to go berserk? Sounds entertaining. Carol tugged at Terrell's sleeve. Don't stir the pot. I'm not, Terrell shrugged. I just think if a fight is to happen, let it happen without all this nonsense. If he really transforms, we can just take him down. His words stripped Carol of her remaining patience. No longer willing to argue with anyone, she turned directly to her allies, Blue Marvel, She-Hulk, and Winter Soldier. They immediately stood up. Carol's gaze turned icy as she raised her hand, pointing directly at the panicked Bruce Banner. Target, Bruce Banner. Threat level, maximum. Execute Plan B. Apprehend him immediately for control. You dare. Tony shouted, his armor instantly deploying a repulsor cannon aimed at Carol. Steve immediately raised his shield, placing himself in front of Dr. Banner, his expression grave. Carol, retract your orders. We are not Nazis. Diana had also drawn her God-killer sword, positioning herself on the other side of Banner. We cannot act solely on one person's word. In the conference room, the heroes were starkly divided into two factions, tensions palpable. Carol regarded Captain America and Iron Man, unyielding. Anyone obstructing lawful duties will be considered an accomplice. The She-Hulk behind her was poised for action. Winter Soldier's mechanical arm emitted a faint hum, his gaze steely. An imminent battle was on the verge of erupting. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Terrell's figure had vanished from sight. In the next moment, he materialized directly in front of Carol, their faces mere inches apart, close enough to feel each other's breath. Carol's pupils dilated, instinctively releasing her inner power. The playful smile on Terrell's face faded, replaced by a look of indifference. He tilted his head, revealing his signature wild grin. I just said I wanted to punch you. Seems this kid was quite accurate. Chapter 127. Banner compromises, but Captain America is sentenced to death. Don't engage, Terrell, Carol. Dr. Banner's voice interjected, trembling slightly. Terrell's hand, poised in midair, hesitated. Carol, facing him, slowly retracted her golden aura. The atmosphere between them crackled with an unseen tension. Dr. Banner stepped between them, wearing a smile that was more pained than joyful, actively diffusing the situation. He shot a grateful glance at Terrell. Terrell, thank you for standing up for me. Terrell rolled his eyes, his nonchalant demeanor returning. You're thinking too much. I just found her irritating and felt like it. Haha. Banner choked on his words, forcing a laugh as he patted Terrell's shoulder. Well, if your hand is itching, it might not be curable anytime soon. With that, he turned to the serious-faced Carol. Commander Danvers, I will go with you. Banner. Tony's temper flared, slamming his fist down on the conference table. The sturdy alloy surface echoed with a resounding thud, leaving a distinct imprint of his fist. Banner shook his head, weariness evident in his eyes. Tony, I don't believe that prophecy either, but I fear the what-if. I cannot gamble with everyone's lives. Tony gazed at Banner, who had clearly made his decision, opened his mouth in frustration, then turned away, speechless. Triumph glimmered on Carol's face as she nodded to Winter Soldier and She-Hulk behind her. Winter Soldier stepped forward, his expression complicated. I'm sorry, Dr. Banner. Banner simply shook his head. It's all right, I volunteered. Terrell scoffed from the side, coward. Banner's footsteps faltered momentarily. Yet he did not look back, following Winter Soldier and the others as they exited. The expressions of the heroes on Tony and Steve's side grew increasingly grim. Carol cleared her throat, announcing her plan. In light of the efficacy of the crisis alert, I hereby declare that Ulysses will officially join S.H.I.E.L.D. as a key figure in the Prophecy Initiative. From this day forth, we shall intervene preemptively against all significant threats based on the foretold prophecies. Diana, the goddess of war, and Black Widow, alongside other heroes who supported Tony, listened to her declaration in silence before turning away without a word. Chala, uninterested in remaining, took Carol's hand, preparing to leave as well. Chala, Carol called out, her tone commanding. Remember, you are one of Earth's mightiest defenders. With Bruce and Superman both facing dilemmas, it is your responsibility, your duty. To hell with duty. Chala did not glance back, raising a hand behind him to gesture dismissively. My obligation is to those who provoke me. Anyone who dares to inconvenience me shall face the consequences. Carol's face turned an ashen hue at his coarse retort. The heroes aligned with the order had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation when Ulysses, who had just been assisted to sit, began to tremble again. Abruptly, he sprang up from his chair, his eyes rolling back until they were entirely black, save for two swirling red dots. Death. Death. I see him dead. Who? Who is dead? Medusa hurried to support him, her urgency palpable. Ulysses' shaking arms shot up, pointing directly at Steve Rogers, who had just stood up and was preparing to leave with Tony. It's him. Captain America. Steve Rogers will die? In an instant. The conference room was enveloped in an eerie silence, the sound of the fluorescent lights buzzing audible. Dozens of eyes were fixed on Captain America. Steve himself paused, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, his brow furrowing tightly. Tony Stark lunged forward, glaring at Ulysses. Say that again. Carol's expression darkened significantly as she rushed to Ulysses, gripping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Who is the murderer? Did you see who the murderer is? I can't see clearly. Ulysses, terrified, felt tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of weeping. So fast, a shadow, just a flash of metal. The gaze of many in the room instinctively drifted towards the figure escorting Banner out. Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. That gleaming silver arm shone brightly under the conference room lights. Ha ha ha. This is entertaining, truly entertaining. An inappropriate laugh shattered the tense silence. Chala not only remained, but also pulled Carol back into her seat, crossing his legs with an expression that relished the unfolding drama. Now this is amusing. Weevee fast-forwarded right to the undercover segment. Haven Tiwi? He winked at the visibly pale Tony Stark. Hey, Tin Can. I bet $5 that the murderer is that voluptuous lady in the blue spandex. He nodded towards Diana. Diana. Carol, anxious beside him, stomped her foot and twisted his waist sharply. Can you just shut up? Chala grimaced in pain, grabbing Carol's hand with a teasing grin. All right. I'll heed your words. I won't say another word. He turned to the solemn-faced Steve, lazily continuing. Hey, Popsicle, need a hand? If you're afraid of dying, I can toss that fortune-telling kid and that loudmouth lady out of this ship right now. I guarantee they won't hear a thing. Chala. Before Steve could respond, Diana and Carol interjected with urgency. Yet Steve shook his head, meeting Chala's gaze with sincerity. Thank you, Chala, but this is my affair. With that, he turned to face Carol, his tone as unyielding as stone. Carol, I will not hide. I will not allow you to suspect my comrades based on an unclear prophecy. Tony chimed in, pointing at Ulysses. Did you hear that? Just on the basis of a flimsy statement, you intend to treat one of your own as a criminal? That is absurd. Carol's face darkened with anger. She ignored Tony, her eyes fixed intently on Steve. This isn't suspicion, Steve, it's for your protection. I don't need that kind of protection. Steve stood firm. The two locked eyes, neither willing to yield. It was not just him. At that moment, Ulysses appeared to be choking, his face turning purple, managing to squeeze out a few more words. Everyone's attention shifted back to him. And there's another person. His pupils darted, as though watching a horror film. Yes. Chapter 128, betting a decade's worth of assets. Iron Man is stunned by this move. And there's another person. Ulysses' voice grew hoarse. His stiff neck turned toward another direction, his pupils reflecting the shadows of everyone present, finally settling. Yes. The boy summoned all his strength to call out a name that none had anticipated. Spider-Man. As the words fell, the entire conference room plunged into silence. Spider-Man, that high school student who swings around Queens, helping old ladies cross the street, and occasionally gets stuck midair due to running out of web fluid? To kill Captain America? That was more ludicrous than saying Hulk would run for president tomorrow. Tony Stark let out a short, incredulous laugh. He slowly turned his head to glare at the terrified boy. The next moment, he exploded. What the hell? Tony rushed forward, seizing Ulysses by the neck and lifting him off the chair. Are you out of your mind? You think a kid who hasn't even grown a proper beard is the killer? Ulysses dangled in the air, his face turning crimson, limbs flailing helplessly. You're saying that Bucky would go after his best friend? Tony, put him down. A golden figure interposed itself before Tony. It was Carol Danvers. She radiated cosmic energy, firmly grasping Tony's armored wrist and applying pressure. His prophecy just revealed what happened to Banner. That's not the same. Tony angrily shoved her hand away. Banner has his own risk of losing control. What do Bucky and Peter matter? Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, Ulysses, still suspended in Tony's grip, began to convulse violently again. His eyes were completely swallowed by darkness, the red dots swirling within. Tony, Steve began to warn, but it was too late. An irresistible mental force surged into the minds of everyone present. The conference room vanished from view. They found themselves standing amidst burning ruins, the sky pouring down cold rain mixed with black ash. The air was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. In the center of the ruins knelt Steve Rogers, a silver metallic arm piercing through his chest. The arm's owner was Bucky Barnes. The Winter Soldier's face was devoid of emotion, his gaze fierce. Blood dripped from that metallic arm, falling drop by drop into the muddy ground, echoing like a ticking clock. Before Steve stood another figure. Spider-Man. He wielded the star-spangled shield. The edges of the shield were smeared with blood and mud. Half of his visor was shattered, and the eye that was exposed bore no trace of the sunlight and vivacity it once had, replaced instead by a haunting aura of murderous intent. Steve parted his lips as if to utter something, yet all that emerged was a torrent of blood. He reached out to grasp Bucky's arm, only for his hand to fall weakly back down. The metallic arm that pierced through his chest jerked sharply. The sickening sound of flesh being torn apart was so vivid it sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. All felt the visceral pain as if they were living it themselves. The scene abruptly froze. Everyone snapped back to reality, realizing they were still standing in the conference room. Yet, every face was marked by distress. Barry Allen leaned against the wall, retching. Tony Stark released his grip, causing Ulysses to crumple to the ground. Tony did not look at him. His incredulous gaze was fixed on Bucky. Bucky stood dumbfounded, terror-stricken as he stared at his own silver metal arm, utterly bewildered. No, I didn't do this. I wouldn't. Steve fell silent, observing the near collapse of his best friend, opening his mouth but finding no words to express. Is more evidence required? Carol's voice sliced through the heavy silence like ice, her face displaying the coldness and determination of a prophet. This is the future, a bloody, inevitable reality. With a mere wave of her hand, she issued a command. Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, designated as the highest threat, apprehend immediately. Simultaneously, a global warrant for the arrest of Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was to be issued. How dare you? Tony spun around, the glow of the arc reactor in his chest flaring brightly. Steve immediately positioned himself in front of Bucky, raising his shield. Diana aimed the sword of Hephaestus at Carol, her tone menacing. He hasn't committed a crime yet. Ha ha ha. An utterly inappropriate laughter suddenly became the focal point of the room. Terrell pulled Kara back into her seat, casually producing a bag of chips from an unknown source, munching noisily. This kid is impressive. The VR experience is so realistic, 4K high definition, with pain simulation. He remarked while chewing, shaking his head. Just poor service. They didn't even provide popcorn or soda. 1 star. Kara turned pale with urgency, reaching for his chips. Stop eating. What time is it? Terrell raised his hand to evade her grasp, casually shoving a large mouthful into his mouth. What's the rush? He mumbled. It's not like anyone has died yet. We're still watching the trailer. He set down the chips, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and looked at Carol, whose face was ashen. Hey, Carol. So, your plan is to arrest your own people based on a mere trailer that hasn't even begun to unfold? One is an old ally of Captain America, and the other is a kid protected by Iron Man. He smiled broadly, revealing a set of stark white teeth. This maneuver is even more outrageous than that Darkwing bat. Terrell. Carol seethed. This isn't outrageous. It's a necessary precaution. Precaution? Terrell laughed even more heartily. I think it's a case of a deranged mind. Enough. Stop the bickering. He seemed to lose his patience, waving his hand dismissively. What's the big deal? He stood up, walking to the center of the conference room, surveying the tense standoff between the two factions. Aren't you just afraid he might die? He pointed at Steve. Easy fix. Terrell snapped his fingers. Looking at Carol, his smile took on a dangerous edge. I could simply throw you off this spaceship right now, and toss that fortune teller down as well. Then no one would die, would they? One and done. How simple. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Carol's team shifted drastically. The She-Hulk and others immediately assumed combat stances. The golden light enveloping Carol flared up once more, her gaze fixed intently on Terrell. Are you threatening the commander of the World Security Council? Threatening? Terrell tilted his head, as if pondering the meaning of the word. No. He shook his finger. I don't like to threaten others. He grinned, a wild and exuberant smile. I simply wish to pummel you. You. Before Carol could respond, Terrell had already turned away, striding toward the still pale Tony Stark. Hey, Tony. Tony lifted his head, his eyes a mix of emotions as he regarded him. How about we place a bet? Terrell winked at him. I'm betting on the big waves over there winning 1 round of Mexican burritos. He gestured toward Diana. Diana. Tony looked at Terrell's nonchalant demeanor, then glanced at the fiercely glaring Carol, and finally at the anxious Bucky behind him, with Steve looking grim. He fell silent for a few seconds before the armor hissed and enveloped his entire face. I bet on myself. The stakes? All Stark Industries weapon orders for the next decade. I wager that none of them will leave here today. Chapter 129. I'll protect these 3. The entire conference room fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard, all because of his audacious gamble. The golden glow surrounding Carol Danvers seemed to wane slightly under the weight of this madness. She never anticipated Tony would go this far. Steve Rogers gazed at the familiar steel armor shielding him, emotions swirling within him, complex beyond measure. Just as this powder keg was about to ignite. Hey guys. A cheerful yet breathless voice echoed from outside the conference room. Moments later, a figure clad in red and blue, sporting a backpack, executed a flamboyant backflip, landing gracefully in the room. Sorry, I'm late. Peter Parker yanked off his mask, revealing a youthful face still glistening with sweat. The final exam on Maxwell's equations was beyond human comprehension. I nearly failed. He rambled as he fumbled to extract a sandwich from his backpack. Thankfully, I made it in time. So what is going on? Peter Parker took a hefty bite of the sandwich, cheeks bulging as he looked around the room. Observing the two factions glaring at each other, and then glancing at the coughing boy being hoisted by Tony, utterly bewildered. Why is everyone staring at me like that? Is there mayonnaise on my face? He instinctively raised his hand to wipe his mouth. No one responded to him. The conference room was as silent as the grave. Every pair of eyes was fixed on this high school student who had just been fretting over his exam. Bucky Barnes stared at him, suddenly at a loss for words. The command to apprehend Spider-Man had come just as he arrived. Steve regarded him with disbelief. Carol's gaze was so frigid it felt as if she were looking at a condemned prisoner. Mr. Stark? Peter felt the hairs on his neck stand as he sought help from Tony. Peter. Tony glided forward. The sound of the armor activating laced with urgency as he placed himself entirely in front of Peter. Feeling it still wasn't secure enough, he moved even closer. What are you doing here? Right now, immediately, go home. Huh. But Peter was even more confused. Wasn't the meeting just about to start? Director Carroll said this one was critically important, concerning the future of the Earth, and as a member of the Avengers, I feel it's my duty. I said to go home. Tony spun around sharply, barking at him. The agitation and suppressed fury in that voice startled Peter, causing him to tremble. And the sandwich in his mouth fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Ha ha! An utterly inappropriate burst of laughter became the focal point of the gathering once more. Terrell was doubled over with laughter, the bag of chips in his hand rattling noisily, and he exaggeratedly slapped Carol's thigh beside him. All set. All set. Now everything is finally in place. He pointed at the bewildered Peter Parker, laughing so hard that tears were nearly spilling from his eyes. What did I say? This kid is truly a gem. He stood up and circled Peter, as if observing a newly arrived monkey at the zoo. The highest threat just a moment ago. Now a future fugitive sought globally. He jabbed his chin toward Bucky, and the next moment, he pointed at Peter. Not bad, Carol. Terrell turned to look at the ashen-faced Captain Marvel, his smile brimming with unmasked malice. Your efficiency is commendable. Look, the criminal has come right to your doorstep. Terrell. Tony's anger flared, causing the reactor in his chest to flicker ominously. This guy was simply reveling in the chaos. Carol ignored Terrell's taunts. Her gaze swept past Bucky, standing behind Steve, and landed on Peter, who was behind Tony. Since everyone is here, she waved her hand, her voice filled with her self-righteous sense of justice. Execute the order. Arrest Bucky Barnes. Arrest Peter Parker. Dream on. The repulsor in Tony's palm blazed to life, its brightness blinding. He is still just a child. Steve's shield stood firm in front of him, unwavering. I find this decision exceedingly rash. Diana's God-Killer sword had also quietly been drawn, gradually inching toward Peter Parker. The She-Hulk beside Winter Soldier and the Blue Marvel behind Carol were both taut with tension, ready for action. Wait. Dr. Banner, who had been relegated to the background, suddenly spoke up. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Carol. I find it utterly absurd to choose to be detained for a nebulous possibility. He glanced at Bucky, his eyes filled with remorse. Bucky, what do you wish to do now? The atmosphere in the conference room was thick with tension, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Capable of blowing the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier sky high. The Blue Marvel hesitated no longer. A flash of electricity enveloped him as he transformed into a blue blur, racing toward Peter Parker behind Tony. Iron Man, please do not obstruct us in the execution of our duties. Steve immediately pulled Bucky back, the towering presence of She-Hulk pressing forward with palpable intimidation. The golden radiance surrounding Carol swelled, cosmic energy converging in her hands into a blinding orb, aimed squarely at Tony and Steve, who stood in the forefront. I said, this is an order. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a golden flame erupted explosively. Buzz. A violent wave of energy radiated from Terrell, scattering the surrounding superheroes like leaves in a storm. The Blue Marvel and She-Hulk, poised to strike, were thrown back as if they had collided with an invisible wall, the force of the wave forcing them to retreat. The cosmic energy ball in Carol's hand flickered uncertainly. The floor of the conference room cracked spiderweb-like with fractures, centered around Terrell's feet. He still wore that flamboyant beach shirt and those flip-flops, but the languid aura surrounding him had vanished completely. The golden flames surged. Arcs of electricity danced wildly around him, crackling with explosive sounds. Suddenly, I had a brilliant idea. Terrell's voice drew everyone's attention. He raised his hand, lazily pointing at Banner. Him. Then he pointed at the conflicted Bucky. And him. Finally, he indicated Peter Parker, who was still in a state of confusion, unsure whether to retrieve his fallen sandwich or assume a combat stance. And him. Terrell grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Excitement unmistakably gleaming in his emerald and azure eyes. From this moment forth, I will protect these three. He surveyed the astonished faces of everyone on Carol's side, finally locking his gaze onto Carol Danvers. Wish to take them away? Fine. Terrell tilted his head, a crisp crack echoing from his neck. You'll have to get past me first. Chapter 130. The death notice has been delivered. Strike first? Terrell, Terrell, Terrell. Several voices resounded simultaneously in the conference room, each tone distinct. The golden light surrounding Carol intensified. As she stepped forward, her words laced with suppressed fury. Terrell, don't think just because you have some abilities you can do as you please. This is Earth. You must adhere to Earth's laws. Terrell, now is not the time for recklessness. Tony's voice emanated from behind his mask, somewhat muffled yet tinged with agitation. Steve Rogers also spoke, his expression somewhat nuanced. There's still room for negotiation. Let us avoid making this a complete stalemate. Diana moved swiftly, striding directly in front of Terrell. Terrell, you must remain calm. Once hostilities commence, the damage to Earth would be incalculable. Carol was growing increasingly anxious, tugging at his sleeve, her voice lowered. Terrell did not turn around. Instead, he casually patted Carol's hand, speaking in a volume only they could hear. It's fine. Let them blame me. It will make things easier to resolve. At this, both Carol and Diana were taken aback. They exchanged glances, finding a colossal question mark reflected in each other's eyes. Blame him? What kind of sorcery is this? What scheme is this guy concocting? Yet Terrell was disinclined to elaborate. In a flash, he left only a vague silhouette in his wake. The next moment, he stood behind the terrified youth, Ulysses. The inhuman Queen Medusa and her mute husband, Black Bolt, had no time to react. Terrell's hand clamped down, fingers tightening around Ulysses' neck. With another swift motion, he hoisted Ulysses, appearing at the entrance of the conference room. Terrell, you are declaring war on S.H.I.E.L.D. War on the World Security Council. Carol's fury had reached its zenith, the golden energy spiraling uncontrollably outward. The entire helicarrier trembled slightly under the weight of her emotions. Terrell paid her no mind. He held Ulysses before him, increasing the pressure with each passing moment. Ulysses' face visibly turned a shade reminiscent of liver, on the verge of losing consciousness. I suggest you, right now, immediately, give me a reading. Terrell's grin widened, his expression somewhat unsettling. You have 10 seconds. 10, 9. If you fail to provide an answer, I shall promptly snap your neck. The terror of impending suffocation sent an unprecedented jolt through Ulysses' mind. He felt his thoughts blur. His eyes glazed over, his pupils reduced to endless darkness. That irresistible force once again enveloped the conference room, dragging everyone's consciousness into a brand new illusion. This time, the scene was no longer a rain-soaked urban ruin, but rather the skies above the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. A heavy war machine hovered ominously in the air, its cannon flashing with dangerous light, and across from it stood none other than Carol Danvers. In the realm of illusion, Carol's visage radiated an unparalleled fury, enveloped in a blinding golden luminescence, akin to a humanoid sun. Tony, get out of the way, came Carol's warning from the scene. Dream on. The armor of Tony's war machine, with all its weapon compartments flung wide open, bristled with an array of cannons and missile launchers, all zeroed in on Carol. I shall repeat myself one last time. Step aside. Spider-Man must oversee. Carol ceased her further discourse. She made her move. A golden streak of light rent the sky, moving with such velocity that even the assembled superheroes could only perceive a fleeting golden line. In the next heartbeat, bang, the sound erupted with a resounding thud, causing every heart present to skip a beat. Carol's fist, ablaze with cosmic energy, struck the chest of the war machine armor with unyielding force. The heavy special alloy armor faltered not for even a second, collapsing inward and blasting open a gaping hole. The entire suit fractured in midair, erupting into a massive fireball. Countless burning metallic shards rained down like a tempest. Tony Stark's fate hung in the balance. The vision concluded abruptly. Everyone's consciousness was yanked back to reality. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Dozens of eyes converged on the woman suspended in midair, frozen in a combat stance, her face a mask of disbelief. Carol Danvers. She herself was utterly bewildered, gazing at Tony in the distance. That prophecy, that scene. How? The languid voice of Terrell shattered the oppressive stillness. He released his grip, and Ulysses crumpled to the ground, clutching his throat, coughing and gasping for air. Terrell, finding him an obstruction, kicked him into a corner, then, hands in his pockets, regarded the pale-faced Carol with keen interest. Commander Carol, who do you intend to apprehend this time? No, this is impossible. Carol, as if someone had stepped on her tail, erupted in anger, pointing at the convulsing Ulysses on the ground, and then at Terrell, shouting with fervor. Fake. This must be a fabrication. It's you. You are behind this. What foul means did you employ to manipulate his prophecy? Me? Terrell chuckled, pointing to his own nose, his laughter growing more exuberant. I lack such prowess, let alone dictate what dreams others should have. He turned to survey the colorful expressions of those present. Tony Stark silently closed his helmet, concealing his face from view. Steve Rogers furrowed his brow, the shield in his hand unknowingly lowered. Diana and Kara exchanged glances filled with curiosity and understanding, as if they were beginning to grasp Terrell's intentions. You see, this is where the dilemma arises, Terrell gestured expressively, his face portraying utmost innocence. This fortune-teller predicted Bucky would kill, and you believed it, clamoring for blood. Now that the prediction has you killing Tony, you declare it false. That I am the culprit. He deftly leapt to Carol's side, head tilted, scrutinizing her closely. I must say, your double standards are quite remarkable. I have not. Carol retorted through gritted teeth, still holding her ground. I would never lay a hand on Tony. We are comrades. Oh, Terrell raised an eyebrow. Then Bucky is not Steve's comrade. And that little spider isn't Tony's protege? Carol was left speechless, unable to utter a word. All right. Terrell waved his hand impatiently. Enough of this, it's giving me a headache. He turned around, shouting in Tony's direction. Hey, Tony. Tony's helmet opened, revealing a face devoid of emotion. What is it? Did you see? Terrell pointed with his chin at Carol. She has already issued a death warrant against you. What do you intend to do? Shall I assist you in striking first? Should I eliminate her right now? Terrell, enough. Steve and Diana interjected simultaneously. Tony, however, remained silent, merely observing Carol's increasingly distressed countenance. His gaze inscrutable. Chapter 131. Saying no, yet the body is honest? Terrell's preposterous suggestion of striking first pierced through the fragile veil of peace in the conference room. Tony Stark's helmet began to close slowly, his tone calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Carol. He did not look at Terrell, but directed his mechanical helmet towards the woman, rigid with anger. Now, what do you plan to do? Will you arrest yourself? Tony's words struck like a slap. Though silent, they ignited a fiery blush on Carol's face. Because of an uncertain illusion, you seek to apprehend Banner, Bucky, and Peter. Now, you find yourself the main character of this very illusion. Tell me, which strategy do you plan to employ against yourself? Is it Stark Industries' anti-Captain Marvel armor? Or the emergency protocol for a rogue Carol devised by S.H.I.E.L.D.? A barrage of questions, each more piercing than the last. Carol's lips trembled with fury, yet she could not utter a word. What could she say? To claim the prophecy was false. Then what reason did she have to apprehend anyone? Would that not be a slap in her own face? To assert the prophecy was true? Then she would have to confine herself. Enough. Carol could endure no longer. She swept her hand, unleashing a burst of golden light that blazed blindingly. Tony Stark. Do not twist the narrative. It was clearly Terrell's machination. He influenced Ulysses. She pointed accusingly at Terrell, her eyes ablaze with hatred. He is the greatest threat. He desires to see us in disarray. Oh, Terrell, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. Chewing on chips, he mumbled indistinctly, wow, the blame you're casting could outrun light speed. You'd make a fine pitcher. Tony dismissed Carol's impotent fury with indifference. He merely raised his hand, the repulsor cannon glowing with an ethereal blue light. My stance remains unchanged. Today, no one shall lay a finger on my people. Agreed. Steve Rogers raised his shield, firmly standing by Tony's side. Diana unsheathed her god-killer sword, its tip aimed menacingly at Carol. Carol, stand down. Do not escalate this situation beyond repair. Carol's teeth nearly ground to dust, her eyes ablaze with a fire that threatened to incinerate them all. I am acting for everyone's safety, to prevent tragedy. She resolved to cease her verbal sparring. All units, execute orders. Apprehend Bucky Barnes. Apprehend Peter Parker. Once they are incarcerated, I shall turn myself in. You dare. Tony bellowed. Before the words even left his lips, the blue figure of Captain Marvel flashed forward like a bolt of blue lightning, heading straight for Peter Parker, who stood behind Tony. She-Hulk roared, charging like a tank towards Steve and Bucky. The battle erupted into chaos. Bayou. Tony's repulsor cannon collided with Captain Marvel's energy beam, exploding into a blinding white light. Steve dodged the impact, tossing his shield, which struck She-Hulk squarely on her defined back. She-Hulk staggered, rolling on the ground before regaining her stance to charge at Steve once more, throwing a punch. Diana's god-killer sword clashed with the second iteration of Captain Marvel, their lights flashing in disarray. Barry Allen and Quicksilver transformed into streaks of red and silver lightning, darting throughout the room, toppling those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attempting to capture Peter. Hal Jordan's Green Lantern ring conjured a robust energy wall to shield Banner. What was once a conference room had instantly morphed into a battlefield. Kara also sought to join the fray. A hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. "Do not go," came Terrell's languid voice. "Let them entertain themselves. High-end combat requires nothing more than the simplest enjoyment." He lifted his gaze, peering over the chaotic battlefield, locking his eyes intently on Carol Danvers, who floated regally in midair. Observing below, Carol returned his gaze with a cold stare. Their eyes clashed in the air, sparking like fireworks. "Terrell," Carol's voice descended from above, laced with an air of judgment. "You incite insurrection and openly defy orders. Your crimes compounded. I advise you to surrender now to avoid further suffering." No sooner had she finished speaking than she transformed into a golden meteor, trailing a long tail of light, and hurled a fist toward Terrell. The energy emanating from her fist caused the entire airship to tremble violently. Finally, the moment had arrived. Rather than evade, Terrell's mouth broke into an excited grin. His floral shirt billowed as if stirred by a wind that was not there. A similarly golden aura erupted from him. His momentum surged, darkening the already overcast sky with ominous clouds. He remained in his casual stance, lazily raising a hand toward the glowing fist. Boom! The fist collided with his palm, creating a sound that reverberated in everyone's ears. Carol's punch, potent enough to shatter asteroids, was effortlessly caught by Terrell. A ferocious shockwave radiated outward from their clash. The floor beneath Terrell caved in dramatically, yet he floated unperturbed. The force of the strike failed to even disturb him. The walls and ceiling of the conference room were instantaneously torn to shreds by the shockwave. Everyone engaged in the battle was swept away by the gust of wind. Tony's armor flipped several times in the air before stabilizing. Steve shielded Bucky and Peter with his shield, his feet carving deep ruts into the ground. Diana and Kara were also forced back several steps. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. airship groaned in agony from the impact. How is this possible? Carol gazed at her fist, captured tightly in Terrell's grip, disbelief etched across her golden eyes. "Is this all you have?" Terrell tilted his head, disappointment unabashed in his emerald gaze. "I expected more from you." He barely spared her another glance, his other hand striking out with a blur toward her face. Slap! The sound echoed sharply. Carol spun through the air like a high-speed top, crashing through the thick hull of the airship with a resounding thud, vanishing into the open sky. The entire scene was frozen in shock. Everyone ceased their actions, jaws dropped, staring blankly at this spectacle. This was Captain Marvel, the guardian of the universe. A formidable force capable of toppling an entire alien fleet, reduced to being swatted away like a fly. "All done. Wrap it up." Terrell clapped his hands, a look of serene satisfaction on his face. He turned to the now collectively stunned crowd, flashing a grin. "Well then, the loudest one is out of the picture. You may continue. Don't hold back." Before he could finish his sentence, an even more furious and frenzied scream erupted from outside. A golden beam of light, tenfold brighter than before, tore through the thick clouds, racing back with terrifying speed. Terrell. Carol had returned, her entire being ablaze with golden light. Her eyes transformed into pure gold, her once beautiful face now consumed by madness. She had completely breached her defenses. "Now this is getting interesting." Terrell's smile broadened. A bolt of lightning struck down. The entire airship creaked ominously under the weight of the terrifying pressure emanating from him. "Come." Terrell's golden aura blazed fiercely as he provocatively beckoned the returning golden meteor with a curled finger. In the next moment, two golden figures collided fiercely in the high skies. Chapter 132. Did she revive from the sea? The two golden figures crashed into each other amidst the dense clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a visible wave of white energy surged outward from their point of impact. The entire airship plunged downward violently from the force of the shock. The assembly of superheroes on the deck was tossed about by the violent gusts. "Jarvis, stabilize the ship. Maximum power." Tony's armor blasted blue flames, forcibly anchoring itself to the deck, his tone filled with urgent desperation. Everyone craned their necks, eyes glued to the sky, where the two figures had morphed into golden specks. Supporters of Carol, including Blue Marvel and She-Hulk, wore expressions of utter dismay. They had never anticipated that the man in the floral shirt could match Carol blow for blow. No, it appeared he was even more at ease. Standing side by side, Steve and Bucky pulled the still-dazed Peter Parker behind them. "Mr. Stark, what on earth is happening?" Peter's mind was a muddled mess. How did I become a murderer? A future one, no less. All because that guy had a dream? Welcome to the magical world of adulthood, kid. Tony's voice chimed from beneath his helmet, teasingly. "You'll get used to it." Peter opened his mouth to ask again, but the battle in the sky had escalated to a fever pitch. Carol Danvers raised both hands, blinding cosmic energy swirling violently in her palms. The golden radiance enveloping her was as brilliant as a miniature sun. The tricolored suit of red, blue, and gold clung tightly to her powerful physique, every contour of muscle clearly visible beneath the glow of energy. "It's over," Carol shouted in fury, unleashing a massive beam of horrifying golden energy that tore through the heavy clouds, carrying enough destructive force to obliterate a city, aimed straight at Terrell. Terrell regarded the incoming energy beam with a dismissive smirk. "Is that all you've got?" He leisurely raised both hands, striking a familiar pose at his waist. Kamehameha. A blue-white energy beam surged forth from his palms. While it appeared considerably narrower than Carol's, the energy contained within was far more concentrated and pure. The two streams of destructive energy collided mid-air. Boom. This time, the deafening roar was overwhelming. The point of their energy convergence warped the very fabric of space. A stalemate ensued. The terrifying energy could not be released, beginning to compress and coalesce into an ever-growing, brighter white sphere. The onlookers on the deck instinctively shielded their eyes. The light was more blinding than the noon sun. Warning. Energy overload. Imminent explosion. The sharp alarm from Cyborg Victor's electronic eye blared. The massive white sphere detonated. The entire world was stripped of color and sound. When everyone's vision and hearing returned, they beheld the sky, as if washed clean, the clouds having been dispersed, revealing the brilliant lights of the city beneath. Carol hovered in the air, her chest rising and falling slightly, breath somewhat ragged. Across from her, Terrell maintained his laid-back demeanor, wearing a mischievous grin. Carol's expression darkened further. It seemed she gained no advantage in ranged combat. It was time for close quarters. After all, she had once been the premier warrior of the Kree Empire. As Carol's figure flickered into view before Terrell, her fist, enveloped in cosmic energy, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at his face. Yet, that fist was effortlessly caught by a single hand. Engaging in close combat? Terrell's voice echoed in her ear, laced with amusement. Carol's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a powerful spinning kick, targeting Terrell's waist. It was once again seized. Terrell grasped her fist with one hand and her ankle with the other, rendering her immobile. Her combat skills were commendable, but alas, they fell short. Terrell had faced more opponents than Carol had meals. In hand-to-hand combat, he had never feared anyone. "Release me." Frustration and urgency surged within Carol as her energy swelled once more, attempting to break free. Terrell, however, ceased the playful banter. He released his grip. And the moment Carol regained her balance, he abruptly sank his body down. Every muscle tensed. As his fist drew back to his waist, the muscles in his arm bulged, veins protruding. Boom. A straightforward, unadorned right punch landed solidly on Carol's perfectly sculpted abdomen, causing her well-defined abs to cave in. Ugh. Carol emitted a muffled groan, her entire being reduced to the state of a boiled shrimp. Her strikingly handsome face flushed crimson in an instant, her beautiful blue eyes wide with pain and disbelief. She felt as though her internal organs were misaligned. Before she could catch her breath, Terrell's figure closed in once more. Fist, elbow, knee, leg. A flurry of strikes so rapid that only afterimages could be perceived rained down upon Carol. Bang, 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 bang. The dull sound of impact echoed through the air. The onlookers on the deck were utterly dumbfounded. All they could see was a golden silhouette pummeling another, even brighter golden figure in the air. Kara and Diana felt their hearts leap to their throats. They were equally concerned about Carol's survival and awestruck by Terrell's terrifying prowess. How ruthlessly brutal. Peter Parker muttered to himself, instinctively covering his eyes. In the air, Terrell halted his assault. He retreated, creating distance. Just as the dazed Carol attempted to catch her breath, she noticed Terrell had leaped above her. With his hands clasped together, he raised them high above his head, forming a hammer. Down you go. Boom. A forceful downward strike crashed solidly onto Carol's forehead. Carol didn't even have time to let out a scream before she was sent plummeting toward the sea, trailing a long golden streak like a meteor. Splash. A thunderous sound erupted as a massive splash soared dozens of meters high above the ocean's surface. The entire world fell silent in an instant. Terrell hovered in midair, clapping his hands, a look of unfulfilled excitement on his face. TSK, not much of a challenge. He shook his head, appearing quite disappointed. On the deck of the aerial battleship, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone gazed upward, dumbstruck by the figure clad in a floral shirt, jaws dropped. That was Captain Marvel, a formidable individual capable of single-handedly toppling an entire alien fleet. How could she be so easily smashed into the sea? Did I see that correctly? Barry Allen stammered. He defeated Captain Marvel? Hal Jordan wore a dazed expression. Tony Stark silently observed Terrell in the air, his demeanor serious. Steve Rogers looked at Terrell with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Just when everyone assumed the battle had reached its conclusion, Terrell suddenly exclaimed. He lowered his gaze to the now calm sea below. There, at the depths, a golden light began to glow slowly. The brilliance intensified, becoming increasingly blinding. The once pitch-black water was illuminated, becoming transparent. Following that, bubbles began to erupt violently from the water's surface, as if it were boiling. A surge of searing, uncontrollably violent energy erupted from the ocean floor. Oh, seems quite resilient to damage. Terrell's face lit up with excitement once more. Chapter 133, Captain Marvel's Explosive Transformation. Is that it? Hit harder. The patch of sea below erupted completely. Bubbling and churning as if it were boiling, vast clouds of steam rose, obscuring the surface. The golden light at the ocean's depths grew brighter, increasingly blinding. Finally, that radiance penetrated the water, illuminating it as if it were daylight. Those standing on the deck felt overwhelmed by the sudden surge of energy, struggling to breathe. Warning! Warning! Detecting ultra-high intensity cosmic energy. The intensity continues to double. Victor Stone's red eyes flickered wildly as alarms blared in a cacophony. Terrell floated in midair, amused by the commotion beneath the surface. Oh, has she activated a power-up? He remained unflustered, his grin growing wilder, as if he had finally awaited a worthy challenge. The next moment, the ocean exploded. A golden beam, as thick as a barrel, shot straight up from the water, clearing the white steam and puncturing the clouds above. A figure, glowing with golden light, slowly ascended within that beam. It was still Carol Danvers. Yet now, she was entirely transformed. Her skin radiated a faint golden glow. Her golden short hair stood straight up as if aflame. Her eyes emitted a blinding white light. Binary form. This was her ultimate ability. Damn, Tony Stark exclaimed, unable to restrain himself as the helmet screen flooded with rapidly escalating data. So she was just toying with us earlier? Steve Rogers clenched his shield tightly, his expression darkening. This variable is too significant. Diana furrowed her brow at the figure in the sky. That energy was overwhelmingly dominant, far beyond her comprehension. Wow. Peter Parker stood in stunned silence, mouth agape. Kara glanced at the ascending Carol, then at Terrell, who wore an eager expression, ready for a grand confrontation, and suddenly felt utterly exhausted. I truly can't handle this. Why is there yet another combat enthusiast? Terrell. Carol's voice resonated down, devoid of emotion, icy cold. You have successfully provoked my ire. Is that so? Terrell grinned wider, thoroughly pleased. Well, that's splendid. The golden aura surrounding him surged dramatically. Golden sparks crackled around him, and his green eyes glinted with eagerness. To show my respect, I suppose I'll take this a bit more seriously. He extended a hand, beckoning Carol with a finger. His challenge unmistakable. Come, let me see just how formidable your power truly is. Carol uttered not another word. In an instant, she vanished from her spot. The next moment, she materialized before Terrell, a fist encased in stellar flames aimed directly at his face. Terrell tilted his head. The punch whistled past him, ruffling his hair with its force. Not bad speed, Terrell mused. With time to spare, he critiqued. When Carol's punch missed, her other hand transformed into a knife-edge strike aimed at Terrell's neck. Terrell raised his hand to block. Bang! The fist met the palm, unleashing a wave of white energy. The two individuals were simultaneously thrust backward, propelled several meters away. Their strength was quite formidable. Terrell shook his slightly numbed hand, his smile unwavering. However, Carol's gaze had turned markedly colder. She dismissed any notions of pretense, harboring a tempest of fury, and charged directly at him. In the vast expanse high above the earth, they commenced a savage and unrestrained brawl. The onlookers on the deck could hardly keep pace with their movements, witnessing only two golden suns colliding frantically in the sky. With each impact, the heavens illuminated momentarily, dazzling the eyes of those below. Each punch reverberated with a thunderous sound that sent shockwaves through their eardrums. The thud of fists striking flesh, the crackle of energy waves, and the piercing shrieks of air being torn apart by their incredible speed melded into a cacophony that sent chills down the spine. The very sky seemed on the verge of being dismantled by their fury. They fought from the eastern horizon to the western, from the heavens down to the sea. Terrell landed a punch that sent Carol plummeting from the sky into the ocean, resulting in a towering wall of water erupting hundreds of meters high. Yet the very next moment, Carol burst forth from the depths, landing a knee strike squarely against Terrell's chin, propelling him backward for thousands of meters. They resembled two ferocious beasts, their eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Meanwhile, 300 meters underground, within a futuristic secret laboratory of LexCorp, Lex Luthor savored a glass of red wine, a look of rapture gracing his features as he watched the live broadcast of the battle unfold on the main screen. The footage was impeccably clear, transmitted in real time by countless invisible nanobots from the battlefield. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Luthor marveled at the two titanic figures wreaking havoc on the screen, exclaiming from the depths of his soul, "This is the true power of a god." It should be nothing less. An assistant in a white lab coat hurried over, unable to conceal his excitement. "Boss, we have acquired all the data. The model has been calculated." That fellow Terrell, during that brief moment, exhibited energy levels 37 times greater than when Superman faced General Zod. And that Captain Marvel, upon transformation, her energy output is 132 times her usual capacity. The assistant's voice trembled with enthusiasm. "My goodness, they are not even biological beings. They are two walking nuclear reactors." Luthor gently swirled the red wine in his glass, a deeper smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "No, it is not their current strength that is impressive. It is their potential. You see, such simple emotions as anger and resentment can drive them to become infinitely stronger." A glint of near madness flickered in Luthor's eyes. "And I am about to seize the key to creating miracles." He set down the wine glass and moved to another screen. Displayed was a colossal glass tank, filled with a murky green nutrient solution. Inside, General Zod's corpse had been transformed into a grotesque abomination. Its skin had morphed into a grayish-white resembling rock. Its size increased several-fold, and its body was riddled with various tubes. It lay silently in the liquid, akin to a final product awaiting release. "How is the adaptive data model coming along?" Luthor inquired. "Report, boss, it has been completed." The assistant replied promptly. "We have fused all the genes of Zod and Fiona, and then utilized Superman's, particularly Terrell's, combat data as a template to create an adaptive optimization that strengthens in response to challenges. Theoretically, once activated, it will become increasingly powerful with every instance of damage it sustains, with no upper limit. It is the perfect living weapon, an invincible sword that obeys only your command." "Excellent." Luthor nodded in satisfaction. His gaze returned to the main screen, observing the escalating battle. "Terrell, Superman, I hope you will relish the ultimate solution I have prepared for this world." He extended his hand, as if caressing a lover, gently stroking the cold surface of the screen. "Do not rush. My sword is almost sharpened." Chapter 134. The Madman Hurls an Asteroid. She withstood it with her body. Terrell was sent hurtling like a cannonball by that knee strike. He soared out of the atmosphere, barely managing to halt his trajectory in the inky abyss of space. Rubbing his chin, he felt a slight ache. Yet, instead of anger, he grinned wider. "Oh, now that packs a punch." He looked down at the earth. The golden streak surged upward once more, racing toward him at breakneck speed. Terrell's battle spirit intensified. Carol, charging up, had fury etched across her beautiful face. She harbored but one thought: to slam this smirking scoundrel into the ground and grind him into the dirt 100 times. It seemed that without applying a bit of pressure, he remained blissfully unaware of his own limits. Terrell, watching Carol close in, laughed maniacally. His laughter could not escape into the vacuum of space, yet the audacious aura emanating from him was captured by the airborne mothership below. He leisurely raised his right hand, a basketball-sized energy sphere spinning in his palm. In the next moment, it expanded rapidly, as if inflated like a balloon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. An object nearly the size of an asteroid hung in Earth's orbit. The very appearance of this entity sent the Earth's magnetic field into a frenzy. Compasses around the globe spun wildly, satellite signals were severed, and countless phones displayed nothing but no service. Carol, in mid-charge, slammed to a halt. Looking up at the colossal object that had suddenly materialized, her face drained of color. If that thing were to crash down, not only would it devastate land. Even if it fell into the sea, the ensuing tsunami would wash over all coastal cities. Terrell, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to destroy this planet? Carol's voice trembled, her fists clenched tightly. Ha! Terrell laughed, even more joyously. Whether it gets destroyed or not is not my concern. The pressure is now on you. Let's see if you have the mettle to handle it. No sooner had he uttered those words than he pressed down with his wrist. The asteroid-like energy sphere, imbued with a force capable of crushing a person, hurtled directly toward Carol and the blue planet behind her. On the deck of the mothership, all present stood in stunned silence. My dear heavens! Barry Allen exclaimed, gazing up at the newly emerged celestial body. Mr. Stark, what on earth is that? Is the apocalypse upon us? Peter Parker clung desperately to Tony's armored leg, terrified. Tony had no time to address him. His expression was grave. Jarvis, unlock all weapons. Bring it down. Sir, it is impossible, Jarvis's electronic voice conveyed a sense of despair, devoid of emotion. Its energy output exceeds the combined total of all our missile arsenals. Terrell, what on earth do you intend to do? Kara looked at the descending sun, her eyes reddening with urgency. Without a second thought, she transformed into a crimson streak and shot upward. Terrell, you have gone too far. Diana's face mirrored the shock, and she followed suit, soaring into the sky. That bastard. He is serious. Tony cursed, shouting into the communicator. All units. My Iron Legion. Ascend. Engage. In the sky, the massive energy sphere plummeted with increasing speed. Carol gritted her teeth. She had no choice. Behind her lay the earth. She let out a furious roar. Her entire being radiating golden light that surged to its zenith, like a meteor defying the heavens, charging directly toward the asteroid. Stop this at once, she cried, extending her hands to firmly brace the bottom of the energy sphere. In that moment, she felt as if she were not resisting mere energy, but an entire continent. Terrifying pressure coursed from her arms throughout her body, every bone creaking under the strain. The delicate veins in her pristine neck bulged visibly. With her life on the line, she managed to slow the descent of that formidable entity just a fraction. Terrell floated down nearby, observing Carol's desperate struggle with a sardonic remark. Keep it up, worker. Put in more effort, don't slack off. You are Captain Marvel, the Cosmic Enforcer. If I were to casually discard a piece of trash and you couldn't catch it, then this planet is as good as doomed. He watched as Carol stubbornly pushed the energy sphere inch by inch back into outer space, distancing it from Earth. That should suffice. Continuing like this might truly wear her out. Terrell lazily raised his right hand, extending a finger. A glimmer ignited at his fingertip. Swoosh. A thread of energy, finer than a hair, sliced through the dark void of space, gently touching the massive energy sphere. In the next instant, the colossal entity capable of annihilating planets erupted. Silence ensued. The world was enveloped in absolute quiet. Nothing could be heard. Then, a blinding white light exploded, rapidly expanding in the cosmos. That brilliance surpassed the luminosity of 1,000 suns bound together. In that moment, every eye on the deck was blinded. Following that was a shockwave powerful enough to obliterate everything in its path. Kara and Diana, who were hastily making their way, were swept away like delicate butterflies in a tempest, with no chance to react, sent tumbling towards the ground. The skyship fared even worse. All the anti-gravity engines failed to withstand the energy storm for even half a second, collectively sputtering and extinguishing. This massive vessel, weighing millions of tons, plummeted like a headless fly, shrouded in thick smoke. Hold on. Everyone, brace yourselves. At this critical moment, hundreds of armored suits soared up from below, using their own bodies to support the descending mothership. Even so, the aftermath of the storm still swept through New York below. The city, which had just been repaired, was washed anew. Countless skyscraper windows shattered like hail raining down. Cars, streetlights, and billboards were lifted into the air, clattering as they fell. The newly paved asphalt was torn away, leaving the entire center of New York City to once again experience the chaos of high-end renovations and forced demolitions. It was unclear how much time had passed. The blinding white light in the sky gradually dissipated. The universe returned to darkness. With the assistance of the Iron Legion, the mothership stabilized, avoiding a direct crash. It appeared battered and worn, as if just salvaged from a junkyard. The heroes on the deck, covered in dust and grime, staggered to their feet, their gazes fixed upwards in disbelief. Is it over? Terrell's figure remained suspended in the same spot, utterly unscathed. He brushed off his clothes as if he had merely flicked away ash. But Carol was nowhere to be seen. She had been thoroughly engulfed by that luminous sphere. She couldn't have. Barry Allen murmured, his voice trembling as he gazed at the sky. Just then, a fiery entity, unrecognizable as a human form, began to descend from the center of the recent explosion. Dragging a long trail of black smoke, it pierced through the atmosphere. The intense friction with the air intensified the flames surrounding it, resembling a black meteor hurtling straight towards the sea below. Terrell observed the free-falling fireball, raising an eyebrow. Interesting. Quite resilient. Chapter 135. The hero's curtain call. The villain has popped the champagne. The charred humanoid figure plummeted, trailing a plume of black smoke, rapidly approaching the ocean. Terrell lingered in the sky, arms crossed, observing with a detached amusement, showing no intention of intervening. Terrell, Kara called out urgently. She transformed into a streak of red and blue, darting forward to catch the smoldering figure before it plunged into the water. Swiftly returning, Kara gently set down the unconscious Carol Danvers on the deck of the mothership. The once formidable Captain Marvel now appeared pitiful, her striking red, blue, and gold costume reduced to tattered rags, hanging in disarray and failing to conceal her form. Her exposed skin was charred and emitting wisps of smoke, akin to a chicken just pulled from an oven. Kara frowned at her state. Puffing her cheeks, she blew gently at Carol, sending a refreshing gust of air that extinguished the last embers still flickering on her. Phew, all done. Terrell descended from the air, his flip-flops slapping lightly against the deck. He surveyed the grim-faced heroes before him, his gaze settling on the faces of Blue Marvel, She-Hulk, and the second Captain Marvel, who were all ardent supporters of Carol, having fought with fervor earlier. So what is the plan? Terrell drawled, pointing a finger at the barely conscious Carol on the ground. Your leader is down. Are you going to carry on for her, or join her? The three exchanged glances, instinctively taking a significant step back, as if to say, what an international joke. Even the dual-star Captain Marvel was treated like a punching bag and sent crashing into the sea, now lying here like a lump of coal. None of us would stand a chance against that. Anyone else? Terrell's gaze swept over the crowd once more. Who else wishes to apprehend these three? He pointed at Steve, Bucky, and Peter Parker, who were still standing together. This time, silence reigned. Whether they had previously supported Carol or remained neutral, everyone lowered their heads, pretending to study the cracks on the deck. The atmosphere was so quiet that only the sound of the wind and the unstable hum of the mothership's engines could be heard. Diana returned from the sky, landing beside Kara. Kara gently laid the unconscious Carol on the deck. She-Hulk and the second Captain Marvel exchanged glances and hurried over, clumsily attempting to help Carol up. However, upon touching her, they realized that Carol's costume was nearly in tatters, leaving hardly any fabric intact. They quickly shed their jackets, draping them over Carol in a frantic yet somewhat comical manner. Well then, since no one seems interested in continuing this game, I suppose we shall take our leave. Terrell shrugged. He turned to Tony Stark. Tony, do you have any last words? Tony's helmet retracted with a click, revealing a face marked by fatigue. He glanced at Terrell, then down at the battered mothership beneath him. He shook his head. The situation had escalated to this point. Further chaos would be pointless. A tone of resignation colored Tony's voice. If Carol wakes up and insists on pursuing her so-called prophetic plan, we shall see it through to the end. Excellent. Terrell nodded in satisfaction and waved at Kara. Let's go, Kara. What shall we have for dinner tonight? I crave a roast lamb, the kind with some zest. As he spoke, he turned to leave, and this time, no one dared to stop him. We should also take our leave, Tony said, nodding at Steve and Dr. Banner. With a wave of his hand, several Iron Man suits swiftly approached. One of them opened its back hatch, and Dr. Banner sighed before stepping inside. Tony glanced at Bucky behind Steve, then at the still-dazed Peter Parker. Captain, Bucky, and you too, kid. Follow me. My jet is waiting below. And this place is no longer safe. Steve looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent still tending to Carol, then, after a moment's deliberation, nodded. Thank you. Tony. For what? Just remember to cover the fuel costs later. Tony waved his hand dismissively, redonning his helmet as he led the group towards the edge of the deck. Kara watched their departing figures, then glanced back at the unconscious Carol, her expression somewhat conflicted. Regardless of their differences, they both hailed from Krypton. Although Carol's earlier fervor to take charge unsettled her, witnessing her in such a battered state tugged at her heartstrings. Are we leaving, or what? Terrell's voice called from ahead. Kara sighed, ultimately turning and hastening to catch up. Diana observed Terrell and Kara's retreating forms, hesitating momentarily before following suit. She felt compelled to engage this brutish fellow in a serious discussion about principles and boundaries, even though she couldn't deny that his earlier display of strength was rather impressive. Meanwhile, deep within the LexCorp facility, 300 meters underground, in a brightly lit secret laboratory, Lex Luthor held a wine glass, his smile growing increasingly radiant. The main screen before him displayed the aftermath of the chaos aboard the orbital mothership. What a splendid performance, Luthor mused, savoring a sip of red wine with genuine admiration. A lab assistant, clad in a white coat, hurried to his side, presenting a tablet. Boss, we just intercepted the highest encrypted communications from Wayne Enterprises. Batman has suffered a catastrophic fracture of the fourth and fifth vertebrae, severing his nervous system. In simple terms, he's paralyzed. The assistant's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Alfred Pennyworth, that old butler, has already deployed Wayne Enterprises' top medical resources. However, the best outcome will merely allow him to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this news, Luthor could no longer contain himself. He burst into raucous laughter, nearly doubling over with tears of mirth. Paralyzed? How delightful. A mere mortal. Always attempting to discipline deities. And now, After but a gentle nudge from a god, he is shattered. Once his laughter subsided, Luther approached the enormous glass tank at the center of the laboratory. Inside, General Zod, transformed into a monster, suddenly twitched slightly. What a pitiful being, fragile yet arrogant. Luther's gaze turned icy. The mind of the Justice League is shattered, and the core of the Avengers has split into factions due to a prophecy. The two mightiest guardians of Earth, Superman, mired in self-doubt, and Captain Marvel, gravely injured. He extended his hand, gently pressing it against the cold glass tank. Now, the stage is set for us. I shall show this world what a true god is. Inside the glass tank, the previously tranquil Zod began to tremble violently. His tightly shut eyes flew open. Within them, there were no whites, no pupils, only two orbs of pure, blood-red desire for annihilation. A roar, unlike any human, reverberated throughout the sealed laboratory. A fine crack appeared on the glass tank. Chapter 136. Good news, Superman retires. Bad news, villains rise. Kent Farm. No. Perhaps it should now be called Kent Manor. The cozy wooden house was gone, replaced by an ostentatious 3-story luxury villa. A small garden with a fountain adorned the entrance. Clark, Martha, and old Kent stood at their brand-new front door, expressions somewhat dazed. Is this what Tony meant by simple renovations? Old Kent adjusted his reading glasses, gazing at the most lavish building he had ever seen, his voice slightly airy. Martha wore an expression of bemusement. Does that boy have a misunderstanding of the word simple? Clark scratched his head, his face full of helplessness. Tony Stark's good intentions sometimes felt a bit overwhelming. 3 figures descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the lawn before the villa. It was Tariel, Diana, and Kara, who had flown straight over after parting ways with Tony. Wow, Tariel exclaimed, gazing at the imposing villa, letting out a low whistle. That guy Tony really knows how to treat people. With his hands shoved in the pockets of his beach shorts, he strolled over, as if returning home. Diana followed closely, shaking her head with a smile while admiring the modern architecture. Kara circled the fountain, then pressed her face against the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, peering inside at the spacious, brightly lit living room and the seemingly exorbitant furniture, murmuring softly, Tara, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed here. My little apartment is probably smaller than one of the bathrooms here. Tariel's gaze scanned the yard before settling on Clark, who was walking hand in hand with Lois along a nearby path. His smile gradually faded, and his brow furrowed. Without uttering a word, he flew straight toward Clark. Spotting Tariel approaching, Clark, who had been softly joking with Lois, paused, a warm smile on his face as he waved. You're here, Tara. Tariel remained silent, standing before him, his piercing blue eyes fixed intently on Clark. The intensity of his stare made Clark feel slightly uneasy. What is going on with your aura? Tariel finally spoke, his voice heavy. Your energy is as weak as the cat that old lady next door keeps. Clark maintained his smile, turning to gaze toward the horizon where the vast fields met the slowly descending sun, its orange-red rays painting the sky with warmth. Oh, you mean this? His tone was calm, as if discussing the pleasant weather. I don't want it anymore. An immediate silence enveloped the air. Even Diana and Kara, who had just approached, stood frozen in disbelief. They questioned whether they had misheard. Clark, what did you just say? Diana's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. What did not wanting it mean? Giving up his powers? Yeah, Clark. Kara's eyes widened in shock. What kind of international joke is this? Clark turned back to the group, chuckling at their bewildered expressions. Just the literal meaning. Lowering his gaze, he gently kissed Lois's forehead on the soft grass, the gesture filled with tenderness. I wish to embrace my life as Clark Kent, cherishing moments with Lois, my parents, and my future children. As for Superman, he paused, his tone reflecting a sense of relief and ease. This world is no longer my concern. Upon hearing the words, Terrell felt a pulsating pain in his temples as his blood pressure surged. He raised his hand and vigorously rubbed his face, attempting to regain his composure. No, Clark, has your mind been struck senseless by Zod? If you relinquish your abilities, how will you protect them? He gestured towards Lois beside him, then indicated Martha and old Kent, who were lounging nearby. To his astonishment, instead of appearing contrite, Clark boldly pointed back at Terrell. But you're here too, aren't you? Terrell, you're formidable, and both Kara and Diana are present. Protecting us mere mortals should be a trivial task for you, no? Terrell felt an overwhelming urge to seize Clark by the collar and shake some sense into him. So, I'm merely your bodyguard, am I? However, glancing at Clark's frail demeanor, he realized that one punch might send him straight to meet the gods of Krypton. And then there was Lois, her slightly rounded belly radiating happiness. Forget it. Hitting the husband of a pregnant woman would not bode well if word got out. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Oh my. Lois, let me see. Diana's attention had entirely shifted to Lois's modestly protruding abdomen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and delight. She leaned in, eager to touch the baby bump, but hesitated. Kara, momentarily forgetting her earlier shock, joined in, their heads nearly touching. How many months along are you? Is it a boy or a girl? Oh my, how are you feeling? Is it uncomfortable? Will he be able to fly too? The two women chattered incessantly around Lois, quickly leaving the two men in silence. The scene transformed into a lively discussion between Diana and Kara, enthusiastically sharing parenting tips while Terrell and Clark exchanged blank stares, enveloped in silence. As Terrell observed Clark's blissfully content expression, his frustration flared once more. Just as he was about to voice his discontent to his unmotivated cousin, he suddenly froze. His entire being tensed, and he whipped his head towards the northeastern sky. The irritation on his face vanished completely. Standing tall, a wild grin spread across his lips, brimming with mischievous excitement. Clark, puzzled by Terrell's sudden shift in demeanor, inquired, "What's wrong?" Without turning back, Terrell continued to gaze in that direction. "Cousin, it seems your class has retreated at the most inopportune moment. It appears we have an old friend who has resurfaced from the depths." Clark followed Terrell's gaze, but all he could see was the blue sky and white clouds. As an ordinary human, he felt nothing unusual. "Old friend?" Clark asked, bewildered. "Who?" Chapter 137, Launch. The new toy is truly fearsome. Kent Manor, afternoon. The sun lazily bathed the freshly trimmed lawn in warmth. "Who else could it be?" Terrell scoffed. "Isn't it the one you personally saw off last time?" Clark's expression shifted drastically. "General Zod. But he dead, isn't he?" Clark's voice faltered slightly. "Indeed, he was dead as a doornail." Terrell spread his hands. A gleeful smirk plastered across his face, reveling in the unfolding drama. Yet now he has returned. And oh, what a delightful surprise it is. He savored the moment, as if relishing a fine delicacy. This flavor is far more potent than before. Meanwhile, Diana and Kara had ceased their conversation, hastening over, having overheard Terrell's words. Diana's expression turned serious, her hand resting on the hilt of the god killer's sword at her back. Kara approached Terrell, her face etched with concern. "Terrell, are you certain? Is that energy signature Zod?" "Uh-huh." Terrell nodded, playfully pinching Kara's cheek, appreciating the texture. "Phew, we're taking off. New toys have arrived." He grinned like a child anticipating a day at the amusement park. Clark's heart sank further with each passing moment. The comrade he had slain, his remains desecrated and transformed into a creature of destruction, was now poised to obliterate the very home he had vowed to protect. A tide of helplessness and self-loathing engulfed him. He gazed at his hands, once capable of lifting mountains, now scarcely able to move a tractor. "Where is he?" Clark's voice was ragged as he raised his head. Terrell shrugged. "He's rampaging about, but judging by the commotion, he's likely headed for Metropolis." "Cousin, you should stay home and take care of your child." He patted Clark's shoulder with a heavy hand, his tone earnest. "This kind of rough work isn't suited for a retired old-timer like you. Enjoy your well-deserved peace." With that, he took Kara's hand, whistling as they turned towards the lavish villa. "Aunt Martha, is there any apple pie left? I need a snack before the fight." Clark stood frozen, fists clenched tightly. Lois approached from behind, wrapping her arms around him gently, resting her cheek against his back. "Clark, you've already done enough. LexCorp, 300 meters underground. Alarm. Alarm. The subject's life signs are off the charts. Energy readings have surpassed the threshold. Warning. Exceeding safety limits." The blaring alarms and frantic shouts of researchers echoed throughout the laboratory. Everyone scrambled in a panic to escape. Only Lex Luthor remained, impeccably dressed in his expensive tailored suit, elegantly holding a glass of red wine as he stood before the control console. A feverish obsession danced in his eyes as he stared intently at the enormous glass chamber at the center. Inside the chamber, dark green nutrient fluid bubbled violently, like boiling water. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. A crack appeared on the surface of the glass chamber. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures spread rapidly, resembling a spider's web enveloping the entire container. Roar! A sound erupted from within that was utterly inhuman, filled with boundless agony and unfathomable rage, shattering the silence. The sound seemed to penetrate the very mind, causing chaos to ensue. Boom! The reinforced glass chamber exploded into fragments. The green liquid and shards of glass scattered like bullets in all directions. A colossal, gray-white figure slowly emerged from the wreckage. Its skin resembled stone, its size nearly twice that of General Zod. Its features were grotesquely distorted, unrecognizable from its former self. It was Doomsday, the ultimate solution Lex Luthor had prepared for this world. "Go forth, my child." Luthor spread his arms wide. as if embracing the very deity he had created with his own hands. Hunt that false god. Show him what true despair looks like. Doomsday seemed to comprehend his directive. It abruptly turned its head, its two burning crimson eyes locking onto an unfortunate soul who had escaped far. In the next moment, its form vanished from sight. Ah! A brief, pitiful scream echoed. The researcher's body was obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood, as if struck head-on by a high-speed train. Doomsday did not linger. It lifted its head, the blood-red eyes piercing through layers of ceilings above. It slightly bent its knees. Boom! The entire LexCorp tower trembled violently. The silhouette of Doomsday, akin to an intercontinental missile launched in reverse, pierced through every obstacle in its path. From 300 meters beneath the ground, it surged upward. Dirt, rock, steel, and pipes were as fragile as paper before it. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, the rooftop of the LexCorp headquarters in Metropolis erupted in a spectacular explosion. A grayish-white figure, cloaked in a cloud of dust and debris, ascended toward the heavens. In the Kent Manor, the living room, Terrell reclined languidly on the sofa, sprawled out, his gaze fixed on the enormous LCD television mounted on the wall. On the screen, the female anchor of CC News was breathlessly reporting breaking news. Just moments ago, a violent explosion had rocked the LexCorp headquarters, and an unidentified creature had burst forth, currently wreaking havoc across Metropolis. The scene shifted. Aerial footage from a helicopter appeared on the screen, showcasing a grayish-white monster rampaging through the streets. Cars were mere toys before it, effortlessly tossed aside, crashing into nearby shops. A fleet of police cars raced toward the chaos, only to be incinerated by the dark red energy beams emanating from its eyes. Armed military helicopters unleashed a barrage of gunfire, but the bullets merely sparked against its rock-like skin, having no effect whatsoever. This only seemed to enrage the creature further, its form swelling even larger. With a sudden leap, the monster swatted a helicopter from the sky, reducing it to a fiery wreck upon impact. Well, this new skin is quite impressive. So resilient, Terrell remarked with a whistle, shoving a handful of potato chips into his mouth, crunching them noisily. Much tougher than that blue-clad simpleton with the hammer. Kara and Diana stood behind him, their expressions grim. Kara, in particular, recognized the outline of the creature. It's Zod. What have they done to him? She murmured, her voice laced with sorrow and rage. At that moment, Clark and Lois entered from outside. Clark's gaze immediately locked onto the television screen. As he discerned the creature's features, he froze. That twisted visage, that palpable hatred and desire for destruction directed at all life. A chill coursed through him, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. It was him, yet it was not. This was the wicked fruit of his own making. He had slain Zod, and now, from his actions, a being more terrifying and unhinged had emerged. How does it feel, dear cousin? Terrell's languid voice cut through, dripping with unabashed mockery. To witness the city you've devoted your life to protect being laid to waste by your own kin's new guys? You can only stand here and watch the live broadcast. Isn't it infuriating? Don't you wish to smash my skull with a single punch? Clark remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the television screen, his teeth clenched tightly, producing a rhythmic, grinding sound. Within the depths of his once sky-blue eyes, a storm was brewing. Enough of this, Terrell declared, rising from the sofa and stretching, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. If you keep watching, Metropolis will be reduced to rubble. He turned to Kara and Diana. Let us depart, ladies. The time for games has come to an end.